I have exciting news. I have two pieces of exciting news. What a fantastic day. Yesterday, let me explain. I'll be right before we get into this key. I'll tell them to wait a few minutes. Listen, okay? Listen. Here's the thing. Here is the thing. Yesterday, I was thinking to myself, I am being too negative. I made a decision last night. I was like, who cares about score? I play this game for fun. I recently wasn't having a lot of fun because the tank meta was really bothering me. I didn't think they were going to buff or nerf anything. And then this morning I wake up. This morning I woke up. And it turns out that they did buff something. They buffed Guardian Druid. A lot. They heard my call. And this is good. This is very good. The amount that Guardian Druid has been buffed is a lot. Way more than you think it is. And I'm okay with that. Now, for the last few days of the Apex build, I'll probably go ahead and parse because it is fun. But if you take a look at this last key, you will see that Thrash was 15%, and this was a 135. Yep. Here we go. This is an example of a 19 Windrunner Spire I was in last night. Guardian Druid can do big damage. I will be playing the Apex probably for today just for fun, just to show you the damage differential and compare for next week. The buffs are not in yet. They will be here next week. So we'll find out. Hi, Juicy. People will not quite realize just how much it was buffed by. And I am excited to explain it today. I'm sure we'll talk about it all day. I wanted to have time to make a quick YouTube video about it. I did not have time to do that. So we will be talking here in my stream, and I will make a video tonight explaining the exact values and differences based on my own logs. I believe we are in the wrong instance, so I will rezone. Ho, 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 ho. Yep. Arlen. It will. It will, but people won't like it. So here's the thing about the no Apex build. Many of the theory crafters and many of the people who write the sims and the APLs and all that, they were not willing to test it because it was called the troll build, because it was, so suboptimal to play, even though it wasn't, that no one was willing to test it. But I know, because I have my logs, exactly how much that value is. I don't think they're going to nerf it again. No, because it's not going to do insane damage. It's just going to do... Yeah. Yep. If you take a look at any of my logs, you have to kind of look at my situation. Not other people's situation. Like, we could play the no Apex here, actually, just for fun if we wanted to. That's possible. Maybe we could play no Apex here, and then... I was going to parse, actually, just for fun, but why don't we just swap no Apex here? Suddy, I wanted to tell you something personally today. Actually, hey, good morning, Quinter. This is a huge day. This is a big day. Basically, last night, I had decided, I was like, I'm being way too negative with this whole World of Warcraft tank balance thing. I know it's cool to try to play Brewmaster, but ultimately, I just want to enjoy the game. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to chill. And then I woke up this morning and I saw those buffs, and I was like, wait a second. Thank you. Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you, Blizzard. I also thought that the nerfs to Brewmaster were... actually kind of reasonable. Like, doesn't change anything, but does just bring them down a little bit. Haven't seen the buffs? Okay. So when you read the buffs, it is actually a massive nerf. However, the thing about those nerfs is that no one was really playing no Apex at a high level. However, here, I'll play no Apex with this. So nobody was properly playing no Apex. And the buffs to the no Apex build were quite substantial. Let's put it that way. Quite substantial buffs. Do you think prop pally armor buffs or no? Actually, I like the armor buffs too. I think that's such an easy value to do. It's like, hey, Demon Hunter, prop pally, like we're just going to give you a bit more armor. I think that's actually a good buff. Those are good. He's trolling. They weren't buffs. They absolutely were, Jonesy. If you play no Apex, they are... It's a huge buff. It is such a massive... I mean, it's an incredible buff. Holy. They're about to dread a brew. Yo, what's up? Approaching Brewmaster levels at all? So, no. It still won't be Brewmaster. Brewmaster will still be the premier meta tank, but I will feel much better playing no Apex Bear, I'm pretty sure. There's a few things to calculate here. Who lead? All right, Aldeca was AFK for a second. So here's the thing. Let's actually, if you're here at the beginning of my stream today, there are two things I have to tell you. Number one, I happen to have a log from last night. This was a 19 Windrunner Spire. We failed right before the third boss, so keep in mind, my overall damage would be a lot less because this was right before the third boss. So we would have third boss, and then we have last boss. So I would have done, what, 110k? If we look at this overall damage breakdown, Thrash would be lower. Thrash would be like 10% of my damage overall playing the Apex build. This is a big, I mean, this is a big log. If we had finished this key properly, holy, we would have been, this would have been like one of the top 10 world ranks for Guardian Druid. Like this was a 19 Windrunner Spire last night playing the regular Apex build. And I had no monk here or whatever, right? Here's the thing. Yep, here's the thing. Here you go. Of course, I'm mad excited. But here's what you need to understand. So this would have been one of the top Guardian Druid parses for 19 Windrunner Spire last night. We failed right at the third boss. This is my damage breakdown. A lot of this, I mean, Echo in particular was giga nerfed. You have the Thrash being buffed, but let me show you my breakdown playing no Apex in this key. The buffs aren't in yet, so I will not do a lot of damage. We will time this key regardless. Ready. So I will not play Apex here. We go and chill. We go play my no Apex build. What are the buffs? So Thrash, they basically, it will also significantly help bear threat. I think that's actually a huge kind of unspoken benefit of this as well. It's my key, my bad. Yo, these are awesome. These are great guys and saying they buffed you. Not, thank you, LB. I appreciate you stopping in to say hello. Much appreciated, Mr. LB. So I kind of want to keep this log here, to be honest with you, because we could compare it directly, but it's okay. Where do you see the buffs? So there was a patch notes. Obviously, Guardian Druid was getting nerfed before the MDI. I don't think anybody should be that surprised about that. I'm going to play no Apex here. Hi, Kitty. Guardian Druid was buffed, so I feel better now, Kitty. I'm no longer depressed about the season. That's how World of Warcraft works, by the way. That's just welcome to World of Warcraft. This is how it works. If your spec gets buffed, you feel good. If your spec gets... If you don't get buffed, you feel bad. That's how welcome to WoW. So I'll play no Apex here. This is pre-buff no Apex. I will still Duke. What do you think is competitive tank damage in Windrunner Spire? Give me a general number. Give me a general number. If I finish Windrunner Spire, what tank damage should I have? There are massive buffs, Jadery, specifically to the no Apex build. No Apex build just got like a massive, a ridiculous level of buffs, by the way. Like a crazy buff. Like I woke up this morning and I was just like, oh my God, that is substantial. That is ridiculously substantial. Yeah. That is probably one of the biggest tank buffs I have seen. It's just that because no one was playing no Apex, they don't realize how big that was. The warrior buff does not compare. The warrior buff does not compare. The numbers on the no Apex build, there's a problem with it, which is that no one is going to be able to calculate it correctly. Warrior just got like 5%, and then the Mountain Thane was here, though. Yeah, so Warrior got 5%, except that Mountain Thane got more, and that was good. Warrior, I think Warrior will actually feel a little bit better with damage from that. But we're talking, those are like 5 to 10% values. The no Apex build was buffed by substantially more than this. I kind of don't want to tell you how much it was buffed by because I don't want them to revert the buff. I'm excited about it. I don't want them to change anything, and so I kind of don't want to tell you. I don't want to tell you how much it is. I kind of just I don't want to tell you. Can I be honest with you? I don't really want to tell you based on my calculations how much it is. The buffs are not already live. The buffs will be next week. Change the title? No, there was no buff. There's a big buff. There is a big buff. There was a massive buff. If you do the math for them, they'll nerf it. I don't want to do the math for them because this buff was very clearly for and specifically related to the, what's it called? How do I say it? The buff was very specifically for the normal Apex build, which I think at this point most people were playing. But when I started this season, I was only playing no Apex. We did all 18s at this. And then I think I haven't done any 19s with no Apex. I think all 18s except for Algathar Academy were done with the no Apex build. Pretty sure. But the next week, you are getting, I mean, it's because of how the breakdown works. So to be fair, it's very specifically because when people play no Apex Jadery, they're still making a lot of rotational errors. And in fact, the people who do theory crafting for Guardian Druid, they're balancing it a little bit. Their APL for no Apex involves globals that I currently do not press. And so the sims for no Apex are going to be wildly off comparatively to what it should be, for what it's worth. And the buffs will be something like, it's not 30%. I think it's a little bit more like 40 to 45% based off my initial calculations. I would say, oh shit, I got stunned. Oh no, I might actually die. Oh shit, I could die. Oh my god, I got stunned. I didn't see the trap in that corner. LOL. It'll be somewhere around 40 to 45%. And I think in that corner, it was underneath. I shouldn't tank him there in the future. So to clarify just how much that is, people, a lot of the Guardian Druid Discord has been specifically talking about how the no Apex build is 50% behind, but it was never 50% behind. It was like 20% behind, maybe 30% at the highest level. And that's the thing that people don't quite understand. So the no Apex build will definitely do more damage. Like 100% it's going to do more damage. I can guarantee you right now that it will do more damage. Yeah. We're just going to go over here and pop these before the spore goes off. So anyways, yeah, that's pretty exciting. That's exciting. That's exciting. Yeah, you can find the build in, oh, okay, yeah, can you just, Noob, can you just pin my Discord real fast? You said recently they only balance for raid, and they balance for raid. Dude, that's true. So the Apex Guardian Druid nerfs, although it affects keys, are also very clearly, they were like, hey, they're balancing for raid as well. But the Thrash was a great change. I like what they decided to do with the Thrash change, which is basically like, hey, we are going to... He does, by the way. He does. His stream is Deco Lols. I will link it for you after this. I just want to point out, I am playing no Apex right now. I really don't want to tell you how much this is going to be. I'm seriously scared, man. People don't realize how much damage the Apex build, actually, the no Apex build does, because everyone was playing it wrong. Literally everyone was playing this wrong, okay? I'm telling you right now, like, everyone was playing it. Should I just sandbag? Should I not tell you? I don't want to tell you, because I think they're going to revert it. Because it was never that far behind. It was never that far behind, okay? And what I mean by that is this. I am currently playing the no Apex. This is pre-buff no Apex, to clarify, right? How are people misplaying it? A lot. There are so many things that people are doing to misplay it. I want you to check my overall damage in this key thus far. Is it as high as my previous 19 Windrunner Spire with full Apex? No. Is it low? I asked you at the start what would be a fair amount of overall damage. My overall damage is right here. I'm at 113k by Ember Dawn. Is that low? The thing about the Apex build, or the no Apex build, is that many people are rotationally making a ton of mistakes, and they are not min-maxing for their damage in this build. Because most people, and I totally relate and understand this, by the way, this is very, very fair, extremely fair, okay? Most people are deciding to play this build for the defensive value of it, right? So they want to play it in a way where basically they just want to live, they don't really care about their damage. How's a single target damage? That was always the weakness, but it was never that much lower. So previously, without the gear, I have to retest it. We'll see last boss here. I'll tell you how it is on the last boss. That's a great question, Cannibal Canyon. We will only be able to tell last boss because every other boss here has more than one target, right? So here's the thing. You guys want to see my breakdown of this key right now? It won't even show up properly on this meter. You want to see? Guess what just got buffed by 100%, and the bleed damage And the direct damage. Guess what just got giga buffed? Yeah. Guess what just received a massive buff? When people play no Apex, their thrash is not as high as it should be. And there are a few big reasons for this. It's because when I made this build, I didn't make it to be a turtle build. I made it because I like playing it. But I still wanted to be as competitive as I could possibly be. I'm going to live right now, and I'm going to help off-heal my team. So no problem. I'm going to keep people alive, and I also have to live myself. So all I need is a DOC proc here. Okay, so we're going to have to just game this a little bit. My team can live, and we can kill this boss, no problem. Our healer's dead right now, but it's okay, though. The buffs and nerfs are not in. I don't need any healing, so I'll be fine. Ember Dawn hits a little hard, but who has this right now? I need a proc. Give me a proc, give me a proc. I can save his life. I can save his life. I can save his life. Damn it, no proc. Okay, now everybody's about to die during this intermission, probably. Unless they all have health potions. Maybe the Devour. We just need to do enough damage, because the boss is pretty much dead. He is Onk after, so he's going to Onk after, and we're going to live. It's okay. I don't have a proc to off-heal, and I'm not playing Dream Guide. Here we go. No, don't onk yet. That was a quick onk. That was a fast onk. It's okay. Here we go, because he's going to get the next. It's okay. We kill the boss. It's probably dead. I don't think we need to reset this 18 just yet. Ember Dawn. What a rough boss, actually. Okay. I don't have a proc. That was unfortunate procs there for the bear off healing. Do. Do I have to hit Incarn? He's like phasing in 2%. Ugh, I have to hit Incarn. I mean, I can solo it, but hold up. Do we have to reset? Does this mean our timer is going to be like Omega Troll? Out of curiosity. Can you still time it with this? Yeah, I mean, I had to hit Incarn, but what do you think? Do we reset or do we keep going? So to be fair, that alone will mess up my overall damage a lot, but that's okay. I think we're okay, right? I think we're okay. All right, they want to reset. We can reset. Okay. All right, we just reset real quick. That's fine. I think we're going to be fine as well, but it's okay. They want to reset for their, they're parsing their numbers. I don't know about breaking someone's key as a bear this season anymore. I haven't seen that guy since beta. What's up, hell? Is that Tazdingo? That's random. We've been playing with him every day. Lee. Hi, Lee. Here's the thing, Lee. Here we go. Swiper, no swiping. Yeah, what's up? Oh, by the way, on YouTube, one of your from March will push your 70. I know, Suddy, while you're here, I wanted to say something directly to you. Yesterday, I was on a rant, but while I'm streaming, I have to be so cautious about talking about divisive topics. And I was not able to do that conversation in a way that I actually wanted to be able to do that conversation. I'm going to be honest with you. I found myself just wanting to say so much and filtering a little bit too much. So what I can tell you is this, Suddy. I want to let you know that I appreciate what you were saying very much, and I have a similar experience, in fact. Where is your wife from? I wanted to ask you directly. I know I'm streaming, and I know we're a Talk Guardian Druid, but just you mentioned something that was actually of importance yesterday, and I kind of glossed over it, and I apologize for that. I was busy with the key. She's from Brazil. I was married to somebody from India for 5 years, right? When I was married, my wife was of a different ethnicity, of a different culture, and looked different. And it was when I brought her to America, something that I also had to contend with. When I brought her to meet, my family in America and stuff like that, it was something that I have a lot more of a relation to what you were saying, by the way, than I was able to communicate yesterday. So I would like to just mention that now, okay? We're not going to get back into that topic. I just wanted to let you know. Cool. Yeah. I know that I didn't feel like you would. And I'm glad that we could have that conversation. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that I was like, oh, I saw that. And I was like, yeah. Okay. Yes. The no Apex build. So I'll play no Apex in this key. And then I will show you. And we'll go over how much it will get buffed. Yes. Any buff for DK? No. There were not buffs for DK, actually, though. Okay. Can we test this on the PTR? So here's the thing. People, if you play no Apex properly, it is genuinely going to be meta. Yeah. Yes, Suddy. I know. That's what I was trying to... So people are like, it's a 10% buff. It is not a 10% buff. It is more like a 45%, probably. 40 to 45%, depending on the key. Yep. And this is the no Apex build. But it looks like DPS is going to go up by like 80%. No, it'll basically be about 45%. The thing about 45% value is this. It was not that far behind to begin with. How do you min-max damage on it? So a lot of the druids that I've seen play the no Apex build are making just fundamental rotational mistakes. Like straight up, there's just a lot of rotational errors for the no Apex build. Okay. There's also a certain level of RNG with it as well. Because you might get procs, you might not. And it's something that you have to react to. But let's take a look at this first pull as an example. I'm going to do fair amounts of DPS on this first pull. We're going to back up. We're going to get out of the bubble immediately. Could have backed up even a second earlier. Now, my damage on this build, if I was playing Apex, I'm going to have like 650k. I would be top damage on this pull by far because it's the first pull, and that's where it feels bad. Until you realize that I'm going to do nearly the same damage on the following pull, because my damage is so much more consistent that you don't need to be gaming around these massive incarn windows anymore, which is just really nice gameplay in my opinion. Like, I really, really appreciate the fact that I don't have to now be thinking incarn pulls. I can do a lot more. I can do like brewmaster routes with no Apex. Incarn's still a big deal, but it will actually feel a lot friendlier, because a lot of the routes right now for keys are designed around brewmaster, who just has infinite survivability consistently, whereas bear routes, we kind of have to think about the Apex windows for your incarn a lot more. What's the best trinkets for no Apex? Definitely passive trinkets. So puzzle box, feather, they're going to be far less valuable because your damage is way more consistent. There's a lot of benefits to playing no Apex that, again, a lot of the high-level druids just don't think about. And there are so many aspects of it, though. What is it buffed? So it's not buffed yet. It'll be buffed next. Okay. I will do my best. I had made a guide explaining it on Patreon and YouTube members, but I'll try to talk about it now. The main thing that I would look at is if you were going to log review the no Apex build, I would just check how many thrashes I get versus how many thrashes you get, especially because that's the target of the buff now. So a lot of the things is that incarn resets the cooldown of thrash. Before every incarn press, you should always thrash press. There are little things like that that no one really thinks about. So I'm going to get an extra thrash every single time. The other thing I would look at is lunar beam uptime. And then properly using things like Sundering Roar to get even more thrash value, because I swear no one's playing with Sundering Roar. So people are using Sundering Roar as like as a literal. Oh no, 4-piece doesn't benefit at all. It's the weirdest thing, Suddy. You could actually play without 4-piece as well if you truly wanted to. The stat budget changes as well. So if I truly wanted to min-max for no Apex, whoops. If I truly wanted to min-max for a no Apex build, I would actually change my stats as well. The Apex, so they tried to nerf Druid by nerfing the Apex version of Druid. However, in doing so, they will, first of all, Druid threat is going to feel a lot better. That is a great change, and I like the fact that they put that change in there. I think that was actually like a really good change for them, to be honest with you. The Thrash basically solving the aggro problem, I think, is actually impactful, and I do like the fact that they added that. That was a good one. A single Thrash or keep threat, it's probably going to be slightly more nuanced than that, but at the very least, it'll feel better, yes. It will certainly feel better, if nothing else. Okay, watch this first leap. This first leap going to be a little bit hard. I'll off-heal my Warlock. Okay. So threat will feel better regardless of what build you play. I think there's going to be a lot of people still playing the Apex build, but to be honest with you, the no Apex build getting Omega value here is definitely nice. Thrash is going to be hitting like, oh yeah, dude, Thrash is, we're back to like an actual, like Guardian Druids, we love big Thrash builds, man. That's like, I feel like it's just so quintessentially Guardian is like, dude, I'm the Thrash tank. Like that just feels so quintessentially Guardian, and it's also, it will help people enjoy this tank a lot more. There are going to be a subset of the player base who are like, man, I really like the complexity. I really, really, really loved this crazy complex version of Guardian, and in which case I have a lot of respect for that, of course. What's up, Heather? Yo, thank you for stopping by, Heather. And I totally get that. Like, genuinely, I do. Oops, I'm going to have to just collect aggro here. I thought I pulled him far enough away. And then we have to SI, actually, because those guys get supercharged. You think Ursox Fury? No, because it just got buffed. I want to show you. So I'll play no Apex here. Again, people are doing it very strange. A lot of Guardian Druids are choosing to play no Apex in a way that I don't necessarily agree with. And although I have made guides for it on Patreon and YouTube members, I still think that it's quite misunderstood, just in terms of like how you can really min-max the no Apex version of this tank, right? Okay, we can pull these guys in now as well. So one of them is like the Starfall change, but mostly it's just about how many thrashes that you can get off. If you actually game your thrashes, you'll feel a lot better. There's nuance to it. Thrash there, Southern Roar here. People see Druid as easy. It wasn't anymore, and I actually thought that was a shame because I do think it is a good thing for Druid. You should have a tank that is easier to play than other tanks. Oops. Like, I absolutely do think that there should be a tank that is easier than others. Because tanking is already stressful, and if you could just make one tank accessible and just make it like, hey, maybe it's not the meta tank, but it's good. I think that that would go a long way, actually, in helping tanks. There it is, Warrior. I don't think so, though. I think Warrior has too much complexity this season. Brew right now actually feels like that because of how this, though. Nope, cheeky. Not at all. I will show you my breakdown, okay? So let's see. By the time we get to Ember Dawn, we're going to be here. This is what my damage breakdown looks like, though. It will give me so much more healing in no Apex. It will indeed. Many, many, many more healings. I need one more Thrash for aggro reasons. It will give me a lot more. Absolutely lover of Druid, felt so squishing compared to Monk. Do you think that the aspect will feel better? Yes, Teller. Yes. Yes. Now you don't have to do that. The whole benefit of the no Apex build is that you never have to think about those decisions at all. So the no Apex build allows you to play in a way where you don't have to be making decisions about how to spend your rage. All rage goes to Ironfur. You do not play Raze. It's not just no Apex. You also don't maul, and you don't press. It's omnidirectional. There's so many benefits to it. I've talked about this a lot, and recently in the 19s I was playing Apex. Because Apex, especially before these buffs, even right now in this key, if I was playing Apex, I would have like 180k overall. Like, I would be doing a lot more damage by this point in the key. However, again, in single target, a lot of people were... I could get about 35k single target with no Apex previously. So about 35k single target, which is pretty decent, because if I was playing Apex, it's not like I do that much more single target, by the way. I still did a relative amount. You are spamming Ironfur. It's just like Thorns of Iron, though. How do you do good damage? Because your damage sources come from all these other places. Again, the Apex build was heavily misunderstood by the no Apex build, because if you're playing Apex, you're like, but bro, raises all of your damage. It's like, yeah, but it's also a 7 talent point investment. Like, it'll be a topic all day, I'm sure. TH, could you just pin no Apex build linked in Discord for me? So the stat priority is going to be interesting, because I actually, now that, like, I will be playing it for higher keys, I already know what I'm going to do, and it's going to be really weird. I have to actually think about it for a second, but I have a feeling I know what I'm going to do with my stats, and it's just going to be very strange. Let's call it that way. Let's consider it like this. It's going to be very weird. Nope. I'm pretty sure I'm going to drop haste. I'm, in fact, relatively positive that I will probably play crit verse. I'm pretty sure that I'm going to go crit verse. Not 100%, but I'll need to think about it a little bit. Yeah. I think I would want to drop haste. Yeah. Haste is not as valuable with no Apex for a few different reasons. The only exception to that is the fact that the Thrash bleed damage tick rate needs to be considered. It's not going to be nearly as painful because your rotation... What's very funny about the no Apex build is it plays very deceivingly like a Brewmaster. it actually has a flow to the rotation that is very, very, very similar. You don't need the iron for uptime though. Okay, so again, one of the misconceptions about this build is that I'm doing it to turtle and for higher iron for uptime. I don't care about I'm actually trying to not have high iron for uptime. It's like the inverse philosophy. Because I only need a few stacks of iron fur. That's why you don't press mangle, because Moonfire is just more damage. There's a lot of weird things about this type of build that, again, if you haven't played it, you wouldn't understand the nuances, though. Lots of versatility, verse buff shield. More damage equals more shielding. And we're going to get this. So this is my overall breakdown at this point in the key. We can look at the next few polls. That gets buffed a lot. Our group is potentially swapping from Brew to Guardian since we played Mistweaver Brew. Yeah. So it was already better to do that. It's just that Guardian was... I showed it yesterday. I've shown it every time I've played Apex. It is a massive benefit to be a Bear plus Brew plus Mistweaver instead of Brew plus Mistweaver. But not a lot of people were willing to put in the effort to play Bear at the level that you would need to actually game. Because there would be a way to do it, but not many people were actually willing to put that effort in. To play pitch perfect at all times, and if you miss a single global, you're going to die. Because it played very much like a Blood DK at that point, right? Now, however, that changes a little bit. Now we have an interesting little thing here about this, where the no Apex variety, when that's meta, is so much easier to pick up. It's so friendly. And I know that a lot of the top bears have always been saying this whole time, they've been like, but it's not that much tankier. But it's like, but it is in practice. And the reason it's tankier in practice is the demand on globals. Because one of the nice things about Brewmaster is that the demand on globals isn't high. You press keg, you press fire, and Purifying Brew is off the GCD. And so you don't really have to think about your globals too much, in which case you remember, you don't want haste on Brewmaster because you won't change your rotation. It does not fundamentally change your rotation. These are all things, like if I say this out loud, I'm sure somebody will steal it or whatever, because no one has theory crafted the no Apex build to its ultimate degree. No one has done it yet. We haven't actually considered what that looks like. Okay, I already sent my dispel. This is crazy. 6 stacks of this is a lot. Very scary, very scary. But, like, I have actually spent a lot of time thinking about how to min-max my own damage on this build because it is something that I've really enjoyed playing. But the amounts of theory crafting that's been done for it has also been done with the wrong kind of APL and the wrong decision-making. So a lot of people, for example, are still thinking, how can I involve Mangle in this build? Or how can I involve this with this build? Or how can I... No, it's a buff. It's a buff nid. It depends on what Guardian Druid build you're playing. If you're playing no Apex, it is a massive buff, by the way. When I say buff, I mean like a very, very, very large buff. Do you think Apex should be class-defining lore? Yeah, I mean, I think that they messed up with the Apex. I also think that Guardian Druid Apex is a massive design flaw. Like, when they made the Guardian Druid Apex and buffed it right before the season came out, it was always destined to be nerfed. Because you can't give tanks the highest level of DPS, like AoE burst in the game, and then try to balance them. Like, it's not going to work. It will never work. They cannot do that. Like, it will never, ever work. That is a recipe for disaster, you know? I feel like a lot of Apex talents, they wanted it to be like a big thing. It's not a big thing, pretty clearly. So we can pull now. It's the right time to chain here. Boom. Yeah. So, yeah, basically attaching the power of Guardian Druid to its Incarn windows and basically just giving it that profile was always going to be a disaster. It was never, ever, ever going to work properly. That is tough. We had just not enough damage for that right there. I think you got to B-res this. Okay. Never mind. Stay alive. So, you want to spend Rage, but you'll notice that my Iron Fur so my Iron Fur is higher in Apex build. Not the opposite. It's actually the opposite. Like, my Iron Fur uptime is lower in the no Apex build, interestingly enough. A lot of times people, again, think that this build is like, oh, you get so much Iron Fur uptime. It's like, I don't really care about my Iron Fur uptime in this build. I will always have enough. And that's one of the things. I don't have to think about it. I'll always have enough, right? And that's important. Prop feels so good. Yeah. Is that buff going to be live on Tuesday next week? How are you using Rage otherwise? Oh, you want to spend your Rage just for Incarn CDR, but you spend all Rage on Iron Fur. Once again, if you take a look at my overall this build, it looks like this. Apex is a 7-talent. I'm going to make a video about this tonight, by the way, explaining my exact thoughts on it. What's up, G-Dub? G-Dub, I am now happy. And the reason I am happy is because my happiness is directly tied to whether or not Blizzard decides to balance their game. And they have decided to balance their game now. And that makes me happy, which is good, because I like being happy. Is that healthy? Definitely not. But it is absolutely just the way it is. I don't make the rules. You know what I mean? I don't make the rules. Yep, they finally... so one thing that's very interesting is, do you guys think they buff at awkward timings? Have you noticed that? Demo did survive. That's true. Have you noticed that they buff it kind of awkward? Like, they almost buff, like, weeks in delay. Do you ever use swipe? No, take swipe off your bars. Even if you're playing full Apex, take swipe off your bars, though. We like to see you happy. Thank you, Zbaz. I already made a decision last night. After yesterday's stream, honestly, I crashed out on yesterday's stream. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be honest with you. I had a full-on crash out. Like, yesterday at the end of stream, somebody said, why is this season depressing you? And I was like, let me tell you exactly why. And I went on like a 10-minute rant about how I was upset about the season. I specifically went on this rant because I was like, I'm going to give you all my thoughts about this right now. But you know what? Not anymore. I feel good. Last week was a Devourer buff. You think it's enough? Hi, Ninfrey. How's it going? How's it going? So yeah, my happiness is arbitrarily tied to whether or not my spec in World of Warcraft is actually performing adequately or not. It's a weird spot for a buff. So they also nerfed and buffed Resto Druid according to, like, the last time. It's like they buff weeks in delay. And I really wonder how many people actually work at Blizzard, though. Yeah. There's a few specs that are notably missing from the buff list or the nerf list, but overall. And also, augmentation getting a nerf, I hope that it's enough. I don't think that aug is good for the game. I sincerely hope that augmentation actually does not. I hope it's gone. I hope it's deleted, basically, from this recent nerf. I don't know if it will be, but I hope it is. Ideally speaking, there would be no more augs for the rest of the season. That would be very nice, actually, if that was at all possible. For prop heli feels like a joke. I mean, you would rather have it than not have it. Armor buffs are pretty substantial. Those can be very impactful. Yeah, don't underestimate the value of an armor buff. That's actually, it's a little bit more than you think it is. The armor buffs are actually a fantastic way for them to balance tanks, to be honest with you. I don't think it's enough if you play specs like Fire Mage. Yeah. Well, okay, mages can take a backseat for a season, though. What did you say that Monk's Healer's Twitch was? Deco Lols. So, do you know Deco's stream? Could you link it for me if you can? There's going to be a small space here, and then we kind of have to kill it. This boss is living an extremely long time. This boss be very healthy right now. I think Aug's problem... Dude, Aug's problem is the fact that you can't identify whether people are playing well or not. That's the Aug's problem. Is that buff? Yeah, it's live on here. There you go. Thank you, Soap. That's the one. That is the Miss Weaver stream. He do big damn. I feel so much better, though. And by the way, again, what did we say was going to be a decent overall? I'm going to be slightly shy, and I can tell you exactly what my damage would be like if I was playing the full Apex build. Yeah? So if I was playing full Apex, I can tell you exactly what my damage numbers would be like. You did the math already. 3% physical. So that's still 3% fizz is still 3% fizz. Like, is it ideal? No, but it's pretty decent. Like, that's not bad, actually. That's actually, like, just don't underestimate the value of armor buffs. It's not enough, but it's better than nothing. I still would rather them actually take a look. I think that what they should do for prop pally is maybe take some of the damage out of... I think they should take some of the damage actually out of things like Shield of the Righteous and put it back into Avenger Shield and Consecrate, because that will give you way more self-sustain through Bulwark, and it would give you a positive feedback loop of basically playing Crit Wings instead of Sentinel. If your abilities that did all your damage actually came from the things that give you shielding, you would feel a lot better on Prot Pally. And I think it would just be a cool and fun gameplay experience to have that as Prot Pally. Do you know what I mean by this? If you're a Prot Pally player. So if you, for example, if Consecrate did double the amount of damage and your shield did double the amount of damage, although you can't buff Prot Pally damage too much, but you actually want to take it out of things like Judgment or Shield of the Righteous, keep it equal, because those things don't give you an absorb shield through Bulwark and Slash or anything else. And I think it would actually be super interesting if Prot Pally was like a leech tank. Like, because basically, like, you just did the big damage. That was super weird on that RP. I don't know if I got here too fast with the wild charge. That was really unfortunate. That was so weird. VDH is also VDH, just like Bear, was exactly the same spot, by the way, where VDH was really good right now. Like, really good. VDH was in like a very healthy spot for keys. You had to play it extremely well, and it's frustrating to play, but it's good. That's one of the interesting things with VDH. What is the Druid buff? Massive buff to Thrash. So the build I am currently playing this key gets a large damage buff, an extremely large damage buff. And also, it will make this build will get even tankier as well. But the main thing that people don't understand about the no Apex build is that you still rely on Ursoc shielding. It's just that your Thrash does so much more damage in this build that you get the value from it. I haven't played it in a bit, and I haven't tried to optimize it in a bit. Well, guys, kick. Oh my god, we're letting all the cast go off. This is what killed me in the 19 yesterday. So, yes. So here we go. I will show you what my damage looks like in this key. I've played it pretty well. Not perfectly, but I've played it pretty well. I'm going to show you what the damage looks like, and we'll check at the end, and we can calculate the buffs. And I don't want to do it live because I don't want it to get nerfed. I think that it's healthy for the game. It's healthy for the game because it benefits me. Here's how. Let me give you a little secret tip about this, though. Oh, Helena, thank you for the bits. Dude, okay, as of yesterday, by the way, I would like to inform you guys of a massive celebration. I have never made that much money in a single stream before, ever. But through Suddy's donation of bits, Ben Wabe's donation of bits, plus the gifted subs that I got, can I just tell you guys? Like, I just want to tell you guys, I made over $500 yesterday in one stream. Bro, that's crazy. I know that, like, normal people keep that stuff, like, tight to their chat. I'm just going to tell you because it's super exciting. Never before have I made that much in one stream. That was crazy. And, wow. Thank you for all the support. That was, and also I owe a ridiculous amount of jumping jacks now because I did set that goal yesterday. So I don't know if you guys have noticed. We're going to keep an ongoing counter because there was no way I was doing 2,330 jumping jacks yesterday. So that's just going to be an ongoing goal. Eventually, we will complete them, right? But we're just going to have to go keeping that now from each stream here, though. Yep, I'm going to have to do a lot of jumping jacks. We're going to probably do something where it's like, I'll do half jumping jacks, and then I'll do some non-jumping jacks as well. I think I'll do some, like, whatever, though. Yep, that's the one, Jimali. You can see in this key, by the way, it is not like my damage is low. My damage isn't that high, and this boss is not a good example because I have to consistently be out of range of the boss, by the way. So even when you play Apex, if you're gaming the second charge like I am, you're not caring about your damage here. Last boss will also be kind of rough because it's not actually uptime here, though. Yep, I will be very fit. It also means that if I just get my entire workout done, I think I'll do some, like, I'll change it based on the day because I have a plan for myself right now, but what I can do, actually, is if I do my workout from home, then I can stream longer because I have to go to the gym, and my gym is like a little far from me. I like my gym, but it's like basically like 30 minutes of travel time. So yeah, 2,000 jumping jacks a day. No, that's a little bit much. I'll do some squats. I'll do some other things as well. Yeah, but this is exciting for sure. So for what it is worth, we take a look at my damage right now. I'm going to finish this key with like 80k. If I was playing full Apex, I would finish this key. Whoops. People are splitting a bit too far. It's going to be a hard jump to heal, actually. Careful. Oh, no. Okay, we have reses. Our timer be a little bit tight with all that. So let's focus up a bit. Also, hey, guys. Yo. That link that just appeared in chat. OperaGX has decided to re-sponsor me. Very exciting. Very exciting. OperaGX has decided to re-sponsor. I did the sponsor for them in January, and that is a huge benefit. If you want to support for free and you do not have the funds, you should try out OperaGX. That link right there, it is completely free, and it makes me money to click on that link if you so desire. You also get to try out a really cool gaming browser. It is, in fact, still the only way I can access Wowhead in Thailand. It's a good news day. Yes, well, Vati, I honestly believe with all of my heart, I really, really do believe this, actually. I think this is cool. I want to believe that if I put out the right things in the universe, I'll get rewarded for it. Like, I'm kind of old school maybe in the sense where if I do good things and I seek to help people and I seek to be as honest as I can, things are going to work out for me. Sometimes it doesn't feel like that. Sometimes when I think I'm putting out good things into the universe, all of a sudden life just hits me with a, oh, by the way, you've lost whatever it is. Or all of a sudden life hits me with a, this or whatever. But now I was having a lot of unfortunate things happen to me pretty consistently. And then I come back and then it is actually good news. And I'm like, huh. I think I need to trust the universe a little bit more sometimes. Not in some weird hippie way, but just in like a actual straight up, like I was concerned. And then all of a sudden it's like yesterday's stream helps a massive fuck ton. And then I get the re-sponsor from OperaGX. And then I'm going to hopefully pursue even more sponsors. And it's just like, yeah, no Zalcred. No mall, no swipe. 0 mall, 0 swipe. Also basically 0 mangle. Although there's one use case for mangle. I see you're using 2 different timeless. Which one are you using? Neither. They're just up. I never figured out how to disable them. I don't actually even really look at it. But it's a good catch, Envious. I feel like 80k is good damage. I think so too. I am playing the no Apex right now. And we can see how much it will get buffed by. I am playing the no Apex, no mangle, no maul. Use cases for mangle. So it will, no. It is less damage to mangle. If you are trying to min-max your damage on this build, do not mangle. Mangle is bad. It is specifically when I need the Iron Fur. If I want more than 1 stack or 2 stacks of Iron Fur, I can mangle. That's the use case for it. It is a DPS loss to press it, even in single target. So right now, if I press mangle, I am losing damage, not gaining damage. Oh, I should have waited for a second. That lunar beam will get slightly wasted. It is called Simple Iron Fur Tracker. The Iron Fur bar is Simple Iron Fur Tracker. But remember that one of the differences about this build is the fact that I am not doing it to get more Iron Fur uptime or to turtle or anything like that, though. All rage goes to Iron Fur, but because Iron Fur doesn't do damage anymore, you don't care about your rage gen. There are so many things that I figured out about playing this early on in the season, because this is how I wanted to push on Guardian Druid. But it's again, when in my Discord this morning when we were talking about the changes, I mentioned how the Guardian Druid Discord is going to have a very hard time simming this accurately because there's still so many fundamental misunderstandings about how you're supposed to play it in the first place and all of the ways that you can min-max your damage on it. Right now, you can see that my single target damage is not low. Look at my single target. It was never that low. It was ultimately, it's like 5k less than when I play full Apex overall. Like, that's not that different. Single target is a weakness of this build, but that's because people are pressing the wrong buttons. Like, straight up, it's like, if you're pressing the wrong buttons, of course you're going to do, effectively, no damage. Whoop-de-doo, right? Like, there's a lot of misunderstandings about how to min-max for your damage. Min-maxing for your survivability is fairly well understood, but it's actually something very interesting that a lot of times when theory crafters were looking at my no Apex build, they were using the wrong globals to think about it. And so they were doing a lot less damage than me. Well, Effect Guardian, I think that no Apex will actually be more damage than Apex. And also people will realize that no Apex is tankier. There are some situations where it is not, but there are many reasons why it is tankier. Again, the APL and the way that people understand this on a theory crafting level is a little bit lacking. And because it is lacking, I don't even think Blizzard... I'm actually happy that it's lacking because Blizzard also does not realize... I've also made 2 errors, big errors in this fight that would make me do more damage. I don't think anyone realizes just how much of a buff they just gave to the no Apex build. Blizzard definitely doesn't know. Because they look at Sims, and they look at Raid, and no one uses this in Raid, and no one uses this in Sims. I don't even think there's a Sim built for this build. So when I read those changes this morning, I was like, oh no. Like, oh yes, but oh no, because I have a bad feeling that they're going to see me play it after, and a few other people are going to try playing it. And if you play it well, you're going to do an obscene amount of damage. And because you do an obscene amount of damage, I have a feeling it might get nerfed again. Like, oh man. Yeah, it's good. I have a weird feeling that they're going to revert some of the nerf if they see this. Guys, it's 80k overall, and we can take a look at the single target. That is, give or take, the same single target that I would do with no Apex. With a full Apex. Like, 40k single target is not bad. You know what I mean? Like, 40k single target is actually pretty decent. It's straight up getting nerfed next week. Do we get another caverns from it? Oh, no. We get a lot of caverns. So, you know, it does do damage. Misha. Crap, I missed it. Where can I find the build he's using? Sorry, the build is here. Here. I'll put this here. What is this? Apex? No. No Apex build. Oh, TH. TH, what's this? You show the overall. Of course. I will show you the exact breakdown. I don't gatekeep anything. Like, nothing is gatekept. I wanted to share this build for the entire time. But I don't understand the hate that I got for it, man. Like hold on, Mythic Plus routes and UI more linked in Discord here. There you go. It has been a thing for a while. And I've been wanting to share this for a while. You said no Apex. Yeah, I got it. It's okay, TH. I got it. Fixed it already. So yeah, it's just the amount of hate that I got for wanting to play this actually made it so that, to be honest with you, I don't even check the Guardian Druid disc anymore, which is kind of sad. Like, I used to talk in there a lot more. No one tried to understand a Jade Array. It was just immediately shut down. I still got a lot of messages. I went against the Hive Mind, and it's like, again, that doesn't really impact me, but what's sad is that I've had so many people message me, and they're like, yo, I asked the Guardian Druid disc about this build, and they told me that I was trolling and that I was really, really bad if I played it. And they were like, but can I play it in my +2? And I was like, absolutely. You probably should play it in your +2. Like, you know, yes, go for it. It's just crazy to me that has such a, you know, that's a thing. All right, what are we doing next? What's the next play here? It might even work in a +3. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the World of Warcraft's unwillingness to accept different points of views, you know. What about the nerf to Monk? The nerf to Monk is effectively nothing, but it's the lightest tap. It's like a few percent. It's not. They didn't actually nerf the stagger effectiveness value of high tolerance, just the cooldown. It's the very smallest nerf to Monk. It won't change anything about it. You'll feel 1 or 2% more damage. Yeah, Tuller. Try the new Master Harmony? No, because I am no longer... My Brewmaster is now just an alt. I'm back to Bear. I feel happy now. I think so, by the way, Uber. Oh, Nicholas. I don't think they're Bear nerfs. I think they're Bear buffs. So, do the math. Never saw the overall breakdown. Do the math on this. You ready? This is my overall damage breakdown. I want you to now think about the math of how much this is going to get buffed. Because you will notice, basically no maul, no swipe, no mangle. You can do the math now. And then I want you to think about how much damage this would be overall. I think it's like 3% armor, so somebody told me, Bimbo. So my damage will more, it won't double. 80k is a serious loss, and so you could pull 100. So here's the thing. I have played, and I have last week, literally yesterday, I did 120 in a 19, although we failed. I was 130, I was at 135k, Misha. But Misha, what's really interesting is just, yes, I could do that much damage. Although, let me ask you a question, Misha. If I was playing the full Apex, how much would I do single target? Somebody pick. What are we doing? What are you spending rage on? Just Iron for, yeah. Archers have been buffed if you're playing no Apex, yeah. What's up, Static? You also got buffed. How do you feel about the Warrior buff, Static? I don't even know if you're playing Warrior this season. We could do 19 Caverns. We could do 18 Seat. 18 Seat real quick, though. What they just posted at Wu-Tang on the Daddy Boosting Twitter. Static just linked it. What's up? Wait. What's this? Daddy Boosting. Hold up. First of all, hi, Noxiv. But also, what? What is this? I'm opening Twitter on my computer. This is scary, though. Squishes. Wait. What? Wait. First of all, what the fuck? Wait. Wait. First of all, where did they even find this photo of me? Bro, what is this? What does this mean? Noxiv, what does this mean? First of all, what is a daddy boosting Twitter? Second of all, what is going on? What is Team Daddy? Well, Noxiv, I don't know if Walks told you, but Walks sent me a message. Walks had sent me a message a little bit though. Like a week ago. And I was actually very down for that. I don't know if Walks told you he did that, but I'm a daddy. Do you want to be a daddy? Bro, I've been trying for a while, but unfortunately I got a vasectomy like years ago, so it's not working. This is like a Lecherous magazine for WoW players. So just Noxiv. I know that Squish tried it once, and clearly the no Apex was less, but I just want you to do the math on the build that I really like is going to be extremely good next week. But I would be super down. I was upset about playing off meta for a while. And I just made the decision last night, actually, that I was just like, bro, I just want to have a good season. My life is just so stressful right now, man. I just want to play WoW for fun. Like, I wouldn't mind pushing a bit, but goddamn, like this season, the 94% representation for Brew, I was like, I guess I could play Brew, and it is like a different world. And I realized last night, I was like, wait a second, no, I don't give a shit. I just want to play my favorite bear. Like, I love bear. I want to play bear. That's what I'd like to do. All right, 18 Seat, I think we're going Cavern, I think. Okay, 19 Cavern, let's do it. We play this, though, for a couple hours today on this stream. It will, I'm telling you right now, no one gave it a shot, truly, Bell. It is going to do more damage than Apex. Next week, it will. Because if you take a look at this last key I just did, if you do the math, 100% on the bleed damage of Thrash is a lot. Not most of this is the bleed, not the direct damage. But it is effectively going to be something like a 40% DPS increase. And 40% on top of this is a lot. It's not double damage. No, it doesn't double your overall damage. The no Apex build will be straight up better, or at least equal to Apex. But the thing about no Apex, imagine the irony of no Apex becoming the meta now. That would be so funny. You're absolutely right. So here's the thing. I like it because it lets me chill. And a lot of people enjoy it because it lets them chill. I don't think that's bad, though. I seriously think that there's nothing wrong with there being a simple spec in WoW. There's so much to min-max about gaming. Noxiv, if I was to do a key with you guys, I would have to learn so much. I would have to learn a ton, and it wouldn't be my rotation that I have to learn. I've been playing Guardian for a long time. It's not that, but I have to learn how to sequence, how to chain, how to pace, how to route. I have to learn how to make that pull work because you guys are used to doing it in a 20. And if I was to do a key with you guys, my brain would be operating at like 100%, trying to think, okay, well, I got to learn, I got to adapt. I have to say, okay, well, how can I make this work, or how could I do this there? And it's like, that would be very exciting because I like learning. But I think that that's the fun part of doing keys way more, by the way. Like, personally speaking, I prefer that version of learning and enjoying the game that way than I have to do very specifically. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Does that make sense, though? Like, that part of learning is exciting rather than if I miss a single global, I'm dead. Because I'm playing the Apex build, and I decided to hit Raze instead of Frenzied Regen. Like, that part is not that fun for me. So, even if this build is straightforward and simple, I don't think that's bad. I actually think that in general, that is a good feeling. It's nice to have a simple playstyle that you can game with, you know? Let me blow my nose. If a spec is rotationally simple, then I feel as though you get to actually focus on the things that matter, like those points of learning, and I think that that's super enjoyable. That is, who is daddy? What is daddy boosting, anyways? Though, best somebody who made this. What is this? I'm still so confused about what this page even is. Why? What is this? Well, why is there a website for it too? Okay, let's not be linking a bunch of daddy boosting things, huh? Let's just make sure. Is this? Oh, you guys made a real thing? Who's your daddy? What is this shit? It's real? It looks real. Why does it look real? Why does it look real? But why does it look real? You know what? It's 100% real. Sorry, I'm just laughing at this. All right. Does reinvigoration increase the healing of frenzied regen? So it actually consumes Dream of Cenarius to do that, though, by the way. If you are playing reinvigoration, every time you cast frenzied regen on yourself, you will also consume the Dream of Cenarius proc. So this will give you more self-healing. And you get the benefit of Forest Walk whenever you do it. All right, we're doing my normal bear route. Let's do it. Yes, indeed it will. I'll play no Apex for this 19. Here we go. Not Resil. Arson key? Or my key? Here, we'll go this. We'll go bam. And weapon oil. Let's do it. I got to use my Mythic Crest to upgrade these shoulders, too, in a second. I haven't spent any Warriors, so we'll wait to spend them. I think Nexus is still a great option for it. If you're a fresh Guardian Druid, by the way, I actually think that there is a world where you could send it in seat if you really wanted to, or you could decide, if you're very fresh, to be honest with you, it's not a bad idea to consider Windrunner Spire if you're, like, very fresh, because Windrunner Spire will give you a weapon. And although the weapon is kind of, like, off stats, technically speaking, it would be fine because you want a mythic weapon. Mythic weapon is big value. So you would be able to use, like, that neck is fine, haste verse, and you can get shoulders, chest, waist, and legs. All of these are fine, regardless of stats. And you can get your option, make sure you're on Guardian here. Probably not a bad idea for a very fresh to do this. I would say Feather is actually the least valuable. The problem with that is I don't think that Algathar is a good option because I don't think Puzzle Box is worth playing, especially if you play no Apex. I think Puzzle Box with no Apex is less value. If you're playing this build, you want passive trinkets. Like Heart of the Wind or even Solar Flare Prism would be good because crit's actually valuable. Yep. All right, who's key? I don't know. Ready, check, let's go. Whoever puts the key in first. I guess Arson key. Arson key. Let's do that. Also, though, this build, I mean, I'm playing with like 255 ping. So if you have crafted weapon already, then I would consider something else, though. Guys say hunt. I think I'm playing double Arcana Weave. The thing with this season is because you're almost guaranteed to get full myth track, it's actually important that you have to be careful. Make sure that your embellished items are going to end up being your lowest valuable slots. So it could be, for example, boots, belt, or in particular, cloak and wrist, I think are good embellished items. Yeah. All right, here we go. Who's lead? I am not lead. Miss Weaver lead. Deco lead. Deco lead. Ba-da-da-da-da. All right, hold up 1 second. I'm gonna blow my nose. Dude, my allergies have been so bad. Can I be honest with you guys? All I want for Christmas this year is to be able to breathe through my nose. My allergies have actually been so bad, though. Do anything? Does it affect the spawn? Bro, I have no idea. Callie, that's a great question. I have zero clue. Embellishments are so low value that I can't say I know, to be honest with you, though. Yo, sorry, I missed all the YouTube comments. Thanks for all the positivity in your videos. I appreciate it. Thank you for mentioning that. I think that it is something that I would very much like to get even better at, to be honest with you, is remembering that I play this game for fun. Miss Weaver has aggro for a second, okay? It will affect my gather slightly. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, people are chaining early. So, for example, this pull, you can do it with an Apex build, but it's so much, like, it's really chill. If I'm playing no Apex, this build is, this pull right here, there's a lot of tank damage. I like my route, by the way, for this place. I've done this pull on my Brewmaster, definitely scarier, but, you know, I'll get that stop. I will spend a global on my in-cap roar. You're welcome, team. I'm a team player, what can I say? And then I'm here, and then I'll kick. But you can see that my health basically doesn't move, even though I have 6 crunch armors and like 7 berserkers in this pull. This is just an example about how no Apex is super chill, man. No Apex is just a vibe. It's like a complete vibe spec. I love it. This is a 19 Mysara Caverns, and if I play no Apex, I don't have to think about my globals. You just actually blast. You just do your thing. Like, it's actually that simple. I really, really enjoy the no Apex for that reason. Is that I don't have to be thinking like, oh, do I iron for here? Do I keep this? Do I do that? Do I? No, no, no. You just basically spend your globals. You just do your rotation, and then voila. You can still do good damage. The gather was actually messed up because we hit things a little early, and I had to stop for a second. But it's just literally chilling, man. Like, you know what I mean? Is there easy with starting off key? So you can shift out of bear. I didn't even do it here because I was a little bit too confident. Excuse me. But, when you play no Apex, you can shift out of bear and into bear right before the key starts with pre-incarn, and you can start with 1 iron fur effectively, because you'll start with 25 rage. So that's a pretty good tip, actually. So one of the things about bear right now that a lot of people don't quite have an appreciation for, holy, my allergies are so bad right now. Oh, I'm trying to breathe. Hold up. Ugh. I really don't want to send my incarn here. I want incarn for next pull. We're a little slow, so I have to send incarn here, actually. It's fine. Holy. Guys, I just want to be able to breathe through my nose for Christmas. Ugh. Next pull will be a little bit tough. I might have to alter it slightly. I can feel that our damages, we're a little bit behind on damage this key, so we're going to have to play it kind of clean. I definitely want to get Arson his 19 timed on his Affliction Warlock, though. The buffs for him are also not in right now. In between pulls, exactly. Yeah, you always start out of bear form, go into bear, but also keep in mind, remember, pacing is important, Zalcrid. So, as an example, look how far ahead I am of my team right now. And this is an important thing that people don't really consider. Is that I'm going to use Skull Bash to get to this pack, and this will help me with aggro. Now, this is a very dangerous pull for me, and I'm walking in, so I had to really try to hold my Barkskin here, because I could die here. So I'm going to go forward, and that gather right there, that's one of the secrets to threat, is that I used my movement speed abilities to secure the location of my gather. Does that make sense? Can somebody exclamation clip right now, actually? Because that's a really good tank tip. Just to see that I was willing to use that. Just exclamation clip in chat, please. Thank you. I can die here. I have to be careful. I have no incarn. Normally I have incarn here. Thank you. So we're going to go... I'm fine for 3, 2, 1, then Barkskin. Easy. Easy. Also, when I was playing no Apex before, that was before the scintillating and flashing Rend and Terror buffs as well, so I feel like I'm going to be Omega tanky next week. Yes, the Opera GX. I'm curious to see if you have not tried Opera GX before. It is a pretty cool sponsor, and it's very free to try it, and it makes me money if you want to click on that link. The Cocoon of Shame. That was a good cocoon, because this pull will kill me. Like, very, very fast. Like, you will giga die. I've pulled 3 bears and a bunch of berserkers on purpose here, though. It will help threat massively, even if you're playing Apex. The decision to buff Thrash was a very good choice. That was actually good tuning from Blizzard, and I'm glad that they decided to do that. That was actually smart, and it makes me happy that they decided to do that. That was a good choice, because it is going to help your threat a lot. I think that that was actually very wise from them. I just want this, nothing else. All of my cooldowns are now desequenced from where they normally are here. So if I was also going to die on this pull, I'm going to have to sequence this slightly differently because I could die. I think that I'm still going to go and pull this here because that's what my team is expecting me to do, and then I'll make it work. But very strong potential for me to die right now. I just have to be Omega aware. Less than ideal here. I'm going to defensive combat potion, not offensive, because I don't have all my damage here. So this is a situation where I'm going to be hitting Mangle because these guys, I just want to stay armor capped for this entire pull. And it is a rage loss to not hit Mangle in this. However, it is a DPS gain to not press it with this build. Yes. You will have Omega shielding with the buffs next week. Okay, so here we just rotate to an SI real fast, and then we're back to Lunar Beam. And then we're here. And then, like, a bam. And then, like, a bam. And then I probably have to hit Incarn here, because this pull is still going to live long enough that I can't hold it. 12, we're getting buffed next week. Next week, Thrash gets Omega buffed. This is super exciting, to be honest. It is. It is actually exciting to me as well. I was very happy to see it. I think that Guardian will actually feel better, not worse, next week. Because it will solve a lot of the problems that people have been feeling on their Guardian. So I think it's actually a good buff. I like how we're all just living like so many of these Juggernauts because we had a few deaths. The timer in this key is going to be much tighter, by the way. We are going to have... If I'm playing no Apex before the buffs, my damage will be less than it normally is. Although, in AoE, it is surprisingly consistent, interestingly enough. And also, I'm just casually living. I don't know if you noticed. I've been living all these pulls with D-sequence cooldowns, and I'm still just fine. For a positive for DOTC, you'll have slightly better snap threat. And also, DOTC, I don't think people understand. DOTC loses more. Oh my god, I got hit. Holy, I gotta go faster. I gotta go faster. Oh my god, that was very scary. Almost died. I had a plan. I had a plan. The plan is off because normally I have Incarn for that pull. I was slow on the gather. I second-guessed myself, and I should not have done that because I was about to die. I still am about to die. Hold up. Wait. Wait. Focus. Locked in. This is a 19. No. Tales of this build's immortality have been greatly exaggerated, but it is actually good, though. See any tuning in Wowhead? Check my Discord. It was, like, one of the more recent Wowhead posts. Massive tuning, though. Big tuning. You will find it there, I think, if you check. Okay, we're back to cooldowns. Woo! Yeah, the May 6th tuning is basically the one that's coming up. On the reset. They always announce tuning before the reset. So you'll see, like, they'll announce it now, and then they're basically going to say, coming up, we're going to have this tuning, if that makes sense. Ooh, scary. I would be so much more scared right now, though, to be honest with you, if I was playing Apex. If I desequence my cooldowns on Apex, I'm just dead. What add-on do you have? It's called Simple Iron Fur Tracker. Okay, so Druid of the Claw, part of your damage comes from Dreadful Wounds, not just from Ravage. So the thing about EC which is a little bit strange, and people definitely aren't catching this properly. EC is the thing that gets Omega nerf from this, not Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw also gets nerfed, obviously, and it will impact it heavily. But actually speaking, EC is the thing that gets more nerfed. Because if you play Raise on EC, it is actually more of your damage contribution. Your Apex windows hit hard as hell with an EC build. So Mangle didn't get nerfed and you over-prioritize Mangle. I think you'll just feel that, though. That's actually useful. I don't know. We play no Apex like a boss. I have been enjoying my no Apex. Let's see if we time this key. I mean, we've had a few deaths. There's only so much you can do to make up as a tank. But I still think that no Apex is going to feel a lot better next week in terms of my damage contribution. And although it is significantly misplayed still by many of the people who have tried playing it, it's going to be fun. It's going to be real fun for sure. I haven't switched from a try so chill though. You can't know Apex Geotree. No, you cannot. So one of the big misunderstandings right now is that Apex is not 4 talent points. You have to realize that Apex build for Guardian is 7 talent points of investment. It's a 7 talent point investment, not a 4 talent point investment. My build lets me put those 7 talent points somewhere else. And I try my best to make up for the fact that I don't have Raise or Ravage. There is, at this point in current tuning, even if I were to min-max truly, like I was to degenerately min-max my damage and play for damage, there's only so much I can do to get as close as possible. So I'm like 20, 30% behind because I have the 19 Mysara Caverns I did with my EC build. I think I had the world ranked 7th Guardian Druid parse for it. I know how to min-max that build. I know how to do the big numbers. I know how to do the big dam with the Apex build. I just don't like having to do it. It's not my playstyle preference. Let's use the rest of this room. And so it's not that I can't play it, it's that I don't like to play it. I prefer this. This is much more chill. But even if I were to min-max as hard as possible, then currently no Apex is like 30% behind. I would like to clarify, though, that I have been healing many keys recently. You guys know this, yes? I have been on my healer arc, some Resto Druid. I've timed like... I actually don't think I've done Mistweaver and Resto Druid a bunch. And I've been playing some more alts. And you want to know something very interesting? I've always will take Guardian Druids to my keys. I want to play with Guardian Druids. I like playing with Guardian Druids. What's up, Kookie? If I see a Guardian Druid apply for my key, I'm going to take them. And I've seen some Guardian Druids, and they're all normally playing the full Apex build. Many of them have died, first of all. They've gotten one-tapped in different polls, like Battle Axe pull, Algathar Academy, big famous one. Many other polls, I've just seen them die because they dropped their Iron Fur or their resources. And also, their damage looks a lot more like my no Apex damage, because you have to play the Apex extremely well in order to actually get the benefit from it. And that's one of the things that people aren't quite realizing, is that most people, when they play the full Apex build, are playing it incorrectly. And this is a much simpler way to do Guardian Druid damage. So it's actually not 30% ahead always. The fact that you sometimes use Apex evidence, no, that's the thing. Like, I just don't... I did 80k in the last key, 80k overall. And I would have done 110k overall if I played Apex. It's like I said, it's about 30%. I have done that in Windrunner Spire. And I just, yeah, like I can play Apex in this, but you'll see the amount of chillin' that I am is a lot less. I'll be working a lot harder, and I will do more damage. And that's cool. And that's fine. But it's not like I do no damage with no Apex. And it's just, again, it's a... Oh, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Heal me. Oh, he's healing me. Oh, I had no frenzied regen. Scary, scary. Thank you, Deco. Good awareness on my healer there. I hope that's okay. Where can I see the changes? I linked the post. Absolutely, yeah, but I just don't think... Sorry. What's your Iron Fur macro? My apologies. Here we go. In YouTube chat, come to the main stream if I miss your chat, because that's on the second monitor, and I have a hard time looking at it sometimes. Care Mob is... Which one? I think we're going to do a normal pull here, but I still kind of like sequencing it, to be honest, slightly differently. I've been enjoying this variety of doing this pull. it makes it so much easier for my healer, although we have big cooldowns. If we come around the side like this, I think that this is actually a better way to sequence this area. So we come around, and then I pull these targets, and then we go mini-boss here. And then in the next pull, I add the side gnarled in. So now we only have to contend with one set of circles. And I think that this, just for Mistweaver in particular, it makes this pull way more friendly. No, so basically, take a look at my overall damage currently in this key. I am running no Apex right now. You tell me, I'm at 110k. I would be at 140k or 150k. But let me ask you a question. What would a Brewmaster finish my Sara Caverns at? Give or take, I want you to just do some quick math for me. What would a Brewmaster finish this key at? What do you think? Loose numbers, what do you think? Okay, so now we got to do a big pull and I got to live. I guess this actually might be, you think 80k? I think that's about right. I've seen most Brewmasters around that number. That seems about right to me. Yeah, I'd agree. So we got to pull this one to make up percentage. If I was going to die, it would be here because this is a very Brewmaster-ish sequencing for this dungeon. Because that was my big Incarn pull before, and then I'm kind of out of Incarn here. So I'm going to use on the floor. No, I mean Brewmaster, it's pretty hard to die on Brewmaster. It's not impossible, but it's pretty hard to die. Yeah, so this one I just have to be aware. Let's put it that way. I will rotate to Mangle in this particular pull just to cap my Iron Fur. Capping Iron Fur makes a pretty big difference because these guys just do massive physical damage. I don't want to go in for that kick. I'm going to have to depend on a range kick there. Not without cooldowns. Okay, so then we just rotate here. This also allows you, if you so desire, to get the incense. You can do the incense tech if I pull like this, by the way. This is one of the other advantages to doing it this way, is that you can go light the incenses. My healer can do it while we're fighting. He just has to Ring of Peace that shade while we're not in combat with it. Okay, I might have to Incarn here. Still healthy enough, we Incarn. So yeah, if he goes and lights the incenses, and then I just finish off this pull, because I'm going to live now, yeah, he can go do them to each side. I like this version of doing it more. It's the same exact mobs, but you sequence it with this Guardian, this Gnarled in here, and if I play no Apex, it's no problem. And then right before, so we don't chain this, he goes and lights those incenses, and he's going to go do the other ones too, right? Can you get it? Oh, you just have to Ring of Peace that guy in the future. Okay, so all you have to do in the future there, Deco, it hit you, just Ring of Peace him away from you. Because out of combat, oh, you did? I think that it should work, but in the future, okay, we just got to drag him with us now. Are you a Night Elf? Are you a Night Elf? Yeah, you are. You can Shadow Meld then and get the mob during this RP. Oh, okay, he's doing the incenses. He can Shadow Meld once the mob is activated and get it while we're in combat. Did you get all of them? Did you get... You have to get all of them. I don't know. What? I guess you want to do it on the boss? All right, well, we got to go now. Our timer will be way too tight if I don't actually go right now. All right, bit of an efficiency loss because we were trying something new that we probably shouldn't have tried on a 19. You want to do the summon thing? I don't know if that is worth it because I'll be chaining that entire time, but that one I am less sure about, to be honest with you. We have to get a kick in the back. Okay, pulling this shade was definitely not on the bingo cards. Maybe you have to just para it then in Night Elf. But the main thing about that buff is that you have to get it out of combat. It's out of combat. So you have to either meld and click on it when you're actually ready to, or not though. I was lying the instant here about this tech. So there's a buff that you can get in this dungeon. It's not crazy. It lasts for about a minute. If he goes and gets it like right now, for example, I can live the next pull on my own. Go get it. He'll go get it right now and I'll start chaining. But he just has to be out of combat. So it'll just be up to me to live this on my own. That's fine. No Apex Guardian Druid, go brrr. It'll be all tank damage here as long as we don't break too many of these shields at once. And there's one caster. I'm on my own. No healer. No healer needed. 0 healer keys. Let's go. Healer's a cosmetic role anyways. If you're playing a tank that is this self-sufficient, there is 0 healer with me right now. No problemo. No one will really take damage unless the skirmishers break their shield and stuff. Okay, so that buff that he has, he's going to have a guy with him now. That guy gives the enemies a stacking damage taken increase debuff. And that is actually fairly impactful. Now, my Mistweaver can't die with the buff active, otherwise it won't have it. But if he targets the big guy, it's whoever he's targeting. So he has to target the big guy in this, and he is basically going to have a stacking damage modifier taken increase. So basically you just do more damage. Watch aggro for a second. I backed up. Cool. Yeah, that's what that tech does. Now, granted, there's a way to get it so that you can summon it on the boss with a Warlock. And then you can get it on second boss, which is probably more value, but kind of annoying. Okay, well, he shouldn't be chaining too much because this defender is still very healthy right now. And there's still that shade up there. And we're not doing very good with our kicks, so I'll go back and do this here. I want to increase the pace of our dungeon, but I cannot do it that much right now. We have to basically go here now. I'm a little dry on my own cooldowns. I'm going to take these first few bolts. Okay, should be fine. If those warriors reanimate, I'm going to be in a little bit of danger here, though. The Thrash buffs will be insane for this build. The build I am playing right now, Giga benefits from the Thrash buffs. Uh-oh. No. Please. That's sick. I've done a Fair Bear and never knew about it. It's not tied to a profession. The problem is that a lot of routes in Mysara actually skip the sides that you technically need for it, if that makes sense. Okay, so we routed this a bit strange. We're going to go back up this way now. And then I need that defender. No, I don't want the defender. No, we butt pulled it. Oh, man, so many butt pulls. I'm trying to make up time. This is not going to make up time. We have to pull this in. We don't have time right now, by the way. Like, our timer is omega fucked. Man, we've had too many butt pulls here. Anyone can activate them? Yeah, but your healer is normally the one to do them because you don't want to take time doing it. All right, the only way I'm saving this is if we pull this down right now. Yeah, we just don't have the damage. My Guardian Druid damage here feels decent, but the few deaths... The route is really fast, but I can feel the damage diff a little bit. I think that if I were to do this pull and we were to somehow make this work, which is... Nope. I've never pulled it this fast before, and it probably is a bad idea. But the few deaths cost it in that middle area. I mean, we try to do a slight bit of a routing thing, but Arson wants to play half, and the buffs aren't in yet. He's blasting. I mean, he's doing good damage, but we would have to chain very aggressively. It's not impossible to do, but it's unlikely because there are now going to be 2 defenders in here. That blast is going to go off on me. If we somehow tried to do this... No. So we butt pulled it. Where we were standing... It wasn't going to get hit, but I'm assuming that somebody either tab targeted because they thought we were going to hit it, or I'm not sure. That blast is going to go off on me. I'm dead. You don't want the defenders. Yeah, the defenders are annoying for our comp because I have to be dodging and then therefore moving out of my shaman's earthquakes as well. Technically speaking, we could live, but we don't have time. And the only reason I decided to pull this aggressively, by the way, is because I'm looking at our timer thinking to myself, uh-oh. Your thoughts of getting people to tank? How do you convince DPS not to butt pull? They should play tank. Honestly speaking, I don't know if there really is a good way. Like, I'm taking all those kicks right now. There's only one kick here, but no one is also kicking. Okay, so we would have to somehow try to do... This timer is super cooked right now. I'm trying to think about what I could do to save it. We could try to chain in here, and then you can't really pull defenders into boss, but I could go to the left and get the defenders this way. And then if we somehow killed this boss fast enough, but I think that the deaths, they're adding up. If we pulled all of this into boss, and then we were to do this, I don't think we can time it here, though. My healer doesn't need mana because he's a Mistweaver. Mana for Mistweaver is a myth. But the second area, the butt pulling that defender was a problem. That cost a massive amount of time. Because we were going to chain directly in, and then that defender ended up killing like 2 people, I think. You could try to time it, depending on how fast this boss is. Maybe it wouldn't be impossible, but it feels unlikely, let's say, to say the least. Mostly the second area, we lost like a whole ass 2 minutes. I think like the second area, we literally lost two entire minutes. Is that part of no Apex? Yeah, no Apex build is probably going to be the meta, although it probably will straight up be the Guardian Druid meta next week. It does a lot of damage. It will do a lot of damage. And once again, it's not even that the current iteration of it doesn't do damage, because the current iteration actually does a fair bit of damage as well. A misunderstood topic. Okay, so these warriors eventually will need to kick them, but we don't have to kick them here. Oh, no, we kick them anyways. Okay. So here we Feral Frenzy the boss. You can take a look at my overall damage, and this route has been really scuffed. I've been trying to be as aggressive as possible. Our percentage is good. We made up for the scuffed route, but I don't think so. I don't know why they hate me so much in there. I seriously don't understand the actual levels of vitriol I've received, Cali Rosa. I don't understand why the Guardian Druid disc doesn't like me. Like, I never once, and this is the thing, like, they put a lot of words in my mouth. Never once have I told people that they have to play it. But it was always viable. Every single person who tried no Apex, like, almost every single person who was like, oh, this is so helpful, thank you so much. It's never not been viable. Is it a slight bit of a damage loss? Yeah. But, like, that's not the end of the world. And I just don't understand why I got so much hate for playing a build that I enjoy. I actually think, by the way, we might be able to save this timer. It'll be extremely tight. But if we played that last boss really well, it's possible. The no Apex build will be sad on last boss because I won't be able to time my quadruple Echo of Rays. Do. I guess so, Tuck. Like, that's what it feels like. I feel as though I was basically, like, I am indeed a heathen just for going against the dogma. Not one of us must destroy. Yeah, but it's just like, I don't know, man. Compared to Apex, remarkably similar to other tank damage. I know, that's what I was looking. I saw a 20 Nexus point with a Brewmaster. I was looking at that log yesterday to compare. And their Brewmaster did 80k DPS. And I was like, 80k? I could do that with no Apex. Like, borderline, I'd be like 75k with no Apex. I don't go there anymore either. Prot Warrior will get buffed. Prot Warrior received actually a fairly substantial damage buff as well. The Mountain thing getting buffed there is good. Okay, 6 minutes. I don't think we're timing this. I have a feeling we are not timing this right now, but it's okay. Yes, no Apex is getting Giga buff next week. You have to get to boss in like a minute. I don't think so now. I think it's cooked. The question is, do they want to complete this key? We're definitely, there's no way I could save time. You would have to try to double pull this, which is a bad idea. The only way to do it would be to try to double pull this, which is almost, I mean, it's gonna be death. You would have to somehow, we have no grips, so these casters are not gonna come in properly. I would hope that my healer has a revival planned and everyone's about to die. But if you somehow lived this pull, you would technically have time, potentially. So that's cool. If you somehow survived, but we're all about to die pretty much. Because we can't get this guy in. No one's going to help me with the positioning things here. There's no way. No, I mean, this pull is Omega Death. I guess, again, yeah, there you go. It was a Hail Mary play. Let's put it that way. The timer was cooked anyways. It's an illusion ergo. But the thing is, it is significantly tankier. You can feel it, though. That would be one way to do it, but even then, I think our timer was cooked. It's all good. Thunderblast, 30. Yeah. It's pretty good. It's a so-so buff. The heal was good. Healer was on top of it. Mistweaver be misweaving. Thunderblast is small percentage? Quite a bit, actually. It's quite a bit. Cannot complain about that. All right. I'm excited. I don't get why they have to nerf shit, just buff everyone else. If they only ever buffed, it would result in a weird meta with Blizzard tuning. I do think that they have to actually be careful about doing that. I think they have to be careful about it, though. If they had more fun with Bear, I have more fun playing this version of Bear. I like this version of Bear at the moment, though. 2 days ago, they were saying it's not tankier, and that's the line they keep throwing out, so I'm laughing if this is now the keys build. It's always been tankier, but the reason why it's tankier is not well understood. What's up, Jerome? Good morning. Good morning to you as well. All right. A Nexus 5 out of 6. I don't know where I'm dumping my cores. I think Nexus is a great point to do it, though. I think Nexus is a good option. All right. Okay. Can I bring brew fast here for 18? Can I play my brewmaster for 1 key here? I just want to bring him from 18 because he still needs it. All right, cool. Yo, by the way, there is a link right there. Can anybody confirm for me if that link works? If you see this link right here, new sponsor. It is very free to try if you would like to try it. And here it is. This right here. I will link it to the YouTubes. There. Bam. All right, I'm going to go brewmaster for 1 key. It is an Opera GX internet browser, and it's cool. Link, in fact, does work. Sweet. I think there might be a thing where if people did it before SOAP, I might not track it. I'm not sure. But it is actually a cool browser. Since they originally sponsored me the first time, to be honest with you, I have been using it ever since. I never stopped using Opera GX because it is actually, I prefer it as a browser. It's really cool. The thing is, Guardian Chair, I'm not sure to think about it. Jerome, the Apex build is getting nerfed a little bit, but you will feel better because Thrash is getting buffed. But the no Apex build is getting significantly buffed. Like very, very buffed. And which is a very nice feeling. The no Apex build is easier to play. Yeah, there's a bunch of customizations you can make with it. I haven't even bothered with that stuff. I've just been doing it kind of normal. Did I ever get that trinket made? Nope, still never found it. Oh, bro, my allergies are so bad right now. I'm dying over here. Yeah. I can't breathe through my nose. Oof. All right. Brewmaster time. That's what my brewmaster looks like because I cannot get a recraft on this trinket. I am praying. I'm just trying so hard to find a crafter who can craft this. Every time I log in, I say, hey, looking for craft. I cannot find it to save my life. On this server, there is exactly 0 people. Exactly 0 people who are using this. So, Craze, Sundering Roar is a misunderstood talent. Many people are using it incorrectly. In my no Apex build, I've been playing it forever. And it's actually quite nice. It just, you don't see it on details appear as much as it should. And the comments are mostly referring to as the Woo build. I don't even understand why no one else was willing to try it. I actually just fundamentally just don't understand. It's a good build. What's up, Teorian? It's a good build, man. It always has been. All right, let me do 1 Brewmaster key real quick because this is a big upgrade for me. All right, my Sara Cavern's 18. We go back to Bear after. What is the trinket you want to recraft? What is it doing? It's the Dark Moon Fair. Wait, no. Do you have it? I will tip so much gold for this trinket. It's unbelievable. No, it's the Dark Moon Fair trinket. The Dark Moon Deck Void because I crafted it for Mistweaver. Can you do rank 5? I will tip so much gold for this, though. I will literally tip so much gold if he can do it. I've been trying to find a crafter for this for a long-ass time. All right, let me just see if I can go get this, and then we're going to do the key real fast. It's impossible. I public ordered it like 4 times, and I've been asking for like 8 days to find this trinket craft. But no one ever does it. No one has it because it's such a rare trinket that no one has ever crafted. But it's actually kind of good. I did it sort of because I thought my monk was going to be just a fun troll thing this season, but it's kind of cool. It's the Dark Moon Dominion Void trinket. Is it actually good? Probably not. But is it kind of fun to do something different? Absolutely. 10,000 gold. Here we go. If he can do it rank 5. Wait, what? Cordrillis. What? That player does not exist. What do you mean? He's right here. I'm looking at him. Wait. Cordrillis. What tune? What tune? I'll send it right now if he can do it. Send it over. This one? Wait, it says doesn't exist. Why does this say not exist? Hold on, wait. I can't find him. Am I spelling it wrong? Is the thing spelling it wrong? I found a crafter finally. Look at it though. You can't do cross server orders. Isn't this the same server though? Is there a thing? Is there an accent? Cordrillis? Let me type it manually. Wouldn't he not be able to tell me if it was, if I ask in trade chat, Lightbringer, that player does not exist. I can't see if he has an accent on his name. Why can't you do cross-server orders? That's actually stupid, by the way. I wish you could do cross-server orders. But if I ask in trade chat and he responds, he should be on, this should be like a connected server. It's not the server I'm on right now. Right-click. Okay, shift, like, what is it? Shift right-click? Okay, shift right-click, copy-paste. You can only do cross-servers in the same server cluster? Am I not in the same server cluster? Hi, Clappy. Wait a second. Is Lightbringer not the same server cluster? Is Lightbringer not the same cluster? What are you on? Dude, my monk is on a realm that no one has ever heard of, though. See, they changed to bear. Am I late? Oh, that's lame as fuck. How did we see the same trade chat then? How did we see same trade chat? All right, it's okay. Do you have a link to the No Apex Guardian Druid? Mate of mine wants to try it. Yeah, absolutely. It's in Discord. All right, let's go do a key then. All good. Links are here. If you want the builds, here it is. If you guys are in the same guild, no one in my guild has it. I thought it would be the same server cluster if we can see the same trade chat. No, I'm not group lead. It's okay. Do you know any easy healer to try learning? Actually, Resto Shaman or Mistweaver, believe it or not. Mistweaver is a good one. No joke. Mind if I ask about a specific talent build? Yeah, of course. You can ask me any questions about the build. I'm happy to talk about it. All right, let's go Brewmaster. Sorry, Cordelis. I thought we would be on the same thing. Go Mistweaver. I mean, I like Mistweaver right now. Mistweaver is such a weird vibe healer at the moment, though. What's up, River? When and how do I use Sundering Roar? Okay, so many people think Sundering Roar is just an aggro pickup. Never, ever cast Sundering Roar below 5 stacks. There you go. Druid Discord says the Woo was right. Did they really? I don't even want to check. I don't want to get involved in drama. Symbiotic relationship. Symbiotic, if you are playing it, is fun. But you don't have to play Symbiotic. I've dropped it ultimately in most of the keys, although it's a nice pickup. There's not a lot of talents down there that you have to take, and there's like 1 or 2 flex points. I ultimately decide that movement speed is a little bit more value for me, but it's fine. A few months playing the expansion, first time, it takes so long to level. Yeah, when the expansion originally came out, it was a massive drama thing that it was so long to level, though. But I'm at work. Yeah, you can't cross-server it. It's okay. No problem. I'll have to find another crafter later. Yeah, I use bear speed, range on spell. Range on spells is not as impactful as you think it is. Astral influence for bear, Dr. Daedalus, just so you know, only affects Moonfire. It does not affect Thrash or anything else. Only Moonfire, though. You could go improve Stampeding Roar as another option. They're very, very similar. Either one of them work just fine. Either one works absolutely fine. All right, ready. Let's go. So I think that my Brewmaster, maybe I will keep crafting for Mistweaver. I've made so many random decisions on this tank at this point. It's so weird. To use the Void Kiss fish rolls on bear are different. I use whatever food on the auction house is the cheapest. Or a feast. All right, so I'm going to pull this like a Guardian Druid, and let's see if it works, okay? I'm going to wait. So you wait for these for a second. I need to mess up that statue a little bit. Okay, so you go forward. Tiger's Lust myself. I'm going to do the same pull on Brew, and I'm going to see if it works, okay? Yo, what's up, Bri? Hello. Are you excited for buffs? I might die on this. This is a Guardian Druid pull. I don't even know if my Brewmaster will be able to do this successfully. Let's find out. What's up, Bri? There's a world where I get one-tapped, although technically speaking, anything my Guardian Druid, my Brewmaster can do better, quote-unquote. However, This might be the exception to that. There's absolutely a world where this doesn't work. Of course it works just fine. Of course this pull works just fine. I know you do. To be fair, I've been upset about the tank balance, Brybear. Not that, of course, you can't play Guardian. And I've been kind of lazy with the IO push recently. The truth is, though, I don't know how I feel about the fact that I have to work so hard. And my question for you is, have you ever actually played... Oh, we never even kicked the caster. LOL. I was wondering where the caster was that whole pull. Have you played Brewmaster yet this season? That would be my question, Brybear. Do you ever play other tanks? I don't know if you do or do not. I know you're a bear player, but I don't know if you've played like all 6 other tanks before. I have not. That guy is okay. So Brewmaster is how Bear felt with Thorns of Iron in the War Within. It feels identical to that, in my opinion, because your rotation is so fluid and it's also entirely forgiving. Like if you're like, whoops, I hit a Thrash instead of a Mangle, no problem. Whoops, I hit this instead of that, no problem. Whoops, you hit this instead, you're fine. Literally can't die. Even if you played incorrectly. Whoops, I forgot my combo here, no problem. It's actually just like that. That's just how it is. Brewmaster is a vibe tank right now. And I miss that for my Guardian. Because that's how Guardian has always felt to me. Guardian is the vibe tank. Like, I never really liked Druid of the Claw playstyle because you have to focus a little bit more. You have to think, okay, so my Dreadful Wounds is going to have a 2-second gap. What am I going to do? I'm going to make a plan. Okay, so here I can greed my damage a little bit. And that's not even just by pressing Ravage or anything like that, by the way. I'm going to greed my damage, for example, by saying, instead of pressing Frenzied Regen here, what I want to do is I want to see if I can live this. I'm going to calculate that I'll be fine. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I want to go Mangle here because I can generate some rage, and that means that I can get a little bit more Incarn CDR, and I could do a little bit of this. Or it's like, you're just kind of making decisions very actively when you're playing the current iteration of Guardian Druid. But that isn't what I play Guardian Druid for, because I've played all 6 tanks, for what it's worth. And although I love Bear, I haven't been so committed to Bear that I've never played my other tanks. What's different for me this season about Bear in particular is the fact that it's not my vibe tank anymore. It actually feels like I have to be working as if I was playing a Blood ZK. But very specifically, I choose not to play Blood ZK because it's not my thing. Because I don't want to have to work that hard. I just want to vibe. And for me, Druid of the Claw does not give me that feeling. What's up, Muzz? And I think that one thing that I haven't been a huge fan of, though, is recently, Guardian Druids, I know that a lot of people were very happy, actually, about the changes going into Midnight. But I actually think that that was a smaller representation of the community than was given credit for. Because I think that a lot of people like Guardian Druid because it's such a vibe tank. And when it became not vibe-ish, when it became actually like very punishing to play, it made me wonder a little bit if people would enjoy it just as much. And I'm not convinced that the answer is actually yes. Okay, hold up. We're going to take this first bleed and then I'm going to dwarf because I can do that. I'm going to need to kite this out slightly. Oh, I just dodge it. Never mind. Don't even have to dwarf it. And so I think that the general population of Guardian Druids just don't want to die. I get that. So I also have to take myself out of the equation a little bit and realize, like, I do play the game at a competitive enough level where my takes are not representative of the general community. And I think that that's actually an important thing that people don't do enough. How are Guardian Druids at higher levels? They're a very, very, very good tank, but they are not that forgiving as key levels get properly high. The higher the key levels get right now, they're less forgiving than they've ever been. So if you make a mistake, you are going to die. You have to make that decision if you want that experience or not. But if you make a mistake in your rotation, and you just missed a global, you will giga die. And when I say giga die, I mean like you are gone, deleted from existence on half the polls right now. Yes, it feels like I am playing, for what it is worth, it feels very much like I'm playing a Blood DK. And I don't like that feeling. It's not my thing. I play bear to vibe. I want to be able to have conversations with people, etc. Though, I think it's better than brew because it lets you play. So damage-wise, contribution-wise, off-healing-wise, group buff-wise, absolutely Bear. But I would highly encourage you to try Brewmaster because you would understand why everybody's playing it. You physically, and I mean physically, basically imagine this. Imagine that you had Incarn up 100% of the time on Guardian, but you didn't do as much damage. Okay, so let's say your damage contribution was much lower, but just give or take, okay? You imagine that you had Incarn up 100% uptime, and then the only thing you had to rotate was Bark Skin. And you had survival instincts, I guess. That's what it feels like. I'm not even kidding, by the way. That's exactly what Brewmaster feels like. Like, I'm not saying you can't die, because there are pulls this season where you'll die through Incarn. But it basically feels like that. Like, the difference is not anywhere remotely close. I'm sorry. I was loose on the aggro there. I was distracted. The difference is, and also aggro, if you just connect with a single button, any button for Brewmaster, you're fine. But I butt pulled that and I was lazy with my statue. Like, it's like having a permanent Incarn. You just do less damage. And for some people, that's fine. And for other people, it's not. It's just, that's how Brewmaster is right now. That my team tells me brew. Oh, yeah. Like, the most infamous one is the Battle Axe pull. That thing claps. And in particular, I don't know if you play Gnomes build or not without natural resilience, but the way that I live on my Guardian Druid is that I have to have Frenzied Regen up on that pull. Because on 19 Algathar Academy, in R19 that we did, I did the Veximus pull, but I spent a global on Raise instead of Frenzied Regen, and congratulations, I died. I died through Barkskin and Lunar with 2 stacks of Iron Fur because I just missed a global. And it was at my Incarn had expired. I had no rotational downtime. I had Lunar Beam and Barkskin up, and I died because I didn't press Frenzied Regen because I let Frenzied Regen fall off myself, so I didn't have Natural Resilience shielding, and I died. Should have just kited. In the future, should have just kited. That would have been a better choice there. But it was the first 19, and I was just like, well, you know, alrighty then. It's normally enough. It was enough on 18, but it wasn't enough on 19. My Brewmaster, and you know that pull, like you have to game pretty hard. Like you're at least, your neural activation is there, right? Like if you're playing that pull, even if you're confident in it, you're activated. Your brain is not relaxed on the Battle Axe pull of Algathar Academy. You want to know what my Brewmaster does? Which one? I got added out of my Gord. Sorry, which one? What do you mean? Oh, ads? Oh, I'm sorry. There's ads up right now. Yeah. So that Battle Axe pull. Exactly. Okay, there you go. So you're, yeah. That pull will kill bear. Would you like to? And so you have to be gaming. You just have to be global for global, near perfect as key levels get higher on that Algathar Academy pull with the Battle Axes. You have to be extremely hyper aware of everything that's going on. And if you do miss basically a single global there, you're dead, even through Incarn and cooldowns. I was saying, Bri, that I had died through Bark and Lunar before. Now, my Brewmaster walks into the same pull, and I hit 1, 2, and then if I need to heal myself, it's an off the GCD 3. And then sometimes I hit 4. That's it. You just go keg fire, keg fire, keg fire, keg fire, purifying brew if drop low. That's it. That's the thing. Yep. I have never died on pull there because I have a very strong plan for aggro on that pull. Like, I know what I'm doing as I open. But the second that my Incarn expires, if I drop Frenzied Regen even for 0.5 seconds, I'm dead. The only way I live that is through keeping Natural Resilience on myself. And I'm like, okay. But, holy. Yeah, I don't play the... That would be like a nice little padding for that. But my Brewmaster, just to clarify with you, Brybear, because I know you don't play Brew, allow me to explain this. Are you ready? Here's what my Brewmaster has to do. That's crazy. I mean, for how I play, I hit way more Frenzied Regens than a lot of people do. I do know that about myself. I just like to not ever be low health. It's an interesting build for sure, but I don't like Druid of the Claw, and it won't work with EC. But the point is, Bri, my brewmaster walks in and effectively just takes no damage. Like, it's a staggering difference. It is a ridiculously staggering difference, man. Oh, wait, I got frozen. It's insane just how different it actually is. Oh, I got frozen again. I'm so bad. I have cables. Yeah, it's basically exactly like that. The demand for globals is simply not there. Do I B-res here, or do we just kill? Probably just kill. Yep. I feel like Prot Warrior feels good. Prot Warrior feels good until a very specific key level. There's a key level where Prot Warrior does not feel good, unfortunately. Because your Ignore Pain will just get eaten through so fast, there's nothing you can do about it, though. What would you say? So, Prot Warrior feels good on lower keys. When you get to higher keys, Prot Warrior has fundamental problems. Staggering damage differential, that was an intentional pun. It would have been even better if it wasn't, but it was. Just join, so no Apex is easy. I genuinely think, by the way. I actually think that... Have you seen logs, by the way, Brybear? Not from what the Guardian Druid Discord says, because they've been wrong. I've shared logs on beta testing. I love beta testing. I played Guardian on beta for like 3 months in all these dungeons. I tried out dozens of different builds, and I figured out that my no Apex worked really well on beta. That was actually before, unfortunately, that was before the first Moonfire nerf came in. So it was better right before that happened. And then right now, it is definitely behind in damage. I've also played Apex, and I have some good logs of that. But have you ever actually tested the no Apex build, Brybear? I don't like super EC. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. And no Apex will not work without EC. Okay. So currently, the Discord never wanted to engage with me, and it's no Apex is, if you have tried it, Nalo, anybody here that's listening, when you tried the no Apex build for the first time, how did you feel with it? Just in general, because it's like when they sim it, they're using the wrong APL. I felt amazing. Okay. So when you actually play it, by the way, the reason that it is tankier is not something that will appear on sims. And I can explain it to you right now, Brybear. But the Discord has never... I've offered the logs and I've offered the points, but it has never really... They never actually wanted to engage with me. And I eventually just stopped talking in there. Honestly, to be honest with you, I was genuinely upset with how they handled all of this, because it's like, it's a build that will genuinely help people. Like, it will make a massive difference in most people's gameplay. And it's going to make people, it's going to allow new tanks to feel so much more comfortable. It is a little less damage, but it's not anywhere near as much of a damage loss as people were making it out to be. That's one of the things where people were like, it's a 50% damage loss. I'm like, I will show you logs where it's not. I played it earlier in Windrunner Spire. I had 80k overall, and on the last boss, I did 40k single target. That's not bad. It's 30% behind, because if I play Apex in that dungeon, I'm going to end with 110k overall, but my single target will be similar, be like 45k, maybe 50k, or whatever it is. But it's like not that different, okay? Yeah. My point is, Brybear, if you're still here, I want to offer a little bit of a knowledge thing about this. Because if you've heard about the build, Brybear, I know you talk in the Discord. I stopped talking in there. It was so upset to me. Okay, try that. Can you get the incense there? Okay, so you have to drop combat. If you drop combat, it should work. I just, out of curiosity, if you were to try to shadow meld and get the thing, does that work? I have no healer with me, but it should be fine. Although brew does depend on external healing, you should be pretty independent for a little bit at least. Okay, got it? Nice, okay, perfect. I don't even know if it's really worth it, but it's kind of cool that there is a buff in this dungeon that sort of is at least interesting, right? Watch that thing that just came in. You haven't tried it because I really don't feel like, yeah, that's absolutely fine. For sure. You don't have to play. It was never something that you had to play. But I don't like that the dogma of class discords oftentimes prevents people from actually seeing how to help others. And I'm a big believer that WoW should be accessible and that people should enjoy the game. Like, I'm a huge believer in the fact that if you're playing World of Warcraft, you should have a good time. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to play in a playstyle that fits you. It's an MMORPG. World of Warcraft is not League of Legends. You actually, believe it or not, don't have to play 100% optimally all the time if it's not how you want to play. It's a choice. And I wish that that was more understood. But for some reason, World of Warcraft players get into this absolute frenzy about the fact that if you're 1% behind, it's like crafting embellishments. You can actually just craft whatever you want. I'm playing with this one because I thought it was funny. It's probably a loss, but I made it because I was like, this character is not going to be a main. I just wanted to try it. Dark Moon Deck Dominion Void. It's probably like 0.2% behind or whatever it is. It's fine. So basically, class discords, they exist to help people. But one of the issues with them is that they catch themselves into an unintentional trap. And the unintentional trap with class discords is the fact that the only way they can tell you what's going to be good or not good, by the way, is by determining this through sims before the season actually starts. The problem with sims, especially for tanks and healers, is that it cannot account for practical, real world situations. Now, they have to use something because everyone goes in there and says, hey, what do I need to do? And so they have to have an answer. That's the one thing about this. I don't want to pretend like they're in the wrong. They're not in the wrong for trying to come up with an answer because everyone is asking them. So people, if they said, well, guys, there's actually context here, and, you know, realistically, you could try this or you could try this, people won't be satisfied with that answer. And so the community is the thing that actually drives class discords to become so dogmatic. That's why I have to be careful and not just flame the discords, because it's not actually on them, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean by that? There's a big thing to understand that we ask them to become the way that they are. But the problem is that it is very much a hive mind. And the second that that best optimal sim is decided, you simply cannot go against it. And Puzzle Box is a fantastic example this season. If played optimally, what a great trinket. But do you know how hard it is to play Puzzle Box optimally, especially in a season where Bear does struggle with aggro or can struggle with aggro? And it's like, I don't know about that because it's not that I'm going to die. They're like, well, you won't die. You don't need a dodge during that. I'm like, yeah, but 2 seconds on a gather is quite valuable for me right now. Like, every global really matters for me when I'm gathering a pack because I need to be hyper cautious about the fact that, like, especially if I'm pugging, if I'm on a team, I guess, and they know to wait. But it's like in a real world scenario, trying to cast Puzzle Box was an aggro problem. And that just isn't accounted for. And also you can die. But let's say that you were to use it suboptimally, well then all of a sudden it isn't BIS. And so that context is completely lacking and people still think that Puzzle Box is the best trinket. And yet you don't see a lot of high bears run it because it would probably, I think the thing where I would actually want to play Puzzle Box is like first pull Algathar. That would go so hard. There's like some first pulls where, man, if you could play Puzzle Box, but it's just not realistic. Because snap threat, more than anything, even if you can live, it's actually not the living is the problem. It's the practicality of how you gather is just going to be really scary. And also, it's not that much stats. Like, it's good, but it's not like it's 50% more damage. It's like a matter of a few percent. You could just play Solar Flare Prism or something. Like, you could play anything. Or Heart of the Wind, and it's like, I think that people over-obsess about this perfect sim-based behavior, and it gets them into trouble more often than not. It's time for fun maxing? Yeah, I mean, that would be helpful. Oh, shit, I got hexed. Oh, my God. I don't even know you could cast on me, to be honest with you. I guess I was the only one in range. So we pull this into boss. We funnel this into boss here. Hold up. I'm going to roll forward, grab this. So exactly. And there's so much that you can do to optimize as a tank that is completely outside of just your secondary stats. Like Bribear, so many people, again, it's like, well, do I need 5% more crit or 5% more this? And it's like, you could, you could just swap any of my secondary stats and I would replicate the exact same result in keys, right? Like it doesn't matter. Like you could take 5% of my haste and put it into crit, I'd be fine. You could do the same thing for mastery and I'd be fine. But people are constantly looking for that sort of golden ticket of this will fix my gameplay. And class discords can't account for that because they want to have an answer. If that makes sense. So the only thing I will say is because of how I was treated in the Guardian Druid Discord, I just don't go in there anymore. I used to at least check if there was like some bugs I needed to be aware of or anything like that, but I don't even look. I don't even open it anymore. Which I think is kind of a shame. I do. I wish that it didn't happen, but I just don't go in there. I'm sure that there's going to be a big talking point now with the Apex build, with the no Apex build being buffed. I imagine that I will be talked about in there, but it's just, I don't know, man. Yeah, like the amounts, but Bribear, so the thing is, I've been making content now for a little bit. I've been streaming for a year and a half, and I really like Guardian Druid. I've been playing Guardian Druid for a very long time. And one thing, by the way, that people significantly misunderstand because of this whole no Apex drama, there was a lot of words that were put into my mouth, and I was like, I don't think you guys know me that well because I fucking love BBD. I really, I mean, BBD is one of my favorite things. I, in fact, was known to greed BBD back in certain raid tiers. Big bear damage is one of my absolute favorite things. And the no Apex build was never meant to be a turtle build. That was put into, I don't know who called it that, but it was never meant to be a turtle build. It was meant to support a playstyle, and then I optimize the fuck out of it for damage. I'll do anything I can to get more damage out of the no Apex build. Like, for example, people, when I figured out that not casting Mangle, as an example, by the way, when I realized that not casting Mangle would actually give me more damage, I was like, oh, bet. And people were like, dude, now he's not even casting Mangle. I remember this conversation in there, and I was like, oh, yeah, so let me explain why. And they're like, we don't want your explanation. It's bad. Like, why are you trying to lose all your damage? I was like, I'm doing it for damage. The reason casting Mangle would actually probably give you more survivability, but it is a DPS loss in that build to do so. And if you sim the build with filling your rotation with Mangle, you will do significantly less damage. I don't know how. Let's just, the middle is covered. My Mistweaver is going to have a very hard time here, by the way. I'll save Touch of Death for the phase. Okay, he's a little bit of an opening here. Does that make sense, though? EC just gains a lot of value because you all have a lot of plus healing talents. Crim, sorry, what was the conversation about here? I missed the context of this one. We are going to be slightly off for percentage. So I'm going to go over here and do this, though. If no Mangle, so yeah, because Rage Gen doesn't help you. You don't want to maximize your Rage Gen. You want to maximize your damage. Oh my god, it was thrown back into me. I can't believe I'm alive. Wow, that was scary. All right. Timer is fine right now, but I just want these two warriors. I can't play without natural resilience. So that's like Gnome's build. I don't know how he does it, to be honest. There's just probably way more reliance on a few other sources, like Strike for the Heart and stuff. Like natural. No, oh, okay, gotcha. It feels probably... so one of the things about Frenzied Regen is that it's a global. It does cost a global to activate Frenzied Regen. And I think that is important to think about. So globals are really important. Oh my god, it might pull. Please. No bubble. Oh, thank god. Okay. Whew. So basically, with Apex and Bribear, this is why no Apex is tankier. You guys, you want to know something crazy, Bribear? You have to take a look at my logs to actually confirm this. So first of all, do you know how much my no Apex build is getting buffed by? People aren't doing the math right because again, they're misplaying it significantly though. You lose all your damage to use Mangle but that's if you're, so no Apex also means no raise, Zalcred. You don't raise. All of your rage gets spent on Iron Fur with no Apex. Every single rage. It's not as much as 51%. My math said something like 45. I think 51 is too much. 51 is probably a lot. But I don't want them to revert it. So actually, I agree. Yeah, but the thing is, Raise is a 7 talent point investment. And at least it's always been a conversation, but no one was willing to have the conversation with me. And I don't know. I think that personally speaking, me as a human being, I'm very against dogma. Even if the dogma is correct, I still think it's important to be willing to have conversations with people who have differing opinions than you. I'm really significantly against anyone who goes, you think differently than I think, you bad. I don't like that. We have to be willing to at least engage in a conversation with people. You don't have to like them and you don't have to want to do it. But like, I really was not a fan of how this whole thing has been treated. Because there was never a conversation. Nobody actually messaged me and was like, hey, could you explain this? They were just like, oh, woo, you're a fucking bad player. And then also, the amounts of vitriol also extended. Keep in mind, there were a ton of messages, Brybear, that I have gotten. Not just I stopped talking in there, but there were many people who still did. By the way, there were many people who were like, hey, woo, I asked in the Guardian Druid Discord, and they said that I can't play no Apex and that I'm trolling and I'm a bad player if I play no Apex. Is that true? And I was like, no, you're fine. I was like, you can play it if you want. You'll do some less damage, but if you want to try it, just try it. And they were like, okay, I was really scared because I wanted to try my first +2 tomorrow, and I was just really scared I couldn't play it. And I was like, you see what just happened there? The context is so important. No one asked them, hey, by the way, what key level are you trying to do? Because most people aren't actually trying to play the game like a damn world first competitor. They're really just like, oh yeah, can I play it in my +2? I was using single button rotation and I was trying not to play single button rotation. Is it possible for me to use it? And then the Guardian Drew Discord will be like, no, you're trolling. And it's like, yes, goddamn, you will do so much better than single button rotation. You should totally play no Apex. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like that's kind of the idea behind it. And I was just like, you're not even asking these people what their goal is. And a lot of times they're just trying to get their +10s or their +2s or whatever. And it's like, yeah, this would probably make you feel a lot better. And also, Brybear, I don't know if you ever multi-class or multi-role, but when I heal Guardian Druids, I can tell you for a fact, the vast majority of them playing the full Apex build play it very poorly and do less damage than my no Apex build. I'm good. I don't need external. It's just that big hit there. I tend to assume people... So, yeah, but people want to improve at all levels, and you have to meet them where they're at. Part of helping people is understanding that if you meet them where they're at, you can actually make a difference. If you assume that everyone is trying to be like you, and you give them the advice that you want to hear, then that's not being a teacher, that's being like a dictator. That's the wrong assumption, is there are, in fact, different people with different goals. And it's important to catch those goals and say, oh, okay, well, here's what I'd recommend. Because actually treating everybody as if they were exactly the same is not a good way to do things. Fundamentally, there are different types of people. What's up, Skeezy? Yo. Did Frostmage get nerfed, Skeezy? How about you think about the changes coming? Apex will be bad. So Apex, I think it'll be like a net neutral, but then people will realize that there's almost no reason to play Apex unless, and this is a big unless actually, I will say, damage amps are going to feel way worse. Like any dungeon that has damage amps, Croft in particular, Algathar Academy, Apex will probably still feel better, borderline. And Lura in Seat of the Triumvirate also is an amazing fight for Apex, because if you hold it properly and you know how to game your Apex, man, and you can get like your 4 buffed echoes into that window, it is an incredible feeling. It is an unbelievable feeling when you can get your quadruple echo into a damage amp. It's a dopamine spike unlike any other for tanks. I will tell you that. I will say that. Any dungeon with a damage amp, your damage is flat with no Apex. Which also means, by the way, it is a lot easier to do things like brewmaster routes. Brewmaster routes depend on you being able to have more consistent defensive uptime. We have to, by the way, this is going to be a tight dungeon right now. So we got it. We just come back and kill it here. Burst DPS, and that's true. So you will lose that aspect of it because the damage is a lot more flat, which is the pros and cons of that, though. How about the boss you're doing right now? Also true. You can hold your Apex and get a quadruple echo on this fight, and you will not be able to do that with no Apex. You can still Feral Frenzy and have that, but that is correct. Do you think about the change on Tuesday, Apex Guardian? I think that no Apex, if the buff does not get reverted, no Apex will be literally and physically better. It will just do more damage, which is crazy. But Brybear, the real trick for no Apex, by the way, the actual true hack for this and why it is tankier. May I explain it? Because there's something that isn't considered. And this is the thing that is, you can't really sim this, but it's a practical thing. You want to know? Yeah, my Brewmaster. I'm using my friends to get Resil 18 real fast. What do you play instead? With no Apex? I'll show you. I'll show you the build. So 7 talent points. I'll show you. Okay, 19 Spire. We can go 19 Spire real fast. 19 Spire Redemption. Redemption? I probably play Apex. I'll play Apex there. For today if we're doing it now. Wow. We've been focused so much, by the way, Curly Bros Fitness on YouTube. I've been focused so much on the no Apex side of the Guardian Druid changes. We haven't even talked about the other tanks. Okay. Was he playing AF there? Oh, he's playing demo there. All right, we got to play like meta specs for this, though, if we're doing it. We're playing 19 Spire. Okay. Resto Druid's a lot of power healing. Yeah, actually. Resto Druid is also a weird one where it is technically meta, but it is also weirdly not actually that powerful. Also, hi, Skeezy. I don't know how Skeezy feels about the thing, though. Blow up if that's meta. I know that a lot of people, Brybear, genuinely enjoy it. I think you'll still be able to play it, but it will be a substantial nerf. I think it'll be a substantial nerf to your build, but also should be fine. And Resto Druid, and didn't hate your life? Kind of. Resto Druid is a weirdly high skill capped healer for it being kind of straightforward, but it's quite difficult. Tank damage matters. No EC won't be played. Well, Jonesy, not next week. Next week, it'll be the opposite. And also, EC, I have proven many times. I'll do it right now, Jonesy. Jonesy, what level of tank damage would I have to do in this 19 Windrunner Spire in order for you to say that EC is just as good as DOTC? Give me a give or take. Yes. They are nerfing Apex, but they are buffing base kit. Yeah, they're very, very similar. There is a slight difference in single target and prio damage, but they're almost equivalent. Like I've checked, I remember early on I checked when I was matching pace in the same item level. I was checking and me and Bullock had like the exact, like within 1k external healing required per second, and the damage was very similar and everything was pretty much the same. You're playing DOTC right now? No, Bry is playing DOTC, yeah. Some defensive buffs would be nice. Druid is getting a defensive buff next week. Because we are getting Thrash damage increased. Thrash, so my no Apex build, Brybear, first of all. This talent has always been better than people think it is. It's just that no one bothered to min-max it. It is better than people think it is, and it will still be okay. I actually think you could play it with Apex, too. Yeah, I know. It's a very strange build. No. It's actually kind of fun to play. I swear to God. I swear it's actually engaging. It's way better than you think it is. It's actually decent. I swear. DC still has a lot more damage than EC will. Next week, with full Apex, yeah. But I don't think you guys understand how much the no Apex is getting buffed. All right, I'll go regular Apex build here. This one I'll play Apex. So, in terms of the talent investment, you have to take effectively 7 talents for Apex to be played. Number 4 talents, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this, okay? 5th talent is Killing Blow, because you don't play Killing Blow with no Apex. 6, okay? 6, Moonless Night. 7th talent is Raise. All 7 of these talents can be moved into other locations, by the way, if you do not play Apex. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 talents. You have 7 free talent points that you can put elsewhere. You don't play Moonless. There's no benefit to playing Moonless. Ah, man, I wish I still had my log. I wish I had it. I was playing no Apex in both the 19 Mysara Caverns and Windrunner. I would show you the log, Brybear. It's one of those things that shouldn't work, but it does. All I can tell you is that it does better than people think it does. Whole thing from the top regarding next week changes. Yes, I can, but give me a second to go to the bathroom so I can focus and lock in a little bit. I'll play Apex for this key. Yo, what's up, Heavy Duty? It's so much prio and single target, though. What is your single target on the last boss of Windrunner Spire, Brybear? It's a fight where you don't have full uptime. Give or take, what's your single target on last boss? What's your single target right now? Let's say you have like last boss, so you're going in basically like 2 in-car and windows, like full cooldowns. You're not saving anything. I'm assuming it's going to be like, probably for you, I'm imagining like 50k, something like that. I'm going to guess it's around 50k DOTC. I haven't looked recently. With the no Apex build, the no Apex build that I was playing earlier, I had 40k on the last boss. Not bad. Is it lower? Absolutely. Next week, it'll be buffed. But this week, I just played it in this key. It was 40k single target on last boss, so not full uptime. 45k, my build was 40k. I just did it. You can check back in the log. I had 40k in the 18. I guess we killed the boss about 30 seconds after my second Feral Frenzy. So realistically, it would have been like 38, 39k. Pretty similar, yeah? No Mistweaver in that key. Oh, wait, no, that one did have a Mistweaver, my bad. Because Moonless doesn't get buffed. Because I don't press Mangle and I don't press Maul. Because I don't press those buttons. And Moonless doesn't, it only has the direct damage from Thrash. So there's 0 value in Moonless. Moonless is a 1 or 2% DPS increase. Because it doesn't, I don't press Mangle in this build. 0 Mangle. If you're trying to optimize for damage, no Mangle at all. I don't even take Soul of the Forest and no Apex. How? It's again, yeah, I don't take Soul of the Forest. You drop Mangle. No Mangle. Yep. There are so many reasons. This is the thing, Brybear. The Discord was never willing to actually engage with me and talk about the pros and cons of this build. One of the pros, yes. Guess what my lunar beam uptime is? When I play no Apex. Let me run an ad real quick. I'll be right back, and we're going to play Apex when I come back. Haha. I'll be right back real quick. I just need to go grab a quick snack and say hello to Kitty. She just got home. Bear. Yo. I'm back. Getting more of a relative buff than Apex builds. Dude, you have... So, here's the thing. Do you know... I want you to guess. No. It is a big buff to no Apex. Huge buff. So, let's just use the build from earlier. 18 Windrunner Spire. Out of curiosity, right? 18 Windrunner Spire, I did it earlier with no Apex. What percentage of my damage was Thrash? Would you like to guess, Brybear? The numbers were I did 80,000 DPS. Yeah? So I had 80k overall DPS with no Apex earlier in Windrunner Spire. Just give or take, though. I'm the number 5 EU Guardian at the moment. I think you can play it in most 19s, but I think that as you get to 20, absolutely you. I think I would agree with you, Karen. I think there's an absolute limit on where no Apex will carry you because it is less damage. I'm looking at a log where you were in the bathroom. Please show your everything's in Discord. If you want it, no problem. Join Discord. All of my builds here are linked to here, though. Yeah, of course. There are a lot of things, though, to understand. No Apex right now. We could try it. I think it depends. I think it depends on who I'm playing with, but give or take my no Apex being your top damage, it's interesting, isn't it? But look at, I mean, you tell me, Brybear, was it bad or did it work? Yeah, I think that the changes to Guardian were overall good, but the no Apex build is going to feel extremely good after the changes. Because if you do the math on how much that build would do with no Apex, it'll be almost equivalent to what I'll do right now. All right, this one I am playing Apex because it's a 19, and I want to time it. Here we go. Let's roll. So I'll have to lock in slightly. Yeah, do some napkin math, though, and you'll understand. You'll be like, wait a second. That build is getting very buffed. One of the main things that I think people make a mistake on with the no Apex build is they're fundamentally still rotationally playing it wrong in terms of min-maxing for damage. And so they're not getting as much damage as they can get out of it. And the biggest thing is, for example, no Mangle is a big one. Mangle is a straight DPS loss. But does that make sense? There isn't a very big difference, though. I also think you have to remember that comparing logs is limited. One of the reasons that comparing logs is limited, this is important, by the way. You got to understand this. It's not my key right now. This is actually pretty critical. You got to understand. Okay? You don't know the route. You have no idea how long polls lasted. You have to actually factor that in. It is a pretty massive difference. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to lock in slightly because I'm actually playing Apex. And I was playing no Apex earlier, and now I have to actually focus slightly. I'm feeling a little lightheaded already today. Please funnel in a little faster. So keep in mind that no Apex will not do the amount of damage I am now doing on this pull. And that's that, because it is super fun to blast first pulls like this, 100%. Like if you take a look at my damage here, it would have been slightly better if I had grouped it a little bit. It might have been a bit slow. Keep in mind, Brybear, that one of the things that a lot of people don't factor in as well, which is actually a pretty consequential thing, like I notice it impacting my build preference, is that I always play the game with such incredibly high ping. It is a massive factor. That caster in the back is so troll. There's no one willing to help me with it. We need a, oh no. That one caster in the back, that was tough. So I play with like 250 ping, give or take, like all the time. It's already cooked? Kind of, yeah. It already feels kind of cooked indeed. And that's okay. If we don't time it now, that is a-okay. I feel happy because I get to play my favorite build starting next week. You think that, Bri, but the thing is, a lot of times high key pushers do one thing that I would say, by the way, okay? That's what I was going to tell you, Brybear. High key pushers forget one important thing. The DPS you play with are not the DPS that I play with. An example being, I tanked a 19 Nexus with Mr. Mana Bananas yesterday. I did two 19 Nexuses. We lost both of them at the last boss. One of them, we had time, but it was really close. And I was doing about 100k overall, give or take. I have the logs from that. I was doing about 100k overall, yeah? We just didn't have time. And I was like, okay, I'm doing like crazy aggressive routing. I'm thinking to myself, like, I really need a range kick on that. Like, it's not my job to go kick that. Somebody needs to kick this. I need one kick. There is only a single kick in this pack. The difference of who you play with matters a lot, because now our entire dungeon is going to get slowed down a ton because that caster was just standing there, and I won't be able to chain until this caster is dead. There are many factors. I can play extremely well. That does not guarantee a successful run, because the DPS you play with and the DPS, like especially if they're learning, there is a huge gap. Especially because we've now backed up into these spiderlings, and then I have to get threat on them, and I still can't chain until the Restless Steward is dead. Normally, I would already be in the next pull, but I cannot until this caster is dead because it is super troll to do this, though. Yeah, but that's the thing. There is a massive diff. The reason we lost both 19 Nexuses is because we were playing with an Augmentation Evoker who didn't actually know that the Dread Flails frontaled. He breathed, and he goes, tank, I got meleeed. And I was like, you breathed into the Dread Flail frontal? So we had Dread Flails in that pull, and you breathed into it. And he goes, but I got meleeed. Like, did you lose threat? He was like, how did I steal threat as an Augmentation Evoker? I was like, he had his buff up. Like, that's what happens. Like, that's the mechanic. And he goes, oh, thank you. I got it now next time. Genuinely had no idea. That's actually more along the line of most people's. So like right now, I really just need, somebody needs to go kick that. Please. I cannot chain the dungeon. I cannot chain right now. The decisions that I have to make in keys, Brybear, are fundamentally different because I cannot advance until that steward is dead. Like we're gonna do a big pull here, but I can't do it physically until. That means I'm having to hold my incarn as well, which means I'm going to do a lot less damage, and we're all dead. Yep. I was blasting. But it doesn't matter. So the point is, right? The experience that you guys might have and the experience that I might have is very different, depending on who you're playing with. So if I do this, it doesn't matter. Like, it literally doesn't matter what the damage looks like. I'm a bit late to the party. It's a 10% armor buff for Pally. It'll be a nice little buff, Wicked Jester. I mean, it's not crazy or anything like that. I think Pally deserved a little bit more, but it's okay. So the point is, like, Brybear, I did a 19 Windrunner Spire last night, and by the end, I had 135k overall, but we missed a kick, plus this, plus that, and then a bunch of deaths, and so now I do not have 19 Windrunner Spire timed. The AUG in that key did 30k less DPS than everyone else, and so we just didn't have time. We also had like 7 deaths or whatever at Nexus Point, but that's okay, like, it happens. I just need to release myself from the expectation of saying, yeah, like, if you want to invite me to your 20 Windrunner Spire right now, Sam, I'm pretty sure we can time it. Guardian Druid's good. I think I play it pretty well. But, you know, it's just, you have to actually have things line up. You can't just, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just go in there. We just need to kick on the caster. Hello, good sir. How did Guardian Druid get buffed? So, the Apex build, their damage was evened out into Thrash a little bit, which is just going to help with caster. And then the no Apex build, Mr. Woy, got giga buffed in terms of the fact that it is going to do significantly more damage. So if you look at the Apex build, my Thrash is still pretty big because I prioritize it a bit more than other people. So my Thrash, that will be a nice little buff there, but the raises got giga nerfed. So Echo in particular gets very nerfed from this. Yeah. Just need to kick or knock. All good? Yeah. Yep. No Apex build would be tanky as fuck with the changes from next week. Agreed. Agreed. Yep. The caster in the first pull was also a problem. So anyways, there is a massive difference between the logs that I checked. And that's just a DPS thing. But it's okay. Because I would still rather, like, Brybear, so many times people will... How do I say this? I think there's an over-importance on just having IO and not an importance on playing well. They tend to go hand in hand, but they don't always go hand in hand. Right? Like, it's not always a guarantee that if you're a good player, you get IO, because there are other things you have to do for that. Wrestlers you have to reset will lose healing power. Time to reroll on Shaman. I mean, you can still play Resto Druid Tyrion. Like, you're still going to be feeling good. Next week is going to be a joke, though. So here's the thing, Karen. What is good single target for Guardian? What is good single target tank damage? Deco, do you have the log from earlier? You got log from earlier, Spire? Compared to Brew. How much damage do you think Brewmasters do? Brewmasters, in most of my keys, simply do not do that much damage. Yes, I know Big Dumpy. I do know that. Although people who are currently doing 20s, in my opinion, do not know that. But like, oh my god, they don't know that. They do comparable damage. No. Yes, single target, especially if they're playing Counter-Strike, they do fairly good damage. But let me show you out of curiosity. Send it. All good. We get with no Apex build, Thrash in particular. Let me open up a log here. Just started my Mistweaver push. Been butter so far. Yeah, I know. Mistweaver can really pull a lot, though. Yes. Well, it's that. So, like, you're comparing one pull. Let me find this here. I got you. No problem. I got you. Boss's Restless Heart. Okay. Here you go. I found this log from earlier. I will window capture it. We'll take a look at it together, okay? Here we are. Window capture. Perfect. Watch this. All right. Here is last boss. 18 Windrunner Spire from earlier today. Restless Heart, okay? Last boss. I did 39k. And you're like, okay, that's decent. You don't have full uptime on this boss, right? This is literally from today. Decent. Not bad. Single target for tank. Druid tank, 39k. Not bad, right? Would you like to see how much of this is the Echo? This is no Apex. No Apex doesn't actually do terrible single target. This is no Apex. Apex does... You think you're going to do 60k single target last boss Windrunner Spire with Apex, Karen? Without full uptime on that boss? I mean, you could do a lot, but I don't think you're doing 60k. Yes, Brybear. Because I'm trying to tell you, no one understands. Look at the uptime. That's one of the reasons that you do so much damage with no Apex. No one understands. I've been trying to tell people for the longest time you're doing 40k with Apex. Bro, I've been trying to tell you. I've been trying to tell everyone. No one wants to listen. Yes. That's what I've been trying to say. People don't realize that my Lunar Beam uptime is fucking like 50% in keys. Like, I'm literally just walking around with almost perma Lunar Beam. 55k on Heartless? That's pretty good. I've never seen 50k. I mean, I feel like I haven't seen that, though. I haven't personally seen that. I think I've done like 50k or something like that, though. Is a bleed damage. So that's, you have to, it's kind of hard to say because also the Star Surge just walked in here, though. You got 55 on Heartless. That's pretty good. 55 is good. The top log for Guardian is a 21 Spire and it's 50k there. There you go. So this build next week will get buffed here and I'll do 45k. Is it? I'm not saying it's the best build. I'm not saying it's like the best. I'm just saying the thought process of it's bad is not true. Does that make sense? But like, so like, yeah, you know what I mean? But so like, but you guys are approaching it from a purely optimal point of view. I'm just saying it's viable. I have never once said you have to play it. All I have tried to say is that it is viable. And there, like, I have all the logs. It's viable. This is pre-buff. This is from earlier today. I am 282 item level. I need to spend the rest of my crests this week. Haven't gotten them. I need to go farm these crests out. I need to upgrade my shoulders that I got. I'm not fully bissed out, but here we go. Play for 10 plus years. Guardian is my hard spec. I love this spec. I feel as though when I play it, I very rarely miss globals. Sometimes I do. You can see the build I just did. Like, this is what we were doing right now, though, by the way. This is the last key we were in. Like, when I play Apex, I'm a DPS, but I still don't really like playing it. What next, by the way? Happy to do whatever. Altar requires to play so much lower that it probably makes a difference for me. Exactly, and that's I would agree with you, Mr. I'm gonna try to pronounce your name. Are you ready? 11111111111112233. I agree with you. We'll take the spot. No, Tyrion. No. That I don't think so. Haste buff. Hate doesn't buff Echo. Correct. The trinkets and stat prio, by the way, will change depending on if you play no Apex. This is not something that I sim, Brybear. This is something I just know because I've been playing it a lot. And I will probably, if I hardcore go into no Apex, then I will change things. It's a funny name. Hey, Buff Barbarian. But yeah, like, the point is, I at least think that it's fun to have a conversation about things, right? Like, I just think it's cool to have these types of conversations. What I don't like is for anyone to say... But, like, what I don't want is for anyone to say, you can't do this, you're trolling. I just don't agree. I significantly disagree with that. Immense because of the changes. Guardian get buffed. So, there's... Guardian, basically, it's a relatively small nerf if you're playing a normal build. If you're playing the no Apex build, then yes, you got buffed. All right. I have a key that we could do or whatever, though. Yeah, for raid, you're going to get... That's a big thing. Why do you like EC better than Claw? Because I play with about 250 ping, so it's hard for me to appropriately respond to Ravage procs. The demand on globals is the biggest thing that I struggle with because I just have a little bit of input delay. So when I, for example, cast cat form, it doesn't immediately go cat form. There's a delay on it. So when I, for example, hit in-cap roar, it's not an instant click because I play with whatever it is, 250 world ping. And I just have to account for that delay. So with Ravage, one of the problems is that oftentimes I'll munch procs. It's easier for me to miss them or just have a very difficult time getting a flawless rotation. No, I would still probably play EC because I just don't like RNG tanking whatsoever. I don't like having to respond to procs as a tank, but even, yeah, it would be easier for me. I dream of what it would be like to play with like 20 MS. That'd be crazy. I don't find tanking fun. Just level the rest, though, which got nerfed. If you start a healer today and wanted to go meta, I'd probably go Shaman or Mistweaver. But Mistweaver requires people to actually want to play with you. Although Mistweaver is actually good. Yeah. Can do my 19 Cavern or what we got. Yeah, no, you could play easy. At the highest end, both are fine. How come Shaman over Druid? Resto Druid is a weird thing. It's technically very powerful, but the skill ceiling of that spec is actually very high. As in, you will probably notice that if you play with Resto Druid, oftentimes people die. Because it's not easy to play that thing very well. So they either do no damage, or whatever. Oh, there's a Resto Shaman right there. But, alright. So, what do we want to do? Or 18 seat real fast? Mistweaver can actually, by the way, just blast. Mistweaver is so good right now. It's very straightforward. It's hard to fail on Mistweaver. Yep. It's okay. Next week I get buffed. Yep. Yes. Yep. Where's my clip about this? Brybear, one of the things, again, I don't know why I got such a reputation in the Guardian Druid disc recently, just because I was wanting to play no Apex. I do everything in my power to get as much damage out of no Apex as possible. I am a greedy son of a bitch. Like, I am actually, like, very much into doing big tank damage. Like, I really enjoy it, okay? Like, I am interested, okay? But, but I also play while I'm chatting with people and hanging out and stuff, though, and I just want to be able to enjoy the game. So I have different priorities than a lot of other people. But, like, for example, last night I was playing with Boggy, the Ret Paladin, and his friends. We did a 19 Windrunner Spire, and one of them was trying Ellie Shami. His damage was a little lower, and we had, like, several deaths to, like, puddles and whatnot, so we probably weren't going to time. We wiped right before the third boss. And but just that key, I was playing extremely well. That last key we were just doing, thought I was playing pretty well. For the fact that we had to wait for those casters to come in, you can see my damage here. I think I'm playing Guardian fairly well. Would you say so, Brybear? In that last key, did I miss a global? Like, did you notice anything that I could do? No, single target, Mistweaver has to game. Yeah. Well, mindset if you're not playing optimally and did the world play become synonymous, you didn't die? I mean, like, not only did I not die, I'm pretty sure I missed, like, I maybe missed, like, 2 globals in that entire key. I'm doing good damage, and I would continue to do good damage. But there's a world, Brybear, where I simply never time a 19 Windrunner Spire. And that's okay with me. Wait, gifted subs. What this? What this? Check the cash. Wait, 20 gifted subs. Holy. Wait, what did I do to deserve 20 gifted subs? Thank you, Check. Much appreciated. Thank you. That's a big 20 gifted subs right there. Hi, Check. Thank you, thank you. There you go. How many people caught a gifted sub just now? Damn, dude, yesterday was insane, by the way, for stream. I was just chilling here. Yeah, I'm the king, the one that didn't dodge. Damn. Shady just cheered 135 bits. Holy. Love your content. Even though off meta prop pally, your dungeon deep dives help a ton. I'm glad that they help, Check. I have a prop pally and I kind of want to maybe try to get him up a little bit. Although he has the same problem as before where you got to play so well on prop pally in order to make it work. And I'm not always a huge fan. I owe a bunch of, by the way, all right, hold on. Let me tally this up here. You'll notice that there's still a lot of jumping jacks. Yesterday, we had the record amount of bits in one stream that has ever been donated at any given point in the entirety of my history streaming. So I don't know if you've noticed this counter. I will add to the counter, bet. So that right there is an extra 20. It will take me many days in order to get through 2,350 jumping jacks. Oh my god. Holy buff barbarian. Okay. All right, there's 2,400. I will never get through this. Holy. Thank you, Aladdin. Gifted subs. Holy. What's the tankiest Guardian Druid build at the moment? Depends on how you want to play. How is Guardian Druid buffed? The Thrash direct damage was buffed. This is a level 6 hype train. Holy. Thank you, guys. Dude, seriously, though, I was, like, really stressed. And then yesterday's stream reminded me. After yesterday's stream, I will do some jumping jacks. But I will tell you this, okay? I had yesterday's stream, and it was such a fun stream, and people were supporting so much, that I was just like, wait, why am I so upset? I was like, holy fuck, bro. Why am I so upset? I actually had to take a moment, pause for a second, and realize that I was just like, why am I so upset? You know what I mean? Oh, I'm not on EU, Karen. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. If I really want to push IO, I think there are a few people I could ask. Like, I could message Sam. I don't know if he'd be willing to drop a key for me. I think he's Resil 20 now. I am not on EU. I'm on NA. I think that if I really wanted to reach out to people, I could, and I might do so because I'm interested in it, but I also just want to chill and play with my friends and try to be the best tank that I can be. I had to take a step back yesterday and realize my IO score does not actually determine whether I've had a successful season. What I would like to do, like if I don't end up on the leaderboards, I'm okay with it. I would rather run that 19 Windrunner Spire back, not time it, but get to play with people I enjoy playing with. To be honest with you, that's the truth. I would rather play with friends. I would rather help people. I would rather just try to improve my own gameplay to its absolute capacity. And if I don't end up timing the key, okay. I'll do my absolute best to make sure it's not a tank mistake, although it happens sometimes. That's all I can do. And I just think that actually letting go of the IO, I think it's a corrupting thing that's happened to World of Warcraft. I genuinely do. I think that the over-reliance on using IO as a metric for success has made WoW into a very, very, very toxic environment where optimization beats out fun. Optimization over everything else because you have to get the score. And if you don't get the score, remember, your mother will never love you. And it's like, hold up, guys. Like, you can have value as a human being even if your IO isn't at title range. I didn't know if you knew that, but if I'm the first person to tell you this, that's okay. Let me be the first person to tell you this then. Good. My mom loves me too. And my mom will love me even if I don't get title this season. And my mom will love me even if I don't get title next season. Yo, thank you for the subs, guys. Shady just subscribed as well. Thank you for the biz and the subs. And wait, Lethal Percon subscribed for 3 months. Damn. Nacho Fries with the Prime sub too. Thank you. I have to sorry, friends, I'm pushing this season. And power to you, Brybear. You should play the game however you want to. If that's how you want to do it, go for it. Play the game however it is that you genuinely enjoy playing the game. That should just be the end-all, be-all of that conversation. Do I ever do chill viewer keys? I don't do viewer keys in that traditional sense, but I have so many alts that I play that oftentimes I'll find myself in like 10 to 12 farm. So in which case I'll ask people if they want to come, but I don't have like a specific viewer key thing, no. Video on class tuning? Yeah, so I will make a video tonight. Tonight for me, it is 3:35 p.m. where I am. So after stream, I'll make a little video, and I will put out an update on what I think all of the class tuning is. There were some good ones. There were some bad ones. There were some things that are just like a little bit weird. Obviously, I'll talk about the Guardian Druid changes there. But yeah, overall, I'm glad that they decided to do it. I was worried there would be no class tuning whatsoever, and I think that that would have been really bad. But I believe I owe some jumping jacks, so let's get to them. Here we go. I do hope, one of my concerns, by the way, this is an actual concern, is the perception that Guardian Druid just got nerfed going to affect invites even further? Because it was already impossible to get invited on a Guardian Druid. It was already pretty much completely improbable that almost anyone would take me unless they know me. That was one of the main reasons. I haven't been able to sleep too well recently, Brybear, so around like midnight my time I'm on, which is kind of like prime NA gaming time, and I think I've been declined from like 99 out of 100 keys. So basically, yeah, even with your IO. Well, it looks like a nerf, but it's actually kind of a... It's actually okay, but it looks like a nerf, let's say. Oof. Oof. We gotta get to some exercise. And we're gonna get to some exercise here. Thank you, Check, for the gifted subs and all the bits and all the subs. I appreciate the support. And also, Marmaladek. Genuinely, first of all, never say sorry for dick riding. It's some people's favorite activities. And Marmaladek. What I wanted to say is this. I have noticed a lot of disturbing trends over the last 5 years. I think that a lot of it is related to WoW. A lot of it is just related to the internet. But one of the things I don't like is that people are so willing to say toxic, negative things nowadays. And I swear it's worse than it used to be. There's a certain level of anonymity and protection you get being online that you feel as though you can say anything to anyone, and not a huge fan of this because it creates a lot of just straight up degenerate things, all right? What we don't have enough of is people being unreasonably kind. What we need is people unexpectedly just saying, Shady Plays, I really like your name, by the way. And Shady goes, what? Really? Because the last 5 people who have mentioned anything about me have all said terrible things. Did you say something nice? And I'm like, yeah, why not? We don't say enough nice things anymore. People are not unintentionally kind. They're unintentionally rude. I just kind of think that taking a moment to type something kind, like you just did, hey, I normally don't say anything, but for what it's worth, your streams make my morning. Thank you for saying something. That makes me feel happy. I'm glad that my streams are a place that you can enjoy hanging out. Most of my life, people have not enjoyed spending time with me. I'm glad that I am somebody that people enjoy spending time with. Thank you, Kelly. I try my best to be. I ain't a perfect person. I do my absolute best to be the best person that I can be. But at the end, at least I say GG. It's not necessarily about, even just a simple hello can go a long way, because you just never know what people are going through, right, Check? That's the thing. Hey, Rexus, hey, Orcs. You just never know what people are going through. Ska says fox ears for a bit. All right, we're doing jumping jacks with fox ears on, huh? Okay. Here we go. I gotta find a better angle for jumping jacks, to be honest with you. If I sub, let me ask you a question. Would we accept a substitution for jumping jacks? What if I did mountain climbers? If mountain climbers are harder, right? Would you say mountain climbers are harder than something else? How many people are just so angry and rude in keys? I agree with you, Willow. I was in yesterday, interestingly enough, I was a brewmaster tanking in 18 Mysara Caverns. There was a hunter. There was a Ret Pally who was like, guys, I've never done high keys. I'm kind of a little tired, but let's go ahead and try it. We said, sure. We were in the key. We bricked it right before second boss, and the healer crashed out. Healer crashed out. Party chat just straight up was just like, tank, why did you do those pulls? You're bad, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, it's all good. All right, healer was struggling a little bit, whatever. Now, the other person left. There was a hunter, me, and the Ret Pally still in party. And the hunter actually opened party chat, and he said, hey, Ret Pally, I just want to let you know, I think you did a great job. We were absolutely blasting until that mistake. And I just thought to myself, holy shit, I like this hunter. Immediately, I was just like, I like this hunter. Most people would have just either said nothing and left, but he tried to give words of encouragement. And I immediately thought to myself, I'd like to add this hunter and play with him again. Not because the hunter was a great WoW player, but because the hunter actually thought to say and comfort the Ret Pally when the key failed, because he was actually doing really good. He didn't know some of the mechanics, so he died. But his damage was decent. He was playing Ret Pally pretty well. And I think that is just, I really, really appreciated that. I genuinely did. I thought to myself, I like this hunter immediately. You know? All right. So can we do mountain climbers? All right. I just got to figure out my room cam situation here. Let's do that. I'll try to knock out, I don't know if I can do 200 mountain climbers in a row. That seems suspicious. That seems like it might be really hard. I'll do my best, huh? It's going to be, how many mountain climbers can I do in a row? Let's see. Room cam here. Web camera. This is the first time ever I just play without the stress of being crashed out at. It's unfortunate that it exists so much. Isn't it? Oh, here it is. All right, room cam. Up like so. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's a big part of playing World of Warcraft right now is the understanding that you might get yelled at. And I think that that's a shame that has to be contended with. Yo, just got on. What's the rundown on the incoming bear stuff? Okay, right before I do some mountain climbers, I will give you the rundown of what's happening with Guardian Druid, okay? I'll make a video about it tonight as well, really going over it. 1 second. I like these, the fitness redeems are good. Okay, here we go. That's good. Should be good there. The fitness redeems are super helpful. They keep me active during stream, and if I work out here, that means I don't have to work out elsewhere. That means I don't have to go to the gym, and I can play more World of Warcraft, which is cool. And Anakin, let the hate flow through you. No, don't fight fire with fire. Fighting fire with fire is a bad idea. It doesn't help anyone. And also, Slavic, I agree with you for what it is worth. People who are truly kind, in general, have experienced genuine maliciousness. If you want to be a truly kind person, I don't feel as though you can genuinely appreciate that kindness if you haven't experienced the opposite. Because life works in both ways. There are people who put a lot of hate out into the world, and there are people who put a lot of kindness out into the world. And I think that if you don't have an understanding of both, then you'll just end up somewhere in the middle and probably default to what's around you. If people are kind around you, you'll be kind, and if people are hateful around you, you'll be hateful. But rather, what I try to be, at the very least, the best that I can do, is I try to say to myself, even if everyone is yelling at my face, I still want to say to myself, they're probably having a bad day, and give them the benefit of the doubt, as best that I can. It's hard sometimes. All right, I'm doing mountain climbers with this on. Here we go. Let's see if we can get 200 in. I'll see if I can do 200. Room cam on. Let's do it. Let's do it. There we go. There you go. That's my room, by the way. That's the room here. I'm going to tuck my shirt in so there's no spillage. All right. I haven't done mountain climbers in a long time. Can you see me? Okay. I'm counting each leg. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 60. Okay, 60. Hold on. This is going to be way harder than I thought. These actually get really hard. 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. Oh boy. Okay, oh boy. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 1, 92, 93, 94, 95. 94. Oh boy. Oh my god. Well, it's getting deceivingly tough very fast. That's 110. Okay, 110 more. Woo. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 130. 140. 150. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 180. 20 more. 20 more. 20 more. Oh, that was deceivingly difficult. That was deceivingly difficult. Oh shit, sorry, Arson. Hi, Arson. Fuck. Okay. That was good. Hi, Arson. Good night, Arson. We got buffed. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Okay. All right. Oh. Whew. Ooh. All right. I'll call it good at 200. I'm a little shaky right now. All right. Let's talk about the rundown of what's happened with Guardian. A, I should pull up the actual patch notes, but, whew, oh boy. Let me catch my breath first. In order for me to find the actual patch notes. Whew. We must first. Oh, my legs. Oh, I cast that. I feel extremely tanky. I know, cheeky. Cheeky. It shouldn't work, but it does. I know. Isn't that weird? It's one of those, it shouldn't work, but it kind of does, doesn't it? Oh. Arson, we will definitely time a key next week, okay? At this point, I feel like I lost brain cells are really nice for a threat. Correct. That's one of the reasons why threat is so much more powerful in this. That's the thing. That is exactly right, Cheeky. Lunar Beam uptime is so much higher in the no Apex build, and Lunar Beam really helps with threat. Correct. All right, we can quickly see if there are any Guardian Druid keys. I'd love to play my Guardian some more today. Or we could just run whatever. We can pug into some and play no Apex. Let's see, 19 Terrace. I don't think they'll want to take me because they probably want Brewmaster. Is carrying weight out at distance. Also true, check. A very fun thing. 19 Algathar. I would have to play Apex for this. I'll apply for things. Otherwise, it looks like everybody's a Brewmaster here. I could play Resto Druid, I suppose, if I'm just crest farming. Or I could run my own key, which I'm also fine with. Doesn't really bother me. Oof. All right. Doesn't seem like there's a ton going on here. What should we do? 18 Pit of Sauron just for fun? I kind of need to farm up some crests if we were going to do some push keys. I think I just need to do some keys. I don't really even mind whatever it is. Brybear, are you still here? Karen, are you still here? I know you guys were talking about Guardian Druid earlier, and I got distracted. All right, we can do this. I am. I'm going to play no Apex in this 18 Pit of Sauron, okay? And we'll see how it goes. Deal? That is my plan. I'm going to play no Apex here, and I will show you, I'll log the key, we can check the breakdown, and yeah, I think it'll be fun. So we'll play the no Apex build here, though. Yes, no Apex is getting Omega buffed, relatively speaking. All right, I got to pull up the things. In order for me to pull up the things, Wowhead is super banned in Thailand. This is really weird, but it's true. So Wowhead is banned in Thailand. When you try to access Wowhead, it will not let you because it will give you a "this is banned in Thailand" thing. So in order to actually access Wowhead, you need to turn on VPN. And if you are using the browser, which I am now sponsored by, Opera GX, you can do that, which is pretty cool. This is what happens, by the way, when you try to access the Wowhead. Oh, this window capture is always so off. Here. Window capture. Where is this one? Here. Let's see if I can get this window capture right. Holy. Dude, I'm so bad at stream stuff. I don't actually understand how people figure out stream stuff. Okay, this is not the right window capture. 1 second. Here we go. This one. That's the right one. There you go. So this is what happens when you try to access Wowhead in Thailand. It basically just says no. We're going to put 200 more here. We're at 565 out of 2,400 reps total of a workout. So this basically happens here. But with Opera GX, I can now activate the VPN, which means that I should be able to access Wowhead. It takes a second sometimes when you enable it and I'm streaming. But this will let me actually take a look at the article so we can pull up the Guardian Druid changes and I can have them here in the background. All right. Congratulations, Soap. We should do some keys sometime. I want to see your feral in action. I want to see your feral in action, dude. Here, let me go ahead and find the link to the article, and then we can just have it up here. Wow. I think that Guardian Druid will genuinely feel better, actually. Okay. So hopefully me enabling a VPN won't actually mess with stream. Sometimes it does. Oh, wait, did I get kicked? Oh, everyone left. Okay. Sure. I didn't actually need that key. We're just doing some keys. I wanted to show you the Apex in a key that is still fun to play. And if there's IO key, we apply for IO key, but I don't think there will be. 18 Terrace, 18 Academy, not Resil 18 Academy. So I feel a little bit awkward about testing something in a key that doesn't look to be Resil. Let's see. 8 Academy will be a key where Apex, no Apex will feel bad in Academy comparatively. Because it just feels, I mean, with Apex, you feel so good in Academy that will be a key there. Yeah. Well, there's a Guardian Druid here. Look at that. Lethalpricon 500 bits. We will add to the ever-increasing counter. Bet. I will never, ever be here. I'll never be able to complete this. We can play no Apex variety in this if we wanted to. Although I still think that it will get a little bit tighter. With the Resto Druid. I could list my own key, and we could do a Mysara Cavern 19 then. That works for me. Thank you for the bits. I will add 50 to this counter. I wonder if I will ever be able to actually get... If I will ever be able to meet this counter. I want to do more keys on your Devour. I can't handle the DPS queues. I mean, Devour is meta right now. All right, we could take these guys. And we'll need a Lust and whoever. I don't like Augs. I like people who are not Aug. Hello. I would like a Shaman or Hunter for Lust. Probably. And then whoever else is fine. If we brick the key, we brick the key. I ain't fussed. I already have this one on 19. I think, actually, for this key, I think one of Wiz best points is the key to a good key experience, including DBS, is a big friends list. It's 100% one of the best things that I could possibly teach anyone. It is actually so impactful. Shady redeems first. No one got it first today. There's a Shaman. Elemental Shaman. Time 19 Skyreach. Sure. I like a Shaman. The best Lust Bear, and in some cases, the best DPS. In some cases, but in my, yes. However, in all the logs that I've seen with Pug Augmentation Evokers, why so sad, they are like 20% less of a DPS than everyone else. It is hard to play it well, and many people don't invest the time to play it well. So if you take a random Aug from Q, and they have no idea about the nuances of the spec, they will just get carried. That's just straight up. Like, they just expect to get carried. Like, the 19 Nexus we did yesterday would have been hard chilling if we did not play with an AUG. If we just took any other Lost class, we would have timed both of those 19 Nexuses, no problem. You know? Yeah. It is tough. I'll play no Apex and 19 Cavern, Brybear. Do we want a Warlock or an Unholy DK? I played with this guy yesterday. Oh, we'll be OCE. Is that okay? We be OCE ping. Is that okay? I forgot I made group. Oh, it's telling me today that the guides and APLs are just wrong too. Wait, what did I just do? I just did a Void Assault? Wait, what? Interesting. All right. I guess we just take Unholy. That's fine. I remember this guy from yesterday. There we go. Yep. All right. Sounds good. Gotta be in the area of the Void Assault. What does this give me? Contains Feel Accolades. I got 2 Champion Dawn Crest. Nice. Big buffs. Can I come help tank 16? Oh, another day. Another day. Can I tank 20s? Honestly, Ska, I think so. Although it might be a learning experience. Like, am I good enough to tank 20s? Yes. I might have to learn some of the routes and stuff, though. Like, people might need to be willing to teach me a little bit. because I haven't done them yet. So, I mean, there are going to be some things where realistically I walk in and maybe I'll die to a pull and I'll be like, oh, okay, so I can learn how to do it next day. You know what I mean? Like, can I do it? Yes. Will it take me a few reps as a tank player? Probably. There's a few things where as a tank player, you walk in and you understand, hey, if I press these buttons, I will live on this key level. And then if the key level gets higher, sometimes that same rotation is not enough. And then I have to make a plan. I have to kite. I have to do this or whatever. Can I do it? Absolutely. But I think it would take me a few reps and maybe a willingness to teach me some routes that I might know, or some tech that I might not know. But can I do it? Absolutely. They buff Guardian. I would call it a buff, yes. I need to pull up the actual patch notes. Let me see if they loaded here on the good old Opera GX browser. Can be a little slow while I'm streaming. All right, here we go. These are the buffs and nerfs to Guardian. Yeah. So, overall, the Apex was nerfed, but the power that they're putting into Thrash will make you feel much better about it. These are the buffs right here. Cool? See this? All right. Boom, boom, boom. This right here. So you can see here that there's basically a massive nerf to the Echo. This is actually a much bigger deal than you think it is, because if you play Apex, your Echo is a massive part of your damage. So that's huge. Plus the fact that you just have a straight 15% on Raise, Ravage, and Maul. But the direct damage to Thrash is massive ups. Big feeling up. So yeah, Skalal, if you've got some keys and you want to give my Guardian Druid a chance, I'll do my best to impress you. I think at this point in the season, I have no problem just straight asking people for Resil keys. If you've got Resil 19 or Resil 20 and you want to give me a shot, I'll do it. I'll take you up on that. Next release is like mind-blowing. They nerfed top classes. They didn't buff. I think they did a pretty good chime, though. We do some later. I think that would be great, Skalal. If you're interested and you're willing to give me a shot, I'd love to do some. I don't have my Resil 19. I think that 19s are honestly not too bad. People are just also wrong that Bear is better than Brew. My mind can't believe. So I straight up, based purely off of numbers, I agree with you, right, Bear? Based off of comfortability and consistency, I disagree with you. Because the one thing is that Bear can die. You will rip sometimes, and you will have to learn. But Brewmaster, and the reason people want to play with it is because it basically can't die. Like, you will not contribute nearly as much damage. You will not contribute nearly as much off-healing. Your group buff tends to be far less valuable. But it's a very consistent tank. Guardian has big peaks and valleys, whereas Brewmaster is just good. And I think that what most players want from a tank is just don't die. Why do you think they made this Druid change? Two big reasons. Number one, Kaylee. First and foremost, they tune based on raid. The fact that Guardian Druid is the top damage on the Bellerin Egg and the phase from Lura, because it has a damage amp and you can game your damage amp. Okay? That's why. Because they're going to look at that and be like, Guardian cannot stay this way. So that's first and foremost. I bet you if Guardian, if it didn't have those damage amps and it wasn't doing that, you probably wouldn't have seen the Guardian Druid change. Second reason, MDI is coming up. Every single team was playing a Guardian Druid. And you are going to see massively degenerate levels of damage from your Guardian Druid on MDI. That is the next big thing. And they knew it was going to happen. That was a big red herring, and everyone was going to start playing Guardian Druid because of that, even without being able to replicate the results. I think that that's the other big thing. Did I see the changes to the MDI? What do you mean? The snapping, you mean? Is it because of time trials? Probably. I think Blizzard is aware of it, at least. Time trials are public. Here. You're welcome. All right. My route, a bit different here. And a few other things. I didn't see the other things. I just saw the snapping. This is the route that I, by the way, like to do. Push key. I'm going to go big left pull. Brybear. I like my route in my Sara Caverns a lot. I really like my route here. Left, then back. But it's a big tank route. So basically, this route is I'm the only one who can die at pretty much any moment. I'll show you in a second. You'll just see the first pull and be like, what? But I cooked this on beta, and I know that other people have decided to basically play this slightly differently, but I'm still liking this way of playing. All right, let's do it. Yep. It's a fun one. Yeah, I'll play no Apex for this. And again, if we brick it, we brick it. I'm not that fussed. I already have this key. I'm just wanting... I need to actually farm out Cress. Believe it or not, I've only done one key. Like 2 keys this week. Yeah, if I was playing Apex here, I would do an incredible amount of damage, I will tell you. The damage would be absolutely insane, but otherwise it'll still be fun. All right. This key requires a certain modicum of focus. I can die. I can die. Very much. Can I pre-pot from this? Damn. There we go. Good. They are all correct. It'll be fun. So there's a bunch of little things you can do. Little Guardian Druid tech, go into bear form, out of bear form, back over here like this. And then you can go here. And then you start with a bunch of rage plus a natural resilient shield, which is nice on the first few guys here. Little bit of a slow gather. I wanted to try to change that and not press bark there, but to be honest with you, I should just bark that. Because I like barking there. It gives me a little bit more security. This is my favorite first pull of this dungeon. You pull all the bears and all of this here. And as long as that doesn't happen, I think the eagles just absolutely murdered somebody. The first pull normally works well, but I believe that they just got massively frontaled. It's actually a really good first pull because your DPS don't have to do anything. They only have to dodge those eagles. Why are they dying so much? Why are they dying so much? It's actually such an easy pull. Wait. Okay, I'll let myself die. Wait, no. It's the... GG. Let's try. I think it was the eagle that killed him. He just got... I mean, there was no defensive pressed. You got one shot. Got a defensive if you get beam. And eagles. You gotta dodge the beam or defensive the beam. It's that he did not press his one defensive on the beam. He did not press the single defensive. That's actually a really easy pull. It's just if you that pull is easier than the other first pull, by the way. So yeah. You gotta press if you get the beam on, you have to press your one defensive. All good. How do I abandon? There it is. That was just the frontal annihilating people without defensive. Frost Mage was weird. Yeah, I know. I was just lazy. I was trying to hold bark there, but it's okay. They would not have actually killed me. I was a little slow on that gather. I was trying to do something and just kind of mess it up a little bit, but it's fine. All right. I guess I'll just run back to 18 real fast. I'm just crest farming. This isn't... I'm not trying to get IO here. And also, Brybear, yes. Is this... No, I mean, the 19 is not Resil. The 18 is Resil. Is it a guaranteed hit on the target? No, it's like it targets one person, and if you get targeted, you press a defensive. And it's a frontal. There's a big arrow. That's the only thing you have to dodge. That's it. That's the literal only thing in that pull. Yeah. That's fine. Chilling. It's a guaranteed hit on the target. Yeah, so there's only one mask in the entire route, and it's the first pull. Keep in mind, very difficult to die there. Very difficult, because you have lust, cooldowns, everyone's walking in with every defensive. The mask will only get 1, maybe 2 tops. Like, pretty difficult to die. It's just that was, the DK had the frontal, he planted, and then everyone else stacked on him, and all they have to do is walk right or left. However, yeah. Can I do that pull on Prot Warrior? I've done it on my Brewmaster. I feel like Prot Warrior is pushing it a little bit. Shock and Hot. Play with a Resto Shaman. I like Mistweaver a lot. I think Mistweaver is the safest pug healer, but you just have to go right or left. You just have to dodge. Don't do that pull. Maybe they didn't expect it. No, a lot of times you can theory craft about whether a pull is doable or not. In general, I like to think from a pug perspective, how can I make this as easy as possible? The only reason that people died, I'll explain it like this. So if there is a beam on green, you just have to stand on the blue marker or on this marker. You choose. If the beam is here, you just have to stand right or stand left. Either of these work. But 3 people stood on this. That's a pretty basic mechanic. So I don't think that the route is bad. I just think that people were anti-locked in. Goose, you want to come? Is that you? Finally did it. I managed to get to 34. Nice, nice, nice. Where do you think Blood ZK is with currently tanking? I think Sam's been playing it a lot. A warrior, Claude AI, ignore server MOC. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll take a warrior to this. Why not? All right, we'll take this and a Resto Shaman for Lust, so we don't have to worry about it. Sure. We have Lust with that? Sure. All right, Goose. It doesn't bother me. This one's Brazil. I'm just actually trying to crest farm right now and play for fun. All right, let's roll. I honestly feel like the community gets better as you get higher in IO. Sort of. To be fair, the people who stood in the frontal last key had time to 20. Our first 19 Windrunner Spire, by the way, our first 19 Windrunner Spire we ever did, we lost that key because 2 of the people with the highest IO in the party got hit by, there were 3 tornado deaths on Emberdawn. Just because somebody has IO does not guarantee that they are better. It is a relative metric. Like, you would argue that in general, if you take 10 people who are 3,800 IO and 10 people who are 3,500 IO, you would argue that the people who have 3,800 are going to be better, but it doesn't guarantee that they're actually good. Yeah, and also sometimes you just make mistakes, which is totally fine. I make mistakes sometimes. Everybody makes mistakes sometimes. Very fair. Sometimes it happens. I could have gathered that first pull better. Many things. What this? What's this? The route that you were linking me, Brybear? Watch, we'll do the same route here and it'll be from. You have to be sub to do links. It prevents bots from just spamming the chat with something random. This route is BIS in my opinion. I'll show you we'll do it again here without the immediate death to first pull and see if we can find it a little bit better. Hold up. Loading it here. I gotta turn this off. What's this? Wait, this is an Algathar Academy route. Oh, yeah, this is pretty similar to what I do, except I don't like the Soul Eater in first pull. I think Soul Eater plus Headhunter in first pull, I think that's scarier. There's more damage in first pull with that pull. I like the second one. I'll show you. We'll do it again. Here we go. Go left first. It's like aggro. All right, here we go. We'll do it again. I'll show you. My cat wants to come say hello. I can hear him meowing outside. He's starved for attention right now. He said 1 sec. All right, let me go get my cat. Apex Massive Nerf? True. I'm 18th gank into a 19. I was running my key the only way. If you're playing Guardian, absolutely. Tell them to pre-defensive. No, it wasn't a defensive problem. It was they stood in a frontal. That was just they stood in a frontal problem. Cody. How's it going? Are you feeling kind of lonely? Yeah. I know. I know. You don't get any attention. You just don't get any attention. I know. I know. I know. Such is life. Woe is life. Look at the little kitty. He just doesn't get any attention. Feeling kind of lonely. My partner was out last night, so he's feeling kind of lonely right now because he's an attention whore. Yeah? He's just Are you guys ready to see the most chill cat that is ever known to mankind? Watch this. Ready? Look at him. Big stretch. Big stretch. I know. He's my little buddy. Here's my little buddy. Ooh, look at the little baby. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Where am I? Ready? If you squeeze him, he sounds like a duck. Come here, I'll give them some treats. Come on, babies. There's 2 cats in here. I can't show you the other one. Come here. There you go. Big treats. Here you go. He is basically, he's so chill. He really is, though. There you go, babies. Hi, Jirak. How's it going? I like also the fact that you could do this, though. That's okay, Brad Bear. I'll let them say whatever. I'm happy to engage, by the way, with absolutely anyone who wants to talk to me about the build. I'm happy to support with logs and data and my own experience and everything else. I welcome debate. I definitely... The last thing that I want to be is dogmatic about anything. For me, Brad Bear. And I just... The weird representation I got was as if I wouldn't talk about the build. And I was like... You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to flame them. But for some reason, they flame me. And I just don't know what I did to deserve that. Like, part of me thinks back and I'm like, did I say the wrong thing? And then I was like, no, I don't think so. Honey, you can eat some. She's sitting on them. No. You can, honey, just eat the treats. It's okay. No, stop fighting him. Don't do that. He's just waiting patiently. So basically there are 2 cats. There's him and then there's a female cat. The female cat is like a cat. I can't even show you her because if I pick her up, I will die. So you respect her space. She is currently sitting on the treats that I just dropped on the floor. Allow me to explain what's happening with these cats. So she is sitting in the center, like on top of a lot of the treats on the floor right now. And the male cat was just waiting patiently for her to move so that he could get some of the treats. And she literally swiped at him. She was like, no, but she's not moving. So she's not even eating them right now. She's just sitting there. She's like guarding it like a sphinx, like an ancient Egyptian sphinx. Honey, you're sitting on them. You move. Here. It's okay. She's like 14, so she's kind of a little bit blind now as well. But I feel so bad for him because sometimes he's just sitting there patiently and she sees him and she's like, why are you existing? And she goes, whoa! It's basically like what the Guardian Druid Discord tries to do to me. I don't know. I'm just sitting here trying to like enjoy the game and then all of a sudden they're like, why do you exist? There you go. There you go. See, you move and then he can get the treats. No, I mean, like, listen, I don't want to flame. There's a lot of great people in there. There's a ton of amazing people in class Discords. There's also a ton of people that I can't say I'm the biggest fan of in class Discords. And the truth is, I'm glad that there are communities that exist to try to help people with their keys. I think that's great. Mythic Plus can be very overwhelming, especially as a new tank player. And if there are places where people can go to learn some of the interactions that they might need to learn, I think that that's great. Like, I think that that's really good, by the way. But I do wish that if you're going to be a place that says that you're somewhere that people can feel safe learning about, then I think you also have to be aware of the fact that you have to be willing to meet people where they are. You can't, for example, just assume that everyone is going to know or want to play exactly the same way that you play. And I think that that's the hardest thing about class discords, is trying to convince people, or rather just explain to the people who are in them, that there are so many different ways to play the game. That's so important to realize. And I think that that's not well understood. You see, by the way, how easy this pull is? We literally stood in a frontal last time, but you can see that this pull is pretty easy here. It's not too bad. So you have to be willing to accept the fact that there are so many different ways to play the game, and to be honest with you, all of them are pretty valid. Like, if you just want to go collect transmogs, imagine somebody telling you, you're like, no, you have to play competitively. And they're like, no, I'm kind of just want to be like a cozy collector, right? And then somebody's like, no, you can't. You have to do Mythic Plus. And it's like, well, you don't have to do Mythic Plus. But I would say if you enjoy Mythic Plus, it's probably something that you're really going to enjoy, right? And it's like, well, that's great. But you should give people the option, not tell people that they have to do it one way or the other. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like that is what class discords tend to miss, is that they come up with a quote-unquote optimal way to play, and then you have to do this, or it's GG's. Does that make sense? In my opinion, that is detrimental to the community. That doesn't actually help anyone if they're so dogmatic that any opinion that is not theirs is immediately challenged, and not necessarily in a productive way. Like, there's a lot of room for healthy debate about talents or about this or about that. But here's one of my philosophies when it comes to World of Warcraft. If there is a talent build that is 2% less damage, but 20% easier to play, would you recommend the quote-unquote optimal build in that scenario to a new player coming to the game, or would you recommend the build that is 2% worse but far easier? I'm asking you a genuine question. What do you think? If you're listening to that question, your friend says, I would like to try the World of Warcraft, and you're like, sweet, let's go. Like, I've been waiting for this day, you know what I mean? Would you recommend that they play the advanced giga hard whatever, or would you recommend that they play maybe something that they're going to have a slightly easier time enjoying? Which do you think is going to be a better result for your friend? Because in my opinion, I think it's important to let them know that the advanced one exists, but I would also, in that scenario, greatly recommend that they attempt to play the simpler one. Because I just think they're going to have a better time with it. Like, I genuinely think that they're going to have a much better time playing the simpler one, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe my opinion is simply not correct, and I'm missing something. And I'm very open to admit that. But in my findings, if a spec is truly very complicated, people don't tend to have a good time because they won't min-max it. If there are 7 buttons that you have to sequence perfectly, but you'll do 10% more damage, the actual thing to understand is that you will do 10% more damage if you are already good at the game. But if you're a newcomer to World of Warcraft, you're going to do 30% less damage. It's the same thing as starting people with active versus passive talents. A lot of times the right idea is to play something that's a bit more passive, because that is going to make your gameplay so much far improved when you originally get started with the game, right? Would you agree with me on that? If you can play in a way that has more passive talents, you're probably going to have a much better time comparatively to the build that has to take and sequence, again, these very strong. If you mess up a single global in this sequence, then you're going to have a problem. Oh my God, honey, please don't get on my desk during this key. Honey, please, I can't see my screen. Honey, no. The female cat is on the desk. Female cat on the desk. I can't see. Okay, blindfolded key. We're good. I got this. Here we go. Thank you, honey. Hi, honey. There's no treats on this desk. Can you please get off the desk? Honey. Here's a chair. Please don't land on my computer and knock all of my cables. Okay? Here we go. Just jump on the chair, honey. There you go. I'm putting a chair. She's 14 years old, so her legs ain't quite what they used to be. They're not quite what they used to be. She's doing a good job. There you go. You got this. You jump to the... There you go. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I died because I wasn't paying attention. All right, to be fair, that I got extremely cat affixed. my cat jumped on desk. All right, honey, you got to get out of the room while I'm doing keys. Also, our damage is extremely low. Yeah, it's a Brazil key. Well, honey, you got to get off the desk. Come here, honey. Come on. Out of the room. Come on. There you go. I guess we could run it back. Man, the shaman damage is kind of good with just chain. He's just actually healing raining here, though. All right, we try it one more time. It's okay. Our damage felt pretty low there. My first meeting with World of Warcraft. It's more of a joke sect here, but I think that next week, the no Apex build that I'm playing right now might actually be the quote-unquote meta Guardian Druid build because of the recent buffs and nerfs that just came in. So very possibly next week, you'll actually see people want to play the no Apex variety of things. She loves me. I mean, she does have... That cat actually is a very affectionate cat, but she is the type of love where you respect her space and she loves you from afar. You know what I mean? She's not like a cuddle. I'm not going to... She doesn't want cuddles type of love. She's a you respect her space type of love. Also, I kind of want to order a milkshake. Doesn't that sound like a good idea? Where's my phone? Oh, my phone isn't in here. I brought it out earlier. Do I want a milkshake? I feel like I want a milkshake today. I'll do 200 more mountain climbers. I'll get a milkshake. Dude, a milkshake sounds like a great idea. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm getting a milkshake. 1 second. Today is absolutely milkshake territory. 1 second. Okay. Voila. Get the cat a milkshake too? No, she cannot have a milkshake. Shady, please just shared milkshake biddies, dude. The milkshake fund is secured. We've had the milkshake fund is secured. What's up, Haru? Haru, what are you playing this season? Out of curiosity. All right, food, milkshake. I'm getting a milkshake, Haru. Oh, it's starting to turn into... I said a milkshake. You're playing Devour? How big are the nerfs next week for you? All right, done. Okay, let's go. Easy. That's how quick it is to order a milkshake in Thailand. Open your phone, select Burger King, hit order, donezo. Easy. Easy money. Just like that. Bam. Just like that. All right, let's go. It depends. Actually, a lot of Devours, I don't understand fully what the difference is between the spec, by the way. I don't actually know. All I can tell you is that some Devours do not do that much damage. I don't actually know fully, because I didn't get to play it on beta. And since it's a new DPS, without me actually having played it, I don't actually have the qualifications to talk about it, of course. Because I haven't played it myself. But what I can tell you, and this is weird, something is strange about it, but some Devours just don't do any damage. Some do like a lot of damage, and others do extremely little damage. I do not know why. I can't say I am well versed enough in that spec to understand why or why not. Alright, so here we're gonna vortex now, and then we go chain last second of incarn. We go like this, we go like this, we go like that. And then we're tanking here. And then we're tanking here. And then because this pack is not gonna die, I'm gonna have to do some things. Boom. I know about like their chaining. I know give or take how their resources work, but I don't actually fully understand why some of the Devourers I play with just do no damage. So this pull is not dead. However, I am living it eternally. Oh, we're gonna have some deaths now. I mean, eventually I'm gonna have to kite this out, but apparently not. We just be big. We just be large Guardian Druid. Very large Guardian Druid here. Oh, okay, Goose said, okay. Okay. Fair enough. Reset the key. My dad is one of the specs that has a higher skill floor in order to deal DPS. Understood. They have a lot of builder to do damage. Rotation is simple, but it's about knowing when to use the buttons. It's just kind of like AUG. Like, AUG doesn't have a lot of buttons, but if you play with an AUG that doesn't understand the nuances of those buttons, then they will, in fact, do very little damage. Fun pull to retry a few times. Yeah, I like that pull. It's a good pull. Then you could see I was giga living. I was giga living. Huge live, Lord. Huge live. Big live, big live. Super Tate. Okay. I do not understand this difference, but fair enough. Devour is as simple as the melee DPS spec, easy to pick up and not easy to play optimally. Supposedly. But also, I feel so vindicated. I said this before, I expect the game would not actually be easier with simpler rotations. Oh yeah, Brybear. The overreaction to class pruning was a hilarious overcorrection. Let me ask you a question. For anyone listening right now, I have a unique advantage, Brybear. When I have a cook in my head, and I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if a bunch of people playing World of Warcraft feel this way. I have a unique advantage, which is that I can ask stream. I can just be like, hey guys, if you're playing a spec that existed before midnight, so not Devour, is your spec still fun to play? Do you still enjoy? Everything was pruned. And if you do not, tell me why. So I think that there are some specs like Feral Druid. I would totally hear the argument. Feral Druids out there, they're like, I really enjoyed the mastery that I could express with Blood Talons and with snapshotting. The fact that that's all gone, you know. Arcane is dumbed down so much. Arcane was heavily dumbed down. So are Arcane mages having fun? I think you're going to get a mixed response, but tell me about this. Oh, woo, you are king. I'm going to watch you while I fall asleep. Oh, thank you. So you don't like Arcane right now. Okay. Prop Pally is fun, but it's not because they're paper. So regardless of tuning, not tuning, just think the spec that you love. So if you're an Arcane mage, let me know. I don't like it when multiple spells that do the exact same thing. For you, it's filler. What spec are you playing Fighting Fears that has so many fillers right now, though? So okay, I think Arcane Mage is another good one. That makes sense why Arcane Mage wouldn't feel so good. I have no pre-combat pot here. Blood DK sucks less. I would agree with you. He started a healer dragon, Malden. Are you enjoying it? I think Prez is omega fun. Prez has got to be one of the most fun healers, but goddamn, do you have to lock in to play it. All right. As a Blood DK main, but let me just ask people. Like, I just genuinely want to know. So if you're a Blood DK player, Prez is hella fun. Okay, so you're enjoying Prez? Are you enjoying your Blood DK? I think that Blood DK received some excellent changes, to be honest with you. The global demand on setting up polls on a Blood DK was extremely high before. And I like the fact that it is significantly reduced. I think that that's good. I like the fact that they, although there's less nuance with the spec now for sure, I like the fact that it is overall simpler for a new player to pick up. That's one of the biggest things with class pruning, in my opinion. One thing that I looked at was not how an experienced player would feel, but one thing I wanted to know was how would a new player feel trying to pick up one of the specs after it's pruning? And that was one of the biggest question marks that I had. Are people going to enjoy this iteration if they're new to World of Warcraft? It was a giant question mark for me. I didn't know what the answer to that question would actually be. And I think that they've overall hit the nail on the head with it. I want to say that the vast majority of people who are beginning to play World of Warcraft today are having a good time with this iteration of Midnight. Would you agree with that? Maybe there's a lot of experienced players who are like, look, I really do miss my weak auras, or I really do miss this. And ultimately, I mean, they omega failed with the add-on war, but in general, I would say that I think that if this is your first experience playing WoW, you probably are going to have a fun time right now. You wouldn't really be subject to the bad balancing. The balancing this season has been atrocious. That is a fact. They've done a very bad job with balancing. I wish that they worked a little harder at balancing the game slightly better. I think that that would help a lot. We just got some notes today, but overall, what do you think? You're only playing with one add-on? What is the one add-on you're using? I swear, I feel like you still need several add-ons right now. In my opinion, I feel like you need at least Platinator, if nothing else. What build am I currently rocking? I am rocking the no Apex build. I will show you that you can not only play it, I could play it in the 19 as well. I'll show you what the damage looks like. So I'm not going to have maximum damage. If I was playing Apex after that first poll, I would have, 250k. But overall, I will show you how this build plays. And here we go. Healing balance has been fine. I think that there are 3 really good healers right now, and then there are 3 healers who would strongly disagree with that statement. Healing balance is a bit like, I think it's a little all over the place, to be honest with you. How do I get proper damage text? I do not know. That is a good question, actually. And I can't say I know the answer to that question. Oof. Man, my nose, my allergies have been so bad recently. I feel like I am... I missed the headhunter with that vortex. My nose is so itchy, man. I want to itch it. I feel like I'm just sneezing all the time right now. So I'm playing the no Apex build right now. I want to basically run a few keys today. I'll get some more updated logs with my current item level, because I haven't played it in a bit. I've been focusing a lot on my Brewmaster, etc. I'll show you how tanky it feels. I'll ask my shaman how it feels to heal me compared to a Brewmaster. And then we'll just play it in some higher keys. I'll crest farm out. I need to actually complete weekly dungeons anyways. I will not be here tomorrow, by the way, just to let everybody know. Tomorrow is a day off with my partner. I will be doing real life things. I actually do still run my beta route. Yeah, I do. I've been really enjoying my beta route. I think it just places all the responsibility on the tank. Like, if you want to do this route, here it is, though. I don't know if it is or not. Can you pause? Yeah, just do exclamation Discord if you want any of my talents or anything like that. I don't gatekeep anything. It's all just in Discord. You can try any build that I have done. They're all in Discord. If you want the Apex build, I put it there. If you want any of the cooks that I've made. The one thing to know about me and talents is the fact that I don't carbon copy people. It's something that, honestly, I might need to learn how to do eventually. But I am kind of stubborn, and I really like doing my own thing. So one of the weird things about me is that I don't actually go copy other people's builds. I like to do my own beta testing and make my own opinions. And thank God for that, actually, because there is a lot of people who told me that the build I'm currently playing simply does 50% less damage, and you could never, ever, 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 ever play it. And if you ever tried to play this build, not only would you be trolling, but you would be a bad player and you would not time any keys, etc., etc. I just want you to take a look at my overall damage. Is it bad? I'm chilling. We're going to time this key, no problem. I'm extremely tanky. I am not struggling whatsoever. My shaman basically doesn't have to look at me that much. This is an 18 Mysara Caverns. I am 282 item level. And I think it's just actually very helpful sometimes to not be influenced by the social dogma that gets adapted by certain communities, saying you have to play one way or the other. However, that being said, I just like to make my own cooks. So if you're curious about any of the talent builds that I decide or anything like that, then you can find it on Discord. Just do exclamation Discord, you'll find it there. Yeah, but it's one of my particular vested interests, actually. I love being able to cook on my own. It's like one of my favorite hobbies in World of Warcraft. And if I can play, remember this is one of the important things you should know. If I can play this build, that means that you can definitely play this build. Here's why. I have 250 ping pretty much all the time when I play. By definition, if you do not have 250 ping, technically speaking, you should be able to play this build better than me. Right? Would you agree with that? I don't know exactly how it works because, to be honest with you, I haven't ever really gotten the chance to play with ping that's like less high than this, so I don't really know. But as far as I know, I would feel more buttery, right? Like my abilities, I would get more globals and stuff like that. I'm not actually convinced at this, but I think, as far as I know, that is true. That I would actually get significantly more globals in my key if I just played with not 250 ping. All right, where's the pad right now? It's a pretty good pad, actually, for a snap. Let's try the snap. We got to wait here for a second. Just wait. And then we're going to go to the right. We have to wait for the pad. And then we're going to go through. So the elephant stops right there. We won't pull him. Just don't pull the headhunters. There you go. I have to not get clapped right on this. Okay. And we go like this. My top 3 tank. I mean, Guardian is still my top tank. Guardian is my home tank. It's my favorite tank. Go into boss, guys. Go into boss. Please don't be hitting this. Nobody would send cooldowns right now, right? Come on, man. Nobody would send cooldowns. Go down. Go down. Guys, what the hell, man? And also, we put things down. Now we have to pull this mask. God damn it. Why were we doing this? Why? Really? Really? Wait. I would say at an 18, it was kind of obvious what I was doing, no? Did we... Okay, we just have to fight this up here now. All right, so much for the overall damage in this. I feel as though sending cooldowns on a very clear snap pull is trolling. I feel as though... I feel like that it was a snap down to boss. I mean, it's okay. We're alive. Just we adapt and overcome. It'll affect the overall damage in the routing. If you're trying to pad, the route's pretty important. DPS lust for overall damage sickens me sometimes. Their lust for their overall parse sickens me. Is the build better right now than Warcraft and Meta? Not at the moment. I'm testing it right now, but we are getting this build for what it is worth, though. No, I mean, the thing is, I don't want people to have to avoid the Discord either. I don't fight fire with fire. There are a lot of people. I mean, I found out just a few days ago, actually, that somebody I thought was a friend had been saying very nasty things about me behind my back. You know what? It's okay. I mean, it's not okay. Okay is a strong word there. It's not okay. It's just, it happens. But I'm not gonna, like, I don't therefore start saying bad things about that person. I won't even tell you who it is. Because I don't fight fire with fire. If you try to do that, like, if people bad talk you, and then you just bad talk them back, it does not help. No one benefits from this. That means everyone loses. Just let it go. I'm confident in who I am. I don't really need other people to tell me that I'm a good tank. I do the homework. Sometimes I make a zillion mistakes. It happens too. But I would say, in general, I'm pretty confident about my abilities as a tank. I know this build because I theory crafted it myself. I didn't depend on other people's information. I did it myself. I was on beta. I was doing the keys for months and months and months. Every single day I logged into beta and did beta keys. And I was like, guys, this build is going to work. And people, even though they told me it wouldn't, I was like, I know it will. I don't need your approval. And the truth is, I don't do this, Mini. I don't do what I do for the sake of approval from other people, especially not people who are willing to fight with anger and negative connotations and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, if people are willing to blaspheme, as they say, I'm not interested. If somebody's normal response to a situation where somebody disagrees with you is calling that person a bad person, then I don't want to engage with you. I will respect the fact that you have that opinion, and I will not say that you're a bad person because somewhere along the line, somebody told you that it was okay to think like this, and that I understand. I won't try to change your minds, but you must just let it go because people like that aren't really going to have a productive conversation. If I try to talk to them and I say, hey, I don't really appreciate that you're doing this, they're going to say, haha, sucks to be you. And it's just like, okay. So you just have to let it go. Do you know, Cali Rosa? Like, let's imagine, because I did, by the way, a few times. Whoops. Discord community isn't. There's so many great people in the Discord. There's 100% so many great people in that Discord. That's why I never want to actually speak bad about it. I'll make a joke or two, Brybear, but never ever would I say that everybody in there sucks. That's not true at all. There's a ton of... I've made friends from that Discord. There's also people in there that are not so great, and that's fine. Remember, Brybear, I don't know how long you've been playing Guardian Druid for. I've been in that Discord for years. I remember back when I was asking Zora for how to parse rank 1 in Mythic... was it Aberrus? Yeah, it was Mythic. I rated Mythic Aberrus back in the day. And, okay, so I remember talking to Zora about our tier set that season and the following season and getting min-max tips from there and thinking to myself, man, I'm so happy I'm part of this Discord. I also can tell you that a few of the people who are bad actors in there today were bad actors in there 3 years ago. They have not changed at all. And many people who consistently give advice in that Discord, as well as many other Discords, their highest key done is like a +10. And I kid you not, this is a real thing. Because remember that somebody's Discord username has 0 connection to their Raider.io page. Sometimes people in there actually do keys, and sometimes they do not. And the vast majority of people, a lot of the very active members, I will not name names, I'm just letting you know. I don't know if you know this, because they act like they don't, but they act like they're very giga key pushers, but in many scenarios they are not. And their experience comes purely from what other people tell them, and then they simply repeat that, and it puts them into a position of power, and they get really excited about that position of power. Does that make sense? And so they're like, yes, and they're chronically online, and they go, ooh, I want people to ask me for advice. And you go, sweet. And that makes them feel really good, because you know what? It's actually very fun and rewarding to help people. Does that warrior have Fearless? Can he get out of this with Fearless? Actually, I'm not sure if warrior can or cannot get out with Fearless. Might have to kill the Shade. Yeah, so exactly. But that's actually a problem. Although, because the advice given doesn't actually come from a place of experience, the advice given comes from a place of the people with experience say how to do things, and then those people repeat that, which is not bad advice, and that is something very important to clarify. It's not like it's terrible advice or anything like that. It's just, you know. But the thing is that if you have to over-rely on Sims, I feel like there's just a genuine problem with that anyways. All right, we're going to have to make up a lot of time here, because
Our damage is a little bit low, and we've had a lot of silly deaths. So what I'm going to do, actually, for a little bit of extra percentage is I'm going to intentionally add this guy to this poll. Because I have Incarn here now. I'm freezing. I don't know what that's like. What is it like to be cold? I live in Thailand. You know how hot it is here right now, Stargazer? What's the temperature where you guys are? I don't know where you're from in the world, Brybear. What's, You guys want to know how hot it is in Thailand? We got a heat warning. There was an official heat warning here. It's like 50 degrees Celsius, dude. It's like, it basically, they were like, I think it's going to get to, it's like going to get to like 45 or something like that, actually. And the heat index was warning that it would feel like 55 or 60 because of humidity, which is wild, ridiculous, and to be honest, quite frankly, rude. That's insane. Yeah, it's very hot here. I think that actually it's like more hot than it normally is at this time of year, and Thailand is always hot. So it's like when I say hot, I mean it's extremely hot. It's crazy right now. Yeah. It's a lot right now though. You know who else is hot? You, Malden. You're hot. I don't actually know you, but I'm gonna guess. Am I right? How right am I about this, Malden? Okay, so I'm going to have to probably SI because no one's going to kick that blast behind me. Yep. I knew it. I knew it. I could just tell, you know, you can get a real vibe from somebody. Basically, it's like every Holy Priest player is also attractive behind the keyboard. It might not actually be true, but I choose to believe it's true. Guardian Druid buff when? On the reset. Next reset, so in a few days from now. The build I'm currently playing will be Omega buffed. I cannot chain more in here yet. We have to kill this big guy. I refuse to chain him too fast because I'll just be taking every one of these blasts. Make tier set with crit mastery. So when you play no Apex, and this is wild, by the way. I don't, by the way, just for reference, and you can check this via Sims if you want, Brybear, I don't sim my character. I play the game, and I make a decision, and if I'm right, cool, and if I'm wrong, cool. But I don't sim my character. At all. Personal choice. I just want to be able to play the game. So, one of the things that I believe, and this is not confirmed by Sims, but because I have been playing the build, I'm currently playing a bunch right now. All right, we're going to drag this back up then. Because I've been playing this current build a bunch, I have a sneaking suspicion that next week it would be more valuable, and this is kind of crazy, but it's an opinion. Just know that it is not confirmed by data. It is a general opinion that I have. I am pretty sure that if I wanted to min-max my damage, I would actually drop haste. Which is kind of crazy, but I'm pretty sure that would be the right decision. Almost positive, in fact. That I would want to reduce my haste, and I would want to go crit verse. Isn't that wild? But I'm pretty positive about that. Well, first of all, with no Apex, you don't need Forset. That's actually, as crazy as it sounds, Brybear, I know it sucks, and it does suck, but your Forset does nothing. If you play no Apex, your Forset has exactly 0 value. And when I say 0 value, I mean literally 0 value. It doesn't do anything. You don't ever proc it, because you don't ever hit Maul arrays with this build. You don't need it. You could quite frankly play without Forset, and it would be exactly identical. Secondary stats don't matter that much at all, but I'm pretty positive that actually if I swapped out like 5 to 10% haste for 10% more crit, I would do more damage with this build. Yeah. And it wouldn't really affect my defensive value, because in Incarn, I can only fit 2 globals, and the globals, because I don't have to be building Rage, I'm pretty sure the globals that I would want to press during Incarn are actually specifically, I'm going to hit Barkskin there in case that goes off, Thrash, Lunar Beam, Thrash, Moonfire for damage, or Thrash Frenzied Regen if I'm scared. So, yeah. I don't think I fit any more globals in with 5 or 10% less haste. Are Mythic and you have to go hot? No, don't worry about secondary stats that much at all. Mythic tier always. Please tell me, how are we pulling this, guys? No way. Come on, dude. What is this? I was gonna save this key because our percentage is so high right now. What is this, man? Okay, can we do the jump skip up? Why did we pull this defender? Who butt pulled this? We're so many butt pulls right now. All right, either I pull this defender down, and I guess that's what we're gonna have to do. Could you... We can't do the skip properly with this comp. I don't think we have to actually jump over. I've never done the skip, but we have so many butt pulls right now. Okay. So you would want to skip from here. You don't... There's like a way to skip over the left rock. I've just never done it. But since we butt pulled all that, look at our percentage right now. Look how many butt pulls we've had, Bri. Ah, man, there's going to be a shade right there. Can you CC that? Can you imprison it? Imprison this. Damn it. We're just not going to have time. Dude, what did you just do? I said imprison. There's a way to like jump over this rock without pulling anything. But he used the damaging sigil. I don't know what he did exactly. I thought, yeah, maybe you can't. But can you pull it over? Does it come over like this? You're right that you can't imprison it, but he accidentally aggroed it. Can we just pull it up like this? I think it'll work, right? Yeah, you just go around. There you go. And then I pull like 2 warriors at least, and then we try to still time this key. You are correct. That's okay. We made it work. We made it work. I'm going to pull boss now with at least a little bit of funnel. Okay. But he used the whatever he did, he used the damaging ability and then immediately got aggro and died. We're going to see. Anyways, look at my damage in this key, Brybear. Is it Apex level damage? Of course not. I know because I've played Apex here. I'm pretty sure the first 19 Mysara Caverns I timed on the Warcraft logs, I'm pretty sure it was the 9th recorded run for Guardian Druid damage. So I know how to play the Apex. What's up, Poons? Yes, they will. That is the thing that is getting buffed. Very exciting. Very exciting. They can chain, in other words. Oh, that's fine. It's not that important to CC. I'm just making YOLO route adjustments because we're at 93%. We're at 93% by second boss, and there's only so much we can do. Oh, no! Claude AI, no! They need to work on this AI. I thought AI was going to be the future of the world, but actually... Here we go, no more deaths. I think you could still time this right now, because our comp is pretty high damage for bosses. Oh, the tech is not that important. I've never actually done that skip. I just pull it normally. I just, yeah, we can't bridge skip, so we have to take 2 pulls after this. I still think you time it. Like, it's only a 15, right? But, Brybear, has watching my keys today, by the way... Oh, there it is. There it is. No res. GG's. Has watching my keys today actually illuminated something to you? You realize, and I just want to point this out, okay? I don't know if you've watched me play, but we have not timed a single key. Hi, Stormwolf. How's it going? Hey, Stormwolf. Brybear, we have not timed a single key today. I have been gaming for 4 hours. 0 keys have been timed, except for the one on my Brewmaster. So maybe the problem is me. But you see what I mean? A regular Monday, I suppose. Well, it's actually Saturday here. Now, it sounds like me this morning. You have to let go of IO if you're pugging. Because, Brybear, I ask you this question. Should we have timed most of these keys? And the answer is probably yes. I actually still wonder if you could make up this time. I don't think so. Pretty sure that death cost it. But, have I died so far in these keys today? Like, have I made a big tank mistake in any of the keys that you've seen? So 4 hours of play, have I made a mistake? I mean, have I played perfect? Probably not. Just been chatting, hanging out. You have to, if you're pugging, you gotta be able to let go of the thing here. There's Gay by Orb, it's okay. What's up, Dell? No, it's a mental load. Absolutely fine. I think we can call this, though. Boom, boom, boom. Hi, Dell. You excited for Bear no Apex build next week? You excited for no Apex Bear? Wow. Wow. I am not doing no Apex. Fair enough. I'm excited for my no Apex build, though. Here we go. Here we go. We did. Ditch. Try to die. Try to die. Jeez. Nice try. Nice try. What's up, Crazy? Holy shit. All the raids. Hello there. Hi, Storm. Hi, Crazy. Hi, Dal. Hello there. I've ordered a milkshake, and I'm very excited about it right now. All good. Yo. Hey, Leah. All right. It's a buff at least, not nerf. I think that at the best. So basically, I'm pretty sure that I think that the people have mathed it out that effectively is going to be like somewhere between a 1% difference or something like that. Big lesson learned if you're pugging. If someone else makes a mistake, yeah. And you can totally, by the way, always improve your own gameplay, but you also have to accept the fact that sometimes people just stand and stuff, and that's totally fine, though, right? Like, that's totally fine. That should be like 20%. That's cool. I think it's about a 40% buff to the build that I like playing. We had like a whole bunch of pulls in that dungeon. Sure. Yep. We can just run this back. Why not? I've got a milkshake coming. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited. I think that actually I'm glad that they've done something. I feel as though they've done something. I wish I could make it, Leah, I wish I could make it less than that. I don't know. I haven't checked. People have told me the math has mathed out like this, but I think it would be good. EPS is also going to depend on a lot of things. Absolutely true. Very true. Routing, this, all the decisions that you can make. And my routes, Brybear, are certainly, may not be the best. I just like doing what I do. It's bad and doesn't matter. What doesn't matter? All tanks outside of Brewmaster are garbage. You know, I really was enjoying the season a lot more before I started playing my Brewmaster, to be honest with you. There was a world where I was just like really having a great season, and then I decided to try Brewmaster. A Windwalker. Dude, I kind of want to see him. I honestly want to, I think he'll be good. I want to see him. It's insane how squishy and unforgiving other tanks are. That's kind of the thing that I realized. It's just on Brewmaster, I can make so many mistakes and just be absolutely chilling, right? And I can almost like let my healer carry me a little bit. Oh, you're back. Nice. I was just saying that I'm new to WoW and I've chosen a human paladin. Is there a link? Yeah, you hear Pixel. It's right here. Yeah, that was an adaptation. I think you can go around, but also there's always stuff that you can improve pacing-wise and routing-wise and stuff like this. Well, hold up 1 second. Here. Voila. Morning, lurk mode. Aight. Should we go physical comp? Should we take another warrior and try it? Should we play with Lorette? Or should we play with warrior? Actually, we have, I mean, it's Devour. He's not Havoc. You should play Havoc. Should you try it? T-Mac. I recognize that name, actually. I'll play with the warrior. Why not? We'll go Windwalker warrior and try it. Why not? What talents are you playing? I'm playing no Apex for fun. This was the no Apex build. I'll show you. We'll go run it back. Many times as well, though. No Aldrachi Reaver buffs this whole season. The truth is that they honestly, clearly, they were like, dude, If you're playing Demon Hunter DPS, you're playing Devourer. This Havoc thing doesn't even exist, right? You have to assume the only sentient person. I agree with you, Rybear, by the way. I absolutely agree. It's something that I go over a bunch. Like, I think that you have to pull things in a way that won't butt pull. And one of the reasons that I do, in fact, by the way, one of the reasons I pulled the Gnarlden first with the mini-boss was because I was almost positive that somebody was going to butt pull it. I genuinely believed that somebody was going to run straight through if I didn't pull it right away. That is why I decided to do that. I actually like going around to the side and pulling the Gnarlden later, but I was like, oof. I do fairly big pulls. I'm thinking missing something crucial. Who's doing minimum 80k, but your logs are like 45, 50. First of all, check your gear, Vasen. Very first thing, check your gear, right? Like, just make sure that your item level is at least somewhere around mine. That's like first and foremost, right? Yeah. So the idea though is just make sure that your gear, Vasen, is somewhere equivalent to mine. If you're gonna compare it, that's the thing. Next, you have to consider the route. We do more AoE damage than we do single target damage. So, for example, if I'm pulling really small, then I'm going to have lower damage. One of the benefits of the no Apex build is that you're not as cooldown reliant, so you don't really have to plan around your incarn, because your incarn is cool, but you don't actually have to really think about it too much, though. No, damage as a tank almost exclusively comes from routing. Like, rotation helps, but not nearly as much as people think. People think that swapping like 5% of a secondary stat will actually completely move the needle with their damage. They think that it's going to take them from like a 10 parse to a 90. But the truth is, if you're having that massive of a difference, there's probably a rotational error, number one. And number two is routing is a big deal. Like, for example, if I want to do big damage, which I am using this as an experiment to do and show you no Apex, look at the comp I've chosen for this key. By the way, look at the comp. This guy buffs me, that guy buffs me, that guy buffs me, that guy buffs me. Voila. I have taken a comp that will buff me with all the group buffs, so I will do more damage. Is it a lot? No. But there are so many degenerate things. If I was trying to parse 100 in an Algathar Academy, one thing I could do was accidentally lose threat on the first pull. Would I do this? No. But it would be kind of funny. But technically speaking, some tanks, they absolutely play like this for what it is worth. You can actually, what you can do is you could technically walk into the first pull and you could say, I only care about my damage. So you could miss aggro on the left mob, let it kill a DPS so that the AoE pull lives longer and you get to do more damage. It's actually hilarious though that you can do stuff like that for what it is worth. Technically speaking, if you only ever care about tank damage and that's the metric that you look at, there are so many degenerate ways to do more tank damage that don't actually improve the success rate of your keys. I think that it's a bad metric to judge tanks on. In general. How is a sequence of spells used in the bottom? That's my rotation. This is an add-on that just basically shows you whatever I'm casting. So it's not actually like a... It's not... Yeah. This is showing you whatever I press. You also play Guardian open world content? To be honest with you, Mick, I love World of Warcraft, but I don't enjoy open world content. I specifically avoid it. Like I never really do like world quests or world events. I wish I enjoyed it, but I don't. I really just like doing keys and playing different things. It's let's call it a bad habit of mine. For as much as I like this game, I can't tell you that I super giga enjoy. Wait, this is the wrong one. I can't tell you that I really enjoy open world content. One jumping jack per deplete? Dude, I would end up having so many thousands of jumping jacks. I'll do mountain climbers today, actually. I think mountain climbers is the goal today instead of jumping jacks. I don't even really... I do like WoW. WoW has a special place in my heart. This game is so nostalgic, and a lot of my opinions are because I've been playing this game for so long that I just have, in general, an opinion on how they could improve the game. There are so many things that they could do to make WoW a better game, a better product, and they don't do it, and that makes me sad, you know? Yo, man, with the new changes, no Apex? Yeah, it will be. To clarify just how much more damage it will do, I think it's around 40%, but I don't know the exact math. Here we go. All right. All 3. All 2. All 1. Bam. But I'll show you. This is the no apex build here. Well, however much damage I do here, we can add about 30 to 40% as the season goes on, and that will be a good metric. I'm playing super lazy right now. But you should ultimately, I hope that Blizzard can balance their game in a way that allows people to play it in a way that they enjoy. So, for example, I want people to be able to enjoy the game. I would hope for a kick there, but if not, I'll get it. Ho, 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 that ring of peace. So if they want to buff a build that people enjoy, that's great. But I seriously think that the biggest misunderstanding in World of Warcraft, by far, by the way, I really believe this. I think that the biggest misunderstanding is that you have to play perfectly in order to accomplish your goals, or rather, that you have to play optimally in order to accomplish the goal that you have set for yourself. Which is just fundamentally not true, by the way. Many people would benefit from playing at 70% instead of at 100%. They would have so much more success in their keys if they actually understood that going for the 100% parse is actually going to be counterproductive to them. And I think that that is probably the thing that would actually make a massive difference for people, if that makes sense. I really think that that would be something that would help a lot of people, is if they realize and they stopped trying to copy whoever they think is going to be the best player and realize that they should route differently according to the key. Or they should make decisions that would suit them and their playstyle. And I think that, like, I don't know, I've got a lot of druids in here. Thorak, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you, I mean, there's like 3 different druids in here. Why do you think the Discord doesn't like me? I don't really understood what I did. Not that it matters too much, but, like, genuinely speaking, though, why, what happened? I just remember saying, like, I remember somebody asked for a log of Waking Nightmare. And I was like, oh yeah, I have a log. It did like 8%. And they were like, no, it didn't. And I was like, here's the log, right? And then I showed the log, and then they were like, woo, be better. And I was like, what? Like, I wasn't even saying anything. I just literally linked a log from beta testing. I was like, oh, I played that talent. And they were like, how much does it do? They were like, oh, that talent is shit. It does like sub 1%. And I was like, I was like, that's not, it actually does something. That was back when I was checking stuff. I don't even go in there anymore. I really, it was like, all I can tell you, right? I linked a log, and then that happens, and then I was checked, and then somebody gave me an example, an analogy, and then I checked that analogy. You can find it, or I have receipts if you'd like. And then that analogy was used as a way to, that I think I remember that well enough. But that was, I think, the last time I ever actually checked the Discord. Oh, I died. I wasn't paying attention. Reset real quick. You also play Guardian? No, I know. All good, all good. How was the Mistweed? The Windwalker was pumping. He was doing good. He was doing good. The Windwalker was actually owning. This is good.
Mistweaver is actually. You guys you ever actually played Mistweaver? It's super fun to play right now. I want to play my Mistweaver more. It's okay. What do we need? Anyone? This is for learning the best ways to play. What does optimal play look at though? But Thorak, so let me ask you a question, okay? What does optimal play look like? What does that mean? You're saying that, okay, I would like to engage in a conversation, not an attack, no name calling, nothing like this. I would like to engage in a conversation. I agree with you. Thorak says the general idea is that class discords are for learning the best ways to play. Suggesting less optimal ways to play purposefully make yourself worse, and it's not what it's for. Okay. What does optimal play look like? And I ask that question because what I would like to suggest is that the optimal way to play for people who are getting into the game is not the same as the optimal way to play for people who have been playing the game for 20 years. Optimal would imply, in this case, that you are taking somebody closer to their goal, right? And I think that most people's goal is to have fun. So if somebody approached it, and as an example, they were saying to you, hey, I want to build because I want to start playing Guardian Druid. So they go to the Guardian Druid Discord and they say, I'm getting into Mythic Plus. What build should I play? Right? And you have many different builds that you can recommend to them. One of them does less damage, but will make their gameplay super smooth, very easy to pick up, very hard to get wrong. But it does, let's call it 30% less damage. Another build involves a rotation that they're going to have to learn. It will do 30% more damage if they play perfectly, but they might be a little bit squishier. And immediately you think to yourself, but it's not squishier. What we didn't ask is what level key they're trying to do. Because I have actually had so many people message me privately, individually. I have had so many people message me and they have said, hey, I asked in the Guardian Druid Discord, can I play the no Apex build? Because I just want to press like one button and I don't want to have to think about anything. And they said I was trolling and that I shouldn't play it. But I want to ask you, like, can I play it for my +2? And I was like, yeah, of course you can play for your +2. It'll be a little less damage, but yeah, go for it. And they say, oh, thank God, because my guildies asked me to tank, and I've never tanked before, and we really want to be able to get to our +10 at the end of a season, and I just want to, I'm so scared to tank, and I just want to be able to do, like, we're starting our +2s next week, and I just really want to be like I just don't want to have to worry so much. Context matters. Are you telling me that this person should play the Apex build? Are you seriously telling me that the optimal strategy for this person I just mentioned needs to play the Apex build? Because if they can macro their Iron Fur and hit Thrash, Moonfire, and Lunar Beam, they'd probably do way better. Yes, okay, so that is where the fundamental disbelief, that's where our disconnect comes in. I believe that the answer is no. I've had a lot of people come to me and they say, hey, I'm using the single button rotation. I want to not use the single button rotation. Is there a way I can play that I only have to press 2 buttons? And I'll say, that's a tough one. I mean, 2%, I guess it's possible. Like, what if we tried to make this work? What I think is always, how can I make this situation work? Instead of saying no. I won't tell somebody no. You can't play with only 2 buttons because I believe you can. Will you be limited? Sure. But in my opinion, optimal for this person is how can we get you to have a good time? But in that case, Dalgroth, if you want to compare the bicycle to the tricycle, you're imagining that everyone wants to ride a bicycle. What I am saying is that I think that most people just want to go outside with their friends. And if riding a tricycle is going to enable them to have the social community that they're after, then they're going to have such a better time. Because what if they're trying so hard to ride a bicycle, but they're having some problems with the bicycle, and they get so scared that they don't actually ever go outside to ride bikes with their friends? Why can't they just ride a tricycle? What's wrong with the tricycle? And you're saying, well, tricycles, when all of your friends end up going into BMX racing competitively, you won't be able to ride your tricycle then. And it's like, but that's not what they're trying to do. They're just trying to go and go hike on the path, and they're just going to just go bicycle with their friends. I think that's a great analogy, Dalgroth, and I totally hear you. But no, even that analogy, Fight and Fears, although it is limited, I think it's perfect because I don't think there's anything wrong with the tricycle. And if people want to enjoy the tricycle, they should. But imagine telling somebody, you can't ever ride a tricycle. You're not allowed to. You have to start with the bicycle. Maybe ask them what their goals are. Maybe ask them for a little bit of context. Maybe ask them if they have a physical disability. What if they have dyspraxia? What if they have a neurological condition? What if they have issues riding vehicles? Out of curiosity, like, why not? Because that's the same thing with World of Warcraft. There are people who play WoW because they have problems with their hands, or they have cerebral palsy, or they have this, or they have this, or they have that. Yeah, you could also play Brew, but maybe they just like the idea of playing Bear. I think that the disconnect comes from the fact that the majority of people who ask questions, in my opinion, are trying to do +10s or +12s. They're not trying to do +20s. When you treat everybody as if they're trying to do +20s, you actually disconnect from being able to help them. That makes it harder. That gives you less ability to help them, not more. That would be my opinion on the topic. If we approach World of Warcraft, and we could do this key while I talk about this. This is actually this is a good conversation to have, okay? If we approach World of Warcraft, here, let me start the key first. I could talk while I do it. It's going to be fine. With real life getting hard and having less time to play the game, finding a build, and I'm glad Mutanin. I'm glad that exists. Mutanin, if you look right now, Dal, by the way, on Discord, or on the YouTube stream, you're going to see a bunch of people. Mutant says, with real life getting hard and having way less time to game, finding the build like the no raise was such a breath of fresh air. And honestly, that is exactly my experience as well. So many people have messaged me like, yo, I wasn't going to play my Bear this season because I wasn't enjoying the complexity that it now has. I just want to be able to chill. I want to be able to tank some keys for my buddies, and I'm super excited about it. And I'm like, oh, that's great. Like, I want you to have a great time as well. How can we get you to have a fantastic time playing Guardian Druid? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is ask for context. What level key would you like to get to? If they tell me that they're trying to push for title, then perhaps I can suggest levels of optimization that will help them with that. But if most people tell me that their goal is to be able to play with their friends, be a tanky tank that doesn't die, I don't think there's anything wrong with suggesting things that are going to make that gameplay better for them. That is the optimal build in which case. Optimal for who? And that is the big thing that is lacking from this conversation. Optimal for who? No one thinks like that. And I think that that is what people need to pick up. If you really want to help people have a better time playing this game, you need to understand that optimal for who is a very, very good question. Definitely do not do that first pull in most keys that you do. Yeah, right. You have to have a lot of confidence in that though. But so, okay, totally reasonable. So that's my take. I will play devil's advocate to myself.
imagine that there was a place where people were going. So I'll play devil's advocate to my own degree. Imagine there was a Discord or a place where everyone was going to get as much competitive advantage as possible, right? My philosophies would not necessarily benefit such an environment. Would you agree with that? So that's what you're saying, basically. And I agree with you, by the way. If there was a Discord full of very high key pushers, a lot of what I have to recommend and the advice that I would give would simply fall on deaf ears and would be not only overkill, but just would not be received well, and I wouldn't be welcomed there because I'm going to start telling people, hey, don't sim your character. Maybe you'd feel better with this. Maybe I'm going to come up with creative solutions that really speaking I shouldn't have, and maybe I should try this, or maybe, like, you know, that I totally understand. That actually, that my philosophies on the game would be fundamentally different in that case, and in many ways maybe even counterproductive or harmful, because that environment is only looking for the highest level of competitive min-max. I don't think that's what class discords are. I think that the vast majority, if there are 55,000 people in a Druid Discord, the vast majority, and I'm going to go for like 53,000 of those people, have zero desire to be that competitive. The vast majority of people who ask questions are playing in a way that is so suboptimal, giving them optimal feedback will do literally nothing for them. And my point is this. Since I have been healing, which is very illuminating, by the way, I would love to take any Guardian Druid that I can find. I'm ecstatic to play with them. I always get so excited to play with different Guardian Druids. If I can find one, I'll always play with them. I'm like, yeah, sweet, a Guardian Druid applied for my key. I would love to see how they're gaming. I want to see everything. The vast majority of them get one-tapped, first of all. And I think it's because they're over-raising or whatever, dropping Dreadful Wounds if they're playing Druid of the Claw. So I've seen Guardian Druids get one-tapped like crazy at key levels that they should not, because it's like a 15 or a 16 or even a 12. And also, almost all of the Guardian Druids that I have seen do very suboptimal damage. So they're playing the full Apex build, but they're doing, give or take, I mean, I'm gonna make up a number here. What? I think that I had a Guardian Druid in a 17 Skyreach on my Mistweaver, and his overall was like 55k. He was playing full Apex, by the way. And his overall was 55k. He would probably do more damage if he played no Apex. Because he's doing a 17, and he was able to live, but he just wasn't really min-maxing his Apex windows whatsoever. And so the assumption that everyone is going to be playing so perfectly is just, in my opinion, flawed to begin with. And I think that the vast majority of people who ask questions in class discords are very much not playing perfectly. And they're actually playing at a level where simplicity would give them better results than hyper-optimization, in my opinion. Although I understand if you think that the class discords are specifically places where people are looking for hyper-optimization, then what I say, although I don't believe that harmful is the right word, because never have I said you have to play this. Those were words that were put in, though. I completely hear the criticism of that. There are so many free resources that I have available on my channel, on my stream. I can ask in general. I completely hear the criticism on that. I think that it's okay to try to make money as a content creator. It is certainly a little bit strange, and it's something to consider. There's a boundary there, and I am learning as I go. I certainly don't have all the answers about whether or not I should put this guide for members, put this guide for this. It's a thing that I gotta learn about. Would you say, and let me just ask the general question then for people who are here. Some of my guides are
behind for YouTube members, which is a few dollars a month, or Patreon, which is a few dollars a month. Do you think that's unfair? Okay, let me put it this way. If you want to learn anything that I'm talking about, ooh, that's a tough pat. That's a tough pat. Wait. Come back. Play safe. This way. Weekly. I have no problem with the discourse. I'm not a huge fan of the accusation, though, Dalgroth. Am I allowed to say that? Or do you think that's reasonable? I'm not a huge fan of the accusation. That's what you're saying is very accusatory instead of conversational. I would very much like to... I don't mind having the conversation, but I believe that I deserve the benefit of the doubt in this conversation. And if you want to attack me and try to... If you try to catch me and win an argument, I don't want to talk to you. Straight up. I'm just going to be honest with you. If you are going to come at this with like a sense of, I need to win this, and I need to do, in that case, I would rather just not talk about it. Because this is a nuanced conversation, and I would appreciate a certain level of benefit of the doubt, because I think that I put a lot of information out there, and there have been so many times where if you just come into my stream and you just ask me, you know what? I just give it to you, which I have done dozens of times. So I don't appreciate the accusation, because that's putting words in my mouth, and I'm just going to stand up for myself and actually say no to that. Yeah? Thank you, Liamok. I would think that that's true. Seems like the people who have the means and dismiss the paper would do the same as a donation, which, by the way, if you want that guide and you don't have a few dollars to pay for it, just ask. And I have said this like a dozen times. Just literally, if you're like, I would love the guide, actually. I don't have the means to support, but I really want to see it. I will link it to you right now. I have done this for so many scenarios. Absolutely. Like, if you want it, just ask. You just come and ask me. Free is better. However, there's a balance to be said here. And to be honest with you, I don't know what the balance is. To be honest with you, like, it's a learning experience. It's a big one for me. There are so many times I think to myself, okay, I think I have a really good idea for a video, but it's going to take me however many hours to make. And my time these days is super valuable. Like, I just don't have a lot of time. Outside of stream, I've taken some more clients and I have my actual job. Like, this isn't a full-time job for me. I do want to find ways to keep growing it. I want to find ways to monetize stream. But in general, I want to balance that. Like, I got a new sponsor today. Opera GX is now a sponsor of stream again. That's a great way for me to monetize, because it doesn't involve me asking for anybody's money. And I never want people to feel like they have to pay to hang out. My stream is a place where people can feel safe to hang out, and we can have conversations. Some of them are hard conversations. But a lot of times people will come in here and, let's just call it, be accusatory. And I think that's not a place for them. That's not what my stream's about. We can have conversation. And I appreciate discourse. Yeah, and if you want the Platinator profile that I made, you can find it right here, though. I didn't mean for me, so I thought I heard you ask the question in general. Jeskers, it's a conversation that we were having on the Twitch side of things. Sorry, you know what I mean? There's a dual conversation. It can be a little complicated sometimes, because I'm responding to some messages on Twitch, but obviously the YouTube chat, I can't combine them or see it. So I apologize that I have to do that sometimes. It can be very difficult to follow the conversation. If you are ever missing, if you feel like you're missing out on the conversation, just come around to the Twitch side of things, because then we can converse a little bit better.
I have my Twitch chat in the middle of my screen, like right now as I'm doing this key. So it's much easier for me to be able to talk to people comparatively. So if you're ever like, if I ever miss your comment or anything like that, it's because YouTube is to the right and I have to turn my head while I'm tanking, and that can kill me, obviously. Whereas Twitch is literally right here in front of me, and I have my Twitch chat is currently where I'm hovering over with my mouse. I have an overlay, but I haven't figured out how to get YouTube chat on here, although I really wish I could. If there was an overlay that I could find that did both, I feel like that would be omega value here. That would be like super big value for what it's worth, though. Yeah, that would be super cool. All right, let's pull this guy, and then we'll go here. And then I think I could just grab this too. Experimenting with this route a little bit. This pull outside of Incarn can be a little bit hard for me, so I don't know. I have to think about this pull a little bit, though. So the type of overlay that I'm using is one that actually is an overlay. I'll show you in a second. I can turn it on. I'll show you what I mean by this, and I think it would be cool, though. Yeah, it's a hard one to talk about. I think in today's world, so much stuff is behind monetization that I'm not a huge fan of that. But at the same time, like, I do have to balance it. And it's like, I'm the sort of person, by the way, I am hopelessly, by the way, I am hopelessly honest. If there's one thing about me, I cannot not be honest. And it actually gets me into trouble sometimes, I swear. Like, it's straight up, by the way, it is hard for me to sometimes filter, because sometimes I'm just like, oh, I shouldn't have said anything. But I have a bad habit of at least just telling you exactly what's on my mind. Maybe it's a good habit, depending on how you think about it. So, like, when it comes to finances, I'll just fucking tell you. I feel like a lot of people are like, you're not supposed to talk about your money. I'm like, really? Why not? Like, I feel like everybody has some relation with money, you know? Like, it's a stressful world out there. I feel like we might as well just talk about it. Or they're like, oh, woo, you can't just talk about the coitus. And I'm like, wait, why not? I feel like everybody wants to do it. I mean, at least most everybody wants to do it. So I feel like it's a conversation we might as well have. And it's like, if no one tells you how not to be a cardboard box during coitus, you probably will be a cardboard box. You got to move those hips. It's like, I have a bad habit of actually just accidentally telling people what maybe are inside thoughts, but the inside thoughts become outside thoughts, especially as I'm streaming, because although I am tanking this key, very little of my brain power is going toward this key. So maybe I'll make a mistake, maybe, or whatever, you know what I mean? Possibly. Very possibly that just ends up being... Like, sometimes I say things, not that I ever regret, because I appreciate the fact that I'm honest, but you know what I mean? But it's hard, because if I'm the subject of the conversation, we have this rule, kind of, where if I'm the subject of the conversation of monetization, then I, as the subject, am not allowed to comment on whether or not it is good or bad, because it benefits me. And that I feel like there has to be an objective measure to say whether it is or is not the right decision. However, I would rather just have a conversation about it, you know? And fighting fears. I would tend to agree with you. That's my thought process as well. I put a lot of effort into stream, considering it doesn't make as much money as my actual job. For what it is worth, my Discord is filled with a lot of information that I think is very helpful. And all of that is accessible for everyone. And what I set out to do was, to the best of my efforts, I wanted to help people feel more comfortable with their keys. That was my goal. My genuine desire was, can I help people feel more comfortable? And if I have information that will make you significantly better at your keys in terms of the enjoyment that you get from your keys and everything else, let me see if I can share that information. Oh, JJ, it's just a way that people can pick apart what you're doing. So a lot of times, and I don't know if everyone this is always intentional, but for what it is worth, right? I think that in general, there's a big... How do I say this? Your content at work, just want you to know. You know what? Thank you, Slavic. I appreciate that. I do, that I was saying it earlier, and I think you were here for it. But I was saying that actually I think the world needs far more of people just being willing to say nice things for no reason. we have this society now where we say bad things for all sorts of no reason. You know what I mean? Like, nobody really deserves it, but it's the internet and there's anonymity. So you might be willing to come in here and be like, woo, I think your content fucking sucks. And I'll be like, oh, okay. Like, all right. It's kind of my job to have thick skin for what it is worth. You know what I mean? It's sort of, you have to have thick skin if you're on the internet, because that does happen, by the way. There's a lot of people who are like, who will say just like mean things for no reason. But I was actually thinking to myself, you know what we need? We need the opportunity to say nice things for no reason. You know what I mean? I feel like that would actually go such a long way in making the internet a bit of a kinder place. Imagine that you just went into somebody's stream and you were like, I think you just look great today. Or maybe not commenting on their looks, but rather just something nice. Imagine you were like, yo, by the way, I think that I really liked how you did that poll. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, I think you did an excellent job there. Thank you. I think it costs nothing to say something nice, and you never know what people are going through. I can tell you right now, and I think I've been very honest about this, the last little bit of my life has been very stressful, to the degree that I had to really examine some of the stuff that was going on. I had to really take a hard look at my life and say, okay, things got a little out of hand. There was a lot of kind of bad stuff that happens that it was a little out of my control, and I just had to figure it out. Both financially, this and the other. There was just a lot of things that happened. You don't have to know about all of them, but benefit of the doubt, you know, some family drama, some this drama, some that drama. The Twitch payment thing was just like the straw on the camel's back, and I've just been doing my best out here. And honestly, my best is enough, but it's pushing it. It's the best is enough, but it's pushing it as well, because I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, I feel so overwhelmed and I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this situation. And are things going to work out? I don't even know if things are going to work out, and I'm scared. And then I hop onto stream and people saying nice things like that, Slavic, make a big difference. Yesterday's stream, all the support that I got, that makes a big difference. I am the sort of person who will just admit to you that I'm scared. I think that a lot of people are scared. And I can tell you that when I feel like this, and I am playing World of Warcraft, I don't want to have to fight for my life, because I'm using this as a distraction. I can only process so much in my day, you know? Like, there's a limit to how much I can physically process of my emotions. I'm doing a very good job, in my opinion. But it's a work in progress. I try my best to put as much information as I can out there. And if I make a particularly good video and I think that the value of that video is worth paying for, I will be honored and happy and honestly just glad to charge for it. People are about to die. Ooh, great healing. That was close. It's actually a point of honor that I would say, if you spend $5 to access this video, you're going to have a giga time. And you're going to actually say, I can't believe I only spent $5 accessing this video. Because there's also, now in that library, like 20 other videos. Actually, probably on Patreon. I bet you there's like, what, 50 other tank videos or something like that. I work pretty hard on them. And I would just ask, if you are a member on YouTube or a member on Patreon, do you regret signing up? I think that that's how I would judge whether or not it's okay if I monetize it. Just straight up. Just like the value that I provide in those videos. Do you regret it? Yes or no? I feel like that's not a bad way to do it. But also, again, I am learning. This is a new thing for me. I've never been a content creator before. I've never been in a position where I even had that choice. So yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, though. I was actually going to play all 6 tanks this season and then make videos for all 6 tanks, and goddamn, that did not go according to plan. early, the leveling, I leveled all my tanks, but then I could not gear all my tanks because there was no way that all of the tanks were getting Volt and everything else. You know what I mean? Whew, man. I think the armor buffs were actually... I think they should have armor buff VDH and Propelli earlier. I think that those were actually... Armor buffing tanks is not a bad way to help them just feel a little better. Also, this group is Omega Blasting right now. We are chilling on our timer. Look at this Windwalker pumping. The Windwalker's pumping. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of this Windwalker. Also, our route got slightly changed because I decided to YOLO it. 87% here, if I pull both of these bats, I think is enough. I think so. If I pull all the bats, if I pull both two sides of the bats. But normally I'm at 89%. So we're about to find out. Because I kind of wanted to try a different route while we were here. I appreciate you saying something nice, Slavic. I'm glad that people like hanging out with me in my stream. I will attempt, for as long as I am alive, I will attempt very hard to not fight fire with fire. Sometimes on a bad day, because recently I've had some bad days, if people attack me, I do still feel like I'm a human being, right? So if people attack me, sometimes I'm just like, I really want to attack back and be like, you don't know what you're talking about. But then I think to myself, what will that accomplish? Literally nothing. Everyone loses if I do that. I have a worse day. I don't feel better. It doesn't feel better to be vindictive. You think it does, but it doesn't. It doesn't actually make you feel much better at all. Or it's like if somebody attacks me and I'm like, I must defend myself. No, I really don't have to, actually. I look around my life and I say, wait a second. I live in a beautiful house. I have an amazing partner who was basically a gift because after getting divorced last year, I didn't think I would find anyone. And I did. So that's pretty cool. Everything's looking up for me in my life. Shy of the few drama things that have happened that I got to sort out still. But yeah, I don't know. Things are good. Okay, where are the bats? Right here. There's a bat. Nice. Now we have percentage. That means they're the ones who need a shoulder and a paw. I would love to, for what it is worth, though. So the two things you're trying to tell people are good. Encouragement, gratitude, missing count. What do you mean missing count? We have perfect count right now. There's no miscount here at all. It's exactly perfect count, Wiz. All right, up we go. Thank you, Buff Barbarian. What's up, Laricardo? That's a question. How is the Guardian tuning? Oh, no problem. So the Guardian tuning is interesting right now. In general, the regular Laricardo, the normal Apex build is getting changed slightly. Where you're going to have a little bit better threat. I think you'll feel a bit better just because a lot of the damage went away from your big Apex burst windows and into Thrash. They're buffing Thrash like a lot. Like massive Thrash buffs. Like 200% damage on the direct application and 100% bleed damage. It's a lot. Big numbers on Thrash buffs. But they are nerfing Raze and Ravage and Maul and stuff like this. Yo, wait, what is this? Greatest just subscribed for 6 months in a row. Thank you. Yeah, Thrash is gonna feel really good to press. Like you're gonna really enjoy it, which also gives you more Ursoc shielding. And if you're playing it Elun's Chosen, you get your benefit from actually getting more self-healing during that window as well, which is pretty cool. So overall, the damage is getting shifted. At the highest level, when you're playing Apex, I feel like it'll be a relative net neutral. I think it's around 1% difference potentially. Thank you. And if you're playing my no Apex build, then actually you get Giga buffed. The no Apex build is being buffed by something like 30% damage. Quite a bit of value for the no Apex build. So that's going to feel really good as well. That's what's happening, Laricardo. It's effectively, it looks like a big nerf, but the buff to Thrash is huge. I don't know about the exact numbers. I think it's hard. Depends on what log you look at. I'm imagining it's around 40%, but it's hard for me to do the exact math with the difference of the bleed versus direct application. But nonetheless, it's going to be a lot. And so the build I'm playing in this key right now, we're going to end the dungeon with basically 80k DPS overall. If I do, for example, for what it is worth, I will do... So we will end this dungeon with about 80k DPS, playing the no Apex build right now. That being said, next week, I would do 110k with the same build that I'm playing right now. Apex currently, to clarify, the current Apex build, if I was playing it, also does about 110k. So basically, it'll just mean that my damage playing no Apex is going to be very similar to my damage playing Apex. And that's exciting, because I much prefer the no Apex playstyle. It fits my playstyle really well. So you'll play a loon? Yep. Nice, GG's. Easy key, well played. Well played, well played. Windwalker pump. I like that Windwalker. Thank you. You haven't seen that route before? It's my beta route. Tis my beta routes. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody do that route either, but I kind of like it. I like it as well. Ooh, you like this a lot more? Yeah, so let's take a look at this last key I just did, right? This is 82k on my meters here, so not on logs. You can see that my damage is approximately 31% thrash, yeah? So this is basically a bunch of thrash here. About 31% thrash. That means that this would be here, though. Yeah, the meter is going to be a little bit off with this, because you can't really identify this, though. Yep, Geech, it's huge news for Guardian. Crazy, by the way. Thank you. If you want. Hard to find. This guy, I like this Windwalker. How do you think DOTC will perform? People have done the math. People much smarter than me have done the math for what it is worth. And they know way more than I do on terms of exactly what the numbers will be like for DOTC. DOTC has a section of its damage which is technically not Ravage. It's Dreadful Wounds, and I don't know if that is also being changed or not. I think that for the most part, DOTC will still be fine, and you'll still be able to play it. I think it's got to be within a few percent, I imagine. I think. I'm imagining it's got to be like that. That Windwalker was good, by the way. I haven't, and we pulled big too, so he was pumping single target. But not only was he pumping single target, I mean, he did last boss, he did the big burst there. Yeah, his single target was good, but also his AoE was good too. You never really get to see Windwalkers, and he was good. He did a lot of damage. I wonder how optimized he is for it, though. Slavic 300 bits, bet. We're going to add to the count, guys. I think I owe some mountain climbers today. Holy, look at this. All right, the count continues. 2,480. We add 30 to the counter. Holy. Oh, you're the Windwalker. Yo, how long have you been playing Windwalker? I don't know if they're made of paper necessarily, but you were doing really good there. I was genuinely curious. I never get to see good Windwalkers, so I was curious about it. Greetings from Bulgaria. What's up, Sarah? Is there something special that needs to be done? I can't join your Discord. Nothing loads. When you join Discord, you just have to click the verification button. It's to try to prevent bots from joining, though. For the meter, should be 100. Is it 150%? Holy. Wow. You still have Karma, and you still have Fort Brew, although I suppose that both of those are kind of lackluster, ultimately. Sarah, is there a little check mark that you see? It might end up being that much. It's hard for me to identify exactly. I had it at about like 120. I was thinking 120 or 130, which would be about a 40% increase. That's what I was thinking, but that's interesting. That's crazy, actually. Yo, Gray, by the way, thank you for the sub in advance. That's always nice to see. Just started the season with the class, and your guys' info helped a lot. I do play with friends, so learning curve is chill. I'm glad to hear that, TJ. Honestly, so many times I've heard people just talk about the fact that they're struggling because when they tank in pugs, like the toxicity is very high, right? 19 Terrace. 19 Terrace is actually a fairly easy clap key too, but I might not run it right now. Let's find out.
65% is direct thrash, 30% is dot, and 5% is star surge on logs. Okay, interesting. You look like the Deep from The Boys. I've heard that before, and I still don't see it, but I do like octopus. So, fair enough. Yeah, the bleed. So most of this is here. It's also about how many times you cast Thrash with this build versus other builds. Okay, guys, let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then we drink a chocolate milkshake, and I knock out probably 200 jumping jacks, potentially, or mountain climbers. 1 second. I'll be right back. Dude, very hype, Saint Hearth. Extremely hype. So that's how you looked up in the log? Yeah, dude, I got a chocolate milkshake from Burger King, dude. This is a proper chocolate milkshake. We have Burger King in Thailand, and you can just order them for like a few dollars. And figuring this out has been not great for my health. Well, actually, I disagree. It's been great for my health. An actual chocolate milkshake, too, not just chocolate milk. Chocolate milkshake. Yeah, the damage in this is incredibly... Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. So, Apex will still be the go-to for single target raid, though. I would imagine for raid, yes. Smee, if I had to guess, I'm gonna imagine yes, though. What's up, greatest? Taking those Mooncord mandatory, not mandatory, Gray, but helpful. Mostly for, and not for damage, for aggro. I really, really like the combination, personally speaking. Moonkin form Starfall is kind of awesome. If you take a look at my breakdown here, it's not a crazy amount of damage, but it really helps with certain pulls while you're gathering, because this will give you a lot of threat. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's like, it's not so much for the damage, because you have to split. I'm still Feral Frenzy single target, but in terms of just aggro. So like very first pull here, I walk past the first few mobs, and then I'm going to roar. And then as I'm roaring, I can go here, and I can go like this. And then as I come back in, you can see here, I still have that Starfall ticking around me, and that creates a threat. It just gives me a lot of threat on any mob that maybe I miss with a Thrash or is kind of over here. First pull Algathar, first pull of this dungeon. Many uses for having a little bit more snap threat. I think that it can be very helpful, if that makes sense. Yeah. But it's not so much for damage. However, what are you going to take with these 2 points? So obviously, if in a dungeon where you need decurse, you just swap this to this. This is not that powerful. It's just
There's not really a lot of other good options here. There's not a ton of talents that I would really want if I didn't take this. Because remember, this means I still have to take this. So it's actually only 1 talent point because now I have this 1 point to put somewhere. I could put it here. This is not that impactful because it only affects Moonfire. Doesn't affect Thrash. So it's like, I could put it here, but I don't press Mangle in this build. I could put it here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the problem with it, is that there's not really anything else that I Omega want, so you might as well just take this, in my opinion. I tend to play with it. I like it. I use it mostly for threat generation. Reminder, I am off tomorrow. I will not be here tomorrow. I am taking the day to chill. Voila. The Burger King wrap is too tight, though. You say Thrash Buff is going to help with Snap Aggro. Very much, Mitch, I do. And it's mostly because of how you end up gathering. So one of the things about tanking, right, Mitch, is that a lot of people are too obsessed with the theory of it and assuming optimal play. We talked about this earlier when we were referencing what class discords are good or bad for. And one of the problems with class discords is like, if you assume that all tanks are going to play perfectly, then there is an optimal build or an optimal set of talents. But a really good example of this is that technically by Sims, the best trinket that you can play right now for Apex is Puzzle Box, right? Here's the problem. Puzzle Box has a use case that is not always practical. I don't think that most people are going to do more damage playing Puzzle Box, mostly because if you use it suboptimally, you're going to do less good. When you are actually pulling a Mythic Plus dungeon, what you're going to end up doing, that's a great question, Ace. Probably not, but that is a great question. Hilarious question, Ace, because you might be right. If they didn't code that right, that is hilarious, because you do go bear form to Thrash as a Resto Druid, and you would do a lot more damage as a Resto Druid if you could Thrash, and the Thrash buff counted for Resto Druid. Hilarious. That is a Druid thing. As funny as that sounds, that's hilarious, because they might actually apply to Resto Druid. Yeah, okay, look. Don't judge me too harshly. I know that the environment matters, and I'm not trying to be weird, but I can't handle paper straws. Paper straws give me the shivers. It's not like if I have to drink out of a paper straw, I literally I shake. It's like a violent reaction. I literally won't do it. I will actually open this and drink it without a straw. I can't handle the texture. It's that, and also wooden spoons. I'm just it gives me it's like nails on a chalkboard feeling. I can't do it. I know it's probably better. I don't actually know if it's better. I haven't studied this whatsoever. But god damn. God, it was always good. The thing with Sundering Roar, Wiz, is there's a few things. It's so rough. I can't stand it. Yeah, it's really, really tough for me. The thing with Sundering Roar is that on the meters, you only see that it does 3 to 4% damage, but for 10 seconds, you also do more damage to the mobs. So even actually getting a Sundering Roar window in. God damn, I mean, that is wow. Oh, wow, that is so good. That is just unbelievable. God, I love milkshakes. Sometimes you're like, was it worth surviving all of the bad things you survived? This is yes. The answer here is yes. This is an amazing milkshake. Delicious. I agree that wooden utensils are impossible to use. That's the thing. I also have it, Stargazer. I don't know why. I don't know where it comes from, but it's like nails. It's a physical reaction to it. Chopsticks are fine. Chopsticks are fine because they have no texture. What makes a milkshake a milkshake? I guess ice cream. It just has to be ice cream blended, basically, right? Isn't that what makes a milkshake milkshake? I'm pretty sure it's just blended ice cream, no? All right, what's going on here? 16 Skyreach. They have a protection paladin and a preservation evoker. Wow. My man thinking for raid of dropping Apex and take Sundering Roar, Fear of Nature, Flashing Claws, Winged Arrows. Single target would be rough, Smee. I don't think so. I have a feeling the answer is no. Maybe with the nerfs, but I mean, probably not. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah. We can do some more. Sure. What do you feel? Sundering Roar for single target is a meme. Single target is certainly less valuable than AoE. Yeah. Well, Milkshake is my favorite. I do have an answer to this question, but it's a nostalgic answer for what it is worth. The nerf to Brewmaster is like a 1% nerf. the nerf to Brewmaster is not really a nerf. Sick, do you think you can heal a 19 Magister's Terrace? I was thinking about holding this key for my friends tomorrow because they need it. I was kind of thinking about holding it for my friends. What is the reasoning behind nerfing every offensive except Thrash? So, Merlona, when you are in a key, so much of your damage was tied around your big Apex window. So much, in fact, that it was nearly impossible for them to balance. Oh, BM Hunter. I see. BM Hunter got buffed. That's true. So, they tried to take the power out of this, which was good. They always needed to do this. And then basically buff a baseline ability and did Thrash. And they buffed the Thrash damage. It kind of equates out, although it's probably, I think, a little bit more of a nerf. I think I want to hold it because my friends... Wait, do they need Terrace? Wait, didn't they already get Terrace? I'll just send it. We can do it. 2 casts every 2 minutes isn't 40% of your overall. Pretty much, yeah. That's exactly right. Can you heal 19 Terrace? I feel like they already have it, so we can just send it. Favorite milkshake, though? Awesome. Good question. Favorite milkshake is this. When I was but a young lad, many seasons ago, at one point in my life, you ready? Observe. I got to have a Haagen-Dazs Dulce de Leche milkshake. And it was one of 2 moments in my entire life that I ever got properly sugar high, as in I drank it way too fast, and my brain went to like a different universe for a while. It was incredible. Never had it again. That single milkshake, I remember it always. That milkshake, Haagen-Dazs Dulce de Leche milkshake, when I was like 9 years old or something. My grandmother took me to the Grove in Beverly Hills, like the LA area. I don't remember where the Grove is, like somewhere around there. And, that was sublime. Now that was a good milkshake. This is also good. This is just a regular chocolate milkshake from Burger King. But that, you asked me what my favorite milkshake was, and that story, that's what I remember, to be honest with you. All right, we could just run the 19. Gaming for a little longer. God, oof. Something special about that milkshake, I swear. Delicious. The other time, by the way, was Cinnabon. Yep. You know, as far as I would hope that the next 4 set isn't related to Ravage, at least, or Raise. By the way, that's what I would hope. We'll see what happens, but it is true. One of the weird things about this build is that the 4 set actually does nothing. The 4 set literally does exactly 0% for this build, which is sad. Cinnabon. Yep. My Brewmaster is so much faster in Fluid, not 10 times. Yeah, I know, it's Corpus. There's a very real world where, although I'm excited for what it is worth, I'm excited. Oh, Scal, you want to come? For sure. Let's do it. Although I'm excited that they're making the build that I like a little bit better for Guardian Druid, ultimately, Brewmaster is still just easy clap GG's. You'll still have probably a better time with this, though. Go to their own ice cream stores. I feel like they have them in Thailand, but the problem, Assam, is ice cream in Thailand is not expensive. Except Haagen-Dazs is. Haagen-Dazs is quite pricey here. Like this whole milkshake that I'm having, large milkshake here, this thing is not that expensive. This is like $3. No, less than it's well, no. No, hold up. This is like $4 or $5. So milkshake from Burger King a bit more. But I can get like a McDonald's sundae for $1. But the same amount of ice cream from Haagen-Dazs is like $10. It's like 10 times the price. It's quite a lot. I love Guardian Druid, but this is too much work. Be back in a second if it gets bumped enough. I mean, did you ever get to try the no Apex builds? I feel like that though. Can I join not racist? You know, honestly, sure. We'll take them. Bet. Should I play Apex for this though and make it easy? It's also just that you can't compete if an imported brand comes to Thailand. The local prices are still low enough. The no Apex build gets buffed by like 40% next week, Corpus. That's a lot. It's a big buff. Big buff to no Apex build. So that is a large number. Not 10%, not 20%, more like 40%. Which also means, by the way, that you will get way more Loon's Favored and way more Ursox Fury. Still kind of nice. All right. How do we feel like our damage is going to be? Because I kind of want to play no Apex on this terrace. Where can I find the no Apex? Oh, just in Discord. You'll find the build and a bunch of explanations about it in Discord. There's a guide that I made for it on Patreon and YouTube members. If you want to access it there. If you do not have a few dollars to spend on that video and all the other videos, you just tell me. If you really want the guide, I'll send it to you. Oh, it's not going to be for you. Every key's going to feel worse until then. Kinda. Yeah, a little bit. I'm not that fussed about it. I'm very excited. That is big ups. Because I know how much damage I can do with this build. And I know what this will look like next week. And I will feel very good about that. Yeah. All right. We'll do Warlock skip route for this. Magister's Terrace. I'm still kind of experimenting with exactly what the route should be in this. There's a few question marks I have still about how to route Magisters. I love sugar. Too much. I like sugar too much. Everything in moderation, as they say. Okay. 19 Terrace. Here's the route that we normally do. Was a bear stroke? Dude, it was very... Last night... Well, hold up. No. Check the timing, Wisdom. I have an alibi. No, wait. No. I have an alibi. Last night, around midnight, I finished work... And I thought to myself, I was way too negative on stream. I literally thought, no, listen. I thought to myself, I was like, I was far too, I crashed out at the end of last stream because people were asking me. Somebody said, why are you so depressed about this season? And I went on like a 10-minute rant about why I was depressed about the season. So I crashed out. I had my moment, okay? I was just like, and this, and that, and I think that Blizzard doesn't look at Mythic, and blah, 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 and the tank battle, blah, okay. But then I realized last night, I was like, that's not who I want to be, right? That's not the energy I want to put out into the universe. So what I did instead was I decided, I was like, who cares about IO? It's okay if we don't get a lot of IO. I just want to play the game in a way that's fun for me. So that's what I'm going to do. That's what I decided. Yep. And I was like, exactly. So I made that choice last night. I put a message in Discord and I said, as an example, I said, hey, everything is going to be okay. I'm going to play Guardian regardless of IO. I'll let go of whatever goals. It's fine. I just want to enjoy the game. Now I wake up and bam. And now all of a sudden, here we are. So it's a pretty normal route. I think the first area is a little slow. I think that pull 4 and 5, I'm confused about. The idea behind pull 5 is that I chain these guys in and we extend the buff. And then we go like this. Now, the real question is, with pull 7, do we just Spirit Link and pull this like that? And then we chain in? I think that's what you're supposed to do with the Resto Shaman, right? That is actually true. Yep.
Although it is, isn't it Gamelius? I thought it was Gamelius or something like that. +2, last boss. Yeah. So, Druid is meta now. I mean, my build, Anthony, is good. My build is really good. I knew who you were talking about, though. Don't worry. Pull the door part of 8 back onto 7, and then Spirit Link it, right? I'm assuming that that's the plan. Because I think with Shaman, with Mistweaver, you would do it slightly differently. But with Shaman, if you can link when these guys explode, I think that's a good link right there. Yeah, okay, that's the plan. Called him third boss. Yeah, he's just he's the jellyfish boss. He's just that's the jellyfish boss. All right, ready? Let's go. Can I finish my milkshake? If I don't finish my milkshake, I'm gonna be thinking about this the entire key. So I gotta finish this, okay? Delicious. Scalo, are you in a stream right now? You were the person who asked me about 20s earlier. We call that boss Squishy from Finding Nemo. Take off the cap and chug it. No, I mean, this isn't a paper straw. It's a plastic straw. I can enjoy my plastic straw. Yeah, okay. So I'm playing a build right now that currently does 40% less damage, 30%. Next week, it gets buffed by like 45%. I want to see if I can just do it, so I will do slightly less damage. If I played the full Apex, I would do like 30% more damage, but I feel like 19 Terrace should not be a problem for timer. Which bear form? So every time I go into bear form, by the way, I have the glyph that changes my bear form. So every time I go in, it's completely random. Throughout the key, you're going to see a bunch of different bear forms because it's just random. It's just RNG. There's a glyph that will rotate through every available bear form that you own, and it will give you a different one every time you go into bear form. Now, if you do 3 and door with 8 and 7. Yeah, so what I was going to do is we do this, and then we chain these 3 into that. We basically chain 7 into 8, and then we do these together. You don't like that? You want to do 7. I don't think this is a good pull because then you have a familiar on top of 2 dispels. I think that you just go you chain 7 into 8 and then you do these 2 together and then you go 10. No, you don't go 9 by itself. It's like a chain. Because the little worms will die, we link it, and then I run back in. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Ooh, all right, milkshake is about done. Let's do it. I made this mistake before where if I have a milkshake next to me, I just can't log in. It's impossible for me to focus. 1 second. I'm going to put the milkshake, I'm going to throw it out. I can't even have it next to me. I swear, I'm not going to be able to focus on this key at all. Buckle up, buckaroos. Let's go. It's time. Oh. I have literally never not locked in. I feel like that's true. Wait, Wisdom. Is this true? Am I being trolled right now? Have I ever bricked a Magister's Terrace? Me? Have I? I'm sure at some point. You got to imagine it's happened at some point. I just don't remember when. Good morning. Hey, Robbie Green. Hope you're having a good day. So far, so good. Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. The last few days have actually been a great reminder for me that my life is actually pretty good. I didn't have enemy nameplates turned on, so that's not exactly the best way to start this key. There you go. No, actually, though, really, I think that the last few days, I've had this weird thing recently where I've kind of forgotten that I'm actually in a not relatively. Let me back up completely. I am very fortunate to be where I am today. Like, I worked very hard to be here, and I am very proud of myself for the fact that I am here. But a lot of bad stuff has happened to me recently. And to be honest with you, I think that I was starting to catch myself in a bit of a negative thinking pattern where I was just like, woe is me a little bit. And I'm not the sort of person who does that. I've had enough things happen to me in my life to kind of learn that actually speaking, it's not a woe is me. You can complain, or honestly, you can use it as fuel to get better. And I want to be able to use the bad things that happen to me in my life. I want to use them as fuel to get better. That's my goal. And so anyways, I haven't been too happy with maybe how I've been treating some of the things that I've been going through. And I told myself yesterday, it's been impacting my WoW, it's been impacting this, it's been impacting a whole bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, we're supposed to lust this pool. I guess we can lust whenever. We're supposed to have lusted this pool, but if we don't lust this pool, that's okay. We can lust the next pool. I think that it was actually starting to really negatively influence me. And I think that I had to remind myself, in fact, that I'm in a good spot right now. Monk taking yesterday was so helpful. I hit 90, then got, yeah, I know. Yep. I'm glad you're having a good time with it, Larabelle. I honestly I think that I'm still going to play my Brewmaster a little bit, just for fun. Yeah, mostly just for fun, because, yeah, it's a really fun tank. It's a fun tank for me because it's also a challenge. I am not a Brewmaster player, and so, interestingly enough, yeah. I'm so mad I missed my blindfolded stream. Dude, I will do that at some point, though. The last time I did, there is a blindfolded key on YouTube right now. It is a plus 17. It's a plus 17 Halls of Atonement last season. I did a plus 17 Halls of Atonement completely blindfolded. That is on YouTube, actually. Yes. That is what an amazing adventure that was. Yeah, I want to do it again this season. At some point this season, I will do it again. I don't know when. Maybe toward the end of the season. But I will play a key completely blindfolded. It's omega fun. It's the hardest challenge that could ever be done in World of Warcraft, I think. Well, the funny thing is that the few times that I have done it, I didn't decide the dungeon. It's not like I was like, oh, I think this would be a great dungeon. Do you know what I did? You know what I did? I was just like, I'm doing it today. I logged in and I was like, all right, I guess I have a Halls of Atonement. That's how I made the choice to do the dungeons. And the first one ever was a Priory of the Sacred Flame, which was not a good choice. Priory was the first ever attempt at a completely blindfolded key. It was a plus 15 Priory in Season 2. And we got to the first boss, and that was when the boss still had the red arrow that basically shot at you, right? I didn't get there. It was the first boss. I wasn't told to dodge, and I got clapped by the first arrow. The red arrow got me, the frontal from the boss in Priory. Yeah, because, like, the thing is, you have to realize, I have no idea where I'm going. Like, I literally can't see anything. It's not like a figuratively can't see anything. It's like an actually can't see anything. Let's go save. So here's the thing. You only pull this Pyromancer. You pull this here. So Pit of Sauron would be, like, how do you do the dodging boss? How do you do Forge Master? How do you do Ick and Crick? How do you even do the last boss? I feel like there would be no way. Like, there's so much positional requirements in most of these keys. Even Magister's Terrace, I couldn't even... Oh, guys. No. No. Oh, no. Good luck, team. You better have defensives. Somebody butt pulled this. Good luck. Defensive right now, or you're dead. Holy shit, are we going to live? That was a late link, but it was a fair... Okay, it's okay. We're going to have to change up the boss positioning here. That's okay. I actually think this might work out. We're just going to have to use the back part now. So we're going to pull the worms, and they're going to explode on the phase, but not on this AoE that happens right now. That's fine. Okay, we're going to make this work. That was
A rough butt pull, though, I will say. Okay, so he's not quite in the right spot. Make sure that when these worms explode, let me go soak these ones. Oh my god, there's going to be a lot of orbs here. So we can't use the door now. Yeah, careful about soaking too many. Oh my god, there's going to be so many. You can't do the cheese strat. Okay, am I going to die here? ISI. I have 6 stacks. We can res this and probably still live, but we got to stop bot pulling. Oh, wait, there's no res. Where did we be res earlier? Oh, no. GG's. Where did we be res? I didn't even wait, I didn't even know we be res somebody. Wait, who died? I really wasn't paying attention. 2 people died here? Oh, the DK died immediately. I think that's a GG's. I mean, that's okay. It's okay. It happens. No problem. No problem. I think that's a GG's, and we can't solo the boss with this. That's fine. All good. Nice try. Nice try. Normally, you pull that after. So I like to do it safe. I'm pretty sure. I think it was a devourer, right, who pulled. That's okay. All good. Happens. No problem. No problem. This key is pretty hard to lose unless you do something like that. No problem. All good. All good. All good. How is Blood DK not buffed? I feel like Blood DK is actually good right now. I feel like Blood DK is actually alright, though. That was a big tab target moment. All good. Sky, you want to do a key? I wonder if everybody will cry about Bear now. I don't know. I think that Blood DK, the armor buff they got before, if you want to buff them a little bit, you could. Y'all bands and key, I imagine y'all are crest cap. Yes, basically, Warhawk. Correct. Skull, what do you have? You have a Spire. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, we don't do that real quick? Okay. Now, here's a question. If we want to do your Spire, do you want me to go max damage build and show off? Or you want me to go... Sure, we can do that. You want me to go... You want me to show off a little bit? Should I show off in the Spire? Whatever you feel like. Okay, but just try not to butt pull. Okay, just try really hard. Just no butt pulls. Should I play no Apex in the Spire, or should I play Apex in Spire? I play no Apex build. I maintain 80-90k on regular pulls. Single target, you fall to 20 to 30. Is it normal for no Apex? If you fall to 20 to 30, it's a little bit low. I think 20 to 30 is definitely a bit low, Merlona. Are you Feral Frenzying? Are you going into cat form and using your Feral Frenzy, Heart of the Wild? That's a big single target increase for no Apex. Okay, let's get it. Let's get it first. Windrunner is not too bad of a key. The only problem with our comp is that I need to take Poison Dispel, because we don't really have Poison Dispel outside of Totem. Can do it, though. But is Apex that bad on Guardian? No, it's a playstyle difference. Thoughts on the class changes? Some of them are good. Some classes are notably missing from it, though. Windrunner. Spire. I think that I'd like to keep the same comp if you're alright with that, Ska. If we miss it, we miss it. I'm not that fussed. I'll play Apex build, and I'll show you the difference. But next week, the no Apex build gets buffed a lot. I think the class changes. I'm glad that they tried it. I'm running DOTC talents. I don't have to change anything. Nope, it's the same. So you can do it 2 ways. You're going to watch me on the very first pull of Windrunner Spire. I'm going to do a particular way of gathering this first pull, and I'm going to be using my Boomy Starfall to gather the pull. It's not for damage. It's just for threat. Now, on single target, I'm going to make sure I Feral Frenzy. 2 targets, like the duo boss, with my builds, probably about similar. But if I'm playing the Apex, so I'll play Apex here and I'll just do big numbers. Back to my prop Pally Sally. That buff is nothing. No, 3% for prop Pally was not enough. I think it deserved more than that. But hey, at least it's something. It could be nothing, right? I use Heart of the Wild for healing your team. Don't do that. The Heart of the Wild heal is very lackluster, Merlona. I really like Bear off healing, by the way. Big fan of the fact that Bear can off heal.
ultimately, though, it's very lackluster. The value of that wild growth, the actual amount that it heals for, is very low. Like it's a trickle of somebody's health bar. It's I mean, if you want to send it like that, you can, but Feral Frenzy will help you feel better with single target. Nib Hatch will be even better. 100% it will, Sir Matthias. It will be way better. Feral Frenzy seems scary. Feral Frenzy is a little scary. Boomkin form, however, if you read Boomkin form, you have a natural armor modifier. So when I shift into Boomkin form, I still actually have quite a bit of armor. In fact, baseline, I have more armor, as funny as it sounds, right when I shift into Boomkin form. I have a lot of armor, as funny as it sounds. Isn't that weird? Because right when I shift into Moonkin form, I have as much armor as 1 stack of Iron Fur. Oh, I made the group. Oh, I think so. I made group. Is that okay? Were you able to do AA with no Apex? Absolutely. Yes. Croth will feel a little bit, like damage burns will feel a little bit less, but that's fine. Yep. You want to try it, Ska? And if it's a problem, just let me know. I gotta go upgrade my shoulders too. All right, let's go try it. If it ends up being a problem, we can swap. I can play NA. It doesn't matter. I have the same ping either way from OCE to NA. Ska, have you ever played with a Guardian Druid before this season? What class should I try to grind Mythic Plus with? No DK, because I don't really like him, and no DH. Do you want to tank, Owen? What role would you like to play? Way less damage overall? No, Shino. Shino, so we've tested it significantly. No Apex. In the win, I did an 18 Windrunner Spire literally earlier today. No Apex did 80k overall in that dungeon, right? 40k single target, give or take, about 40k on the last boss. And then overall in the dungeon, it was about 80k. Okay? I think only with Dal? Okay. So you know the damage that I'm about to deal on the first pull, at the very least. It's going to be disgusting. Because I will play the Apex for this because I actually want to time it. Next week, the build I'm playing right now, slight nerf. The build I like to play, 40%. We didn't get very far. Oh, I see. I'll show you. Well, hopefully we get farther here. Let's imagine we get a little farther here. After I blow my nose, because my allergies are so bad these days. You want to play a DPS. I would say, Owen, a very good idea is to play a meta DPS. If you are solo pugging and you want to push high M+, it's not a bad idea to look at some of the best DPS and choose what you like. Currently, Warlock is a great choice. If you don't want to play Demon Hunter, you don't want to play DK, what about Warlock? Do you like Warlock? Because Demonology Warlock was surprisingly absent from the nerfs recently. No, Big Vic, they do not. So, this is a fun one. Actually, here's something interesting, Big Vic. The Enforcers and Magister's Terrace get a stacking magic buff. There are some classes that auto-purge them, and there are some classes that don't auto-purge them. They get this thing called Arcane Blade. Each stack of this creates more additional arcane damage to their target. Now, if you can purge it, you don't even notice it. The reason that they hit so hard is because it does arcane damage. So some comps will have a natural purge and some will not. And that's why occasionally you're just like, oof. It's very interesting, actually. That's one of those sneaking mechanics that you would not really know about. But yeah, it's a magic thing. So actually, if they're at high stacks, you can purge it. Like a shaman could purge it if they want to spend the global, or the demon hunter could purge it. It's a magic buff on the thing. All right, ready? Let's go. Lock Fell Hunter, because it's passive. But you want passive purges, because people like DPS are not going to want to spend the globals doing it, right? First pull Algathar Academy. I believe there's a video on my Patreon specifically for that, though. No other Discord is like this. All they do is argue and rage. Is it still going? I've heard that there's been some drama in the Bear Discord today. You know something? There's a lot of great people in there. There are definitely some troublemakers as well. I don't go in there anymore.
To be honest with you, I don't go in there. This is how I use Heart of the Wild. So I'm going to do it pre-pull. If I really wanted to min-max my damage, by the way, I would not Heart of the Wild there because I would do it as I've already collected everything. But because I'm doing it this way, the reason I do it that way is specifically just for aggro. Like, that's why I do it that way. Because now I'm going to have Omega Threat on this. And that's important. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. So it's for threat reasons, right? Trying to find, yeah. The class discourse can get dogmatic. Like I said, there's a bunch of really amazing people in there. But also, you have to just be aware of the fact that although their goal is to help people, oftentimes they can get a little bit caught up in the way that they believe is the best way to help people. And remember, it's not malicious. It's certainly not malicious, by the way. But they can get caught up with just trying to recommend a way of playing that they think is going to benefit everyone, although can oftentimes lose sight of the fact that it might not be the best option for everyone, if that makes sense, though. This is when I play Apex. So this is getting nerfed next week. This is why they're nerfing it next week, is because if you take a look at my tank damage, it is, as I mentioned to you, going to be disgusting. And yet, I have not timed a 19 Windrunner Spire just yet. Mostly because although you can do this well as a tank, and I can still be giga tanky and play almost perfectly, it still is a reliance on people getting their kicks and people doing mechanics and stuff like that. So, yeah. I have done this key many times. I don't always get the opportunity to, but if you give me the opportunity, I will show off to you on Bear. Next week, I will show off using my no Apex build. This week, I'm going to show off using the Apex build. But if you set it up correctly, you can do big boom damage. Extremely big boom damage. That one was slightly suboptimal, by the way. I tried to greed that one. We were actually so fast that normally I have Incarn coming up a second earlier here. Did my talent change not go through? Oh, I am so sorry, healer. I have trolled. I have apparently trolled. I don't think I have the poison. I thought I did, but I might have been showing somebody something, and I might not actually have it. So we're just going to play this pull. We're definitely not pulling Lynx back into this then. We just fight these. This pull is going to be hard if he doesn't have Poison Cleansing Totem. This is going to actually be kind of a toxic pull. Can you not? There was a pop-up I had. My game just minimized. Yeah, no Lynx in here. Let's just get through this. If we get through this, we can time the rest of the dungeon. But I might be trolling over the fact that I do not have a Poison Dispel right now. Okay, move backwards. I do prefer Elun's Chosen. I think that if I'm trying to do big boom damage, to be honest with you, I actually do more damage as Elun's Chosen, but it's because I'm not as good at Druid of the Claw. They are, if you play them both perfectly, they're very, very close together right now. I'm just not as good. I think it's a ping problem. It could also just be a brain problem, but I do not have that good of a time playing the Druid of the Claw build. It does not fit my playstyle. So here, as an example, see how I pre-Heart of the Wild before I even walk into the pull? That's just for threat reasons. The best time to use it is when you're walking into a pull. Okay, watch that trap. I'm going to pull back here. And now I need to have a plan for threat. So I'm going to walk in here. There's no AoE damage. All of this is tank damage. Incarn, set it up. Watch the threat for a second. Hold the echoes. Don't run away from me. Run toward me, please. If you get threat, run toward the tank. Ooh, scary, scary. I could have set that up slightly better. I'm not playing pitch perfect right now. I'm playing decently well, but could be playing a lot better for sure. Do. I started using the healer bear build. It's very relaxed and chill. I think there's a lot of value in having a build that is truly relaxed and chill. I could have been hanging here, just opened your mobile Twitch app. Have you not ever had a mobile Twitch app before? Oh, wait, hold up. I'm too close to the Spore Dispersal. So, we need a SI, because they're going to clap me for magic damage. And that's both my SIs, by the way. So I'm going to pull this guy back a little bit now. And only when I am ready will I add more targets to this pull.
When you say BM, you know that there are 2 specs in World of Warcraft that are actually BM related, right? So I don't actually know if you're referring to the BM that I'm familiar with, or if you're referring to Brewmaster. Like when you say BM, because a big talking point recently has been Brewmaster. People are holding cooldown, so we got to pull in here. This is a little bit dangerous, though, I will say. There's going to be 1 overlap, but I know that everyone's holding cooldown, so I'm going to decide to do this pull anyways. I'll have the Vortex Typhoon, and I'll make sure that I stop this overlap. I have in cap. This is the hard one right here, though. So I'm hovering over my in cap. 3, 2, 1, in cap roar. Boom. 3, 2, 1, war stomp. Okay, there we go. I got it as quickly as I could. Nice. Okay, trigger boss RP now. Go trigger the boss RP. That was good. Nice job, nice job. We did the overlap. Boss RP, please. I got it. I'm trying to hold my cooldowns a little bit. Okay, I'll get the next stop. Boom, Typhoon, good. And then I pull funnel into boss. Nice. Boss RP is triggered. Beautiful. And then we're going to go here, though. What is the Guardian Druid buff? So direct damage of Thrash was giga buffed, which means that my no Apex build gets more buff than the traditional build that I'm using right now. But nice big buff for that, though. So then I drag this for funnel on boss. Why are they nerfing Resto Druid healing? Resto Druid is a weird one because actually it is that powerful and it does deserve to be nerfed, to be fair. Like, I think that nerfing the Resto Druid healing is actually a reasonable thing for them to do. To be honest with you, though, one of the weird things about that nerf... Let me make sure I don't troll. I want to hit the boss with this, too. So, that's a good question. Why are they nerfing that? Ultimately, at the highest end, Resto Druid does extreme healing. But I don't know if people have noticed, that's not actually true in most content right now. Like, in my weekly keys, Resto Druid really struggles with HPS checks, and it's because it's actually not an easy healer to play. I find that the best healer, I hit the funnel with the other thing. My game. I hovered over my chat, though. Shh, JJ. I'm showing off. I'm being non-ethical right now. To be fair, that was my boss damage rotation, too. I would just want to point out... JJ. That's my single target rotation. JJ. Listen. JJ. Hear me out. You know that song was very popular for a while, and it was just, girls just want to have fun? If I'm playing and I'm going through the effort of playing the Apex Guardian Druid build, I'm not going to be ethical with my damage. Get out of here. If I'm choosing to play this, it's because I am trying to show off. So sometimes druids just want to have fun, JJ. I'm not going to send any buttons here, so I'm just going to watch for my health potion. A little cookie action. What's up? Okay, whoa, tornadoes. Spirit Link feels so bad when it doesn't actually work, like right now. Okay, pulling the boss over here, and then we go like this, and then if I've timed this correctly, it'll be awesome. Yeah, I am basically a DPS. And if I'm a DPS, I'm going to play like a DPS. If we time this key, excellent. But if we don't, at least I'm going to parse 100. That's the whole point. That's why people play DPS. People don't play DPS because they're like trying to be a team player. You're supposed to be as selfish as possible. That's like literally DPS 101. So my goal is to be as selfish as possible. I'm kidding, obviously. Like, I'm being facetious, but I'm also not. You guys know, everyone knows that I'm, like, kind of joking, but I'm also not joking, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, you're kind of like, it's funny, but also correct. Okay, do we send the second res here? I think so. All good, all good, all good. You can have 2 deaths here and still time the key. The timer, if I'm playing this build, is not going to be hard. I feel like you don't take this, actually. The boss is dead in 4%. I would agree, actually. I think that's a wise decision. We'll kill the boss here. I think that was a smart decision, actually, not to take. We would not have gained a lot of value from that. And he can just release and join us on the next pull. Yeah, because boss is dead right now. Perfect. Here's someone sitting on Wild Guardian. What's the purpose? Like, right now, because I'm going to pad. It's literally because I'm about to pad. Like, actually, Gilsey, so you're correct. So when I made the Apex Druid guide recently on Patreon and YouTube members, one thing I talked about is the fact that I can sit on this for like 2 minutes. And it's because I want to have it on this pull. That's why. That's it. I could have even held it longer, although it's suspicious to hold it that long. Because what I can do is I can go and delete this mob from existence using my big Apex burst. And I can do big damage here, and then we can progress toward the next pull faster. But the truth is, it's just more overall damage for me. Because technically I could have sent it on the boss as well, and it would have been an equal time gain, except that my overall damage would be lower. So if I'm going to try to show off a little bit, then I'm going to try to show off a little bit. That's the God's honest truth. I'm going to be real with you. It's the God's honest truth is that it's probably not productive for my key, but although this is IO, it is also my first time doing a key with Mr. Skalal DK, although I actually think I've played with him before, maybe at some point. And I just kind of want to show off a bit. That's it. I'm going to be real with you. I'm just trying to greed my damage. Because no one actually sees if your damage was ethical. You know what they check? The overall number. I need you to fix your DPS meters. What's wrong with it? Is it the fact that there's so much extra space? Oh, I see. Yeah, I could probably do that. That's actually a good point. Okay, so here, our timer is good right now. I would not chain this. This is not a good chain, actually. I would recommend that you get this to 50% health. Because we just sent all our cooldowns. No one has cooldowns right now. I don't think. Just trust me a little bit and get this to 50% health before we chain it. You can chain it after the next set of kicks probably go through, or these next set of puddles. So we're going to go down the stairs in like a few seconds. I just want to get at least one of these kicks. I think it's a mistake to chain this too fast with our comp. I could be wrong on that, but it's my decision. And if we miss time by like 5 seconds, then that could have been 5 seconds right there. Because then when you go in here, the thing is, you're not going to have to get 5 kicks all at once. And the cutthroats are unavoidable damage. So that poison blade right there, I get 1. And then I vortex them. And although it will die on time, it doesn't die fast enough. There will still be 1 overlap, but there won't be 2 overlaps now, which I think is decent. See how that guy is going to die before we have to worry about his cast? Okay, let me lock in. I don't want to die. I think that it's a wise decision to get it low, although it's definitely a bit of a time loss, so maybe in the future it might not be worth it. Yeah, a lot of people find themselves in a trap of Guardian Druid where they feel like they have to send their Apex right away. Lost the pull before. I also think that that's actually pretty reasonable as well. Although, JJ, I mean, what's the highest key you've done? I'm imagining you're pretty far up there right now. It can't be that far. So I'm pretty sure you've done this on a much higher level, yeah? Okay, hold up. We gotta wait for at least one more AoE here. AoE's coming. 3, 2, 1. I Feral Frenzy. Get my Iron Fur up for the Brutal Chop. Then you can go in, because we'll have big dam here. Thrash. Lunar Beam right here. Perfect. Settle into the pull first. I delete this mob from existence. And then we're here. We've had a few deaths. So I think the timer could get a little bit tight. Kill him right now. No. Our damage was low on that guy. I chained him because he was supposed to die before that AoE.
He was definitely supposed to be dead there. I had Apex and everything. I chained him at 2 mil. I feel like he should have been dead, but I guess we didn't. Maybe the Warlock didn't have resources after dying. Damn. All right. Well, again we go. Again we go. Probably just reset. Do. Do. All right. No, that's a GG. You use reset. You can't have like that many deaths. Like you can have some deaths, but not that many. All good. Movements if it was that close. It was really like I chained him. I thought I chained him at the right time, but all good. Coilface just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. What's the biggest tank after tunings? Brewmaster still. Like you'll still see a Brewmaster meta, but at the very least, I'm pretty happy about the fact that Guardian Druid got buffed. Yeah, I feel like Warlock is a really good choice if you want to play Warlock. As long as you're okay with playing Demo, don't play AF. If you want to play Affliction, I have a great person for you to study. Oh, wait, did my phone die? Whoops. All good, all good. It was like 1 second off dying there. Do. We go again. Think the trash changes are a buff? Yeah, actually, I do. For regular Apex builds, it's a bit of a net neutral, but it will help you feel better, I think, Rage. For my no Apex build, it is a massive buff, yes. Do. Okay, so you want me to fix it like this, Ash? You want me to go like this? Like that? Ash, is that better? Miss Trashes, could you confirm or deny for me? Is this what you wanted? Does that work better for you? If I did this, how do you feel about this change? Miss Trashes, what do you think about this? It's the corner space. So, like, let me ask you a question. Like, is that better? What if I had my DPS meters like this? Do you like this? Should I ask 100 times, are you happy with the changes? I am, Ron Lou. It actually makes me very excited because there's a build that I really like playing. It's the no Apex, just sort of macro iron for a build. And this buff will enable me to play that properly, I think, next week. So right now I'm playing Apex, and as you can see, I'm doing massive damage. Overall, my damage will be higher, but it's not going to be crazy amount higher, to be honest with you. Yeah. You won't have the same sort of niche that you have right now, and honestly, I'm okay with it. Yeah, is this like actually cleaner if I have my meters like this? To have no Apex in the talents. To be fair, it's the design problem for Bear is the fact that Apex exists to begin with. The Apex should never have been designed like this. It was always going to get nerfed. There's no way you can give a tank the literal most powerful AoE guide in the game. If you want to find most of the things, either here or YouTube, Mr. Scully. Ugh, all I want for Christmas, to be honest with you, is to be able to breathe through my nose. That is honestly what I want. All right, redo. Poison Dispel, thank you. I went to change it earlier and I did not have it. There you go. Good call, good catch, good catch. I have healed this key as well. It's difficult to heal when you don't have the Poison Dispel. Route is fine. Here we go. Onwards and upwards. Yeah, I mean, you're going to see the first pull, though. Apex just for leveling? No. Apex is still going to be very, very strong. I honestly think that a lot of bears will still play Apex. Although, it's just going to be one of those situations where it's a playstyle diff. It's a playstyle diff right now, Rage. Like, I could time this key with no Apex, but if I want to make it easier on my team in this particular week before it's buffed, I'll play Apex. Because Apex is going to do a lot more damage, and that will be impactful. So we go here. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if I can do big damage and still be a successful tank, then that's a good idea. But the Apex also has a relatively degenerate feedback loop where I am encouraged at all times to not be as tanky as I can be in favor of damage. I'm thinking to myself, can I get away with not pressing Iron Fur right now so I can do even more damage on this pull? I'm thinking to myself, instead of pressing Frenzied Regen, is it possible that I could just smash my Thrash and Mangle so I can build more Rage to get back to my Incarn faster so I can do more damage? And you can see that my big damage numbers there, it feels good. It's a massive, massive dopamine hit, certainly, right? Huge dopamine hit to do that much damage. But by the end of the dungeon overall, my no apex is not that far apart. It's just first pulls with this build are insane. So anytime you can get a first pull to feel that good, you can just do a big first pull with pre-apex. Because remember, you can get a pre-apex window along with your actual apex, which is very helpful, of course. Okay, Restless Steward is kind of still alive. I can't really chain until this guy's dead. There's going to be another set of debuffs. Oh, the Firehawk. Nobody stopped it. And you come around here. I dispel poison. Okay, 1 second. Locked in. Locked in. Locked in. Hard pull. Normally I apex right here, but we're actually kind of fast. What would you say is the most difficult part about tanking? Honestly, I think that the pressure of having to play perfect, believe it or not, is probably my answer to that question. Ultimately, every role at a high enough level has a lot of responsibility. Like if your DPS are not min-maxing their rotation and they're playing poorly, to be honest with you, you won't time a key as key levels get higher, although it is certainly less punishing if they miss a button. But like at a certain level, as you get like really high into keys, your DPS are also required to effectively lock in. So it's not just exclusive to tanks or healers. It just feels more punishing when your tank makes a mistake because you're going to die. I would say certainly DPS have a bit more leeway. Like realistically, you can still time keys if your DPS play at 90% efficiency versus 100%. Although it's a treat. Whenever you find DPS who can play at that 100%, it feels like a massive treat. You're just like, wow, this feels great, right? Setting up pulls, it's not that. Honestly, at a higher level, that I really don't think that it's the routing that gets you, because when you get up to higher keys, the route is pretty straightforward. I don't think it's actually that. I think that the hardest part of higher keys is just you as a tank, while you're doing everything else that you are required to do, must also play pitch perfect. And if you mess up, like right now, if I'm like, okay, so I'm gathering this, but I miss my Frenzied Regen and I die, that's on me. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's like that's just my team expects me effectively to be perfect. It's very difficult for me to kind of chill and vibe, although eventually you get enough reps in your head where you're like, I got this. But I think that at the start, as you get into higher keys, that responsibility can feel extremely punishing because it's a game, but it kind of doesn't feel like a game at some point. I think it's very easy for this to start feeling like a job. Does that make sense? Like, I think that that's kind of what I notice for myself at the very least about these kind of, about pushing higher keys, quote unquote, is just how much it kind of feels a little bit like a job sometimes. Which again is not the end of the world, but certainly is just something to consider. And there's a reason that a lot of people just don't want to tank. It's not a magic mystery, you know? It's not like, oh, I wonder why there's a tank shortage. It's like, well, it's a very challenging role, although it's also it's a rewarding role as well, to be fair. Like, I don't want tanking to be so easy that there's no risk to it. There has to be a certain level of risk. That's actually part of tanking, is to have that, you know? Where can I find your no Apex macro? Oh, just in Discord. Just find it in Discord. We're not going to chain in yet. We're going to wait for one more AoE. It's too healthy. We can get a little bit of funnel on this, but that's it. We will wait for one more AoE, and then I will pull the Hawks. Our timer should be fine as we play the rest of the key clean. So let the healer heal this. Give him a few ticks. He's a Resto Shaman. He does not get more healing via more targets. A Mistweaver does. Mistweaver actually has an easier time healing this if they are having more targets in the pool. Stop that one. Somebody will stop this one. Perfect. Okay. I'm not going to waste damage here. Not that many players feel that the responsibility is too early. I agree with you, actually. And I think that the responsibility of tanking ultimately creates a negative feedback loop. Because when there's so much responsibility for tanks, you also end up having this thing where people are more willing to take it personally and flame you when it goes poorly. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, if the role wasn't as demanding, then there wouldn't be as much toxicity pointed toward the tank. Because everybody knows that if you have a wipe, it's definitely the tank's fault, you know? Okay, here we go. I'm out for some real-life garbage. Good luck, Corpus. Where next Lust? Probably the pull after this. What is the display for my party? This is just base frames, actually. This is completely base frames. I don't have any party frame add-ons. You want to put a Warlock Gateway for me? Thank you. Little Tattoo. This is base frames, although if you're asking for me what the cooldown thing that I'm using is, that is slightly different. I'm doing a single target rotation, I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise you. That was ethical. That was a single target rotation right there. I wasn't even trying to kill the funnel. I mean, I kind of was, but I also kind of wasn't. It's like Schrodinger's funnel. Good morning, Ariana. How's it going? Good morning, Harith. How are you guys? My no Apex Guardian Druid was buffed, so I now feel good. That's how it works. If your class is good in Mythic Plus, then you feel happy. And if your class is bad in Mythic Plus, then you have seasonal affective disorder. That's how it works. I don't make the rules. Is that Raze? Oh, yeah, I'm playing Apex right now. For this key, I am playing the Apex build. I should not need anything other than just this right now. Should be fine. I don't want to take my healer smart healing. I took a little extra damage there. Whoops. It's hard to play on high ping, huh? Wait, we also sent a B-Res earlier already? Where do we keep sending these B-Reses so fast? Yeah, welcome to my life, Ska. This is how I play, by the way, every day in my life. You are now learning, by the way. Yep, you have to pre-move that every time. So if you get that mechanic, you can't actually respond to it. You have to be moving before it actually explodes on you. Welcome to my life. If you didn't know that, I play with this ping every day. You have to learn. It's one of the reasons why my brain works this way in keys. Although I don't have the I/O to show for it because I don't really play the game like that. But I have to memorize every single key before it happens, which is also why I can do it blindfolded. Like, my ability to do a key blindfolded is because I have to learn it like that. Yeah, isn't that wild? It is actually a real thing. Like, in order for me to successfully complete keys in Mythic Plus, I need to have committed everything to memory, because if I try to react to a puddle, I literally won't be able to. I actually straight up can't. No, Thailand. Thailand has no server closer to me. Whoops. Okay, now it's GG's. But we can swap this. Tough war on D4. Rip-rip-rip-a-rino. That's okay. All right, I owe a bunch more workout. We've had a lot of biddies. We've had a lot of biddies. It is now time to do more exercise, probably. I'll have to answer some questions in my Discord later. It's 200? Yeah, it's okay. You say eggs or sides? What do you mean eggs or sides? I mean, my normal meal is like a whole bunch of eggs, so for bacon? Oh, Scott doesn't bother me. I can play on Tyke. It's the same ping for me. Do 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 do. Oh, how much do we care about IO? The main reason that I don't have IO is because although this is a resilient key and I'm like, oh, we should totally just do it, I'm also kind of like, if we don't end up doing it, I'm also okay with that. And that right there is the main reason that I know I don't have this key. No, it's okay. Thailand to OCE is pretty rough as well. What's up, Brybear? Did we time? No, we haven't timed a single key today. Are you in Thailand for work or something? Seems an unusual place to choose to stream from. I live here. I mean, I've lived here for like 8+ years. No, Brybear, we have not timed a single key today. Although, so the 19 Windrunner we just did, this is where we were at. Although we had deaths on Ember Dawn. And then the 19 Windrunner beforehand, we also had deaths on Ember Dawn. And then the 19 Windrunner before that is what happened there? I think it was deaths on Ember Dawn. And then the 19 Mysara Caverns, we had deaths on the last boss, right? Oh, right. No, we timed that. We timed that one. And then the 19 Magister's Terrace, we had a DPS butt pull what's it called? We had a DPS butt pull the boss, the first boss, straight up. We had a DPS just butt pull the first boss. The 19 Caverns before that, we also had a DPS completely butt pull something. And then a previous key, we also had a butt pull, like just complete collapsing, like tab target butt pull over there. Yeah. We get to Emberwing too fast. We don't have lust for Emberwing. Emberwing, the lust doesn't come up because we're really, really fast by that point. So, yeah, he's not that scary, but it do be tough. Are you okay with the ping, Ska, or do you want to go for your ping? I go duos first? Okay, gotcha. Do. I don't think I mean, it doesn't matter if somebody dies on the first tornado or not. Do. DKs can clear the NATOs? They can indeed. Yep. They can indeed. Yeah, like the thing that I remember always is Ska, Theater of Pain, great example, right? Theater of Pain was an example, by the way, where I had the same issue happen. The circles in Theater of Pain, I had to be moving before they came out. Every single time. You watch me if you ever go back and look at an old VOD. While the circle's coming out, I can't wait for the circle and then run. I actually have to go circle coming 3, 2, 1, and that's the only way I can dodge it. The Zav was really hard for me. You just get really, really, really good at doing it this way. Because you have to learn when you play with higher ping that it's just a fact of life that you have to pre-move everything. Ska, you pick our last DPS, doesn't matter. You take lead real quick. I'm going to get 200 more mountain climbers in. It's either 200 jumping jacks or mountain climbers, and I'm going to decide on the mountain climbers. Would we all agree that mountain climbers are a fair compromise for jumping jacks? I feel as though this is a fair thing to say. Based on your experience, what do you think the 1% cutoff will be? It's a great question, actually. Oh, that UI command is real bad. FD, UI command is here. Just look for my UI is listed in Discord. We got to update that command. We definitely don't use sell for party frames and have weak auros anymore. No, I forgot about that command. I forgot to update it. Pre-moving isn't the worst thing. No, you just have to get used to it. What's up, Ash? Oh, Ash. If my meters are like this, is that better for you? I should just keep this one like this, right? Is that better? Now we can really see what's going on in this key. Or what about this? How about that? How do we feel about this right now? I like how it got you know, Ash, normally when things get auto-modded, it's unfair and unreasonable. But that comment that you just said, that one's reasonable. I understand why that got auto-modded. I don't think you're allowed to say that on Twitch. Dude, I couldn't get it either, Brybear. I've been trying to hunt for that for a while. Yeah. I haven't gotten that one either. I've never received that one. That's okay. I'm excited to push with no Apex next week. As I better? That's like pretty even, right? Where do I get that party frame? Is it base but not finding it? So if you want the base party frames little tattoo, let me show you how to do it, man. Here, you go to edit mode. You just make sure you use raid style party frames, and then you can mess with your icon size and your actual frame size here. Good night, Ash. I hope you've been enjoying your World of Warcraft season. Win some keys. Thank you. I'll try. I'll try. I want to tank for the first time. Which one should I try? You know, it's a great question. I really feel like Brewmaster right now. As silly as it sounds, I feel like Brewmaster is going to give you the best experience. Honestly, BZ, I think Brewmaster, no joke. Traditionally, that was not a good answer, but I feel like it is right now. Simple Iron Fur Tracker, new one. Yeah, Brew is, because you don't have to use cooldowns. Bear still has to use cooldowns. Brew is very forgiving right now, I agree. Hold up, let me go do some... We got to do this together. I know we're in a key right now, but I owe some stuff. That's actually a fair point, and boss, that actually Brew might be so forgiving that you don't actually learn how to tank. It's actually a good point. You're not wrong about that. You are not wrong indeed. Okay. 5 minutes if you can wait, Skull. Appreciate the answer. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's eat a feast real quick. Let's try to get this 19, and if we don't get it, that's okay. Brazil make a people lazy. Brazil make our people lazy. Okay, we gotta work on this together. Here's the thing. What's up, Borgo, with the shotgun? Now, here's the thing. We gotta work on this together. It is a group goal at this point. The community has donated many bits. With the bits from the community, I owe about 2,000 more reps. It will take me many streams to get through the 2,000 reps. But Scott, before we do this key, I need a few minutes to do about 100 mountain climbers. We are going to try to progress. It is part of stream now. We work toward it as a community. You keep me fit, you support stream, and that means I can stream longer hours. But you see that right there? We have 2,480 on the menu.
I need to combine. Let me do 100 more right now. I agree with you, and boss. I'll show you some massive tank damage momentarily, but we must compete. We must keep going. So I'm going to get 100 more reps done of either jumping jacks or mountain climbers. I'm going to choose mountain climbers. So my room cam is going to go on. You're going to see some very bright lights because that's where my light is right now. And here we go. You ready? 100 mountain climbers. Then we do 19 Windrunner Spire. Let us begin. Group goal. And it's just going to be an ongoing goal throughout stream because I got to keep myself in shape because I'm not working out enough right now. Ready? Room cam. Don't be blinded. Sorry. This light here is how I actually illuminate the room. All right, there we go. All right, cool. Ready? Oh, I broke my light. That's not good. Cookie, buddy, come here. Hi, buddy. All right, my cat might get in the way. Here we go. Hi, buddy. Yeah. Come say hi. It's fine. You can come say hi. Here we go. Here we go. All right, you ready? 100. I'm going to count one leg. So one leg is 1. We go 1, 2, 3, 4 like this, okay? Here we go. Hi, Cookie. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. 60, 61, 62, 63. Oh. Okay, 70. 30 more. 30 more, and then we do key. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Whew. Those are going to get taxing, man. Whew. All right, bye, Cookie. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, this is like my little... I got some gym stuff back there. Okay, we are now 100 closer to the goal. We are at 665. Nice. Okay, let's do it. It's my exercise ball. Oh, is a big ball? Yeah, I've got several of them actually. Let's go. Oh, the Scalia lead. All right, onwards and upwards. I have many of them. Some people actually call me, TH, a big ball enjoyer. I have been known to play with big balls quite frequently, in fact. I've developed a bit of a reputation, one might say, for enjoying large balls on frequent occasions. Football, yoga ball, soccer ball, basketball, just all the balls really. Just a sporty dude. All right, if we time this and that's the intro to my video, I'm gonna be really sad. So I'm gonna get my stuff together. Here we go. Are you guys ready for massive Guardian Druid damage? I will full tech this pull. 1, big boom 2, ready? Big boom 3, and big boom 4, bam. Huge, massive Guardian Druid damage. We're gonna start backing up now so that I don't lose any damage. There you go, perfect. Big damn, big damn, big damn. Big numbers, only big numbers here. This is one of the last keys that I will ever play Apex on. Next week, Apex gets nerfed. And on top of that, my no Apex build gets buffed. Now, I actually didn't do massive damage there. It looks like I didn't crit. Unfortunate. Here we go. We're going to go here. I taunt this like this, though. Yeah, I know. I'm actually ready to never play Apex again. I know it's fun to do like the big first pull number, right? The problem is that, again, for me, I know it's cool. I get that it's a big dopamine to do the big first pull numbers like that. But ultimately, the level of effort that it takes to manage the resources in order to play that successfully is just not something that I actually enjoy. Like, it really isn't. At the end of the day, it's not something that I thoroughly am just like, man, I'm having a great time right now. In general, I tend to feel like I would have a much better time. Whoops, I missed my kick. Oh, Demon Hunter's a little low. That spiderling behind me is going to have a massive threat problem. Hold up. Just coming around this corner. Uh-oh. Keep it strong, folks. Keep it strong. We're not going to be doing too many more attempts here. Why is the Restless stored in the hallway? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, so that Apex window got messed up. Isn't there a Blizzard okay with some people not using Apex talent? But the thing is... Okay. After the recent 0.5 changes, to be honest with you, I don't have a lot of faith in Blizzard at all. And I think this is sad, but I also think it's just true. I think that Blizzard is very stressed, overworked, and I think that they have a particular problem right now with over-relying on AI. Because it seems to me, did you guys see that Kyvax, the community manager for Blizzard, actually put out a post recently? And the post was his AI script that he forgot to change? Did you see that? Was that a real thing? I saw a screenshot of it. I wasn't there to actually see it uploaded. But did anybody else get to bear witness to this? That was kind of crazy that happened. Like, that was a real thing that happened, you know? Surely I don't die with a 60% DR up. That's actually truth that happened. That is not a thing. What heals should I play to feel skillful? I mean, skillful, technically speaking, I feel like Resto Druid is the most skillful healer. Although the reward for being super good on Resto Druid is that you get to do kind of small damage. So maybe not Resto Druid. That might actually not be the best answer to that question. But in general, I feel like Resto Druid is a great example of that, though. What's up, Wi-Fi? How's it going? Boom, boom, doo. How's it going? Good, but you're sick. Being sick sucks. Dude, my allergies have been so bad recently, like insanely bad, that all I want for Christmas this year is the ability to breathe through my nose. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm just kind of desperate. Like, I think that I might actually go buy like one of the nasal sprays because I just want to be able to breathe through my nose. For mine, it definitely is allergies. Like, my left eye my eyes have been super itchy and annoying recently. But on top of that, man, I don't know. I just feel like my allergies have been pretty bad recently. Very annoyingly so. Oh, they're still gonna spawn. SI? No way I die through SI. Scary, scary. Yeah, my allergies have been kind of bad. Do you get colds often, Whitefire? It's Evoker, I think. Okay, to be fair, I guess Evoker is a thought process. I've kind of figured you were asking of the meta healers. Like, of the meta healers, nothing compares to Resto Druid. Like, because Mistweaver is a bit too sleeper, in my opinion. Mistweaver is actually very simple, which is one of the problems with Mistweaver, is that you might not enjoy it. If you're after a skill expression, you probably won't find it with Mistweaver, although in AoE, the thing with Mistweaver is that you have a very natural kind of give and take with that healer. It's wonderfully awesome to play on bosses. And then, outside of that, it's pretty sleeper in AoE. In AoE, yes. Although in single target, you actually have to game a lot on Mistweaver.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that at all. I think single target is actually, you have to make a very strong plan. And if you're off in single target, people will die. It's not so easy to play then. Okay, here I have to hold incarn. I got triggered by your short about Mistweaver. So it's actually like a super fun healer. No joke. I think it is the most fun I have had healing in like a long time. It really fits my playstyle. So I want to gear up my Mistweaver way more and get to play it a lot more as well. I think that sounds like an Omega time. So I'm going to go grab Funnel on boss. Timer is pretty good right now. Maybe not the best, but pretty good. I'm just going to make sure I have some snap threat because my Devourer is going to want to build some resources, which is very reasonable. Go like this. How is Resto Shaman? I would say Resto Shaman is also... there's skill expression in anything with World of Warcraft, right? Although, in reality... if you were going to ask me, the skill expression of Resto Shaman is less prevalent until you get to higher keys. That was not ethical there. No, listen. That was not ethical. It's getting nerfed next week. Although, technically speaking, the build that I actually like playing is getting buffed. I don't really like playing this build. It's a very active playstyle that is just not really for me. But I'm pretty particular. The thing is, Whitefire, I know what I want out of this game. I think that's a unique advantage. I actually think that a lot of times people don't necessarily know why they're playing a game. I seriously find it to be a genuine issue in the World of Warcraft community that people, they think that they're playing it for one reason, but in actuality, what they're after is something that they can't put into words. And that causes a lot of strife. Do you know what I mean by that? It causes actually a lot of friction in the community when they realize, oh, they think they're playing it for a social game, as an example, but in actuality, they're playing it for a competition. So they try to engage with it socially, but they're not really into that. Or vice versa. Any experienced Druid healer in here? No. I want to know if it's a bad idea to craft boots. This season for leather boots... You mean in terms of min-maxing, because there might not be haste mastery boots. There's haste verse boots, and there's crit haste boots, and then there's etc., right? It's your escape from the real world. Very fair. I play WoW because it is my opportunity to de-stress, but also my opportunity to express myself. It's a big opportunity for me to get the chance to actually... let's call it express myself. I think it's actually a form of self-expression for me. But I also have to remind myself that that is true. Because sometimes, interestingly enough, I can fall into the trap of thinking that I play WoW just for the IO score, which is actually not true at all. I don't really care about my IO that much, though. I padded at the beginning. The DK didn't pad, and I did pad. I got the initial funnel at the start, and that was awesome. Because they gave Guardian Druid the literal best AoE burst in the game, even compared to DPS players, and that was a mistake. Because you can't give that to tanks and balance them properly. Oh my god, tornado. Holy. Oh, we're a little close on that tornado. Although I really think that at some level, you shouldn't focus that much on secondary stats. And when it comes to crafting, you should really focus instead, because crafting is a 20 crest loss. If you're really trying to min-max right now, I wouldn't craft a lot of items aside from your embellishments. Personally speaking, because it's a 20 crest loss. You have to spend 80 crests crafting it, but it's only 80 crests to get it to max item level. And eventually, if you know what dungeon you're targeting, then you won't do that. It depends on what dungeon you're targeting on Resto Druid. I suppose if it doesn't include boots and you don't have mythic boots, I would consider it then. Do you have specific healers you enjoy more than others on Bear? Oh yeah, 100%. Like 1000%. Because there are some healers, right, that have the same form of kind of more passive gameplay, right? I mean, at that point, anything is an upgrade, but you have to just be careful about your crest usage. That's the only thing right now. You know, if the Ret Pally opens this early, we actually all lose a bunch of damage, because this is not going to be very stacked. So Guardian Druid damage is getting nerfed next week in this sense, though. I want this, though. No. Yeah, I knew the nerf was coming. I actually could see it from a mile away, but they've reallocated where your damage is coming from, and that is going to feel just so much better to play. The reallocation of the damage is going to feel incredible, in my opinion. Every Guardian Druid should probably have everyone's going to feel smoother next week, most likely. In my opinion. Even people who are Apex enjoyers. Because Thrash doing more damage is just going to give you a little bit of a better time with threat, which is actually going to accomplish the goal. Like, that was a good way to improve Guardian Druid threat, although they could also, by the way, just increase his threat modifier. That would be another even better way without impacting any changes, but... So the fact that I have to game around Apex windows and also have to play greedy to get all my damage is not something that I really enjoy as a tank. And my healing, for me, the healers that I enjoy are exactly the same as that, by the way. So when it comes to healing, I enjoy healers that don't have to make active decisions about healing versus DPSing. I'm a big enjoyer of things where I can just do the thing that I need to do on the role that I'm trying to play at. Okay, we're going to get these kicks. I know we have all the CC. This one I would come down because we are playing with a Ret Pally. I think it's okay. And I'm like a little bit worried about our timer, but not like too worried about our timer. So any time that a tank or healer is motivated to do worse at their role for the sake of damage optimization, I am not a fan of this. That I don't like. If I am ever motivated to effectively play worse, like be a worse healer as an example, or be a worse DPS, because that's how I would do more damage, I'm not having a great time. I'm 8 stacks. I need to SI. Holy fuck. Can't believe I actually just lived that right now. 8 stacks of Poison Blaze is insane. I'm going to lose a ton of damage from that, by the way. Like an absolutely metric ton of damage, but it was the right decision. I would rather time the key than parse 100%. Don't think it would be more easy to take aggro. What do you mean by this? I lost so much damage on that pull, actually. That's okay. Yeah, so that's what I don't like, basically. Okay, we should have the damage if I pull him in right now. Like, we should absolutely have the damage to kill him before this AoE. He's at 1.5 mil. He cast the AoE in 5 seconds. 3, 2... Come on, guys. No way. All right, Spirit Link. We're defensive. Okay, he needs to be at sub 5% then. We got past it. Pull this out a little bit. One reason my bear got shelved this season. So there is a build that you can play Whitefire, which does not have that decision making, by the way. There's a build. It's the no Apex build. It's the one that I like the most. You won't ever see it recommended at a higher level because it does currently do less damage, although not by that much. It's been significantly over exaggerated, this how much damage it doesn't do. But it actually is quite decent. And I've used it to time pretty much every 16 shot, every 18, except for Algathar Academy. Algathar, I played Apex every time. Like this key, my Guardian Druid damage will help make up some of the timer. Yeah, I mean, it does big damage, and even though I've actually lost a lot of damage this key, how's my healer doing on mana? He's good. No mana problems there. Cool. I'm going to pull this from range. It's fine. But yeah, so whenever I have to make decisions that involve me being actively less tanky in order to parse 100%, or me being actively like healing less, that's why I like Mistweaver right now. Mistweaver is omega fun because you don't have to make that choice. You are never ever having to choose between healing or damage. You just do your damage rotation and then you heal, which is kind of fun. We missed that kick. Update Patreon tank guides. for high mythic plus push. What do you mean by high mythic plus? TH, can you clarify for me what you mean by that?
Allergies. Holy.
Okay, I'm gonna go stack this puddle here while we're moving. Like updating the routes. I honestly think that in terms of very high mythic plus push, I'm still learning the routes, TH. Like when I did the key with Mr. Mana Bananas yesterday, he's a person who has Resilient 20. I had to learn a new route for that. So it's kind of cool to learn the routes. And that's a lot of what high key tanking is, believe it or not. It's not necessarily like, in order to be a very successful key tank at a higher level, you don't actually really need to be like the best Guardian Druid or Brewmaster. What you need is consistency and understanding the tech and what the dungeon requires from you. And then if you can get that right and you're willing to problem solve, you can be a really good key tank, you know? Yeah, Mistweaver is omega fun right now. Oh my god. Not like this. Not like this. It doesn't matter how much damage you do.
It's just... Good for me.
From healers, I really dislike Wrestle Druid gameplay. I find it the worst healer to play in Pugs by a large margin. I kind of agree with you on that, by the way. On your brew, do you use Breath of Fire right away? It depends on the gather. Basically, it's like keg, fire, keg, depending on where I'm going with it. But you got to connect with either fire or keg. But remember that fire is a very small frontal. Like fire is a frontal that has a pretty small radius. It's not like a large hit. When you're also learning, I think that I will update it. Yeah, TH. I'll update it eventually. It's all good. Sure, Ska. I'm down. Oh, that's right. You're friends with Bob's. That's where I know you from. Yeah, for sure. Sounds good. I mean, I'd be down. Yeah. Let me see if I can get you here. What's up, Abba? Wrestle Druid has the Ealing Offsire. So the problem with that is that you have a 15 seconds of that, though. Wait, Nicholas says, hello, thank you for streaming. You know what? Thank you for saying that. What's up, Abra? You show the talents? I know. Of course. No, it's fine. The talents that I'm playing for full Apex build like this, then yes. Do I have enough room? Oh, somebody's getting yeeted. 1 second. Let's go. Let's look here. We're going to go to L. All right, Laz. Havoc added me. I left because ping unstable on your prez. Sorry, Laz. I'm not actually friends with you. All right, who's this? Kayan, a good arcane mage, Cobro, 6 days ago. I don't know who this is. Bye, Cobro. All right, 2 friends out. Who's Quiz? I don't recognize this person right away. All right, bye, Quiz. Alright, GG's. Sure, you have to refresh HOTS in between the windows. So it's just like, you still have to make very active decisions when you're playing that Wrestle Druid build, and also you have to have your team help you a little bit. How are you doing, fresh, kind sir? Hope you're having a fantastic weekend so far. Thank you, friendly Banani. I am having a good weekend so far. I made good decisions yesterday. You know, I made good decisions. Tomorrow I'll be off, by the way. I'm not on tomorrow. But I've actually been pretty proud of myself recently. I think I've been doing good. As you always want to use breath if your next global is keg, because otherwise you would have just wasted it. Kind of. Breath triggers flurry strikes. And so when it comes to aggro on brew, too many people don't realize that you just have to connect with one ability. Bear Shell people try no Apex. I do think so, Cody, although I wonder how much. It's getting a large buff. I mean, it's quite substantial here, actually, though. Why are we playing a Loon Hero talent, not the big good 4 times Thrash Enjoyer spec? Well, because I'll play both eventually. Thank you, Friendly. How are you? Tell me something that's happened in your life, Friendly Banani. Genuinely. With no Apex as a Loons? So if I play no Apex right now, then yes. We did 18 Windrunner Spire. This dungeon, let's see. After the duo boss, you got a few big AoE pulls. I probably would have ended this at like, what? 110, 115k? Let's be honest. Like, last 2 bosses, single target. Finish a duo fight. It's quite low. I feel like I would have ended this dungeon around 115k overall. I did 80k overall, although similar single target in no Apex version earlier. So currently, at the highest end, it's about 30% less damage. Next week, however, with the buffs, it'll be equal, if not more. Like, no Apex gets buffed a lot, so it might even be more than that. Yep. Okay. We could. I need to, by the way, for as long as I have been playing today, we have not finished many keys. So I need to farm out more crests because I don't even have dungeons done. I've only done 3 dungeons this whole week, and I'm off tomorrow. How is this possible? Yesterday, so that was fun. Just drinking considerable measures and having a good time. Nice. Congratulations. I hope you had a nice time with that. Yes, Abra. So you do, Abra, you do lose threat, but I also think it's important to realize that at most key levels, that amount of tank damage, first of all, most of it is on AoE. Like, most of it is the difference of first pull, right? Hey, Big Nooge. Nice. Thank you. My dream is to one day get to 3,400. Okay. You have a handicap. Big DPS. What'd you say? Would you recommend Brewmaster Monk or Guardian Druid? Can you customize the single button rotation on Brewmaster? I don't know what the single button rotation is on Brewmaster, but I think Brewmaster is not a bad. You can't customize it, right? I wish you could manually put in what you need. Okay. That's a good question. Yeah, I did Soul Druid. I did. I already drank it. No, single button on Bear has too many spells that you just don't want to cast. Like, I think it rotates through swipe a lot. Coming patch, they are pumping Thrash. They are indeed Buitras. I honestly think it's almost like if you played no Apex Guardian, you could honestly get away with not using single button rotation and only using 2 buttons in general. You might actually... Big Nooge, if you manually press your defensives, but are you willing to press 2 buttons, maybe 3? Yeah, I don't think you can use single button on Brew. Out of curiosity, would you be open to pushing 3 buttons that are not on single button? Because I think you can play no Apex like that if you wanted to. I think it's possible to play the no Apex and be like a very successful tank. You could drop this point in Sundering so you don't have to worry about this. But you don't need it to use Razor Maul if you play no Apex. So you can drop Sundering and put it literally anywhere. You could put it in Ursul's Warding. It doesn't really matter. You could put it at second point here. Like, wherever this is. Just passive, right? And then you could play like this. Not 1 is running your spec? No, at this point. No, of course not. It's just at the highest ends. So if you look at the last key I just did, Jerome, you can see my damage is wild, right? Like, big, big, big damage, okay? So here's the thing. At the highest end, this damage matters. And so top players are always going to default to the thing that just does the most damage. And if they can live with it, they're going to do that. But it's not my preference. So it is ultimately a preference thing. The no Apex has never done more damage than the Apex version. Although next week it might, with the changes next week coming up, Jerome. It just depends. I think that if you want to play purely for damage, you would definitely try to optimize, and you would be looking to play an Apex variety. So you'll have some bears play the version I'm playing right now, so they can do this and be a DPS. And you'll have some people play a different version, and that's totally fine. There's not a one-size-fits-all answer. We talked about this earlier, but optimization works differently on different things. Revenge teams work pretty well with single button assist. Full raids not to play certain ways. That's also true. Why don't you play Claw? Mostly just a preference thing. I don't like the fact that like 50% of my kit is tied to a technical proc. Although there are ways to game that proc, and technically you can make decisions to almost always have it up at the same time. It's just not my preference. I don't like any amounts of RNG when I'm tanking. I want to know that I have things, and I want to be able to memorize. So for me, the way that I tank right now is, for example, if you say, you can give me any key, I can close my eyes, and I can say exactly what I'm going to do. But when I play Claw, technically I have to be responding to a proc, right? So, Abra, give me a test, any boss, any dungeon, give me a pull. You can talk about like 5 minutes through Nexus, just give me anything. You test me here. Yeah, and exactly right. But that's how I learn keys. So, for example, give me anything. I could tell you what I'm going to do. You remember the Priory. So you can just, if you were to test me on this, I could close my eyes and I could say, okay, I'm going to walk in. I'm going to wild charge to this mob, and then I'm going to Stampeding Roar. I'll thrash there, press a Frenzied Regen, move forward to the right, gather that with Moonfire, come here like this, and then I'm going to press this global Barkskin here. I can do that, right? And if you say, what about on a Prot Warrior? Okay, so Prot Warrior, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save my Heroic Leap. I'll charge into the first few mobs. What I'm going to do is Thunderclap, and then I'm going to charge to the right, Thunderclap once again, and then I'm going to Heroic Leap to the left. Then I'll press Avatar Thunderclap, reposition slightly to make sure I'm not getting hit in the back, and I'll Heroic Throw that pull over. Let's see, this is how I learn how to tank. But if any tank is RNG, then I can't do that, right? Then I have to be like, okay, so I have to watch and see what's going to happen. That I don't like. I like being able to say on my Brewmaster, again, I'm thinking of the same pull. I'm thinking if I go right in Nexus, I'm basically just going to, I know after this, so I'm going to go keg, roll, fire, roll, left, keg, and then I'm in the pull like this. And then I'll basically set up Blackout Kick into keg, into Ox, into fire, whatever. So I can do that. That's how I learn keys. And if any tank like Demon Hunter right now, I would be like, okay, do I get a meta proc? And then the thought process goes, and it just gets short-circuited because it's RNG. And Druid of the Claw is the same way for me, where I go, okay, so I'm going to walk in, and then I say, do I press Ravage? Do I have Ravage? Do I have Ravage? I don't know. Do I have... And it's just my brain goes, you know? I know, Sane, it's okay. It's all right. There's a lot of toxicity in WoW. Is the damage difference between them too much? No, they're about the same. They're almost exactly the same, Abra. For many reasons. I think that Claw is a little bit almost like straightforward in a way, where you're just like so much of your kit is tied to a button that it's in many ways it's like you don't have to worry as much, I think. But I know Squish prefers EC, I think, and I like EC, but a lot of the top bears definitely play Claw. It's a slightly better damage profile in terms of how much prio damage you can do and how much... I think single target is all very similar, within like 1% or 2%. So both of them work at a high level. You play whatever you want. What's up, Pootie Tang L2K? That's a name. And hi, Phobigo. Remember, I always read your name. Bralban dude's calling me trash. Dude, I know. I know, Saint Hearth. It's okay. Honestly, I've strongly recommended at this point just to not bring up the build in the Guardian Druid disc. Whatever reason, they don't like it, it's okay. If that's their thing, then that's their thing. Ultimately, it is what it is, right? If that's how they want to enjoy the game, that's how they can enjoy the game. I don't want to badmouth them. I would appreciate it if they didn't badmouth me. I get a lot of messages about them badmouthing me. It's okay. Let it go, you know? I like both. Definitely prefer theme of Claw. I think that's also a big part of it. Craze is like a lot of people are like, dude, I'm a bear. I'm gonna maul my enemies. And other people are like, I just want to play Moonbear, you know? I had to leave for peace of mind. It's not a bad idea. We talked a lot about this today. It's been a subject for sure. But class discords just have issues with how it is, though. Yeah. There's a lot of great people in there. There's genuinely a lot of really fantastic people in class discords that want to help. Does that make sense? That like they're really there and they're doing their best to help, but there's also a lot of people who don't necessarily have your best interest in mind. And that is also a thing to consider. I'll need to go tie trip recommendations from you. Ooh, okay. Let me know. Discord's always open.
The Discord's always open. So we are at the ongoing counter, by the way, 665 reps of an exercise compared to 2,480. I agree with you, Willow. That is a big clarification. Now, I would say, right, that I do not need 2,000 plus jumping jacks. Fair enough. Willow, I think that's so important to clarify. So much in today's world, we forget that things are not always straightforward. There's a lot of gray in today's world. And what I mean by that very specifically is that people are not inherently malicious. You will occasionally, if you're unlucky, meet a single or maybe two souls in your entire life who are genuinely malicious. Most of the time, people are misguided. That doesn't mean that their actions are excusable or justifiable. But to think that people are attacking you because they're mean is incorrect. It actually further disconnects you from them. When you eventually reach a point of enough empathy, you realize that most people are just trying to give you what they want, but they're not able to see things from your perspective and realize that what they want is not necessarily what you want. And that's where the disconnect happens. So oftentimes when I'm trying to help you, I think to myself, I would want somebody to tell me that I fucked up and that I have to play this way. So that's what I'm going to do for someone else. What I'm not realizing is that the thing that they need to hear is a little bit more kindness and a little bit more, hey, you have this as an option. Does that make sense? It's a complicated topic for sure. But it's certainly not, it's not like that. I am off tomorrow, by the way. I am not streaming tomorrow. I will not be here tomorrow. Hello there, random troll. What were the buffs? Let me see. Abra just cheered. Wait, 5,000 bits. Holy shit. Okay, Abra. All right, have fun. It's going to be an ongoing thing. Abra. All right, bet. Okay, Abra. I take you up on that. That's 500 more. All right, 2,980 total reps that we owe. Oh. Ooh. Yes, I agree with you. Sane chipmunks. Yes. One of the problems of online gaming is that people are combative. Do you know why people are combative, sane chipmunks? It's because them being right is tied to their sense of self-worth. If they aren't right, then their value as a human being is reduced. And so they can't have that. They have to be right. Because we cannot accept that we might not be the people that we want to be. So whatever identity people develop online, I'm really good at this game. I have to be good at this game. It becomes a have to, not a want to. And when people cross that line, it's kind of a point of no return. Because the second you succeed at this, and if you're not careful, if that becomes your identity, anything that challenges that is actually an attack on you, not an attack on your in-game character. So the reason that people become so combative in video games when you say, hey, have you tried a different talent build, or what if I played this way, is they're actually hearing that as you're wrong and the way that you're doing things is not correct. And they go, whoa, no, you can't play like that. You have to play like this. Because that has become something that is tied to their sense of self-worth. So what they're actually telling you is, this has worked for me. Look what I've been able to accomplish using this methodology. Therefore, it has to work for you. Without realizing, of course, that there are different types of gamers. There are different types of people.
And there are different perspectives on playing the game. Some people play for the hyper optimization of the highest level, and therefore they must play like this. Other people play because they want to laugh with their friends. And you can still be competitive playing the second way, although you might take a different approach to your game time. And it's important to realize that if somebody ever yells at you and says, no, you can't play like this, it's a game, you have to actually give them the benefit of the doubt because they're trying to help you. They're just doing it in a way that is not going to work. They're doing it in a way that is trying to right their own wrong instead of thinking from your perspective what would actually help you. And I think that that is the big disconnect in online gaming and where the discourse comes in. Because if you agree with what I'm saying, the problem is that you're going to come at them and you're going to say, hey, let's all calm down. Let's all bring this down a step. But that's actually not honoring the fact that they are really uptight about this because, once again, you're actually talking to them as a person. And that personal identity is so strong with their success in the game. And the more that World of Warcraft as a game design, by the way, contributes to this, and what it does to contribute to that is the fact that you have an arbitrary number attached to your character. If this says 3,674, that's how much value I have in game. My value in game is not my ability to make people laugh in party chat or have a successful key. My value in game is now this number. And so there are people who have a higher number who will say, that makes me better than you. And they can use that as a sort of factual proof to say, but my number is higher than yours, therefore shut the fuck up. And you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean, hold up. Maybe I just haven't played that much, or maybe I'm just pugging and you have a team, or maybe I'm just not actually care that much. Maybe I'm just doing keys with my friends. Maybe I'm just actually messing around. None of the context matters. It just becomes a stepping stone of saying, I have this number, you have smaller number, therefore I better. The problem with that is that there's a certain level of truth in it. If you take 10 people who have 3,800 IO and you take 10 people who have 3,500 IO, chances are the people who have 3,800 are going to be better players. But the issue is that the 3,800 people think that everybody wants to be like them. Because again, you go back to the first part of this conversation where people think this has now become my identity. I'm a 3,800 player. No, your character is 3,800. You are a human being, and your name is Steve or whatever. You are not that. This is a score in a game that you play. There's a complete lack of understanding about this. You see the problem? So the vast majority of people just go, Dad, I'm 3,800. It's like, actually, no, I'm 3,900, so you can shut up. And it's like, wait a second. I'm a 4,000 player. And it's like, you can all sit down. It's like, actually, we can all have a seat at the table. All our opinions are equally as valid. There does need to be some form of, when we're talking about optimizing the game, you might not want to take advice from somebody who is very low IO, but this is a problem because it just reinforces more and more. Because the problem with IO is that it changes. Because if you get 3,800, do you know what happens? Eventually, other people get 3,800. And then you say, oh, I need to be better than them. And then you need to get 3,900. And then a month later, everyone else is 3,900. And then you say, oh, I need to be 4,000 IO. And the lever just keeps moving and moving and moving. And Blizzard loves this because it gets you to log in and play degenerately. Do you know how you get score that high? You play 10 hours a day. And so the problem is that they're capitalizing on a very basic human emotion, but that human emotion creates a ton of toxicity in keys. A lot. Because when you get into that trap, oh, I need 3,800. Oh, I need the better score. I need the higher number. that's when it gets tricky. Because then you get mad when things don't go well. Because now you need something. But unfortunately, keys are not a one-person job. It's not a solo player game. You need 4 other people to also be good. So now when you need the score, you go into a key and somebody gets hit by a puddle. Instead of saying, ha ha, GG's, nice try, you say, I can't believe you've messed up my life. Because you need the score. And they are now at odds with you. And also, if you've messed up the key, it can't be your fault. It's definitely their fault. Because people don't want to take personal responsibility. And so if you need the score, it can't be your fault because you wouldn't have failed. They have failed. So you pass the buck. Because this is just human psychology. You need to disengage from the fact that this is not your value in game. This is a part of it. This is just the number. Your value, to be honest with you, is the amount of fun that you can have while you're doing the gameplay that you like to do. That is how you really affect change in the community, and it's also how you end up having a successful game. Because if you keep prioritizing this competitive score-based system, you end up with World of Craft, not World of Warcraft, where the only thing that matters is your rank. But actually the vast majority of people in this city right now, if I look around and I just were to poll 100 random players that I can find in Silver Moon City, most of them are here because Azeroth is their second home, not because this number needs to be higher. I really think we have to stop prioritizing this as much. It is a fun system to test yourself on. I like it. It's genuinely fun. But I also enjoyed doing all the keys today where my DPS got hit by puddles that we didn't time. I feel as though I should have this 19, that 19, that 19, that 19. We literally had all of these today. We lost this one because the DPS, my Devourer Demon Hunter, tab targeted a Devouring Star. I lost the 19 Magister's Terrace a week ago because my Devourer Demon Hunter tab targeted Devouring. This actually happens a lot, by the way. I lost the previous 19 Terrace at the last pack because somebody also tab targeted. I've lost a 19 Windrunner Spire about 13 different ways. Puddles, tornadoes on Emberdawn, this on that, this on that. I've lost the 19 Nexus. We finished it twice yesterday and missed time. The route was really good. I was parsing extremely well, but my Augmentation Evoker unfortunately did 30% less damage than everyone else. So we just missed time. And also we had 7 to 9 deaths. But it's okay because I don't need the score. So I don't blame those people. So I don't end up in a situation where I say, God damn it, I just fucking hate this game. Actually, if I ever catch myself in that cycle, I immediately just say, you need to take a breath and chill. This is something that just isn't talked enough about gaming. And if they don't fix it, by the way, WoW's in trouble. Because the more that you prioritize that score, the more toxicity is going to happen. That's the end of that rant. I'm done with the rant now. I will go respond to all the comments. Yeah, Belle, I got an add-on that basically solved the problem. So I have an add-on called Chatinator. It basically puts all my chats like this, and this solved the problem. So I can see chats now. This is how I solved it. I just started using this add-on, and this one helped it, Belle. That's how I did it. Yep. That's the only way I was able to fix the chat problem. Not gonna lie, it's usually your fault. Sometimes. And it has been my fault too. The 19 Algathar Academy looked like a pretty good timer last week, but I died on the Veximus pull. My bad, Mr. Global. Can happen. I just think it's important that we understand the psychology of gaming. Because I think if we don't understand the psychology of gaming, then actually World of Warcraft will die. What talents do you recommend at Loon's Other for 12 pluses? There are two different ways to play it, IRH. You could play it the Apex build right now. Next week, this gets changed anyways. Or you could play the no Apex build. Totally fine. Well, the season will last probably like 3 more months, Growins. About 3 more months, right? It's May now, so we got May, June, July, August. Probably new season starts end of August or early September, give or take. Somewhere around there. Yeah. IRH, you can play, if you want a simple build that only has a few buttons that you have to worry about, you could, for example, you could do the no Apex build is an option. You'll do a little bit less damage, but you'll be feeling really solid. It works very well for the key level that you're referring to. Or you could play big Apex build, in which case you have to manage resources. It's totally up to you. No Apex plays very much as you just walk in, you hit Thrash and Lunar Beam, and then you're chilling. And that's it. You could just macro your Iron Fur, and you just go like this, and you'll do really good. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think it lets you focus on just tanking because your rotation's super chill. I think next season, I don't think it's going to be as fast as July. You could try this build. This build's pretty chill. You just got to hit Thrash and Lunar Beam. There's some min-max to it, of course, if you want to do even better, but this one is no swipe, no raise. This one's, you don't have to worry about Apex or raise or anything like that, though. If there was a month of WoW without any competitive things, what is the chillest thing you'd enjoy doing? Sharif, you've caught me in a trap here. I'm going to be honest with you. Sharif, you've asked me a good question. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you, okay? If there was a month of WoW without any competitive things whatsoever, so no raid, no Mythic Plus, no PvP, what would I enjoy doing? I would enjoy not playing World of Warcraft. I'm going to be real with you. I would not play WoW. I would enjoy spending that month maybe tending to my garden outside, trying a few other hobbies, maybe playing a different game. Maybe I would do some other stuff. I would not really... I would go outside, probably. Yeah. I would probably be a happier, healthier individual. It's the honest truth, you know. I don't. I've been playing WoW for a very long time. I've got nothing. I don't do anything. I literally I don't. Where are my reputations at? I have no look at my reps. I don't do anything. I got the thing to get the item, and then I realized you have to do a quest for the item, and I don't do anything. Yeah, I literally look at my mounts. Do you know how many mounts I have? Well, I don't even open the mounts that I get. I have 150 mounts. Yeah, I have I'm not. Yeah. Oh. Is the Lunar something good? If you're losing a lot of aggro IRH, you could try the no Apex build. I would just try it. Try the no Apex build. Basically with the no Apex in general, just take Mangle off your bars. Yeah, this was the lucky one. This is my favorite mount. Take Mangle off your bars, take Maul off your bars, take Swipe off your bars. You'll have a good time. That's probably your best option, IRH, based on what you're telling me. I think that would actually be like a really solid choice for you, no joke. All right, so tomorrow I'm off. I might be back Monday and Tuesday. We'll see before reset, but obviously I'm pretty excited. Alternatively, and I have 2 options here, and you can basically tell me what you think. Or I just don't end stream and we keep gaming for another 4 to 5 hours. Not a bad idea, right? I could just get my workout in and we could do some more keys for another 4 to 5 hours. Ooh, it's Saturday. I've only got 1 work call I got to do. Ooh. It's not a bad option. But I would have to get my workout in. And I would have to AFK for like a little bit. I would have to take 1 work call. So in an hour from now, I would have to be here. I have Crex. It's been a long stream today, indeed. Our bears getting buffs next week. So here are the buffs. I have them up right here because I use Opera GX now, and I can get the. By the way, because I use Opera GX, I can actually access Wowhead, which is traditionally banned in Thailand. If you did not know that, did you know that? Actually, so traditionally, by the way, Wowhead. If you try to access Wowhead in Thailand, it looks like this. I'll show you. This is a fun fact. I don't know why it's banned. It just happened. It happened a few years ago. It wasn't always banned, but look. So if you try to access Wowhead in Thailand, it just goes, you cannot access this. So you have to use a VPN. Lucky for me, right, I do actually use Opera GX. So I could just turn on the VPN, open the web page, and turn it off, which is really nice. Because I can still access Wowhead. I just have to turn on a VPN to load the page, and then I can turn it off. Opera GX. This is a good one. Yep. Which, by the way, if you're interested, you can totally use my link, and I make $3. I get money, and you get to try a cool gaming browser for free. Nice. Here, let me find it. If you are a PC user and you are not on your phone right now, and you want to support stream, a very free way to do that is just to install Opera GX and try it out for what it is worth. Pretty cool. Here. Just putting it out there. I've just been re-sponsored by them. It's a very easy way to support stream. But yeah, so anyways, the Guardian Druid buffs are this. So this is here. These are the notes. Basically, they're nerfing the Apex, and they're nerfing Maul, Raise, and Ravage. Same ability, but they are buffing Thrash. The direct damage is being buffed by a lot, which will also help this. ExpressVPN. It's just a gaming browser. It's like a web-based browser for gaming. Yeah, there's a few countries in the EU, Patrick, that can't access Wowhead. I don't know why. It happened around the time of the war. I've been able to watch live because of time zone. I usually just watch the replay. Love the stream. Thank you, Danny. I can't believe they're not buffing Mage. I'm so heated. Not buffing Moonfire. To be fair, Moonfire actually does a lot of your damage. Yeah, Thrash is a good one. I think this is not a bad idea because in practice, right? So the thing about that buff is that in practice, even if you're playing suboptimally, I think every Guardian Druid kind of knows that what you do is in order to get aggro on a pole, you're going to walk in and thrash. So let's say there are a few mobs here. You just walk by them and thrash. The problem is that in a lot of builds, you'll lose threat. Like if you only did that one thrash, there's a pretty strong chance that you're going to lose threat, right? In general, I think people know that is going to be problematic for threat. Now, the good news is that next week, it's going to be so much better. Just that one thrash probably secures threat. You know what I mean? Yep. It is going to be a massive buff. And also the no Apex build in particular gets super buffed up. Yo, what's up, Terezi? Good morning, Terezi. Big bear buffs. I actually think that it is a good change. In general, it will just make bears feel much better because that first thrash connecting will almost guarantee threat. I think it'll be really helpful. I actually think it's a good idea. So wait, should we just like hang out and do a longer stream? I would just need to AFK for like 45 minutes. I can get Kitty. I could just ask one of my cats to like sit here and you can just hang out with one of my lizards during that. Not a bad idea. Apex into future seasons. Well, that's what they're doing right now, Patrick. They're taking quite a bit of power out of Apex. You'll probably still play it, but at the end of the day, you won't need to play it, which would be good. Favigo, the guides. So I have a bunch of dungeon guides. I haven't actually finished them. There's going to be a lot of resources here as well. I've been slacking on the content creation side of things, and the reason is because I've been very busy. My real life got a little stressful. I was having to figure some things out. And I honestly have not been able to do nearly as much videos or guides as I've been intending. I'll get to them when I can. Maybe because I'm still... Yeah, what's up, DN? I'm actually just debating right now. I kind of want to just keep streaming. Ingar's stronger. Already, yeah, it's true. Call me waking up to work. Oh, shit, DN. That's about... Nicholas Jackson. Well, that hurt the single target boss fights. In Raid, it will absolutely hurt. It's definitely more of a Raid nerf, by the way, than other nerf. Yeah, IRH. Just remember, it's a different rotation. If you're playing no Apex, it's a different rotation. I like the tuning. I think the tuning was decent, although Prop Pally could have used a bit more. VDH is actually, the armor buffs are decent, although they could be a little bit more. Like 3% for Prop Pally. If I am going to keep streaming, then I also need to get my workout in, because I am definitely not going to the gym. And I definitely won't look for a key right now. And I definitely wouldn't apply for this 19 seat of the Triumvirate, because I would be responsible. Who's listing a 21? And they don't want you to not play Apex. They clearly stated when they changed the Pro Warrior. Yeah. I agree with you, Alidor. To be honest with you, I kind of agree. I think that the Apex system in general is not fantastic. They didn't hit with it. It doesn't connect with people as much as they wanted it to, right? But you could, though. But I wouldn't. Had your milkshake yet? Yes, I did, Wyro. I did indeed have my milkshake. It's delicious. I gotta make, like, actual dinner, too. Well, for now, here's what I would do today. If I was going to the gym, I'll go to the gym tomorrow, and I'll do, like, a big cardio workout at the gym. Here's what I'll do now. We gotta start making a dent in all these reps. I owe about 2,500 more reps of exercises. So here we go. Trying to make no Apex builds and playing with them. Kind of funny, Harith. I sort of agree with you, by the way. I really enjoy my no Apex build. I just enjoy doing my own thing. I've always kind of been like that. I guess I've just always been like that, to be honest with you. We're getting a cat stream. You want to meet my cat, Danny? You want me to go get him? Here. Do you guys like? Are you a cat person or a dog person? What do you think? I just saw they banned snapping from MDI. Yeah. I wonder what this MDI looks like. I feel like that's kind of sad. Cat 100%? All right, bet. I'll go get my cat. Let me just summon him. Here, let me open the door and summon him. Cookie. Did he already get here? Okay, so he's going to be interested in the food. Cookie. I must shake the treat box. Found him. Hi, buddy. The people want to meet you. The people want to meet you. Or do 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 do. He's been kidnapped into a dance party. Do 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 do. No, he's just the most chill. He just likes attention. What? Whoop, whoop. He thought he was coming up here for treats, and now he's a little bit upset because he's like, where are my treats? Here you go, buddy. Here you go, buddy. He's such a vocal cat, dude. Come here. I'm giving him treats, don't worry. I am giving him treats, don't worry. Don't worry. He gets all all the treats. There's also another cat over there, but I can't show you her because if I were to attempt to pick her up like that, I would actually get convoked with puzzle box opener. Yeah. He's a very vocal cat. Actually, if you like cats, I will tell you. I post him once a day here. I post him once a day there and here. He only stops meowing if you give him food and / or attention. For what it's worth, though. Oh, hi, Passion. Hello there. Should I call you Passion or should I call you PA5510N? Interesting. Hi, Passion. Yeah, anyways, if you were like cats, I do post him on social media. He's very cute. He is adorable. What do you mean Guardian Druid buffed? That's Pashy. Hi, Pashy. Hey, Crix. This is my cat. We were just playing with him. We were giving him some treats and stuff. This is my cat. He's very adorable. Do you feel better now, buddy? Because you got your treats? Yeah? You feel better now? Yeah, you feel better now, huh? Because you got all the treats? Yeah. You feel better? You done, buddy? The only thing about this is that if you ever want to clip, here, ready? If I squeeze him, he sounds like a duck. Ready? He's such a weird cat. You know, he's kind of old too. He's not like a young kitten. He's actually kind of old. Hi, buddy. Hi, dude. Yeah, I know. You're good. Ooh. Wow. Wow, he's so high. So high. Such a long boy. Because he likes it. Because the thing is he complains, but he likes it. He just wants attention all the time. If you're giving him attention, he's actually happy. Because he's not actually upset. That's the thing that people don't understand. If I put him down, he just actually just comes ask for more. This is the one thing that people just don't understand about him. The thing is, if I put him down and I'm wrestling with him, he literally comes and headbutts my leg and asks me. He's literally doing it right now. He's not running away. He's asking me for more. Look. This is the thing. He just asked for more. I'm not going to put it this low. You see? He just asked for more. He just comes back and he's like, hello, pick me up, please. Hi, Cookie. And then eventually he realizes he's not going to get any more food, so he just goes. That's the thing. Like, he actually likes it. Yeah, I know. The thing is, so he really likes the attention. He's just a weird boy. He is a weird boy. The lighting is terrible, but if you actually want to get a clip, I can properly wrestle with him. He kind of likes wrestling, you know. But I'm going to have to make my camera huge. You ready? I think the lighting is really bad right now. Are you ready for this? If I make my camera massive, holy, look at this. Big woo, big woo. Whoa. Wow. Look at that. All right, ready? Come here. Come here, buddy. I'll give you more treats. Yeah? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Whoop.
I can't express to you guys that he gets annoyed. He's kind of like a younger brother type thing, like an older brother situation, but he actually does like it. The thing is the thing that's hard to communicate for people is that he actually does enjoy it. He consistently asks me for more. Whenever I do anything like that to him, he goes, "Wow," and then he goes and says, "Can I have some more, please?" He's literally right here. How do I train your boys to do that? I don't know. He's the weirdest cat I've ever met in my life. He's literally the weirdest cat. I've never met another cat like this ever. He's the only cat I have ever met that can do anything like this. I think it's honestly because there is not a single brain cell in that head. Like, I genuinely think it's because there's actually like 0 brain cells here. He's not my cat, actually. He's Kitty's cat. I moved in with him. Basically, I'm like his adopted stepfather. Without all of the... No. You almost got me. You almost got me. Oh, man, I like my stream. I won't say that joke. All right. You almost got me. I almost got myself. That was close. Oh. That was close. Hi, buddy. You want to guess where he is right now? He is literally sitting on my foot. He's just a very vocal cat. Oh. Thank you for the bits. I will add it to the... We're almost at 3,000. This is insane. Okay, so that being said, if we're almost at 3,000, that means I'm at 3,000 reps of a workout. I better get to it. Listen. I think at some point here, I'm going to have to actually get to this. All right, bet. I tell you what, let's do it. All right, if I was going to the gym today, I would work biceps and shoulders, probably. I'll do like biceps and shoulders, probably. So here we go. Okay, Holy the Sea, that's 3,000 reps of an exercise. We're gonna have to do this over the course of stream. We'll keep track. This number will be here. Even that up. 3,000 reps of an exercise. Now, I can do this. I'm going to choose any exercise. It might be jumping jacks. It might be something else. Deal? Mountain climbers, sit-ups, anything I want to work that day. Fair enough? Reasonable? So if I choose like bicep curls, we'll do this though. What's up, Eternal Reigns? How's the new update with nerf to Apex? So next week, the no Apex build will get big stonks up, and the Apex build will just be kind of neutral because of the buff to Thrash. But the no Apex build will get massively buffed for sure. Yeah. Work out correctly, then overwork a muscle and suffer. Good point, Skibby, and that's why I'm willing to basically say that I'll mess with the reps. Because if I just did 3,000 jumping jacks, it would suffer. That would not be good. So we'll do some good stuff and some other stuff. There we go. I would choose today. I can actually do it, but I gotta pump myself up a little bit. Wait, Kitty, are your headphones still broken? We gotta order a new pair, huh? Should we just buy like AirPods? Do you think we should just buy AirPods? I'd walk like a penguin. Hey man, there's nothing wrong with walking like a penguin. There's nothing wrong with being a penguin. They walk funny. And they bring joy wherever they go, Skibby. Just be the penguin. Don't be a random penguin, be the penguin that walked away from the mountain. No one knows why. It was as if he heard a call from an unknown source. Dude, my Instagram was literally just that penguin for like a whole week. It was an entire week, it was just that penguin. All right, let's get some weights. I'm done a key since started working. I saw Travis. Did you get a new job? Did you get a new job? That's good. Well, here we go. You have a seasonal job, gotcha. Have you considered quitting to play more World of Warcraft? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I normally don't stream this late. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There we go. $20 reps. We'll do a few sets of that. Let's just hang out. I normally don't stream this late. Where are people from at this time of night? The changes they did were meant to be a buff to AoE and a nerf to single target, but it works out as a buff to the no Apex build. USA, East Coast. Okay, so hold up. We got Europe represented. All right, where in Europe? Denmark, Germany, Bulgaria. It is crazy how many things. Michigan, USA. Is it? So what time is it in Michigan? I guess it's kind of late now with the time difference. Central Missouri, USA, Missouri. But there's no West Coast, probably. West Coast, US people, you would have to actually be up early. 9:30 a.m. indeed. Okay. Michigan, USA. I lived in Ohio for 2 years. That's as close to Michigan as I ever got. Disagreement, but good riddance, I say. Enough. Slovakia. All right. I've never been to Slovakia before. All right. Here are the countries that I know nothing about. Real Brevjo. Tell me one thing about your country I've never heard of. Anything. Food, location, cool place, people, anything. Just tell me something about Slovakia I don't know about. Yeah? Ukraine there. All right. Anyways, back to it. I'll see you next season. Travis, what do you do for work? Denmark. Apparently, there's a lot of people watching from Denmark. There's apparently actually... Okay, Slovakia has the highest number of castles and chateaux per capita in the world. Interesting. Have you ever been to one of those castles? Wait a second. Real. Have you ever been to one of those castles? Okay, this is obviously a dream. It's never going to happen. I am not that wealthy. But you know what? I've kind of always wanted to have a castle. Isn't that kind of the dream? Like, imagine that you could have your own castle. You could design it with your own, like, your little moat with the alligators. So you can have, like, alligators in the moat. And then also you can make your own, like, little torture room in the bottom, but you wouldn't tell anybody about that. Like, imagine having your own castle. Like, that would be so cool, right? You can buy one here. Well, hold up. You say that I could buy one there, but that's because you haven't seen my bank account. That's the thing. So the problem is, there's this thing called money, and I don't have enough of it to buy a castle, but it would be cool one day. Maybe I'll make it as a streamer. If I made it as a streamer one day, I'll tell you what, I'll consider buying a castle. So, Slovakia is not this expensive. Bro, it's gotta be wildly expensive. There's no shot that I can afford a castle. If I can afford a castle with how much money I have in my savings account right now, I would move there tomorrow. There's no way. Oh, man. 2 more. Good set, good set. Okay, next question. You said Portugal. Who is Portugal? Oh, Fovigo. You said Portugal. All right, I've never been to Portugal. I'm not exactly a big traveler. I kind of like to stay home. But tell me something, because I can learn. It is so cool that we have all these different countries represented here. So tell me something I don't know about Portugal. Sweden, so it's 3:30 p.m. The Czech Republic. All right. Turns out I'm not a trophy husband. Andre says the Czech Republic. I've never been there either. Let me check DMs. Oh. I would have no idea. Sorry, Kitty. No, Harith, I never did, actually. I've been waiting for them to respond to an email. Followed up with them a bunch, but no, actually. I'll check if they responded today. Nope. Nothing. Nope. Nope, no response to Harith. I'm still waiting for them to figure it out. Okay, Fulvigo, tell me something about Portugal. Wait, what's this? Oh, wait, let me see. Is this a castle? Let me see. Check this out. How much is it? Okay, that's not exactly what I had imagined as a dream castle. This is more of a chateau. Is this what you call a chateau? All right, hold up. How much is it? I mean, it seems pretty nice. No, hold up. Wait a second. This is not a castle. When I think of a castle, I'm thinking of something like, like a castle. This is just like a chateau. So I live in Thailand, and you can find some pretty nice homes. Like, we live in Thailand. We live in basically like a 3-story home. We've got 3 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. Here is a castle. All right, this one's a real castle. Let me see. There's a lot of castles in France. Apparently not as much. So this is only 3,650,000 euros. Now, to be fair, this is exactly what I imagined. Now, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about right here. This is what I want. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking. Now we've captured the essence. Observe. Pocket change. Yeah, if only. Ready? That's nice. This is more what we're talking about. This is where I want to live. That's a good plan. That's good right there. Yep. That, like an actual castle with like land. That's not a castle. This is a castle. This is not. It's not like the biggest castle I've ever seen, but it is a castle for sure. It's not a castle. You just have your servants, Harith. If you lose your phone, you just have your servants find it for you. What are you talking? You just be like, butler, can you find my phone, please? And they'll be like, right away, sir. And then they just go find it for you. If you have enough money to afford a castle, you have enough money to afford people. How about I contact them in such a... That's why you have William in the left wing, and then you have Dave in the right wing, and then you have like all your different... You need several butlers. You just name them. Yeah, or you just get like a big ass bell. Yeah, that's what I imagine it's like. Isn't it weird that there are actually people who live like that? I was serious about getting my workout in, by the way. I was serious about it, though. Can you show the iron for a macro? Yeah, of course. So the iron for a macro, it's linked in Discord if you want it. The iron for a macro is in Discord if you so desire it. It's under tank information. I show you how to do it, but here you'll find it like so. And then, but basically the actual macro is pretty simple. So if you want to make a macro for tanking in WoW, I think a good tip is to put Iron Fur first and Thrash later, so that you can always have Rage for Frenzied Regen. So this is just give or take how you make the macro. I used to swap the order, but I actually thought that was a good tip that I got at some point, was to put it like this. So you can make a mouse over Moonfire macro, although I need to add a modifier to this one that shows the not dead modifier, so that if I'm not actually targeting something, then I can do it there. Have it on my Paladin. There's so many macros. You remember this one? This is how old my Druid is. I used to have the weapon from the 9 classic. That's the macro right there if you want it. Very easy to make macros in WoW. The ability just has to be off the GCD. Okay, so in Michigan, do people still wear cheese heads? For all of the Michigan people that just responded, do people still wear cheese heads in Michigan? I don't know, I'm just making conversation in between sets. Normally I'm on my phone responding to things. Isn't that Wisconsin? Oh, fuck, it is. You're right. You're right. I got the states wrong. Dude, I'm washed. I used to be a true U.S. citizen. Now I can't even plead the fifth. Now, all of us, I got that wrong. You're right. So when people ask me questions now, I'm going to have to actually not do that. I'm going to have to be like, I have to answer the questions. I can't actually just plead the fifth anymore. That's a good point. Damn, that's tough. You're right. That's a good point. My bad. So wait, Michigan is just it's the Great Lake, Skibby Gaming, and Michigan is just cold. Is that what Michigan is? It's just really, really cold, and it's got the lakes. Like Lake Erie is in Michigan, right? Am I remembering this correctly? Bro, I'm washed, I guess. I'm not even a proper Westerner anymore. All the lakes surround it. There you go. Terezi, where are you from? That's actually the right. You die in 5 minutes of no yapping. Surprisingly, Harith, I am quiet. I am not a very loud person. It's just because I'm in my own space right now when I'm streaming. No, actually, I'll tell you what. Oh, that's right. You're from Ohio, I remember. Yeah, we talked about this. You're from Ohio, I remember now. I'm in Springfield, Missouri, known for Bass Pro and cashew chicken. Okay, to be fair, cashew chicken is pretty damn good. Teresi, didn't we talk about this? I lived in Ohio for 2 years of my life. They were not a fantastic 2 years of my life, but I did live in Ohio for 2 years. Dayton and Kettering, Ohio. We'll get to 100 reps of bicep curls. Kitty, are you busy? You know, I hear you on that, King, but actually, I tell you what, I'll count it as a single rep. I'll just owe a lot. We'll just do it over time. I've done 80 reps of a bicep curl. We'll do one more set of 20. That's 5 sets of 20. Not bad, actually. It's a decent workout. And then we'll do this. To be honest with you, I'm going to be real with you. Here. I'll sit down for a second. Here. I'm gonna be legit. Y'all learn some shit. So I was never that good at talking to people. I've always been kind of bad at talking to people. Eventually I learned. A few nights ago, when I was off stream, this was about a week ago, I think at this point, allow me to explain this, okay? Here's what happened. It was Kitty's friend's birthday party. And she said, hey, do you want to come? And I said, actually, I always want to come. But in general, I was like, I normally don't attend these types of things. And I thought to be a good partner, I would do something like this. I would say yes. I would say, okay, I'm going to show up to your friend's birthday party. What is it? She said, it's late. We're going to like, it's just going to be like, we're going outside. It's a nice place. There is a dress code. And I was like, dress code. I'm like, yeah. So you can't wear what I'm wearing right now, unfortunate. I had to put on shoes, jeans, whole thing. And then she was like, but we're just going to basically play like some pool, some board games. And I was like, okay, I can do pool and board games. Like, that's fine. I show up and it's a damn club. It's like a club, like a loud club, like techno music, like, and I can't hear my own thoughts. And I'm like, oh boy. Now, I was like, but I'm committed to the cause. All right. So I show up. And it's like a loud club. She didn't know. She thought it was like a chill place. You know what? You know what happened? If all the things that they could possibly have, allow me to explain. You live on Lake Erie, but I don't know how. No. They had a wall in that club. I want you to guess one of my least favorite things. An entire wall dedicated to Campbell's tomato soup. It was like my own personal torture chamber, designed specifically for me. It was not just a nightclub with blaring music. There was legitimately a wall of tomato soup. And soup is not good. Soup is a survival mechanism that we made for ourselves for a long time. I cannot believe that I was in a nightclub with a wall of soup. And you think I'm joking, but I'm not. I am going to send you the photo. I am going to put it in Thailand stuff. Allow me to explain. It was very strange, but there was legitimately just a wall of soup. Look at this shit. Amazing. Unbelievable. Okay, you want me to put like a nice photo of Kitty and I? Kitty, you look way too good in all of these photos. I will not share any of them. Look at this. How is this possible? So I went outside once. I had to dress up like a normal person. Look at this. I'll show you. Who eats soup in Thailand? I don't know, man. Soup is not good. Look at this. Just a wall of soup. Why would they do this? It's not even aesthetic. Why? But why? Good luck, DN. I hate soup. I don't know how anyone could feel strongly about tomato soup one way or the other. I feel bad about tomato soup in general. I just feel bad about soup because soup is like a big troll. It's like people are like so excited. It's like, oh, it's a nice soup. It's like everything in soup would be better if it just wasn't in a soup. And I have gone over this 1,000 times, but I haven't gone over it recently. So maybe we need to revisit why soup is actually bad. I will gladly revisit this topic. It's no problem. But yeah, anyways, I fulfilled my quota for going outside. So now I don't have to go out again for another while. I can get away with not going outside for a long time. Yeah, exactly, Finsby. Yeah. Entertain us? No, so here's exactly why. I'll tell you why. It's no problem. I got you. This is an easy thing to explain. But I'll start in a woo rant. Thank you, Harith. Sane Chipmunks, I see you there. If I had the energy, I might do that sarcastically. Let me ask you a question, Sane Chipmunks. Do you like steak? Have you ever had like a really nice steak before? Have you ever had the privilege of having like a really nice steak? Maybe that's your thing, maybe not. But just in general, I'll tell you what. Let me ask you this way. What's one of your favorite foods? What's up, Sir Duderave? Did I enjoy myself at the club? I was there for 30 minutes, and then Kitty and I left. I said hi to people. I made my debut. That's it. Just give me one of your favorite foods. Go. This is an easy thing.
It can't be soup. Don't even start with me, Holy the sea. If I was a dictator, I would time you out right now, but I'm not. Lasagna, enchiladas. Man cost. I don't believe you. All right, listen. Okay. Enchiladas. Lasagna. Fine. We'll go with lasagna. Fair enough? Lasagna. It's dangerously close to a soup anyways. But does blank accept the verify? Just click the verify button. Mr. Bob Wonderful, if you just click the verify button, you should be able to get into Discord. There should just be a green check mark. You just got to click that. So it just prevents bots. Sometimes. All right, ready? Okay. Imagine, Harith, your favorite food is lasagna. Okay? I'm going to use Harith's favorite food, same chipmunks, but imagine I could do the same thing with a burger. Okay, so Harith, your favorite food is lasagna. Imagine that you were coming to Thailand and you and I are friends, and I say, Harith, I'm going to invite you over, and I'm going to make you the best lasagna that you've ever had. And you're like, ooh, okay, that's a big ass, like the best lasagna? And I was like, it's a family recipe, super secret. It's going to be amazing. You're going to love this lasagna. And you say, okay, all right, I'll give it a shot. So you're very excited anyways. You come to Thailand, I have you over for dinner, I've made a lasagna, I open the oven, and you go, oh, that smells amazing. And I show you the lasagna, and you're like, that is really good, okay? Yeah, like I've gone through all the effort to make this fascinating lasagna for you. Now, here's the problem. Here's the thing that happens next. I say, now, but wait. Before I serve this lasagna to you, I'm going to make it even better. And you go, even better? What are you going to do? Like sprinkle some Parmesan on it? Or like, okay, I'll tell you when to stop. And I say, no, even better than that. And I start boiling some water. And you say, what are you doing? And I say, just trust me. And then I take the lasagna and I put it in the boiling water. And you go, oh, why'd you do that? And I say, just let it simmer for like 20 minutes. This is where it's at. That's what soup is. That's what soup is. You take an ingredient that could be good and you put it in hot water and you're like, well, just let that sit there for a little bit. That's what soup is. That's all it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And you know it, I know it, everybody knows it, and yet somehow human beings continue to eat this abominable substance. How do you feel about porridge? To be fair, porridge is the same thing, except that oats are better when you let it simmer in hot water, okay? Because I'm not going to do, like, dry oats. Lasagna soup is a thing, though. This is why I lose faith in humanity. Honestly, everything else is fine. Class Discords telling me that my build is troll and that I'm a bad tank, that's fine. I don't lose faith in humanity from this. Learning that lasagna soup is apparently a real thing, that makes me question people. There's no way. 99. 100. Oh boy. There's no way that lasagna soup is an actual real thing, is it? I don't know what I'm going to do with this clip, but that was a valid cash out, to be honest with you. I don't know what's worse, lasagna soup or Chicago-style pizza. What's wrong with Chicago-style pizza? Hold up, Finsby. What's wrong with that? Your only red flag is your hatred for soup? It's not even a red flag. I mean, it's just, listen, everything's wrong with it? No, let me put it this way. Okay, fine. Kitty, I know your answer to this. Let me ask you a question, all right? Let me ask you a question. Fine. For all the soup defenders, you like soup? Who likes soup here? Oslo, you like soup? That's fine. I'm not going to judge you for liking soup. I just want to ask you a question, all right? I just want to ask you a question. Manox, you like soup? Great. Manox, let me ask you a question. Do you have a cat or a dog? Let me just ask you a question. It's a simple question. Do you have a cat or a dog? Do you have any pets, Manox? You have 2 dogs. Great.
Do you love your dogs? You have 2 dogs. Okay. I'm assuming you love them very much. Okay? Very much so. Okay. When they throw up, that's just soup. When they upheave the contents of their stomach out onto your floor, that's just soup. That's what it's a warm liquid with a bunch of chunky objects in it. That's what it is. That's all it is. Milk is fine. It's one texture. Honestly, if soup is a single texture, I kind of understand it. All right? With that logic, my bathwater is as well. That's why it sells for so much money, man, Osk. It's just, yeah, I think it's the temperature thing. I will say, like, cold is fine. Like, cold is okay, actually. No, so for what it's worth, no. Listen, like, cereal is not a soup because cereal is actually just cold milk, right? With like crunchy parts in it. That's fine. This is honestly fine. But hot milk with crunchy parts, no. Can't be hot. It has to be cold. Cold soup is fine, actually. Cold, if it's cold, it's kind of okay. And not savory. It can't be savory either. No, it can't be savory. You like carrots? Because I throw carrots. I don't know. I don't. I mean, I haven't had a carrot in a very long time. I'm not allowed to eat fiber. What about noodle soups, though? Like ramen? Ramen is a gray area. Fair enough. Ramen is a gray area. Is that reasonable to say? I would say ramen is like this middle. It's like a gray area. It's somewhere. A stew is just a worse soup. A stew is a soup that's even chunkier than a regular soup. It's actually worse. Think about it like this. Soup is something that they ate in Vinland Saga because they have to make sure that their food is not infested with parasites. But we live in the modern era. We don't have to worry that our food is infested with parasites. You don't have to boil your food just to make sure that it's safe to eat. You can just actually eat the food. You don't have to put it in hot water. Just separate the ingredients and eat them separate. What about lamb or pork soup? Just eat the lamb or the pork outside the soup. Just take the things. You don't need to put it in soup. We don't need to do this. I'm serious. You don't need to do it. Soup is a superior experience. Kitty, the good news is that when you end up in like a gulag somewhere, you will be able to eat. That's what I'm hearing from this, and I think that it's amazing that you are so resilient of a human being. Genuinely, I'm honored. I'm always impressed by how resilient you are as a human individual. I've really you're incredibly tough, incredibly strong, and I'm glad that one of us in this relationship is that strong. Genuinely, I'm very impressed by you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I've actually done one of you will surprise. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. Have you only lived in warm climates by saying? I mean, I lived on top of a mountain when I was 11 to 14. Like 11 to 14, I lived on top of a mountain in Colorado. I'm gonna see more flexing. Well, I'm getting my workout in anyways because it's a long stream today and I didn't go to the gym. So I think I'll do some shoulders next. Ooh. Yeah. I'm hearing some cracks. I gotta do this more. 5, 6, 8. Pre-bear, it's honestly a fair point. I do. In Thailand right now, it is very hot. It's extremely hot. What did it say it was going to get to, Kitty? Like almost 50 Celsius? I respect the honesty. Are these 20s? They're kilos, so 10 kilos, so about, 22 pounds. It's not how heavy they are. It's about me moving my shoulder blade. Well, just subscribe, bet. That might be one of the first subs I've ever got for working out on stream. It's crazy hot here. It's a very hot country. Rotate in the front. So, ace work. Not a bad recommendation. I think that the important thing when people are working out, just like World of Warcraft, you should always ask yourself why they're doing what they're doing, right? It's an important question to ask because when I'm doing this workout, I'm not actually trying to build my shoulders. I'm not trying to get like bolder shoulders when I do this exercise today. Actually, I'm after a particular motion of my scapula because it's going to make me feel better. I need to train this motion, this gliding of my shoulder blade, the bone in the back of your ribcage. And if I were to, for example, do like an Arnold press, it would actually limit that motion that I'm after. If I was trying to grow my shoulders, I would not choose this exercise. I would choose a different exercise for myself. So because I've been sitting down all day, I've been streaming for 8 hours, you can see if I get real tight in here, like this, the shoulder blade doesn't actually move that well. And it's something I learned because I have a condition, because I have a genetic condition that when I lift weights, I want to strengthen the motions that will actually make me feel better, if that makes sense. I'm closer to the Antarctic than the US, and I never saw snow. It's weird to me that many Thai people have never seen snow, to be honest. But fair point, ace work. Fair point. If I was super serious about growing my shoulders, I could absolutely do that. But fitness is pretty individual. And for me right now, this exercise, as I do it, there's a reason I'm out wider as well. And I'm not, for example, pressing here or here. I'm not actually caring so much about my delts doing the work. I'm trying to do a motion of my back. So I'm using this as a way to get motion. So that I can feel better, because otherwise, whew. That feels good, actually. Immediately takes the pressure off my neck. 8 more. Oh boy. Oslo. Where are you from, dude? Oh boy. Oof. I don't have a ton of aesthetic goals right now. To be honest, if anything, I would want to be bulking up a little bit. A problem for me is that I am unfortunately in a very loving relationship, so I don't really have to look a certain way in order to obtain the coitus, and therefore I can't say I have a ton of aesthetic goals at the moment. I'm pretty happy with my physique, to be honest. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. Hard to type with one hand. That's pretty good.
I'm not, that was pretty good, to be honest. That was really good. I can't even be bad about that. That was actually just clever. What's up, Corpus? Yeah, I can't even my workout in. I do have work in like 10 minutes, so I'll have to go soon. To be fair, I heard Kitty laughing downstairs from that one too. That was good. Well played. You know, Oslo, so far, you're doing a great job. Most of the time, if somebody's on stream and they're saying things like this, they go way too far, way too fast. You're doing good. You're skating right on the edge. A fair balancing act. No, fair enough. Back at it. I could TH. That's an option. Not a bad option, by the way. I'm considering it right now. Yeah, maybe we just go like crazy long straight. It's possible. I could do it. We're at, by the way, 140 reps addition to whatever's on here right now. So we're at, yeah, that's fair play. We're not counting these as additional. I'm just adding it to the total, okay? So we've done 140 reps of an exercise, which means that currently we were at 805. 805 out of 3,000 reps that we owe the stream. That's fair. Can do it. And Abra, if you're still here, thank you for all of the bits today. Honestly, the last 2 days of stream have really cheered me up and given me a reminder of why I do this. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope they don't revert the bear buff. I think total amount of time trying to help DPS. Any tips, Wrestler Druid? Sunfire. Yeah, actually, I'm not kidding. Just go cast their Wrestler Druid. Starfire and Sunfire. You don't even have to change your build. You can heal exactly the same way if you so desire with Wildstalker. But if you only hit Sunfire, you will actually do meaningful AoE damage. If literally you just spec into this and you just press that button once in a pack, you will feel much better. You can play Wildstalker. You don't actually have to play Keeper. Yeah, from the store, I'm going to go get some water and ice. Or I would love to walk with you to get a soda. Like a Sprite sounds so good right now, but unfortunately, no. If you can play your normal Wildstalker build for what it's worth, though. 10% buff. No, it's just a 3% armor, but it's not bad. Little tattoo. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's not that much. So you can still play Wildstalker, but you should go like this, though. It's entertaining. Thank you, Oslo. I actually think, by the way, I'll be up like 10 p.m. Okay, Ken. So here's the thing. I actually think that World of Warcraft has a surprising crossover. Just spec Sunfire here. I drink full sugar soda. Sugar does not scare me, King. I am healthy and whatnot. Yeah, and then also if you can just get a few Starfires, it actually makes a big difference. I was messing around with the Wrestler Druid just playing this, but look. Fantastic. Even if you're playing not Keeper of the Grove, it doesn't buff it that much, to be honest with you. Look. If all you do in a pack, by the way, let me shift into Resto gear. Here. I'll just go Resto here like this. Watch. If all I do is hit Sunfire, watch this. Literally just that is 20k DPS. Just that one, like just that is like 10k DPS, at least. Just like that's 5 targets. Just applying that single global is 10k damage. I think this is refreshing a lot, so it's not quite tracking properly, but it's just that single global, more mobs, first pull Algathar, just literally one of this. And if you can, get a few Starfires off. It's actually after the buff, they're quite meaningful. You can see these hit really hard. They hit extremely hard. So just even a few of them are pretty good. Does that make sense? Just that as a Resto Druid, and you'll actually do meaningful damage. Yeah. I think if you're fit, you don't have to be scared about different things. I'm in the best shape that I've ever been in. I think the build. This build is something I've been messing with. It's harder to meet certain HPS checks, but it's very fun to do big damage. And you can just maximize your window. It's the caster build. I was messing around with different talent choices. This one here, don't copy this exactly, but it's basically just playing with Circle of the Heavens. So you still Feral Frenzy single target, but this is just the caster build I was messing around with in 18. What's up, Doka? How's it going? I remember you. Hey there, Doka. We got to do like a few more sets. So we're at 805 reps. We'll continue this over the next few days. It's basically like a little mini
subathon-ish. Question is, I have to go to work soon. Do I come back and stuff? Find an engaging streamer. Maybe there's some neckbeard with a potty mouth or tail on. The traps are looking big. Thank you, King. I think, Oslo, one of the best things about stream and the internet is the fact that you can always keep looking and find somebody that you vibe with. There are so many different types of streamers, you know what I mean? There's actually just an infinite variety of ways to engage online, and some people choose explicit websites to spend most of their time on, and some people spend on Twitch. Some people both. The idea, though, is there's somebody for everyone, right? And I think that it's important to not try to appeal to, like, I have a very, I'm kind of a unique individual, I'd like to think, so I'm just myself, and if people vibe with me, great, and honestly, if people don't vibe with me, that's fine as well. I didn't spend 29 years of my life to get here and act like somebody I'm not. So there are a lot of people who don't like me, and I'm very okay with that. I wish that they would just be honest about the fact that they don't like me, but that's fine. I can handle it, I'm a tough guy. I'm a masculine man. I can do it. Just hit me with it. I'm actually very squishy. Please don't do that. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, oh boy, 19, oh boy, last one. Ugh. I felt those. I felt that a lot. I think I've learned at the very least that if I can just be myself and be more genuinely myself, I might actually find people that vibe with me. How important is the time between sets? Completely depends on your goals. There's a pretty strict set of research that does confirm specific timings, King, but the truth is individuality matters a lot. There are some people who recover extremely fast in between sets. There are some people who don't. There are people with different neurological conditions where it impacts their what's called their cortical mapping system. And so the time it takes for me in between sets is I always rest longer than most people because my brain tends to have a much better result. But it's completely individual, and it also depends on your goal. You train for the thing you want. If you're training for strength and power, in general, people can rest all the way up 5-10 minutes, Ab check. I'm not taking off my shirt this stream. Not this stream. They're there. They're there, but most people, to be honest with you, King, in general, if you were going to time it, I think it does matter, but I would say the vast majority of people are just trying, when they work out, they just want to be healthy and they want to look good. And I think if your goal is effectively, as a guy in the gym, if your goal is to build muscle and go for hypertrophy, think 60 to 90 seconds in general. Yeah. And there's a lot of research to support the fact that if your goal is hypertrophy, intensity and stimulus is pretty much the only thing that matters. So high reps, low reps doesn't matter. Heavyweight, lightweight doesn't matter. Your ability to control for stimulus matters. So for example, how close you can get to the stimulating reps closer to failure, but that can mean anything. You can take a 1 pound weight and still approach failure with it, depending on how good you are at contracting the target muscle. But the goal should be work out extremely hard. That's basically the goal. If your goal is to build muscle with your biceps, it's not about the weight. This isn't the heaviest weight I can lift, but if I do enough reps and I'm good enough at contracting and not letting other muscles take over, I can build my biceps. The lateral raises I'm doing, this is fairly heavy. Still, I'll go for enough reps that I go, ooh, and I make it hard. And then if I can do that, I'll get results. And I do that consistently enough, even if my form is slightly suboptimal, as long as you're consistent with it, you'll get results. Aesthetically speaking, most physical transformations take place in the kitchen, not, unfortunately, the weight room. As sucky as it sounds, because most people are like, I want to eat Kit Kats all the time, which are delicious, and you can totally have them. But if your goal is to change your physique, it in general takes more about nutrition than fitness. Fitness makes you feel good. Combination of the two is BIS, but if you have to choose one, nutrition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if I was really working hard today, I could do 5 more reps and get even closer to failure, but chilling. Look, sorry. Oh, don't bother you. No problem. You can ask me as many times as you want. Never worry about asking the same question. I was going to record a video about it. Let me take this. The DPS, well, next week, Tyron, that build gets buffed by 40%. Wait till next week, Tyron. The no Apex build gets buffed by like 40% next week. Big buffs. Very big buffs. Apex build. No Apex build. Yeah. Huge buffs. These are the buffs right here. Yeah. Huge buffs today. They're nerfing Apex and Raze, but they're buffing Thrash. And Thrash is a much bigger part of the no Apex build. Yep. Very cool. Extremely cool. Yeah. Actually, the funniest thing is that they're probably going to be either equal damage or actually Guardian will be straight up the no Apex build might be better. Here. These are the changes. Look at the Thrash direct damage and look at the nerfs. So the nerfs target all the things that we don't use in no Apex. And the buffs are massive. That's a large Thrash buff. Yeah. Yeah, huge. It's really, really big, actually. Okay, we have to make a choice. I got work in 2 minutes. Here's the thing. I don't engage in drama, Finsby. I don't go in there anymore. I don't go in there. No, honestly, it's okay. Make that 10% overall? No, it'll be 40% or so. Oh, the bear chain's still here. We're working out when they asked. Oh. So, here's the thing. 45-minute gap? Yes or no? 45-minute gap, come back, stream late? Yes or no? We have to decide right now because I got work in a minute. Basically, should we go for like a late stream? I'm off tomorrow and I might be off for a few days. Yeah, so we're going to do like late stream, like latest stream I've ever done. Okay, because I only have one call tonight, so I can do that, actually. And I've been up late recently. How's the talent tree going to be? We'll talk about that when I get back. Let me make a little message. AFK. Late stream today. If anybody comes and asks questions, just tell them I'll be back. We will go hard. That's fine. Yo, from Thailand. What's up, dude? Welcome. Very few wait, เป็นคนไทยไหม? Clearing my schedule. Oh, that's super cool. Do you play World of Warcraft? Very few Thai people play WoW, actually. It's not very common to find Thai people who play World of Warcraft here, though. Here, let me pin this real fast. We're going to find your concurrent talents. They're all in Discord here. Just here. Are you living in Thai? China. I live in Bangkok. One more set, and then I go work. Well, I got to go one more set real quick. One more set. Okay, the most hilarious thing, I'm going to be honest with you guys. The actual most hilarious thing is this. The client that I have right now, they do know I stream. So it's very possible that they're actually, if I tell them I'm going to be 2 minutes late, it's very fucking funny, but they might know I'm streaming. Don't tell them. If they come in here, don't say anything. Imagine I was like, oh, a few minutes late. And they're like, I see you there. Okay. Oh, man. They're not going to know. They will definitely know. They're going to know. I'm just on it. I'll just tell them. Here, we're going to restart this playlist. We'll play some good music, and I'll be back. One more set, and then we're good. So I'll leave the buffs up here. Here we are. I'll turn the music a bit higher while I'm gone, huh? Wait a second. Now hold up. Wait a second. Or a cancellation. Haha. Oh, I might go for that walk, actually. That's not a bad idea. That's funny how that works out. I'll do one more set. It's actually always, I don't like having cancellations. Truthfully, all the clients I work with, the thing is, my clients, I'm very close with them. Like, if I work with somebody, I'm quite close with them. So people only cancel on me if they're sick or not feeling well. So I actually don't love cancellations because that means they're not feeling well. It's 9 p.m. here. There's no vitamin D that's happening. I mean, Kitty might get vitamin D, but then I'll be longer than 45 minutes. Yeah, Kitty, you tell him. Kitty, tell him. Tell him. We do it like 17 times a day, and it's like for at least 27 hours every day. Yeah, tell him. You tell him, Kitty. Tell him. Two more. No. Okay. That's good. Ooh, good. Very solid. Honestly, I don't understand why people do brag about that. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't understand why people brag about that. Honestly, if you're lasting for like hours and hours, you should probably resensitize yourself. I blame the internet. All right, I will still go for that walk. I'm gonna go for that walk because it'll be good for me, and then I'll be back. I'm coming back with some ice cold Sprite. All right. Okay, I'm pinning this. I'll be right back, and then we'll do some stuff. Oh, Mayo, sorry, I am. Mayo, are you... I want to ask you some questions later when I get back. If you're Thai and you play WoW, I want to ask you questions about, like, ping and stuff. Let me some woo, but I don't even skip leg day. Look. Okay, my legs look fucking skinny from that angle. That's a bad angle. No, I got legs. I've just been sprinting recently for my leg workouts. That was a bad angle, I'm not going to lie. I'll flex redeem. Okay, this lighting is not doing me many favors. I'm not going to lie. I feel like the bulk has not been successful. I don't know what's happening here. I think it's the shirt. I feel... You know what? It's just going to be one of those days. I'll be right back. It's not looking... I swear I normally look thicker than this. I don't know. One of those days. Yeah. You see the gains? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I look fine? Thanks. I've been actually trying to work. If I had one goal, actually, it's to just increase the volume of my chest so that I can do a better pec dance. You want to see a tan? My feet are tan. I have a tan here, and here's what's happening, right? Look, look, look. So if you look at my feet, you can clearly see the fact that I always wear sandals when I'm outside. Look at the farmer's tan on my feet. Can you see them? Can you see that? So there's a pretty clear tan line because I always wear sandals. I don't wear shoes, right? Can you see that? Yeah. I think that's funny. All right, be right back. Man of the people. Man of the people. Me, the people. Be right back. I am no longer a subtlety rogue. Hello. Hello there. I'm back. We did 40 reps to add to this counter. Now, why, hello there. I am back. Yo. Let's turn this music down a little bit. Okay. Now, there is something I was going to do tonight, and realizing that if I am here, technically speaking, I won't have time. Good morning, Dr. John Shard. Hello. I'm happy to play some Guardian Druid. Here's the question. I also meant to record a video about the changes to Guardian Druid. There are a few ways I could do this. I'm pretty sure I should still record that video, because if I stream for another 4 hours, I'm not going to have time to do it before I go to bed. That is the problem. See if we can first of all get into any keys. We will do our best here. See if they'll take me to any of these keys. I'm going to imagine, because I'm not a brewmaster, maybe not. 19 Skyreach is not a key I really want to do, but we'll see first of all. Now, the other things I could do, of course, would be to record that video. Could do that. Shaw said to change your thumbnail on the second video, cause or confusing for the viewers. Which is the second video? Which one is that, Hellraiser? What do you mean? What second video? Which one? Which one? I'm looking. The second video. Videos. Brewmaster. At the most recent one was Shaw. This one? Brewmaster Advanced Guide. Never die again. Level up your Brewmaster monk. Wait, what's wrong with it? He said that you use the same thumbnail for multiple videos. I changed the text. That's not true. First of all, I remade it from scratch. I used the same background image of a monk flying because it took me like 9 tries to get that image of a spinning crane kick flying monk jumping off of the building in Silver Moon City. So I did, to be fair, I did use the same background image. And I put the same composition, but I made it from scratch. I put me on the right, him on the left, and then I just put different text. But I did make that one from scratch. It's remarkably similar. Shaw can't read. It's remarkably similar, but it is a different thumbnail. And also, when I know how to make one thing, yeah, it's super good on DPS. I mean, I still have this up from the last dungeon. This is first pull. This is overall. You do the big damage for sure. Maybe he meant for the picture. The next time I do a video with Shaw, I will ask him for a different photo. All right. So we will probably get declined from everything that we apply to. That being said, we could push my own key back up or see if friends are doing anything. I don't want to raid. Okay, so no friends are on. I guess it's a weird time, though. You just use Moonfire Thrash. Yeah, I could do a key right now with no Apex and show you. Here, we could play no Apex and a key. I'll list my 18... Or I just have to film a video while I'm live, which is always a super awkward thing to do. But yes, acting code, you do. So I've got an 18 to push back up for Magister's Terrace. And if we decide to do this key, then I can play no Apex in this key and show you. Would you do that? Yeah, sure. The question is, do I want to record a video before I actually do this? I should. The responsible thing for me to do would be that. Absolutely. Like, it's clear as day. The responsible thing would be for me to actually do this key in a moment and not do it right now. To be fair, it would be responsible for me to go record that video. Should I be responsible before I do? I should. It's probably a good idea. Okay. What level of yours do you start? I have a regular job, Strange Magnet. The viewer... Now, here's something interesting, and I have no problem getting into it. I'm very transparent with finances, so I would be
more than happy to discuss the financials of stream and how I've treated it and kind of like what actually, you know, I would be more than happy to have that conversation with you. But viewers have nothing to do with how much income you get. Very, 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 extremely little. Like whether or not you have 500 people on your stream or 100 people, you will make remarkably a very similar amount. The difference of that is probably like few $100s at most. Unless you run a ridiculous amount of ads, but I don't know. I got a Brazil 18 today, but my key is still 17. Do you know if that 17 is also Brazil? Correct. It is, John Shard. You would have to get up to 17, but it would still be Brazil at 17. Almost positive. But not if you drop it below a 12. Yeah. What's up, Kira? Hold up. Let me relist this in 10 minutes. Gotta record something fast. The question is, if I record a video about the patch notes, should I just talk about all of the notes or should I talk about Guardian Druid in particular? I think I should make like a TLDR on all of the class notes. Can reapply then. In a bit, sorry. I'm going to record a video real fast because I should actually do this though. Has it been 45 minutes though? Only the good ones. What do you call a 7 that doesn't feel good? 6? Oh, Lord. We getting nerfed again? No, we're getting buffed. Don't worry. We are getting buffed. We are getting buffed, but... So earlier today, people who are smarter than me with theory crafting technically told me the exact numbers that are changing for both EC and DOTC bear. However, I forgot those numbers, and I only really know the numbers that will tune for in the regular Apex build. But we have a log behind me, which is good to show, so that'll be nice. We can use this first pull as an example in this dungeon, and you can see that Thrash is approximately 10% of my damage here, though. Yes, that is one of the biggest benefits of the changes, Mr. Dr. John Shard, is that aggro will be significantly better. Because in practice, although there are many ways to get threat as a Guardian Druid, I think my Resto Druid is going to drag this down a lot. So, although there are many ways to get aggro, Thrash is in general the easiest and most straightforward. And the fact that the direct damage is buffed by 200% is a lot. That is PTR. Guardian is nerf, not buff. No, ultimately, it will probably make you feel better. I think it's a nerf for raid. I should make a video about it, and I will do so right now. Fair enough? I tell you what. I'm going to make a video. I will talk about the Guardian Druid changes, but I first have to go over the other class Druid change. I'll make like a 10-minute video. I'll record it exactly how I would do it as if I wasn't online, because normally I would record after the end of stream. Problem is, I didn't end stream. So now, you see, I've caught between a rock and a hard place, because I did not end stream. I am, in fact, still here. I am still live. And that is interesting. That's interesting. Also, we did 40 more reps to add to the tracker. Every single day, we will get closer and closer. 45. We did a bunch of shoulders today. All right, so we did 100 bicep curls and some shoulders. Not bad, not bad. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. What this? I will talk about the differences of why it's actually effectively a buff, but I might need to actually get the numbers. Does anybody have the numbers on hand so I don't have to ask somebody? It would be nice if I actually had the exact numbers from this. Discord bots are very annoying. Super annoying. Ignore. That's the first half of the dungeons. All right. Let me take a look at this right now. Yo, what's up, G-Dub? Yeah. It's a late stream today. We've made a decision basically. bring it to 44 to up to 91.4. So let me actually look at a few logs here. We can check the logs and we can look at the exact numbers. Somebody probably has the exact numbers, but 30% nerf to raise echo damage seems like no Apex EC is the best. I think so. I think there's a very, I'm looking at the Discord conversation here. 200% is probably a bit too much. I think that the thrash damage increase is insane. I'm looking at my Discord. I'm trying to find out some numbers for a video that I would like to record, though. Yup. All right. But I should make a video specifically talking about the changes. Now, lucky for me, I have them open right here. These are the class changes that are in question. Let's take a look at them. There were a lot of other class changes, and I would still like to talk about those as well. It's just a little awkward because I am still live. Okay. First of all, I feel bad for Unholy DKs. Although they were good right now, they're actually not that good. Like, this is sad. With no Apex in the 4 set, it actually does nothing. It's interesting acting the GOAT, but yes, you literally could actually just play with no 4 set. It's sad that the 4 set is designed in a way which doesn't benefit it, but yes. You could play without 4 set. Ultimately, take your highest item level slots, but if you want to. The other weird thing about no Apex is that I'm really theory crafting on it a little bit, and I swear you might actually benefit from playing a different set of stats as well, which would be really weird and awkward, but I have a feeling that I might actually recraft some items next week if I really wanted to go for it. We'll see. I don't have a lot of crafts. I only have 2 crafts anyways with my Druid. I crafted bracers and cloak, and then all of my other crests are going to go to items. I won't craft another item yet. There's a lot of benefits to the no Apex build. But one of them is the fact that stats definitely matter less with it. There's no like breakpoint you have to hit or anything like that. Okay. As a reminder, I can't affect this page because Wowhead is completely banned in Thailand. I don't know why, but I have to use a VPN to access Wowhead because otherwise you get this. And I think that's very funny. Okay. All right. I wonder if this, by the way, crosses over into Vengeance Demon Hunter nerf. I was actually wondering. I need to ask Bell. Bell's the only Vengeance Demon Hunter I know right now who's pushing, but I'm actually very curious to know if that crosses over into a VDH or if it's just Devour. It says Devour, but oftentimes they do that. To survivability, not just why Blizzard ignores that. So, yes, but when you look at high keys Yi, it's interesting because I literally this log behind me actually. If I get rid of my character panel, you can see DKs don't actually do abnormal amounts of damage considering they don't have a group buff. So, you know, question about Plater, did they remove the option to glow specific skills? Yes, I'm pretty sure they did. Unfortunately, Harbio, yes, I think so. I can't, for example, add custom mobs to my Platinator. I use Platinator and I use my own profile, but as far as I know, yes, although who knows if people have already found a workaround to that because almost every function that we had before, we still have today. We just need to figure out the workaround, if that makes sense. Just hit 18 Rizal's Blood DK last night. Nice. You got 0 tuning. That is also true. Yeah. To be fair, most of the Blood DKs I've actually played with, maybe I've just been playing with really good ones, are pretty decent. And your damage is actually really solid. But you have to play it extremely well. Every tank feels like a Blood DK right now. It's weird. It's pretty strange to me how most tanks that are not Brewmaster feel almost a lot like Blood DK, where it's just like global for global, so demanding on what you're doing. Okay, recording a video live, right? Not responding for 10 minutes. Holy, I'm gonna do a live recording. This is how I record all my videos. I don't edit anything. Do you guys know that? Wait, do you guys know that I don't own video editing software, pretty much? Like, I have it, but I never use it. I found a free version, and I'm just like, Quasi, I do respect you being thank you, Harbio. I'm up late. This is quite a late stream for me. It's a little abnormal, but it just so happens I'm off tomorrow. It's Saturday night. I don't actually have a lot of work. Some work was canceled, and so I'm just like, voila, here we are. That makes sense. It does, doesn't it? I actually don't know how to edit. I don't know how to edit videos. I have no idea. It's like 10 p.m. here. My time zone is weird. It's 10 p.m. right now. So I don't actually know how to edit videos. Anything, even if you see a 6-hour video from me, is one take. Like, I just hit start record and I'm just like, that's it. Whatever happens, happens. It's that simple. Whatever happens, happens. That's just the only way I know how to do things. So it's like, if I make a mistake 5 minutes through, it is what it is. Hi again, it was 4 a.m. earlier. It's weird I'm streaming this long, huh, River? Hello again, good morning. River, isn't it interesting that I've been streaming so long that you could say good morning and also good night? It's fun to do every now and again. It's pretty rare that I have a late stream like this, but yeah, every now and again. It just so happens that tonight it works out. I do enjoy gaming, but I do actually want to do some keys. I'll show you the no Apex Guardian Druid build after. I'll do some keys like literally directly after, but I got to finish this and then I have to post it. I probably won't post it. Well, I won't even make a thumbnail. I'm not going to edit it. I just need to hit start record and talk about the class changes. Okay. Reasonable. So let's make this slightly bigger and then we can have it here. We can make this like quite big. And then I just got to move my camera around like this. Boom, watch this. Nice. And then we just put it over the other thing. Yeah, we got to move the window capture even further, actually. Let's make a camera like bam, so we can read the changes. And then we just disable that for a second. And we disable this for a second. And then we put it back later. Deal? This is how I read patch notes. You're getting a behind the scenes right now. Mosey Iridium stretch? Yeah, that's fair enough. Oh, that actually feels great. Oh. Ooh. You're right. I'm way too old, Mosey. I'm significantly too old at this point. Like, I'm definitely too old to just be on this late. You actually should just call me. I should just rename my stream Uncle Woo. That's not stretching, that's praying. That's what I did last night. Last night, I ended stream and I was like, I was too negative. I made a decision, posted something in my Discord. I was like, I'm not going to be this negative. I'm honestly just going to be super happy to play the game. If I don't get IO, it's okay. I'm not going to reroll Brewmaster. And then I basically last night, I was like full prostrating. I was like, ooh, like please. Right? I made a decision. And then I woke up this morning and bam, no Apex build buffed by 40%. And I was like, well, hell yeah. Sweet. What time is it for me right now? 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. right now. Late. 10 p.m. my time. I'll probably stream till like 2 a.m. So I got like another 4 or 5 hours in me, maybe. I haven't been sleeping very well recently. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay, let me record the video. While I am recording, I cannot respond to your comments because I don't edit the video. If a Guardian is your favorite tank, but I'm a meta slave, which video of yours should you watch to convince you to play Brew or to convince you to play Guardian? Harbio. So that's the question. Bear. Ooh. Oh, Harbio, I don't know. To convince you to play Brewmaster, I got a bunch, but this video, the video I'm about to make, how about that? How about the video? How about you can watch it live? You don't even have to go watch it on YouTube. What you can do is the one I am going to record literally right now. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, there you go. That'll do. Fantastic. Yep. The no Apex plays remarkably like... Oh, stop distracting me. I gotta record a YouTube video. Shh. Stop distracting me. I'm literally never gonna record. It's gonna take me forever. I'm way too distracted. I see the messages come up. I'm like, oh, let me respond to this. Oh, hello there. No, the chat won't come up. I don't have it on. I can see your message. No one else can. I've got a transparent overlay. It's actually like in the center of my screen. But no one else will see it. Viewer keys? No, I'll do some like I need to crest farm a little bit on the Druid, actually, but... Okay, no, stop asking me questions. I love responding to questions. Patient to hear your opinion on both the warrior, prot warrior. Okay, sure. Sure. So if bear bad, bear is not bad from these changes. Bear will feel better. Watch the video. You'll find out in the next 10 minutes. You'll find out in the next 10 minutes exactly what my thoughts are because I can't help but give you my thought. The video has never happened. It will happen. It will happen. It's going to happen. No, I've got this. I've got this. I can do it. I can do it. Yeah, bear changes seem good. They are. Does this redeem Blizzard's lack of tank balancing at midnight? It doesn't redeem it, Poons, not by a long shot. But for what it is worth, it will... It goes a long way in, I think, making at least my Druid feel better. Fine, 10 minutes. Need? Going to feel good for big pulls? This, well... Focus up. I'm trying to focus up, but I keep seeing notifications. I'm trying to do the video. I'm trying. You should let chat be part of the video. How can I? But actually, there is a way I can do that, isn't there? Didn't I set this up once? I've never had chat. Wait, I swear to God, I actually did do this, didn't I? Wait. Oh, yeah, look. Oh, that's right. I actually have done this before. Oh, yeah, I set this up at one point. I remember that. Oh, yeah, I can actually make chat appear. But no. You guys don't get to be a part of this. No. That's I'm going to record. It's like a 10-minute. It's just a quick update video. It's not even that long. This is just a short video. I just got to do it. And then I got to upload it. So I got to do like a description. I'm going to be the laziest. I don't want to actually make I'm not going to make a thumbnail or a description. I'm just going to do whatever. That's what she said. No, that's 10 minutes is too long for that. But say something embarrassing. What about your 5 minutes of fame? Use the Shaw thumbnail. What's wrong with the Shaw thumbnail? I made that one fresh. It's just he only gave me 2 images. What am I supposed to do? Wait, hold on, wait. What? 9 minutes covers the crying. What's wrong with the Shaw thumbnail? What was I supposed to do? He gave me 2 images. I use one image, I use the other image. I put him on the left, I put me on the right. That's the same thing as what I do every time. I'm not good enough with these thumbnail business. I don't know what to do. I just use if it works once, it must work again. This is why I eat the same thing every breakfast and every dinner. It's the same thing. It's just if it works the first time, why change it? Playing Dwarf to have the racial. Oh, this season, Dwarf is very powerful. It's not like you absolutely need it, but it will make you feel better. If you're going to play a class that can be a Dwarf, you should. Fox ears for a minute. Not for this video. One time I made a video wearing fox ears and a bunch of people were just like, what? And I was like, what do you mean what? Everybody likes fur. Everybody is a slight bit of a furry inside to some degree. It's true, Epikuros. If you think about it, we all like fur. You ever think about what a bear would look like if it didn't have fur? A bear would be the scariest, nightmarish creature if it didn't have fur. We only like them because they're fuzzy. Think about it. Like, if I see a bear in real life, I'm like, I want to hug that bear. Imagine a bear didn't have fur. That thing would be like a damn dinosaur. It'd be like from the Jurassic era. Like, I would not want to hug that thing. It looks like a big-ass rat. That's true. And even rats are kind of cute because they have fur. But imagine they didn't have fur. It would be terrifying. They would be like literally nightmarish creatures. It would be like a creature that you would only see in a video that you would have to access a site that you're like, I don't know if I should be on this site to watch that video. Like, that's where it would be. You know what I mean? Impossible fans would like a word. Okay, Rufus is pretty cute. Fine. I'll give you that. All right. Fine. Rufus is pretty cute from Kim Possible. I'll give you that. I am definitely closing my chat so I can do this video because otherwise it won't get done. And I should do it. It's probably worth it. All right, cool. I'm closing my chat. I swear. No, the video will start soon. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna close chat so I can't see anything. I'm literally not gonna. I'm gonna open Daddy Boosting LLC on Twitter, which I still have open right now because I don't know. There was a post about me on there earlier today. I don't know what to do with this information. I don't know how to make sense of that. Daddy Boosting LLC is apparently a real thing. We don't want to go into the void. No, fine. Our friend tried your Apex build. He ended up loving it and said it was a lot. Yeah, Rotund Papega. Because the Guardian Druid no Apex build is actually awesome. It gets a lot of hate for not a lot of good reasons. All right. Chat is now officially closed. I will record a video talking about these changes behind me, the changes that we're looking at. We have been only focused on Frost, Unholy, and Demon Hunter for a while. I'm going to get into the frame of mind. I'm going to nail this, one-shot it. No, I don't even see anything. That you can't see chat now. Blah, 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 blah. I'm closing it out. Can't see you. Can't see you. I don't know what you're saying. Da-da-da. Mom, he's touching me. I actually really wish I could rewatch Lilo and Stitch, to be honest with you. I would love to rewatch Lilo and Stitch. Focus up, Awu. You can do this. I believe in you. I fully believe in my ability. I'm turning off the music so I can actually record a video. Does my computer have enough space to record a video? This PC, oh boy. 6 gigabytes free. That's not enough. 1 second, I have to delete something. Okay, let's see. 18-seat walkthrough. We don't need to record this. We've already done this one. Okay, 18-pit walkthrough, 18-seat walkthrough. I thought both those were great videos, but to be honest with you, I've already posted them. So I don't really think I need to post more of them. I'm going to empty out my recycle bin. That should give me enough space on my computer. I need a new system. All right, now I have 9 gigabytes free. That should be enough for this video. Wait, what happened to my window capture? Fuck. Better? Oh, nice. Okay, it's back. Nice. All right, I've got this. Here we go. I'm going to one-shot this, okay? Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, hold up. 3, 2, 1. Massive class changes were announced. I actually do think that this shakes up the meta. I want to inform... No, hold up. Wait, no, that's a bad intro. We're going to do it one more time. It's always the second take that this happens. I can't see. Everybody's like, it's fine. Well, observe. This is going to be a one tap. That first one didn't happen. Watch this. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Massive class changes announced. I actually do think that this shakes up the meta. Clearly, there was a lot of Guardian Druid drama. I will talk about that at the end of this video because I have a lot to say. But the first thing I want to tell you is that we're going to read through these notes. I'm going to give you a TLDR, and then we're going to talk about the tank balance that is included in this notes. I'm just happy that we got tuning because it was radio silence for a while, and this is actually going to shake things up. So first and foremost, you have a damage buff for Frost Death Knight. But a big nerf to Unholy. I actually think this one is a little bit sad. Unholy is a very strong spec in Mythic Plus, but it doesn't do that much damage. I can show you many, many logs where it's just a normal DPS. It still provides grips. It's basically an unkillable DPS. And a lot of why you want it in Mythic Plus is because it's just super tanky. But if you nerf its damage enough, you are not going to want to play it. It doesn't have an offensive group buff, and these nerfs are actually quite impactful. I wonder if the Unholy DKs will try to swap to Frost. The damage profile difference between the two doesn't matter because a DK has to do big damage in order to be brought. Its niche is that it's super tanky and has grips, but it doesn't have an offensive group buff. So this actually might take Unholy out of the high key meta because the other super amazing DPS that has been the dominant DPS spec for a while now was not touched in these notes. But one of them was Devour Demon Hunter nerfed. 3% nerf here, along with a little bit of a targeted nerf to Annihilator. This is a fair nerf, but not anywhere close to this amount. So what we actually have for Devour is that it's just going to do slightly less damage, but still probably be top DPS. But I would like to ask you a question. Have you seen Devourers do less than tank damage? Because the skill cap for this spec seems to be all over the place. I've seen some Devourers just do negative
negative DPS, even though they don't die. I'm chaining pulls for them. It's just, I don't really fully understand because it's one of the only specs I didn't get to test on the beta cycle. I don't know what it is about Devour, but there's a clear difference that sometimes Devour is top DPS in a key, and sometimes they just do no damage. So I think it was fair that they nerfed it. I know on Warcraft logs, they were overperforming like crazy. And the theme of this tuning is going to be how they tune for raid. We'll get to that in a second. Vengeance, small armor buff. Nice, very solid, few percent armor. That's basically, this translates to approximately 3-4% physical armor mitigation, physical damage mitigation. Solid. I like it when they just take tanks that are feeling a little bit too squishy, give them a regular armor buff. It just makes you actually feel a lot safer in keys. It's not hard to do. It's not a targeted buff. There are probably other ways that they could actually affect Vengeance, like affecting the RNG nature of the proc for meta, among other things, but hey, you'll take it. The only question I have is, does the Annihilator nerf to the damage actually cross over into Vengeance as well? It's listed as a Devourer nerf, but you know they share a hero talent tree, and sometimes what happens is if this gets nerfed, then this also gets nerfed. That would be sad because Vengeance actually does a lot of damage. It's kind of one of the niches that it has. You don't see it played very much because you have to play it extremely well. But we're going to skip this. We're coming back. I swear. We're coming back. Don't worry. Resto Druid. Fair nerf to Resto Druid, actually. Apex talent, this is actually a fair bit of your healing, and then all healing reduced. You're still probably going to see this as the meta-dominant healer because of how it slots in with Brewmaster and the quote-unquote meta comp. Mark of the Wild is very powerful, but there is an emerging healer that I do think you will see more and more of. Augmentation Evoker, all ability and pet damage reduced by 5%. This is a bug fix, but basically the important thing to understand is that this isn't actually a 5% nerf to Aug. It's more like a 3 to 4% nerf to Aug, as though some of your damage is not included in your ability or pet damage. But it is actually a fair bit of damage. I think that they should have nerfed this even harder. Once again, though, Aug suffers with the same problem in the current meta of Mythic Plus that Devourer has. If I was to make a video talking about the meta DPS specs, you have Devourer, you have Aug, but one of the problems is that if you take an Aug out of a random queue in Pugs, even at like an 18, 19 key level, the chances that they're going to do 30% less damage than everyone else is very high. It's incredibly difficult to play this spec well. There are so many nuanced things that you have to do in your rotation as an Augmentation Evoker to actually be the top DPS. Now, the problem is that in high enough keys, you will see Augs who min-max just everything about it, and they're going to do massive damage. So nerfing it makes sense, but it just means that in your average weekly keys, Aug just goes, and I really would be cautious about taking them. I don't ever want to say don't take a spec because a good augmentation will still be absolutely blasting. It's just very difficult to play this, and in general, for my higher keys, I've kind of started operating under the philosophy if I need lust, I kind of want a shaman or a hunter, even a mage over Aug. Like, I just haven't seen a lot of great performance in kind of like 18, 19 key range, okay? All Beastmaster damage, so basically Hunter gets a nice little buff here. This is pretty solid. I think Beastmaster was actually decent. Not top performing by any means, but Beastmaster was decent. Marksmanship, big buffs. It needed it. I haven't seen a single Marksmanship Hunter, I think, in any key that I have ran shy of 1. So I hope that this actually makes them feel a lot better. They've been through a whirlwind of tuning recently. Frost Mage gets a small nerf. I wonder how they're feeling about the different bug fix that they got last week. And then Brewmaster gets a very, very, very light tap on the wrist. This would make even the most vanilla of people not even blink, because this is not even a light tap. It is basically a graze of air. High tolerance, slight nerf, but it's not a nerf to the actual amount of effective stagger with the talent. It's just the Purifying Brew cooldown. Very, very minor. And then Zen State is 15% instead of 20. This is like basically a 1% difference. It's Brewmaster still the meta tank, but we will talk about the Guardian Druid changes at the end of this video, as I mentioned. All right, Holy Paladin, good buffs, fair healing buffs. This is a massive value that they've gotten over the course of a season. Still probably won't see many of them in keys. I've seen a few that can heal, but ultimately there are just better healers to play, unfortunately. Protection, base armor increased by 10%. Hey, you'll take it. It's something. I think this translates on stream today. People were saying that it was translating to a 3% physical damage mitigation. Not bad. Pretty solid. Kind of wish it was a 10% physical armor mitigation or 15%. Feel like Prop Pally needs more than 3%, but they're at least looking at it. Remember, they could have buffed the auto attack damage by 10%, so at least they're buffing the base armor this time.
Discipline Priest, they cannot get this right. Every single patch notes, there's always something about Atonement is too strong in raid, but not strong enough in keys, which is correct. They're trying to do it this way for once. We'll see if that actually makes a difference. I think that I've seen a few Disc Priests. It's not that it can't be played, but it isn't one of the meta healers. I'm always a huge fan of seeing buffs to things that are not currently in meta contention, so Holy Priest getting a buff, this is great. Still think they need to actually look at Holy Priest kit if you ever want to see it being played. I'll probably make a whole nother video about why Holy Priest kind of struggles in higher keys at some point, but especially this season, I don't think you'll see a lot of Holy Priest. Rogues, big buffs, that's nice. There's a few nerfs here to things that I truthfully don't understand. I don't play Rogue, so I don't really know what Cloud Cover actually did. Somebody can let me know, I'm sure, in the comments. But good to see Rogue buffs. Again, there's no offensive group buff. They provide a lot of defensive benefit through mind-numbing poison, not atrophic poison, but in keys, it's actually quite valuable to see to have a rogue slowing auto attack and casting speed's nice. Enhancement shaman, big buffs. I have played with a few because, like I said, I like shaman for their buff and also for their just the fact that they're lust and not og. They need more than this. I think this is a good start for enhancement, but I think they need even more because even a really good enhancement shaman, I just have not seen them actually do competitive DPS for what other people are doing. Still, nonetheless, you like to see the buff here. All right, Warlock. Thank God that Affliction got buffed. I play with an Affliction Warlock main. He's great. The GOAT, Arson. Shout him out. He's really good. And he just feels terrible because he is like, look, if I just hit change specialization to Demonology Warlock, I casually do 25% more damage across the board. And he's been playing Affliction Warlock for 4 years straight. I don't think the tuning should ever be that somebody who's a master at their spec, if they just hit change specialization and play the other spec, but worse, will do 25% more damage. So glad to see this. These are actually fair buffs. This is UA, the single target buff. And then your AoE spending, it's not a ton of damage. I still think that now instead of 25% ahead, it'll be 17% ahead. You know, it's still going to be a lot, but it at least feels slightly better to play AF. We have done several 19s where the damage, actually the timer gets tight just because we're playing comps, we're playing off-meta DPS, and Affliction is one of them, where they just don't do straight up enough damage, especially single target. So hopefully this evens that out a little bit, but it's not enough. On to Warrior real quick. So this is an interesting one. Arms gets buffed quite a bit. Fury gets buffed a lot. Both of these are needed. Protection Warrior gets buffed. The Mountain Thane Thunderblast damage is actually fairly substantial. The Execute damage increase is hilarious. This doesn't actually mean much because you weren't pressing Execute even beforehand. They've had to buff it twice. They need to buff it even further. Maybe this means that it is kind of worth pressing, but you will be kind of rage-starved if you're actually in a competitive level content for keys because your Ignore Pain is getting eaten through so fast now, and Warrior has been slowed down a ton compared to what it was beforehand. So I don't even know if you will really be motivated to press Execute or even play the talents for it. It's possible, but I still don't think this is enough for that. However, don't underestimate the value of just buffing Mountain Thane damage enough. Remember that last season, Warrior did so much damage, and one of the reasons was that the tier set giga buffed Mountain Thane. If you buff Mountain Thane enough, this is actually quite a bit of damage because it's basically the button you press every other global. So quite a bit. Not base Thunderclap damage, just the Thunder Blast, but you have quite a lot of procs. I do think that this will be a nice little damage buff to Warrior. Still is not in the meta contention, though, because it doesn't actually give them what they need, just a small damage buff. I don't know why they keep doing little damage buffs to tanks. I think that it's very clear there's a dominant tank for Mythic Plus, but this is raid tuning. And you want to know why it's raid tuning? Let's actually talk about the elephant in the room, Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid received the most set of notes in this entire set of tuning. And the reason is because they do too much damage in raid. That's straight up it, because there's burn phases, and when you design an Apex talent that gives a tank the strongest potential burst DPS in the entire game, you cannot balance that. It's impossible to balance. The second that they actually made the Apex work, like at the last week of beta, they did this. It was doomed to fail immediately. There was just no way they were ever going to be able to balance the fact that the Apex is 50% of your damage and the fact that you can hold it and do things like time it properly for burn phases. It was never going to work. So here's what this actually means. I want people to understand. What they're doing is they're effectively making it so that your burst damage is significantly reduced, but the direct damage by Thrash is a lot. This is a massive buff, and the people who are much smarter than me will figure out the exact math if played optimally. But one thing that I want to show you at the end of these notes is that most people are going to actually notice this as a net neutral. If you're playing a traditional Apex build with Druid of the Claw or EC, you really won't notice a crazy difference in your damage. You will have slightly less of that burst damage, but you do actually hit Thrash quite a lot in your rotation. This is a lot of Thrash damage. It definitely locks in 2 points in Flashing Claws for sure in the talents, and you will want to prioritize Thrash in your rotation. Now, what this does to the no Apex build, so for what it's worth, you read these big nerfs, but what you need to understand about these nerfs is this. Apex builds, the traditional ones, very close within a net neutral range, 1, 2%, 3%, something around this line. However, the no Apex build is receiving approximately a 45% damage buff, which makes me very excited because I like that build. It's my favorite build. You will absolutely be able to play it. In fact, it might be the meta build starting next week, which would be a hilarious change of pace. And I think that would be quite ironic, but very possibly. I think that I talked to some other bears today and they said they're still playing Apex next week. But there's a lot of power in the no Apex build, and because the highest level players weren't willing to give it a chance beforehand, because it did do less damage, I wonder if they'll start to see the value of it now moving forward, because there are so many benefits to playing that build, and I won't harp on it too much. But I want to point out that this is a very large buff, and according to the logs that I've put up in all of the 18s that I have timed with the no Apex build, you will see approximately 40 to 45% DPS increase overall in the dungeon. Massive. This is huge, which means, for example, today on stream, I did an 18 Windrunner Spire with no Apex. I finished with 80k DPS overall, approximately 40k single target on the last boss. We did a test. And I'll continue to test more throughout the next few days. We can take those logs, we can take a look, and we can say approximately 40% more, which means I would finish that same dungeon playing no Apex with approximately 115k DPS, which is kind of wild. That is a lot. That's a very solid amount of tank damage because although Brewmaster is meta, it doesn't do that. I wonder if they're going to revert any of this. Either way, made me very happy to read it. This is kind of what I've been asking for. Take some of the power out of the Apex and put it into its base kit. I wasn't expecting to see this massive buff to Thrash, but hey, I'll take it. Anyways, those are my thoughts about the tuning. There are some specs that are notably absent from this list because it is mostly for raid and not for keys. For example, Windwalker, hello. Mage, hello. Like there's a few specs that need a bit of help actually, and they are notably absent. Mages, honestly, y'all can take a back seat for a season. I will say that's all right with me that they're not mentioned too much. But there are a few other specs I feel like that are a little underrepresented, and I would love to have seen kind of buffs or at least balancing. Even about Havoc. I'm not a huge Havoc enjoyer myself, but I mean, Devour is taking every single spot, and it would be nice to have seen a little bit of a buff to maybe Eldrachi Havoc. There's a lot of people who really like that play style, and I think that's been absent, but I'm just glad to see some form of tuning because I was worried they wouldn't do anything for a while. And this will change up the meta a little bit. I think at higher keys, the most notable not nerf spec is Demonology. Very surprising to me. I didn't see a demo nerf. So that's the only meta DPS spec that was not touched, which means it's now even better. So now every key is going to want a Demo Warlock. Demo Warlock, incredibly powerful spec. And I wonder why that didn't get nerfed. But anyways, those are my thoughts. I'll see you in the next one. All right, bye. Cool. One tapped. Easy. Did I ramble a little bit? Yes. Hello. Welcome. I'm back. How'd it go? How do we do, folks? How do we do? I was locked in. I got to pull up my chat again. Oh, I completely closed it out. LOL. Hold up. Let me get this back. All right, here we go. Any good news for Rhett? Brew got buffed. What do you mean Brew got buffed? Wait, what do you mean Brew got buffed? We totally didn't thrash a room. That's good. I forgot this was a stream for a moment. I know. I was recording it live because I'm actually streaming late. I know. It's super weird. You want me to heal on? Take any love for it? It's good. I think that Holy Paladin has some other problems, but let me explain why the Guardian Druid buffs are pretty massive, and it's just because of how people actually play the game. All right, window capture on, boom, done. I'm actually live. I know, it's super weird. I was recording a video live because I wasn't going to have time to do it later. That was actually what I was doing here. Farm Power Bear if you don't take Apex. So, it's a preference. It's a preference. There are so many things, by the way. there are so many different ways to play the game. You were never had to take Apex and you never had to not take Apex. Ultimately speaking, it was always a choice and you have that choice, but at least the no Apex will be super viable. I prefer it as well, but Corpus, there are also people who really enjoy the complexity that Apex adds to Bear. Apex makes Bear a spec that is very, very, very demanding on globals. And keep in mind, I also play Apex, and this is a 19 Windrunner Spire, and we can look at the polls. This is the first poll. I enjoy playing Apex as well, and I can play it. The problem is that this, although fun, requires me to lock in. It's very demanding on exactly what those globals are. What's up, Provost? Hey, Provost. So does that make sense? It's very demanding on that. Let me catch up with all of the messages here. Whereas no Apex, right, does not actually demand that perfection. It's a lot more forgiving. No Apex is straightforward, and you just vibe. There are some people who don't like that. There are some people who love playing Blood DK, and that's absolutely fine. Yo. All right, let's see what I miss here. What's up, Zombie G? I love your videos. Surprising since I haven't played WoW since the end of Legion. Thank you. Well, I'm glad that you like my videos even though you don't play WoW. Outlaw Rogue is a 6% nerf. The Aura buff is not... Shit, what is Cloud Cover, Zach? I was wrong about the Rogue stuff. I am up late, yeah, I know. Is there not always a set of Mythic plus tank for the meta? Because, now, here's why. I will explain this, Pleb. That's a great question, and I would love to answer that question. Pleb, you asked me, isn't there always a meta tank? So why is everybody freaking out about Brewmaster being so meta right now? The meta tank is, in general, sometimes it's always a little bit tankier, but most of the time it's meta because it does, like, even last season of the War Within, Prot Warrior was meta because it did so much damage. But other tanks could live. You couldn't match the damage of Prot Warrior. Never before have we seen a meta. Brewmaster doesn't do the top tank damage, not even by a long time. Not even close. VDH does more damage, Bear does more damage, and yet you still see Brewmaster wanting to be played. And the reason that Brewmaster wants to be played is because it is just that much tankier and that much more chill. I cannot express to you that if I want to play my Guardian in a plus 20 right now, if I was invited to a plus 20 and I had to play it, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way, Provost. I see you there. What I would have to do is play global for global perfect. If I miss a single button, I just die. Like, literally, I was like, whoops, I hit this. I was playing perfectly all key. I make one mistake. It's done. It's GG's. I want Brewmaster to be meta, but I don't want it to be 5 key levels tankier than everything else because it's a vibe to play. I love playing Brewmaster right now because if I walk in and I make a bunch of rotational errors, I can still tank a key at 19, 20, 21. Like, you can actually just fundamentally mess up your rotation. And if I want to tank a really hard pull on my Bear, I have to really work hard for it. But on my Brewmaster, I kind of just go, keg, fire, blackout kick, keg, fire, da-da-da-da-da. And my main heal is off the GCD. Whereas on my Bear, if I make a mistake, I'm just done. It's just GG's. Let's see if there are any keys up right now, because I very rarely game at this time. There actually should be some. A 20... 19 Razil. Tip pet try appreciated. Holy. I'd have to play Apex for this. 21 Algathar. Good luck. Let's see. What do we have here? There's a few 19s. I don't really want to tip for this. We can just run my 18, if nothing else. We can quickly apply and get declined, and that would be okay with me. And if not, that's fine. Prop Alley feels exactly the same. So that's the thing. You can play all sorts of tanks. You can play VDH. You can play Guardian. You can play Prop Pally. It can be done, but the perfection that it requires is a level that I am not comfortable with. I kind of want to vibe when I tank. I don't want to be that stressed when I play World of Warcraft. That's not actually what's in it for me. I much prefer playing a version of the game where I can be a successful tank, but I don't have to work that hard. That's way more important to me. That's why. And so the reason it's so meta though, it doesn't do anywhere near as much damage as I can put out. It's not even close. And it doesn't matter though. And also my group buff is more valuable than you're not even playing it because of the group buff. You're playing Brewmaster with comps that don't even benefit from Brewmaster. was the way it took damage. This season is particularly designed where Brewmaster is in a really good spot because many of the tank busters ignore armor, but really work well with stagger. And so it's just super friendly. I think a lot of tanks, if you ever are playing anything that isn't Brew, and then you try Brewmaster, you're going to be like, whoa, that's super cool. I think you'll really have that experience, genuinely. I think you'll be like, wow, that feels amazing. I genuinely feel like you'll feel like that. All right, let's run my own key. Unless I want to play Resto Druid and 19 Algothar. For example, the tank that won the MDI tournament, mains VDH, quit playing VDH a few weeks ago to reroll Brewmaster. Yeah. I mean, it's not that you can't play it. It's just that you have to work so hard. And at some point, what people want tanks to be is not massive powerhouses of DPS. Your team wants you as a tank to not die. Can I be honest with you? What your team actually wants is for you to not die as a tank. That's what they want. They want consistency. Brewmaster is consistent. Other tanks are a little bit not consistent. Does that make sense? And so that's what I think really separates the meta and why if you are playing a tank that isn't Brew, it feels bad and why we're complaining about it. Because you're right that there is always a meta. And it's like, what's so different this time? It's like, man, the representation of Brewmaster is 94% right now for high keys. Literally 94%. That's ridiculous. That's insane. 94% is a wild representation difference. But I also think that it's a misunderstanding about what people want from a tank. Cries and Prop Pally, the inconsistency of exactly. And so technically, Faye, what you can do is if you plan everything perfectly and also are playing with a group that does enough damage so the pack dies on time, because you as a Prop Pally, you can live anything for X amount of time. That's the problem. In a pug, you have no idea. Some DPS are terrible. So sometimes you walk in and you're like, I've got this first pull. But your DPS are a little bit behind. So that first pull lives a little longer than you thought it would. And then you're dead. And so Prop Pally also has gaps. And then maybe you can call for, at a high enough level, you can call for your healer external. But in a pug, your healer will send external on pull. Maybe, if you're lucky, if they send it at all. Should we see what a Discipline Priest feels like? Ken? So you see there's all these problems, basically. What do we want to play with here? I think Resto Shaman might actually be just one of the better healers. I think Mistweaver is also really slept on still. Mistweaver is a powerhouse of a healer right now. And for mid-range of keys, there is no healer that is better than Mistweaver. Mistweaver would by far be the safest healer to take to all your keys right now. All right, let's play some things. Let's play game. Let's play game. I started on Brew this season, but swapped off because I'm allergic to meta. But for me, I remember sometimes explaining Tank's kit. It makes him tanky. Yes. Ever since I kind of just played what I like based on that, you can play however you'd like to play. There's no requirements whatsoever. But I will say that if you're interested, you'll have the easiest time on Brewmaster. There's actually, like, if a new tank wants to say, hey, I just want to be able to tank for my friends, what tank should I start with? Brewmaster is a very decent choice. As crazy as it sounds, it's actually just, like, not a bad idea to just play Brew because you can't really mess... You can mess up. I mean, I've seen a lot of Brewmasters die and be, like, impossible to heal, but it's pretty difficult. In general, Brewmaster is a great choice. Because you're not cooldown dependent. You don't have to rotate anything. You kind of just vibe. And that's great. All right, who do we want to play for most consistency here? I actually love Presevoker, and I'll gladly play with one. You can... Don't challenge me too much. I'll gladly play with Prez. Let's see how that works. A Shaman, Ellie Shami. Yo. Hello. I'm down for Prez. I made groups, so... We'll see ping, okay? So if I play no Apex in this key, right? Miyagi. If I play no Apex in this key, we could see what the log would look like and then compare. I'm trying to get your Resil 17 as a prot warrior. I run into 2 issues. How much does coaching cost? You can find coaching if you want. If you are interested in coaching with me, just find it here. I offer coaching either individually if you'd like, but most people just do it through Patreon. Here, I'll send you the link right there. Voila. You find it there. Trying to get your 17 results of prot warrior run into 2 issues. Not enough 17s. Most groups are, yes, you have to run your own key. You have to use your own key, basically. It's basically use your own key. That is actually what it is. Either run your own key or start making friends. If you're playing an off-meta, especially off-meta tank, you gotta run your own key and /or. You can't be... Yeah. Users run... Exactly. That's what I feel like, Faye. That's a good way to put it. It's just the amount of vibe you get on Brew is redunculous compared to the vibe, the anti-vibe on other tanks right now. That's a great way to put it. And I agree. All right, we'll play with this. Let's see if the Pres Evoker is okay. If not, we have to replace with Lust Healer. Yep. It is Resil either way. Correct. Can you explain why we don't use Mangle with no Apex? I feel like I'm rage char if I don't use it because... So, Mangle is actually... It's a DPS gain to not press it. You don't not press it because of anything else. It is specifically because it is a DPS gain to drop it. When I play the no Apex build, it has never been a turtle build. I have never played it because I was that interested in just turtling my gameplay. The reason I played no Apex is because it fits my playstyle, but I still want to do as much damage as I can do with it. So I tried to customize it and basically min-max, and I thought to myself, okay, if I drop Iron for uptime, I can do more damage here. Like, the idea of it, I was not the one who called it a turtle build. It was never like that. It was... What I don't like about it was that I made this build for myself, by the way, because I wanted to play it. And then I was like, oh, this works. And then I told other people, I was like, oh, it's viable if you want to play it. Like, it'll do a little less damage, but it's totally fine. And then what happened is everybody was like, oh, Wu is telling everybody to play a suboptimal build. Shame. Shame. And it's like, I don't even get to walk down the street naked. So I don't like it when people are like, shame. You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't even get the benefit of it. And so, anyways, it's just very strange, like, the visceral reaction to this build. I don't understand where it came from. There's no shame in playing. I'll play it in this key. If I play Apex, I'll be doing a lot of damage. If I play no Apex, I will do less damage, and we will still time key. And it has been that. It's just been like that. That's it. It's that simple, right? Like, it's not that complicated. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. That being said, you guys want to listen to some music? I'll put music on. Do you guys like the music in the background or no? Normally, I have music approximately this loud. Something about this loud. Do you like it? Yes or no? You can actually just say no. YouTube stream doesn't get music. Copyright. All right. Here, we'll reset the meters and we'll go send this key. All right, let's roll. So if I play Apex, I will do an ungodly amount of damage this key, but it's not needed because I don't actually care about it. What's the add-on for when you press your buttons? This is just Bartender. Everything is listed in Discord if you so desire it. Here you go. Discord here, right? UI and builds linked here. Voila. All right, let's go. We do key. Countdown. Am I in tank here? Oh, okay, that was close. Countdown 10. Sorry, I got to go. Oh. All right, well, I haven't started the key yet. The Warlock was like, okay, sorry, I got to go. Happens. No problem. No pull then. All good. We'll just refill it real fast. It's going to be a late stream, I suppose. He saw, yeah, fuck. Maybe he noticed I was playing no Apex, and he was. I have seen that people got declined for that reason. It's kind of crazy, but also the yeah, it was better earlier than later. I'm trying to push 19s as a Guardian. Yeah, what's up? I'm not sure how I get how top Guardians prioritize secondary stats. Secondary stats are actually all over the place for Guardian, and the reason that it's all over the place for Guardian is because it literally doesn't matter. The truth is, it doesn't matter. Some good Guardian Druid survival buffs? Indeed. Especially the no Apex build. Flushies? Sure. Wait. They have stealth detection, right? I would be kind of down to play with flushies if they really want to come. It's a Resil key. We just have to take the end, right? We just have to route for take the ends. It's fine. We just won't gateway skip. I'm pretty sure they added stealth detection to those guys, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Railbruff. It's crazy. The meta perception this season, I feel like it's getting worse and worse and worse all the time. It is pretty wild. It's actually pretty rough. The same as I use bartender. There's a bartender's animation. No, you can't. You just have to take. We just take. We just take. All good. Sacrificing single target damage, though. So the no Apex build does not sacrifice any damage. It's just buffed across the board. And you'll see that I'll still end up getting enough. Like, I'll do enough damage. That's not going to be a problem. I have heroic gear and now started pushing keys. What dungeons are good to use the bonus rolls on? You're fresh. I prefer taking defensive options this season is hard. Playing VDHB. It depends on the character, Minato. I can't answer that for you. Minato, it depends completely. But EMAC, EM, let me answer the question about secondary stats. So, why are we just losing everybody? Is Rizilki. Okay. So, the thing to understand about secondary stats for Guardian Druid is that whether you play, as long as you have adequate haste, everything else will be fine. There are many people who, for example, will decide to play Haste Mastery. I think Puril is a big advocate of this. On Kira, that guy, he says Haste Mastery is better. Mastery, pound for pound, is your best defensive stat. I guess so, Scanza. It'd be like that. So Mastery, pound for pound, is actually your best defensive stat. Verse is very close behind. Crit is technically great in some dungeons like Mysara Caverns, where there's a lot of melee damage. You will get more defensive value from crit just because it increases your dodge. Every point of crit increases your dodge. So if you see, for example, if I take off this ring, I will have 3% less dodge, which means I'll take 3% more melees. But crit doesn't help you against anything that, for example, we could just take them, that's fine. Crit does not help you against magic tank busters or bleeds. And so in that case, Mastery or Verse would be better. It's kind of a toss-up. My point is, whatever secondary stats you play, any person who does the highest keys on Guardian right now would be able to do the highest keys on Guardian if you swapped around 10% of their secondary stats. As long as you have adequate haste, you'll be fine. So, for example, if you were to take Squish's stats and you were to take 10% of his Verse, right? If you were, for example, going to say 10% Verse and put it into Mastery, he'd be fine. If you took 10% of his crit and put it into he'd be fine. Does that answer the question about Guardian Druid secondaries? What is adequate for haste? Personal preference. I feel like a lot of people, I think at least 20%. Depends like what rings and stuff you have. I'm playing the Nexus rings plus this neck, so I have a lot of haste. Like 20%? 20% will just make you feel good. But to be honest with you, there's still not even a requirement even at that level. Like, if you wanted to play less or more, I think that actually next week there's a very real world where I would drop some haste and I would want to play like 15% haste and put this into crit or verse, especially if I play no Apex. I think that no Apex has a slightly different stat priority, although since nobody plays it, it's hard to say. I don't sim my character. I don't like simming my character. I just, yeah. So there are some tanks, Emac, I don't know if you have played, I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. There are some tanks, I don't know if you've played Prop Pally before, or VDH, or Brewmaster, that have very specific stat breakdowns. We had the season of Prop Pally, for example, right? You could play X amount of mastery to make sure you hit 100% spell block. And then you wanted the rest in haste and crit, and you wanted no verse. There's other tanks, for example, I'm glad you like it, Luxor. I think a lot of people do, and I'm glad that I was not bullied into not sharing it. I was going to play with Prez, but he left. Okay. Here we go. So this key, I will not do top damage. If I wanted to show off, I could basically be a DPS this key, but it will change next week. All right, onwards and upwards. Let's do rank 2 flask. Like, if I use a haste flask, a verse flask, or a crit flask, it's all fine. Doesn't really matter too much. We'll feast. Okay. Brewmaster, the reason they don't like haste is because their rotation doesn't change no matter how much haste they have. There's a fluidity in the rotation of Brewmaster. They go this button, this button, that button. If you play with 30% haste, you still go this button, that button, this button, that button. Plus, they have no dots that really get affected by a haste tick duration. So, for what it is worth, they don't want haste because it doesn't change their rotation. Guardian Druid does have a feedback loop of when you have enough haste, you get more incarn CDR, you generate more rage. Generating more rage equals more tanky and more defensive. So the more haste you have, the more generating spells you can cast. No Apex, since it doesn't really care about rage generation as much, doesn't really care about that interaction. Therefore, I feel as though no Apex could probably drop haste. What talents are you going? I'm going to go no Apex, just for fun. I think Magister's Terrace is actually kind of a rough key for it, so my damage won't be, like, incredible, but it'll be enough. I'm not pre-potting, I'm not min-maxing, this is just an 18. 18 be chillin'. I would lost second. Second. Don't lost the first. Lusting first is troll. So, yeah, Brewmaster actually has a negative feedback loop with haste, as silly as that sounds. Like, sometimes when you have too much haste on it, it actually affects your thing better. No, this is no Apex. I don't really think you could properly play no Apex, to be honest with you, with Claw. I don't think so. War Stomp. I actually think that you would struggle a lot playing no Apex with Claw. This kind of only works as EC. And you'll see, like, again, my overall damage in this key will probably be 75 to 80k. Whereas traditionally it would be much more. If I played Apex, I would get 105k overall, 110k overall, or whatever it is. Yep. So Brewmaster has a negative feedback loop. Whereas other tanks don't. And like, so for example, VDH, the value of mastery for them is still really low, even though they tried to buff it. And so they just really don't want mastery. Like, if they can somehow play the game with less mastery, they're going to be like, yes. And so there are some tanks that really care about their stat breakdown. Brewmaster has their additional healing done based on their crit. So their Celestial Fortune is a massive part of their self-sustain, and that is a huge part of it. And so you want as much crit on Brewmaster as you can physically get your hands on. It's a big deal to have more crit. You will actually feel tankier having more crit as a Brewmaster, right? And so there are many benefits to stats, although people over-prioritize stats all the time. People think that fixing your secondary stats is going to fix your gameplay. It won't. It is an optimization to make when you have already gotten everything right. What's the big difference between Tank and Hero Talents? They are fundamentally different play styles, actually. And some people really like Claw, and some people really like Elun's Chosen. You actually have a combination of both. It's not like a one-size-fits-all. Some people, like I said, really like... It's mostly... The reason I don't like Claw is two things. Number one, I play with high ping all the time. But the main thing is that the way that I play the game involves memorization, and I don't like anything that's proc-based. And because Claw is proc-based, I can't tell you for a fact what I will press all the time. I don't like that, personally speaking. I want to play a tank that is very much, I know what I'm pressing, and I know how I'm living this every single time. There's never a question about whether I have a Ravage proc or not. And so I don't like RNG tanking, but some people love it. Some people love high rolling. Some people like the gameplay of Claw. I would say, yeah. Some people it's like mega dopamine. It's like, damn, I got 3 Ravage procs back to back. Like, that's super cool. And so, yeah, I think that it's just a play style difference more than anything. But for what it is worth, it isn't my thing. And I think that that is something that I am willing to say. Most WoW players, as silly as it sounds, are very anti... Oh, that's right. We're not doing a lock skip. I'm pulling like we're doing the lock skip. We don't have a lock skip. Oh, well. Oh, well. Most WoW players, though, are so... You have to play the thing that's the best, not the thing that you enjoy. Like, God forbid that you enjoy a specific talent build that other people don't like. Because if you play the thing that isn't meta, you know what I mean? Like, you're just trolling at that point. And I just, you know what I mean? Like, you've seen it, I've seen it. I think everybody knows that. I love proc gameplay, that's why I'm liking Boomy. So if you like proc gameplay, you might actually really enjoy it. There are different personalities for all 6 tanks. You know what I mean? How are you feeling exactly more tankier with crit? No, I would spec for damage. If I play no Apex, I feel immortal. I don't need survivability with no Apex. I want to do as much damage as possible. Even this key right now, I am not playing for damage. I'm not playing for survivability. I'm playing specifically for damage. Or for brew. How are you feeling exactly? So, depending on the healer you're playing with, this season is an interesting season. One of the things about this season to know is that your healer is very okay with healing you. There are some seasons where your healer is just like, I don't want to heal the tank. This season is not like that. And I think that one of the interesting, almost dilemmas for Brewmaster is if you play with Verse, it basically protects you more from one-shots. But the higher crit you have, you will definitely feel a pretty massive difference with enough crit because you'll just proc Celestial Fortune way more. And that's your own personal self-healing. So we chain this in, and we go here now. And so it's basically just preference. Both work just fine. Ba-boom. But I think personally, like, so if I'm playing Brewmaster with a Mistweaver, Mistweaver has perma tank healing. Like, unbelievably, it just always is healing me, right? There are some times where some healers, depending on what I'm playing with, if I was really min-maxing, and I mean to the nth degree, I think there's a world where I would want to play certain Brewmasters, right? Depending on the healer I play with, I might want to change my stat breakdown. If I was playing with a healer that didn't really like healing tanks, you know what I would probably want to do? Oh, shit, I forgot to move the boss. I was lazy, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention at all. Oh, this is going to be a really shitty phase. I didn't move the boss whatsoever. I'll go take a bunch of these. Hunter will turtle. That's actually not a bad idea. I can take a bunch. It's fine. Yeah, luckily we have immunities because I was super lazy there. You're supposed to tank this boss and then move it at the... I'm sorry, I was being really lazy. Brew is the perfect version of what a tank should be. I actually think that... So one of the nice things about playing Brew is that a bad Brewmaster can be carried by a good healer. Like, if your healer is willing to babysit you, you can actually gain and still time the key. But a lot of other healers don't work like that. In particular, there's a lot of healers who are just like, if you're a bad tank, like, you're just done. Like, it's GG's. Congratulations. Key's over, right? And we put this next puddle right over here. And then I got knocked back toward the door, and I won't be lazy, I promise. Boom. This is how you're supposed to do it. So you keep this door clean because then you only get 4 orbs during the intermission. I love playing off meta in any game. I feel like people blindly following meta. I talked about it earlier, but there's a reason that people blindly follow meta. And I think that if you don't appreciate why they're doing it, you won't actually have a very solid understanding. I think it's really important to understand there is a reason that people follow the meta. And it's because there's a big push in World of Warcraft. You have to get score. If you don't get score, you're an unlovable human being. That's how it feels sometimes, doesn't it? There's the absolute need. It's almost like it's like a requirement. You have to get score. And because of that, people start really prioritizing the success of their keys. And they'll say, I'll do anything. I'll forego friendships that have lasted for a decade. Doesn't matter. I have to get score. One of the things about it is that when your score becomes attached to your personal identity, you will do anything to get it. It's like a drug. it gives you a certain level of dopamine and reward center in your brain, and your brain goes, I need more of that. And the things that people will do to get score transform this game into a job. Now, that wasn't always the case, Mr. Alabaster. I too feel the call to get score, because if I don't have it, then I won't get invited, especially as an off-meta character, right? Like, especially as an off-meta character. Oh, you're welcome, of course. Oh, talents you're taking? Yeah, so Apex is a 7 talent point investment. It is actually a lot. Like, if you want to play the Apex build, it's a 7 talent points investment, which is quite a bit. Make sure all these die. Cool. In we go. And so one of the things, by the way, if I was playing Apex, there's a very real world where that would not have been threat. But no Apex, my Thrashes are completely juiced up, so that is actually good snap threat there. If I just tag with a Thrash, other Guardian Druid builds will feel a lot more like this coming up next week. Just so much for your alts. Its score has become the thing of the most valuable currency in World of Warcraft. I don't know if that is good, by the way. I'm not sold that that's actually a good thing for the game. But it is true that the most valuable currency that you could basically have in World of Warcraft is, in fact, just Mythic Plus score. And the push, the thing about that is it creates it creates a feedback loop, which creates a lot of toxicity, and I think it's a bad thing. I think it's a bad thing because World of Warcraft at its core is not League of Legends. This is an MMORPG that has a competitive ranked game mode within it, right? You understand what I'm saying? But it isn't actually League of Legends. In League of Legends, the only thing that matters is your score. Like, yeah, you might log in to play a game with your buddies, but there's nothing else in that game. If you're playing League, you're not in it for the positive vibes, right? Like, that's not why you're playing League of Legends. And so I think it's important to realize that if you make WoW like that, you also get the byproduct of the fact that people are toxic in League, because your score is so important, your rank is so important, that if you don't get it, remember, your mother will never love you. Like that feeling of like, I cannot lose this game. You're not even playing for fun at a certain point. You're playing for score, which again, I understand. Makes sense, because that is the valuable currency. I think that the more they lean into that for WoW, the worse product we get. I think straight up. I think that it creates a system that people are starting to see the cracks in, but it'll be very apparent a year from now. If they keep leaning into it more and more, the magic of Azeroth will keep fading, and people will start to realize that less and less people play World of Warcraft, not more. Maybe they think it'll make them more money, but they've actually specifically done this. Like, it's been an intentional decision. But it creates less sense of community. It creates less sense of togetherness. And although people will laugh at it, togetherness is what keeps an MMORPG alive. Because that's what WoW is. It's an MMORPG. It's not actually a battle royale. Like, that's not the point of WoW. What races, Druid form, do you like the most? I mean, I play Tauren. Tauren is just like my... I love Tauren, so I like Tauren personally. All right, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Nobody's going to get it. Nobody's going to get it. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Selfish tanking. Selfish tanking. Let's go. All right, that's all. It's my 10% damage for my Feral Frenzy window. This Alloons. Yeah, this is the Alloons. This is my basically my no Apex macro at Iron for a build. Correct. I am currently playing it right now. This key, if I wasn't playing it, I would have like DPS levels of overall damage. Since I am playing it, I have less than DPS levels of overall damage. Congratulations. I have 114k overall right now instead of... Oh, no, this is a poll. Hold up. Nope, sorry. There you go. That's my overall. I was about to say it's much less than that. Magister's Terrace is not a great key for no Apex as of right now. I'll say 114 is way too high. That's like Apex. There you go. But I am also hard chilling. Does the Thrash buff triple the shield? It's a big, massive buff to the shield. Because if you take a look at my overall breakdown from playing it in this key, if I don't do degenerate pulls, first of all, single target is actually still kind of decent. It almost shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, but it's kind of decent. As crazy as it sounds, you actually have fairly decent single target in this build. It's not Apex levels of single target, but it's still pretty good. And what I mean by that is if you take a look, I'm doing 45k right now. My Feral Frenzy will come back up, and I'll do some more soon. Who's this on? The Hunter goes first. Hunter goes first. Hunter go first. Good. Healer top up. Nice. So even though my overall is less, because in AoE I do significantly less damage, and on like pre-Apex gaming first pulls and stuff like that, I will do far less damage. However, right now, single target is actually not the weakness of this build. As crazy as it sounds, you would think you're like, there's no way this build is single target damage. I can't explain it to you because it shouldn't, but actually take a look. So this is 2 Feral Frenzies. Look at the single target damage. You ask me, I'm even going to hold Incarn. I'm not sending this next Incarn here. I'm sending him next pull. You tell me how this is possible. I don't know. It feels like it shouldn't be possible, but it is. This is a pure single target fight. Hi, Desi Heat. I know who you are. I mean, I don't think I've ever actually made your acquaintance before. I think we've done a key like once or twice at some point. But hello. Hello there. How's it going? I guess I never stream this late, so is this a chance to make new friends? Oh, that's true. Because I never stream this late. That's a good point. Because I'm on like crazy late today. The time difference is wild. It is 11 p.m. for me right now. We should do keys sometimes. I appreciate the offer. EU peak hours. Is it? Do you play on EU or NA, by the way? By the way, so that fight right there, 43k playing no Apex. You're NA? I'm normally not on at this point, but Desi, sure, I appreciate the offer. I am pretty much down to the game. I have every role and every character. I accept. All the way through. Sure. But wait, what time do you normally play? I guess this is all very strange for me right now because I'm basically and effectively this is my I normally have my actual job, but it's my Saturday night. I'm off tomorrow and I'm off the next few days. So I just ended gaming? Oh wait, you ended gaming? I don't actually think I am following you on the Twitch, so I don't know when you're live. Desi, can I ask you a question while you're here? If you're late night NA, that tends to be my afternoon, which is when I stream. Question for you, if you don't mind me asking. How did you find my stream? Because I'm actually new to streaming. I guess it's been a year and a half, so I can't say I'm a baby streamer anymore. But out of curiosity, how did you find it? Recommended channels just now. I appreciate you reaching out. I tell you what, message me on Discord and we can do that sometime. Can anybody exclamation Discord? Just add me there. So it's because I've been on Twitch more. Gotcha. Yeah, I had to take a lot of time off. You found me with the Druid tag. I do like my Druid. All right, onwards and upwards. We played once. I'm sure we have played at some point. But the thing about my characters is that I have so many characters that oftentimes people don't realize that they have played with me before. We tried to do the challenge dungeon thing. Wait, the blindfolded challenge dungeon? It wasn't one of my blindfolded attempts, was it? No, wait a second. No, because that is something I will do every season, and this season is the one. No, this is the first. I will do it this season. Last season, we narrowly missed a 17 Halls of Atonement when I was playing completely blindfolded. But this season is the one. We're going to time it this time. I promise. This one, we can't fail. Yeah. At some point, at the end of this season, I will do a completely blindfold, like full-on blindfolded. I'll have people navigating me in Discord. It's going to be awesome. I guarantee you it works this time. It didn't work the other few times, but this time for sure. We can't fail. It's gotta be a successful endeavor at this point. Sure, the blindfold Skyreach. There's no way. Could you imagine blindfolded Skyreach? I'm gonna walk off the platform on the first pull. I'm not even gonna make it to the second pull. It's gotta be a resilient key. It'll be a resilient 20 Skyreach at that point. That'll be really funny. Seed of the... there's going to be a lot of tough keys this season. I was even thinking like Pit of Sauron, but it's like, how do I navigate any of the things? Yeah, how do I do the third boss? I need somebody to rescue me. That would be funny. Oh, man. Magisters? There's actually... I think like every dungeon would be borderline impossible. I'm going to off-heal my hunter, save his life. Oh, he did a good defensive there. Nice job. You think it's a buff? What's my bean at? A woo. No, I'm gonna say this to you because I can't type it right now. It is a woo number 1. Wait, 1. I got this. It's okay. Wait. Wait. Here, this one. That one. Voila. Desi, because I know who you are, I tell you what, I will do you the privilege of yeeting somebody from my friends list. Because actually, there is a max cap to your B tag if you didn't know this. And I have hit that max cap a while ago. But if you send me a friends list request, I will figure it out. I need to make space. Actually, though, there's a lot of things that I want to... One of the things that I really want to do in the World of Warcraft community, and something I'm very excited to do, is far more collaborations, because I've noticed, Desi, I don't know if you've noticed this, in my opinion, there's a lot of toxicity and drama at the moment in World of Warcraft, and I feel like it's getting worse. And I worry about it getting worse, because I really like this game. I just absolutely love playing World of Warcraft, and I think it's sad, and I think it's kind of a shame that so many people play in a way that just does not make anyone happy. It's something I've really noticed. I'm like, wait, are people happy when they play? And I'm like, I don't think they are. So many times at the end of a season, you tune into people trying to get title, pushing the last Brazil level, and it's like, they are miserable. They are not having a good time. Oh, I know you're fine, but I just meant in general in the community. And I think that one thing that I would like to do is to be able to just talk to people of different perspectives. I want to be able to basically talk to people and get people's perspectives. Like, if you're a housing main, I would, for example, just say, what are you excited about? When you log in, I don't understand people who are housing mains. It's not how I enjoy the game myself. Personally speaking, housing was not for me. But I love the fact that they've added it, because so many people were like, this is the best thing that has ever happened to WoW. And I was like, okay, great. What do you like about it? Tell me, teach me, because I don't understand. Because I never even made my house. It's not for me. Or for people who are collectors, what do you like about it? What do you get? Because people they are just as passionate about World of Warcraft as I am. There are people who log in every single day, and all they do is collect mounts, they farm things, and they play. But they play like dozens of hours all the time. And I'm like, okay, for me, I just log in and do keys. I do keys to the degree that I could memorize them and do them blindfolded at some point, or at least attempt to do them blindfolded. They haven't always been successful. I don't know. I don't think that's the challenge run. Or sometimes I'll just do random stuff where I'll be like, all right, no weapon run. Let's see if we can do it. Take off as many, like 300 item level. Can we tank or whatever it is? Just because it's fun. But I think that I really enjoy playing the game in a way that's a little bit more shits and giggles oriented. I like shits and giggles. It's fun to just mess around, especially if you have friends to play with. And I think that that's oftentimes what I've been missing, is that I don't feel like I haven't made enough connections that aren't competitively based. Where basically in a season, like I have a bunch of people on my friends list, which is if, and this is a big if, okay? If I have big IO that season, then they want to play with me. And if I have smaller IO, I am a no one. I'm a loner. They don't even want to associate with me. Because that's, I feel like, but that's how I've put myself out there. And I feel like I actually want to change that. You know what I mean? I actually would love to make more friends and make more connections that are just fun. I mean, I have enough IO this season. I think next week when my build gets buffed, we'll go... I think next week maybe we'll have the goal of our first 20 or something like that. But I'm not in a rush. The other thing is that, holy shit, we're only we're like a few months into the season right now. Like, we have a lot of the season left. I seriously think that that's a huge thing. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I would never troll a run. I'm not going to apply to somebody else's key and be like, all right, guys, I'm doing it blindfolded. And they're like, what? Like, imagine applying to somebody's not resilient Skyreach and being like, all right, guys, I'm blindfolded. Like, what? Can you imagine how troll that would be? Like, all right, the tank can't see, but I'm sure it'll go well. Trust, big trust, big trust. Yeah. No monitor gaming. It'll be my own key with some friends when we do it. No, I would never do that. I don't want to make... I was in a one Azeroth TV video because one time I was healing him on my Prez Evoker, like early on in the War Within. I think it was season 2, right? Because it was a Floodgate. And I didn't know it was him. And then later, I started streaming the next day, and they were like, you were mentioned in one Azeroth TV video. I was like, oh, like what I do? Like, was it like good? And they were like, no, he said you trolled the run. I was like, oh, that's right. Because I had like 700 ping that run randomly. And I was trying my absolute best, but it wasn't going to happen. Wait, hold on. What's this pull? Please don't pull anything. I would love to heal you both. Oh, nice. Okay. You're a holy priest. I'm a bear. So I tell you what, holy priest and bear can actually work together. I'm sure you've noticed love a lot. Holy priest and brewmaster is actually quite difficult to game around. Just the way that holy priest heal tank and the way that brewmaster needs healing is tough. It actually is. It's very tough to be a holy priest with a brewmaster season because although they are very meta, dominantly so, they also need a lot of healing. They're not so self-sufficient that they don't need you. However, I effectively, especially if I play the build I'm playing right now, you don't even have to heal me. You can holy fire away. This healing absorb, I've got myself. I tell you what, holy fire to your heart's content. I am chilling. Not worried. Maybe like depend. Actually, there are some moments where maybe you can heal me a little bit. This pack is actually so toxic to take. I mean, if we have to do it, then that's okay, but GG's, yo, GG's. But Desi, for sure. I appreciate you reaching out and trying to make a friend. This is W networking. W networking. See, my Mistweaver is like, oh my god, my tank might die. But like, nah, I'm a bear. I ain't dying. Chillin'. Chillin'. What healer pairs best? The 18 Magisters. I cannot express to you that my health, like, doesn't move when I play this build. Also, people are asking for the build. The build is linked in Discord if you want it. This build that I am playing right now it is the Troll Guardian build. I want you to take a look at my overall damage, okay? You seem very chill and like you could tank and answer everybody at the same time. I've been tanking for a long... I appreciate that. I hope that people do appreciate it. Oh, we don't have percentage. LOL. All right, we're getting percentage after boss. My bad. I didn't even think about that. Holy, I didn't even realize. Because I've never taken the last pack. Oh, wait. All right, hold up. Maybe you don't want me to tank your keys. Actually, hold up. Before you invite me to your keys, make sure that I have a route. Because currently I'm noticing that percentage doesn't say 100%. And, whoops. How did that happen? How did that happen? I don't know. It's a mystery. It's all genuine mystery. I don't know. Hey, Bellatrix, you're always so positive and it's so refreshing. Thank you, Bellatrix. I honestly think, in today's world, in the internet of that we have, so many people are so willing to say terribly negative things. I actually think that what we need more of are people willing to say unexpectedly nice things. I genuinely believe that. Like so many people, because of the anonymity of the internet, are so willing to say crazy toxic shit because you don't know who they are and they can do it and get away with it. But what I actually like are people who just randomly say nice things. I love it. And I thank you for that. Because you didn't have to say that, but now I'm in a good mood and I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to just say something kind. Genuinely, for what it is worth. All right, sounds good. Level up. No problem. The build I am playing is crazy. It gets buffed by 40% next week. That is kind of wild. That is a large buff. 40% buff to this build? Sweet. I saw you in somebody's random. Yeah, isn't it wild also how the cat reels are actually kind of viral? Ooh, I almost missed that soak. Yeah, I started posting reels of my cat, Desi, on like Instagram and like Facebook and stuff like that. And now they have like every month, there's like 20 million views across the platforms. And I'm just like, what? People really like cats. And he is a great cat, though. He is such a cute cat. He's an unbelievably cute cat. I've seen them on YouTube Shorts. Isn't that so weird? One of them went like omega viral. And then people would steal it and then like post it to other channels. And then all of a sudden I would start stream and people would be like, oh, woo, my wife sent me this reel. And I was like, wait a second, that's my World of Warcraft streamer. And I was like, what? That was like, how did he get here? He is such a cute cat. If anybody wants to and you're curious about like, wait, what? Did this thing go mega? What does that mean? Like, just do exclamation Instagram or exclamation socials or whatever. I try to post once a day if I remember. I'm not really a big social media person, to be honest with you, so I don't post like a ton, but just once a day. I just try to post something because I think it's probably helpful and I won't regret it later on in my life. Don't the puddles? This build is so immortal, I don't really care. Yeah, I forgot we don't have percentage. Also, keep in mind, at the end of Magister's Terrace, if I actually executed the route, keep in mind, look at what the damage would be, right? Is this low tank damage? Why am I standing? My health doesn't move, it's fine. Is this low tank damage? Let me ask you a question. What is adequate tank damage for Magister's Terrace? Because a lot of times people will say, if you're a Guardian Druid player and you're watching this, what is low tank damage? Because I don't think this is low tank damage. I feel like this is actually decent. I mean, it's not... would I do more if I was playing Apex? Absolutely. Would I do more if I had actually done a route that involved skipping the last pack? Probably. But it's fine. Like, I just think that the hate that this build gets is uncalled for. This is the completely no Apex, no Mangle, no Maul, no nothing. GG's. This is what this build is, by the way. 87k overall. Now, if we take a look at the overall breakdown, that gets like a 150% buff next week. So that is going to be a substantial buff. I will be doing a lot of damage with this build. I just made a video about it, Satan. First of all, XD Satan666. My apologies. I want to read your full name. Do I think it will take? No, I think you will still play Rend and Tear. Even though I see the argument for Untamed Savagery, I still think you play Rend and Tear. There you go. GG's. Yeah, of course. Of course. You won't. Easy key. Why are you standing on the void zone? Why was it? Because I want to stay on that section of the boss so that I don't miss a soak. Just because of that. You know what I mean? Just because I'm over here, though. There's no flushies. You did good. You did good. You were fine. Chilling. Didn't even notice that was his first 18, actually. Yeah, flushies did good. He was doing good damage. Imagine roll 98 on Mythic Gaze of the answer with Avoidance and 1. Oof. Are we imagining, by the way, or are we knowing that this happened? So, I still think you're going to play Rend and Tear for what it is worth. Harris Room Sports, what's up? Yo. Welcome to my life. Every key. I also always play with whatever key, though. It did happen to you. Congratulations. That is a massive ups. Well played. Well played. All right, what 19 did I get from this? Nexus Point Zenus. Oh, we need redemption in this key. We were tanking this before, but I took an AUG, and I was just like, we did not time it. We got to the end a few times. Which talent changed now? So the Guardian, I got to upload a video. I forgot. I recorded a video, and then I forgot to upload it, which is pretty typical for me. This is the build. So you don't maul. So if you take a look at this breakdown, it's a very strange thing. It's kind of one of those, it shouldn't work, but it does. So if you're a Guardian Druid player, take a look at this breakdown. Overall damage looks like this. No maul, no swipe, no raise. We don't play any of this. We play Sundering Roar and Waking Nightmare. This is with the damage breakdown. It's the Giga Thrash build. Very fun to play. And it's very chill. It's the most vibe-based bear build that you could possibly play. It shouldn't work, but it does. Okay? So, there's that, right? Your war is better than mine. I play Apex. That's the thing, Gfo. If you don't play Apex, it gets like... This will be like 40% more damage next week, which I actually think will get nerfed after it gets buffed. Because I think Blizzard made those changes with the Apex in mind, not this build. This is going to do stupid damage next week. All right, take a look at the last boss. Degentrius, 3-minute fight. I did not incarn. Here we go. 40k single target damage. 40k. This is with a warrior. To be fair, this is like, I'm obviously kind of buffed in this comp. Nightmare to Moonless. Moonless doesn't work with this build. You cannot play Moonless Knight with this build. It doesn't work. LSR, it won't work. It, again, weird. Look at the single target breakdown. Thrash is still a big contributing factor, although we get 2 Feral Frenzies. Also very helpful. One of the things to understand about this build is one of the reasons I do so much damage on it is because, and one of the reasons it's so much tankier, this is kind of ridiculous. My Lunar Beam uptime is give or take 50 to 55%, which is redonkulous. Like, it's basically up at least half the time. It's kind of crazy. It is pretty much a phys comp, that's true. So I'll do, if I played a comp that didn't buff me, it would be 37 or 35k here, which will still be fine. This is an EC. This is a very EC build. This is not anything else. EC oriented. This is the build, EC. I'm not a big Druid of the Claw enjoyer. All right, so I can either pug into something or I can go do my 19 Nexus. We can quickly look. I mean, this is actually prime gaming hours, is it not? And tankiness is great. Oh, yeah. I'm very lazy with this run, unfortunately, though. It's like screenshot. Yeah, no, it's in my Discord, too. I'll put all overalls in my Discord. Don't worry about that at all. If you want any of the information, it's just all there. You can just find it here. Just go to Guardian Druid Talent Builds. It's the no Apex variety. I think there's like 2 that I have in there. There's the Apex variety in this. If I was playing Apex, to clarify, in this overall dungeon, I would do 110k with that route. I mean, I would do like a crazy amount of damage, but it's not needed. This is what Brewmaster would do. If I was a Brewmaster, I would do this much damage in this dungeon. This is basically what Brewmaster would do. I'll even screenshot it. Here, I'll screenshot it just so that people can understand it. Here we go. Watch this. I'll screenshot the overall so that we can have it saved, and I'll put it in Discord. There you go. Yeah, we got to see if there's any keys. So if this was a 19, I'd be fine. Oh, this guy's he's looking for tips. I've never seen this. This is new. What a new experience. I've never been awake to see tip-based keys. I didn't know this was a thing. A 20 Pit of Sauron. If that goes 19. He can take a Brewmaster for 20, although I'm pretty sure I could live 20 as well. Feels weird, I have to message. The problem with Druid is not that it's bad, it's that it's not a Brewmaster, and so I probably won't get into any keys if I apply. Also, my IO, I fell behind a little bit, but it's okay. I saw one Gribless in 19 tip, and then they said you just sit there and watch. I mean, how comfy is the chair, elitist? If it's like a really good quality chair, I could be persuaded. How much does the 10% base armor for Paladin actually help out? It's about 3% less physical damage taken. Is that the way you can get around boosting? Kind of. It's basically like, so what you do is if I say, I'll give you 20k gold for an attempt. Yeah? Is paying for Resil runs. It's a huge thing in EU. Yep. So much gold per attempt, is it? The buff for Vengeance is a joke? Yeah, actually, I was worried. I'm going to make a video. I got to upload it right now. I'm worried that Vengeance just got nerfed. Because they nerfed Annihilator Tree for Devourer. And in general, Blizzard has like a bad history, to be honest with you. Like a borderline, a history of this. Wait a second. Did Desi actually add me? Oh, yeah. Okay. Is there enough space? Oh, nice. Okay. That's Desi. Okay. What's up, Harith? Thank you for your sub. I don't know why it only showed up now. Thank you for the resub. This is a long stream. Holy. What time is it for me? It's late. It's like 11:30 p.m. at night. But hey, power. But the good news is that Guardian got buffed. Prop Alley just reverts enough from beta. Actually, it was 15%. They got nerfed on beta fate. 15%. Dude, the funniest thing, I will never, ever, ever stop laughing at this. I cannot. It's just unbelievably hilarious to me, Faye. We all know, everybody knew Prop Pally was a little squishy. So when the first original tank tuning came out like a month ago, we were like, Prop Pally buffs, they're coming. And they go, I read the patch notes, and I was like, good. The patch notes were like, we understand Prop Pally is a little bit squishy right now, so we're going to buff them. And I was like, excellent. Let's see what they buffed. Auto attack damage increased by 50%. I could not stop laughing. It was the most hilarious tank tuning I've ever seen. It was literally like they typed into AI and they were like, Chat GPT, our tanks are a little bit not quite enough. So how can we balance them? I'm like, let's just buff them. I'm like, great. Chat GPT, import tank buffs. It was auto attack damage increased by 50%. Bro, like, what? And then they were like, one talent buff by 2%. I was like, what? Super wild. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. All right, let's see who's around. Oh, that was very funny to me. Blizzard tuned in tanks via Warcraft logs? They do. I mean, that's the Guardian Druid nerf that just came in as a Warcraft logs nerf. It's because your top damage on the Beller and Egg and the last boss. Tuning the season. And no, it's just Warcraft log. They tune based off of raid. And to be honest with you, I don't know why they do that. Like I think that Mythic Plus is a big part of the game. I genuinely feel like Mythic Plus is a massive part of WoW, but they don't treat it like that. They very much treat it like it's not. Do you know what I mean? They it's kind of like they're just like, I don't really care about queuing into keys. So I kind of want to still play Guardian. Dude, it's a 20. Holy. Is that Brazil? I see my friends in a 20. Out of curiosity. Is it a 20 now? If... I won't apply for 20. I don't want him to feel pressured. I bet you talked about it already. A bunch of Gate John Guardian changes. I will upload a video, and then that will answer all the questions for Guardian. But basically, yes. Also loving this daytime USA stream. It's a very strange thing, Coach Mar. Don't expect it very often. I'm not around tomorrow. It's a long stream today. No build tankier. On paper, the answer is that it's the same level of tankiness. Come tank the 20. I don't really want to tank 20 Skyreach. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. 20 scares me. Sending a video to your Guardian buddy. Sure. Is pushing pretty toxic? It absolutely is elitist. I mean, it's true. A 20? I don't have any reps on 20. I might die. There's a real world where I die. Just so you know. 20 scares me. 19 is no problem. Guardian is not Brewmaster for Skyreach, man. Cough the Blade Talent. Blade Talent doesn't hurt me nearly as bad as the bleeds do. The problem is... No, Blade Talent, I live. The problem is this. I don't think I'm playing no Apex here. I think you have to play Apex in this. Isn't 20, like, free nowadays? I don't think 20 is free. 20 isn't free. I don't think... I mean, I don't... When they reached out earlier if I wanted to join Daddy Boosting LLC, I'm pretty sure that they... were joking, but I honestly couldn't tell, Static. I I still thought, as far as I know, that is a joke, not a serious. I don't even know what it is, but you know, show talents. If I play no Apex, it's this. No Apex can time 19. 20 is a DPS check. 20 is like, there's a lot of things here though. I'm very confident 20 is, and it's actually the bleeds that are gonna be really scary. Okay, so the problem with Guardian on 20 Skyreach, they fixed the snapping, so we're not doing snapping. The problem is the bleeds are gonna truck me. All right, I'll play Apex here. I think I have to play Apex in this build. I don't even think we're gonna time it if I don't play Apex. Pretty sure. What was the timer on 20? What was your timer on 20? How much left? What's the timer like on 20 here? If the timer is free, I gotta play Apex for this. I'm almost positive that Apex is gonna be required. And then do you have to do the big first pull or can you split it? I'm really worried I just die, actually. I'm not 100%. I need reps on 20. You got it? I mean, I'll do my best. I'll play Apex here probably. I still have some aggro issues with Barret. After the buffs next week static, it will be significantly better, no matter what they're playing with. Every key, yes. Random. This is the key I just did. This is overall in Magister's Terrace. If I play Apex right now, I will do approximately 110k DPS overall, right? But here's what I want to point out. This is my breakdown of this key. That I will get 40% more than this, which means that my no Apex will do, give or take, more than my actual Apex build. And Apex gets nerfed, so yeah. Pretty much no Apex is the play next week for me, at least. Some other bears, they might still play Apex. It's still got a better damage profile, but yeah. It'll be a large buff. I hope they don't revert it, to be honest. All right, let me go upload the video because I recorded it. I just forgot to upload it. It's going to be my time to shine. I think the build will be very good next week, for sure. All right, you guys want to see my process of uploading a YouTube video? Observe. I'm going to show you something real quick. Are you ready? I don't think this is not allowed for me to show this. I'm trying to think about it. I'm gonna, I will copy paste some tags from before. I will show you, here's the thing. I'm gonna go to my YouTube. I'm gonna find the video that I did recently, and then I will copy paste the tags from that video. Here we go. Okay, this one. Edit video. And then I will copy paste the tags. Okay. And then I will go channel content. I need a title for this video. Massive class tuning. Had 5 deaths and 30 seconds left. We'd be fine. These guys are good. Said before your healer was amazing and he can only blame some random DPS. Wait, who? He said before your healer was wait, who? Which one? Vati. People can be fun to learn from you? Maybe. Okay. Okay. I'll try. I better not die on the first pull. This is how I've been tanking this thus far. Skyreach is like this right now. A woo push key. I haven't been taking all in the first pull. Vicious, you'll have to tell me if that is okay. In your team, random is one of the DPS. Yes, random is there. Random above you, correct. This is what I have been doing, but the pull I'm actually scared about is this one. This one here is the scariest pull. And I'm pretty sure you have to split pull 8. I think with Shaman, pull 8 have to split, right? With Shaman, yeah? I think pull 8 you have to split, although the Hunter can feign death, and we have like a team that can technically immune some. I can't pull through wall. I can't pull one of the packs through wall. I'll give you the W route. Show me the W route. Yeah. Give me the W route. Oof. 20 Skyreach. Tough key. I'll lock in. You said the monk was amazing. So you have to blame one of the random deep. Oh, I see. Okay.
I am going to laugh if I die on the first pull. I won't even feel upset about it. I will just laugh. That is fair logic, actually. I see the logic that happened there. That actually makes sense. I work nights and you're never on during the day. Yeah. That argued me so much as a prop main. Mythic Plus has be the... Yeah, I think so too, by the way. Sorry, I missed your YouTube comment. But, like, I think so as well. Like, I really think that Mythic Plus is actually a premier part of it. But I don't think they think that Mythic Plus sells expansions. So, unfortunately, I just don't think that's actually what people care about. All right, we put a little Verse Flask on. I'm pretty sure So, I'm going to... Okay. I could actually, now if I could drop Moonless Knight in this build and play a little bit more defensive. This will be really interesting to see if I live this. It's not impossible. The second pull actually scares me. I'm starting to think second pull scares me. The Gather on some pulls scare me. I think I can make it work. Let's give it our best shot. I'm gonna give it my best try. But I don't know if we're gonna win a 20 Skyreach. What? Static. Are you still here, Mr. Static? Yes. Walk in, I believe. It'll be good practice. Either way. So one thing as a tank, I was gonna mention to you Static in a second, but Static, what's weird to me is that for a long time I played this game. I wasn't always known by a Wu. Actually, I had many other character names, to be fair. It's so weird to me that people know me now. It's really strange. All right, so we're going to pull... I can't tag this through the wall, but the Shaman can, correct? Didn't get patched out? It did not, in fact. Okay, so pull 1... He wants to do with the Gusting Winds. So I'm going to have to go forward and pull these Gusting Winds. Okay. And then pull 2 is going to be these Chakrams on this. Okay. All right. That's how he wants to sequence this. That makes sense. Pull 4 is scary. I can't pull... Can you G17? I can't do G17. How was the break? I went for a nap with your 4. You have 4 Pitbulls? Moonless Knight's Woodland's favorite. Yeah, no Apex, you don't play Moonless Knight. Moonless Knight's not good with no Apex. Pull 4 mobs aren't active until boss. Okay, yeah. Do your route that you know. So basically, it just has... You have to actually play this here. You have to play pull... You can do the same route here, but you have to do this. How are you still awake? It's a long stream. You can't pull those 3 with boss. So you have to actually do these 2. The problem is that you have to sequence it like this then. And you would sequence it here and then add this later. And then you would add this solo. It's basically the same thing, but you have to do it this way. This is the pull, basically. This is nice. You should never go to bed and leave your stream. Careful. I might put a bit goal soon. What's up, Metal King? Wait, aren't you a warrior? You just do G14 with G17. Let me see. G14 with G17. Okay, I actually pull this. I think that this is a better pack. I like this pack instead of this one. Once we were close. 5 minutes under time. Okay, if they're that close with this... Yeah, okay. So here's the route that I just linked. Okay. All I have to do is not die. Lock-in time. As informative as I normally am, this will be my first ever time trying to tank a 20. 4 red nose. Okay. First of all, send me a photo of your pit bulls. That's like first and foremost. Send me a photo here. But second of all, I will do my best to lock in. I think that I have to play Apex, and Apex can die here. All right, let's go. I won't die first pull. I won't die first pull. I won't die first pull. Please. Please don't die first pull. Here we go. I'm ready. This is the moment. I know, but there's only so much that I can do for that, you know. Oh my god, I almost pre-incarned early. All right, he did another countdown timer. That's fine. That is a history in the making. I believe in you. Guys, I might die on the first pull. I don't think you understand how... As a tank, you need reps. It's one of the hardest things to understand about tanking. I have to gather. I'm bringing it back for a second. I'm bringing it back for a second. Holy fuck. The spirit link dropped me so low. Bro, I'm like so panicked right now. I'm like, my heart rate, dude. My heart rate is kind of wild. Oh, okay. So that did a lot of damage, but like I'm alive, right? And I did good damage there. I didn't do perfect damage. I mean, I'm panicking a little bit, but here we go. Oof. All right. All right. I'm going to have to lock into the degree where I will suffer. Hold up. Heal this first. Heal this first. Heal this first. Okay. I'll pull this in a second. Here we go. I'm going to get these servants here. My ping is the same either way. Okay, so I got to pull these guys up here. I got to pull the Chakra Masters down into this guy. That's what we want to do here. That was the plan. Not going to die. This is actually the pull I would be weak on for what it's worth. I just basically have to do this thing where I trust my DPS to do all the damage that they're going to do. No, we're playing on NA. Here we go. I'm going to bark here. This will be an interesting key just to see how much damage people do on a 20. Because one of the things that isn't talked about enough is actually the fact that DPS are so different. I'm obviously going to be a little bit locked in. Like I said, I'm actually going to... The shear is no problem. I just have to have cooldowns for it. The shear is nature damage on hit. So if you have cooldowns, then you're going to be fine. Let's kill these guys. Let's play it a little bit safe. We'll chain in a second. Give him a little bit lower here. Okay. This guy, I'm actually not that worried about it, though. Need to sit before a boss. That's fine. Yeah, I think that this is going to be fine. Believe it or not. The shears are no problem because you just natural resilience shield it. Like, you just... It's not... That does no damage to me. That's actually not the danger. If you're just playing natural resilience, you don't need to worry about the shears. That never kills me. It's everything else that will kill me. It's not a physical hit. Destroys you as prop. Ellie, that's true. You need to have a big cooldown for it. But the thing with Bear is that I do have a big cooldown for it. Shear coming. Barkskin. Yeah, look. Like, that doesn't do any damage. It literally doesn't even touch me. And I'm still doing good damage. I'm not actually playing so safe that I'm not doing any damage here. This is my first ever attempt at this, so I'm a little bit scared for sure. Like, I'm scared, but we're doing good damage right now. Okay, sit. Nice. Okay, we're all alive. Well, so far, so good. This actually feels better than most 18s that I've done. Okay. Now, I'm supposed to tank this boss here. We are kind of vibing. This boss scares me as a non-tank. As a tank player, this boss doesn't feel that bad. But the holy goddamn, this boss actually is so terrible as a non-tank player. I think I'm supposed to tank him around here. I'm not sure how people are doing it on higher keys. I normally tank him around this center thing. You can't line of sight the bleeds anymore. They fixed that, and you can't pull trash with him anymore. So it's just any of the corners. But specifically, the corner that is farthest away from where the things spawn. So that people have time to react. And this is here. Okay, I'll keep myself full health. I'm not going to greed my damage whatsoever. I just need to see if I can live this first of all. I know I do more damage than a Brewmaster, not on single target. Excluding single target, I do more damage than a Brewmaster. And so, if they can time it with Brew, I benefit them more from Mark of the Wild, although this comp is actually relatively physically dependent. All right, so we're just going to... definitely send this here. We're going to spin around here for a little bit. I'll just keep myself very full health. Okay. Ouch. That was a bad spot. I didn't realize it was spawning just now. I wanted to clear one of those. I don't really need iron for here. Oh, shit. Bunch of dis. My bad. Okay, in the future, you want me to try to move a little bit more? I apologize. I normally keep him there, and then we take the thing. We got this. I mean, it'll be a very long fight, but technically speaking, yeah, we probably could get it. I mean, how long you want to be here? How long you want to be here? Technically speaking, I'm used to keeping the boss in the same spot, but in the future, I was told that I should move. And I apologize if that was the strategy. As a tank player, I can do the tanking, but sometimes for higher keys, you need to learn the strategies. And if there was a strategy that I'm missing, absolutely, that would be on me. But otherwise, that actually felt fine. And also, my damage is really good. That felt fine. How long do you actually want to do this, Vicious? I don't know if he's on stream. Yeah, I almost died on the first pull. There was one global. Okay. Apologies. I could have moved there. Sure. That was fun. That was a lock-in moment. That was the first time I felt like really checked and challenged. That was kind of fun. Go clockwise at 3. Okay. My apologies. So I am supposed to move. All right. Understood. Understood. Apologies. Apologies. Sorry. Did not know that. Oof. I've ever done that boss without someone dying. It's a tough boss if you're not actually just... I guess if you're a DK, you're probably alright too, though. Is that a nerf or a buff? Technically a buff. Sorry for that, though. Hurts to spawn, so we move from that, though. Slap, but it's fine. I apologize, yeah. I didn't realize that I should move there. I kind of thought, actually, that my job was to stay planted, and we were going to work around it, though. Players in high keys would be raging. Wow, what's the point of raging, Fate? What's the point? This was here, though, for what it's worth, though. This was this. Yeah, this was the Apex build. We were blasting. We did good there. We did good. I kind of want to play no Apex in 19, actually. Wait, are you streaming? Wait, you stream? Does Vish stream? Is Cool Tyrann, however, one called for Duty Bear? I do, but not right now. You are? Oh, sorry. Oh, I see. I thought I was going to shout you out. All right. Wait, what's your stream, Vish? What's your stream? Wait, say something. I hope Marksman Hunter is going to be viable again. The buffs to Marksman were good, but I don't know if they were that good. Like, I don't know if they were actually, like, that decent, to be honest with you. Marksman has... Hunter in general, right? I think it's a very fun spec. But I don't know if you're gonna want to see it in higher keys or not. I was happy though. Thank you for the chance. That was really fun actually to see what the damage intake looked like on 20, and I could live. Like I was like, oh, okay, it was a lot of damage, but it wasn't like the most insane thing that I've ever had to deal with. Like I was actually okay, and I was able to do a lot of damage on first pull as well. I could have done more, but here we go. Bear changes aren't a nerf? No. So the way to understand the bear... I got to make this video. I literally made the video, and I'm just sitting on the upload page right now. I got you. Here we go. I was going to show you. Will EC be better than DOTC? I think that it will still be a preference. I honestly think it will still be a preference. Dude, this is the comp right here. You literally can't die. Can't die comp. Let's go. This is the one. This is the moment. This not even kidding. This is actually a good comp. If you just play double DK, can't die. All right, big pulls incoming. Oh, I do kind of want to play no Apex here. It would make me feel a lot safer. I would feel a lot more relaxed. This will be 19 Skyreach instead of 20. Okay, hold up. First of all, here, let me just show you how I make videos. Let's go over this together. I'm going to window capture, and you guys are going to help me come up with a title. Deal? I need help. How should I... Here's the thing. Here's my question. What should I title this video?
It's the video about the class change. Oh shit, my camera's all the way to the right. Bro, why the fuck is my camera still... I never moved my camera back. When I recorded the video. Oh, wait, bro, why am I in the corner? Wait, could you guys even see what was happening, that key? That's so weird. I forgot about this. All right, hold up. Video title. All right, we'll do it after. All right, here we go. I forgot about this. Okay. Massive class changes, massive class tuning, right? Incoming. Coming next week. All right, here we go. And we can finally see the chat. Oh, interesting. My bad. I forgot to move the camera back. All right, massive class tuning coming next week. What else should I do? What should I do here? All right. Next is we go like big. What is it? Guardian Druid buffed. No Apex meta. No, hold up. Guardian Druid buffed? Question mark? Like this? Like that? Is that good clickbait? You guys gotta help me with engagement. I'm not good at this. What about like this? Tanks buffed? Brewmaster nerfed? Should I do like Brewmaster nerfed? Or like this? Like here? Okay. Description. This is a lot. Oh, no, hold up. Well, the description is probably something like, this is actually pretty interesting. Pretty meta-defining class changes, class tuning. You may actually see comps change at the highest level. But ultimately, Devourer, Brewmaster, Demonology, Warlock are still going to be Giga Abyss. Boom. And then we put like links, and that's it. And that's what we do. And then that's what we do here. So we put like a few links. Let me just open like a notepad here. Here we go. We just find... Oh, shit. I closed it out. All right, hold up. Hold up. Wait, where are the links? God damn it. File, open. We need to open something here. There we go. Where is this? Stream notes. What? This one. Okay, here we go. And then we just put like some links like this. I normally put like links in these videos. Actually, I don't even need to. It's fine. I don't even put this. Here we go. No thumbnail. Playlist. No, it's not made for kids. Voila. Some tags. Here we go. Okay, next. Choose on. Next. There's no cursing. None of the above. Submit rating. And then we go like next. And then hit next. And then this is how you make YouTube videos, folks. Next. And then you go public. And you go publish. Checks complete. No issues found. Great. Massive class tuning coming next week. Guardian Druid buffed? Question mark. Great. And the thumbnail, we don't need a thumbnail. Publish video. All right, guys, there's your answer. That's the video right there. Perfect. Done. Dunzo. Window capture off. You need to add a thumbnail? No, I don't actually normally make thumbnails for my videos. Like, I know I'm supposed to, but honestly, I don't always do that. Link the video. You will find it on my YouTube channel. I don't even remember what I said, remember. The whole thing with me in YouTube videos is I do them in one take, I never edit them, and I don't do anything else. That is how we roll. All right, Vicious, I'd like to play no Apex here, actually. I'd like to chill. So, what was the buff to Guardian? Big thrash damage. Huge thrash damage. Oh, there should be... All right. Can I ask anyone here a favor? Random. Would you be willing... to do something for me? When you watch that video, would you be willing to tell me when I start talking about Guardian Druid so I could put a timestamp in the comments that just say timestamp? Oh, yeah, thank you. That's a good point, Nurse Lyra. Nurse Lyra, can I give you a confession? Because I've remembered, actually, that you've mentioned this. Can I make a confession? There's a confession I have to make. I don't have to make it. I'm actually willingly offering up this information, which, to be honest with you, is something that I should only say on my deathbed. But I will tell you today. Okay. You know how some people think that they can always tell if something is AI, right? I think this is cap. Now, I was following this account on Instagram, okay? And listen, I was following this account on Instagram, and my lovely partner, we were sitting there watching reels, and I was like, isn't this crazy that some people are built like this? And I showed her a video, and then she looked at me and she was like, "That's AI, bro." And I was like, "She's not AI." Like, I've been following her for a couple of months. Like, this person isn't AI. She just has like really big boobs. And she looked at me and she was like, "That's AI." And I was like, oh, I looked at some of the other videos and I was like, no, the boobas got me. Like, I fell to the boobas. I thought I didn't realize that it was AI because I was distracted every time one of the videos would come up on my feed. And I didn't know. I thought for real. I really thought for real. I was so sure. I was like, this is an AI. Like, that's a real person. Some people are just built like that. No. Unfortunately, yeah. I admit it. What can I say? I'm a human being. And I will admit to you that this happened to me. Hi from France. I spent with the thanks for all the tips on Guardian. Thank you, Miradin. Thank you for saying something nice. I appreciate it though. I am ready to complete the dungeon. Happens to the best of us. It do be like that sometimes. All right, I'm playing no Apex here. This is a no Apex build. Okay. If my a bit low, I'll swap build. I play no Apex. Here we go. Anyways, Nurse, your name reminded me of that account and my failure, you know. What are your current stats? My current stats look like this at the moment. That tea alone deserves a thank you for the... I appreciate the words of encouragement. What was the account name? The name started with Nurse. There's no way that people would hit things when I'm walking into it, right? That wouldn't happen for sure. Okay, I wonder if I do die with no Apex here. Probably not. It's just big thrashes, big thrashes. Oof, big thrashes, big thrashes. I think if he had hit the first two mobs, which I actually have good threat on, it would have been fine. Okay, so Shear's coming. Shear doesn't even tap me. I'm actually fine against. The Shear is no problem. It's the other things that I'm worried about. Is this a reset if you start with 2 deaths like this? Is this a reset or a keep going? I feel like it's a reset, no? Is it a reset or... There is a double DK comp, yeah. I think it's a reset, right? Okay. Quick reset. Is this good? I mean, probably. It can't be bad. Probably. Well, I guess we'll find out if it's good. I want to say they can't die, but he definitely did just die. There's double DK. I can't believe I felt so weird. I was sitting there and I was like, oh, I got caught. It's finally happened. I'm a boomer. It's finally wait, random. What was the video? Hold up. What macros do you use in the Iron Fur? Holy, not sleep yet? Hi, Daddy. I was the red. You were the red, Hannah Rady, and I've seen you in keys. I have a note for you, by the way. Hano, I have a note for you. And I wanted to say that my note for you, because I can save notes for people. There's an add-on that lets me say, hey, like vicious, remember, great, shaman, right? Like I can do this, for example. And every time he applies to my group, I'll see a note, right? Great shaman. Or like, I could be like, right, smells bad, or whatever it is. Like I can put a note. Your note is very respectful because you joined a key of mine one time. And then you told me, you said that your ping was not stable. And so you left. And I really respect anybody who says something that's just honest and says, I think my ping might actually be a problem. And so I really respected that, by the way. Yeah, it's an add-on. I normally use it only to remember very toxic people that I don't want to play with again, to be honest with you. In general, I remember more toxic people. That's what I tend to remember. Never depletes a hate watch. Static's note would be Zug Zug. I was just build the people on ignore. New warrior, nah, like Static. You're one of the warriors. There's a few warriors I know like this. There's only a few. You're one of the warriors where I just guarantee that you're going to do damage, and I don't know how you do it. Like, if I invite a random Fury warrior, they're there to buff me because I want to parse. But if I invite you, it's because you actually do damage, and I don't know how you do it. There are just some people like this. Like, I don't know if it's, is it, do you just pad, or like, what is it? Like, what is the secret? Wait, okay.
Sec, aggro first. You can build on first 2, right? I'll go far. If only I could Transcendence back and do the whole pull. All right. Here we go. Nightbot trying to flex on Twitch chat. I do ethical damage always. I don't. If I play Apex build, I do completely unethical damage. If I'm playing Apex, I do ethical damage. Like, no Apex build, ethical damage. No, if I'm playing Apex, it's like, I'm not going through all this work just to not pad my damage. Like, you know what I mean? What is the no Apex build? What I'm playing right now? The no Apex build is basically no Mangle, no Maul, no Raise, nothing. I'll do aggro tech this time. So the pre-Starfall will help me guarantee the threats. I thrash as I walk past. I thrash as I walk past. I taunt this. I go here. I bring it back for a second because I still think it's the right idea to just bring this back. Drop the Lunar Beam. Hit the Incarn. And we're good to go. So this build, if you watch my rotation down below, you will notice that it is quite a different rotation than what you might be used to. Quite a different rotation. Now, it would be very helpful if he decided to press blur on the one mechanic that does happen here. But if he doesn't, it is what it is. So my rotation here, I still actually, this build is viable. Current next week, it will be very viable. It is getting buffed by like a massive metric ton of buff next week. Currently, right now, it does significantly less damage than the Apex build would. Because this is a resilient key, I'm willing to try it. If it wasn't a resilient key and it's IO, I am tempted to play Apex because as much damage as I can provide will make a big difference to the success of the key, right? So if I am forced to provide as much, like if I'm really looking for IO right now, to be honest with you, if I know I can live and I can play it well, I think I would rather just play Apex, although I have to work much harder for it. So this is like vibe tanking. This is like Omega vibe tanking. This is how you just chill on bear, and you don't really have to think about anything. So the trick with this build is that everything is macroed and on autopilot. You know what your rotation's going to be. There's no procs. There's no weird stuff. You just, it's the OG Giga Thrash, same Thorns of Iron build that we had in the War Within, except that Thorns of Iron no longer does damage. That's basically what it is. So my rotation is, there are nuances to this. And I think that if you just jump into it thinking it's super easy, you will actually do negative damage. There are ways to min-max the damage even with this build. I don't play it because it's defensive. I play it because I like it. Because it is lower damage, I am actually going to greed my damage as much as possible. Like, I'm super interested in doing as much damage as I can on this build because I don't want to be, like, carried by my team. Like, I still want to do really good damage, right? And if you can see, I am matching the Devourer Demon Hunter. So clearly this build does good damage. If you check the overall right now, I am doing as much damage as my Devourer. That's the best DPS spec in the game. This is the overall DPS right now, right? Oh, there it is. There it is. You see? So here's the thing. I am, with this no Apex build, I'm doing as much damage as my Devourer Demon Hunter. Okay, I'm gonna kick last. I'm gonna kick last. Got it.
The shear goes off, I go burr. So it's very tanky. It will do a little bit less damage overall, but ultimately is fun to play. It fits my play style. It's a very chill type of way to enjoy the game. So I enjoy this way of playing. I'm kind of pumped for the no Apex era. To be honest, Ducky, so am I. Because it actually is, the era is coming. Oh, random, I forgot again. Shit. All right, random. Is Guardian meta now? No, because Brewmaster only received like a 1% nerf. So Guardian definitely will not be meta. I soak. You know I can just soak those, right? Like I'm a tank. I can just do this. Yeah. Can you comment? All right, random. Here we go. Can you, by the way, comment on the YouTube video now and just put Guardian Druid rant starts 10:45, 10:47? Because I apparently am going to forget. Careful, Pally. What? No problem. Dude, this boss is so toxic. I hate this boss. As anyone that isn't a tank player, I hate this boss. It's seriously one of my least favorite bosses because it just feels not RNG, but it almost does feel RNG with how it feels to tank. Like to do this as a non-tank player feels super RNG in my opinion. Because like sometimes you just get got with the position of things and then that frontal knock you back into something and you die. It's very difficult, I feel like, to do this fight though. What are you playing this season, Lee? Are you actually tanking this season though? You simply can't finish Cass. So this boss, by the way, was actually originally designed quite differently. I don't know if you know this, but originally speaking, this boss had a wind wall instead of a wind thing. And the wind wall, in my opinion, was better. I actually do think that the wall was better than this. So when it was just a wall that spawned, if they had increased the visibility, there weren't circles. On beta, when this dungeon and back in WoD, this dungeon, he didn't do these circle thingies, which is really annoying to dodge and stuff. What he actually did was a wall that moved. Thank you, random. And that is interesting. Also, it was very funny to read that your elemental was on passive for most of the dungeons today. That was pretty funny. And I think that the wall was better. Yeah, a rotating beam, because you can predict where it's going. The only thing they needed to do was increase the visibility on it. That was the key, and that's what they did not do. And if they had just done that, it would have been better, I think. Okay, don't get knocked off, don't get knocked off. Holy. You know that doesn't do any damage to me. Like, I can just soak those. I don't know if I'm moving now too much, but... Alright, I held Incarn for, like, this entire boss. That's my bad. The way they bounce you, they always bounce you toward the edge. So if you soak one that's toward the edge, you'll get bounced off, and you have to wild charge back. Or whatever. They bounce you out. It's always out. Even if you're... It doesn't matter which way you're facing, they're going to bounce you out, if that makes sense. Yeah. I'm pretty positive about that. I'm not 100% positive, to be fair. I knock back in that pillar. And no Bex. So that's what I think you're supposed to... I thought you were supposed to use that as like a ranged DPS to like min-max a little bit. All right, here we go. These are the pulls that are actually scary, man. I'm going to go left first of all because I'm not a brewmaster. And this is where I really feel the fact that I'm not a brewmaster. Because brewmaster can casually reset their bleeds. I am already at 9 stacks. I don't know if you've noticed that. So I have to Vortex the first one. There's like a very specific rotation that I have here. It's Vortex the first one. While I'm here, I get a kick. I in-cap Roar. Okay, that was a good cap totem to help me reset. My healer is on top of his game right now. Because actually most of the time I have to do it all myself. And then I'm just going to War Stomp here. And that gives me another reset. Great. And then past the War Stomp, now I just make sure I have a defensive up first of all. My next option is to Typhoon. And I will have to Typhoon because it's a 19 and it's not dead yet. And then from here, I can go in to get a kick. But if I go on the left side, the amounts of kiting I have to do is just unreal. And so I've been going to the right even though Brewmasters go left. And it's just because I soak up all the bleeds. And if you don't know this about Brewmaster, they don't soak up all the bleeds. And it's so much easier for Brewmaster because they just get casual auto resets. We're going to do 2 of these at a time, not more. And so it's much easier for them because they don't even take most of the bleed stacks there. Okay, so I'm at 4 stacks now. Always the first one, though, if you are having to kite as a tank, something very important to realize, you really want to keep things as grouped as possible for your DPS. Your DPS lose a ton of mechanics if you have to split the pole randomly. So I'm going to have to do that one more time in this dungeon, and it is unfortunate, but this is the only way I can live right now on my Guardian. So that feels kind of bad. What's up, Lois, by the way? How are you? It's a late stream today, so I have been gaming. I feel young again, you know that? I feel so fresh and young. Look at me. I've been gaming for how long? It's been 11 and a half hours. Haven't even noticed it. Wow. Look at me. So young, so fresh, so young, so fresh. I'm so proud of myself. I thought I was old. It turns out I just needed to enjoy the game. Take some Guardian buffs. It was honestly a decision I made last night because I realized that I don't think I was having a great time. I think I was really stressed. I started to get into that mentality, to be honest with you. Random, I started to be affected by the whole, I really want IO, and we've been kind of failing some keys recently. So, you know, I started to feel like, oh man, I'm falling behind and I'm off meta and now I can't play the game and nobody will want me. And if nobody wants me, then I can't play the game. And then I feel really bad and then all this. And it's like, yeah, you know. Yes. Yep, Pokey, that is exactly right. This build, you can see my rotation down here. The Iron Fur is macroed, and it is a very simple build. Correct. It does decent overall damage, not the most overall damage, but it actually does do decent damage if you play it correctly. If you play it poorly, it does no damage. So you have to understand the differences in rotation when you play this build versus the other build. But you will see this is single target rotation. This is a pure single target fight, and you will see that I will still manage to do decent damage, even though I probably won't incarn this fight. As surprising as it sounds, there is a way to do fair damage on this. So I can soak the next beam, because this is actually how this works in Pugs, and I don't know if he wants me to. So I position this one and then let me soak. And then basically just let me soak this one. Yeah, I just take this one. After that second beam goes out, there's no more. So during the second overlap, I can always rotate and take the end of that, which helps with the supernova a bunch. I think this boss will be healthy enough that I actually do send the incarn here. So on the first set, I can't really take them. Like this set, there's going to be another beam here, and then I can rotate and take it now, technically. It's 3 on the first set, and it's 2 on the second set. And it does help if I can actually take those. Boom, 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 boom. So I aim the first one away, and then I can soak. Let me soak. I can just do this one. Let me get it. So I soak this one, because it's no problem. Like, it's no problem for me to take 1 stack. I just can't take 2 stacks. No, it's fine. He only does 2 beams on this interval. Let me take it. Okay. If your DPS don't know you're doing that, I suppose it's a little bit sketch. But technically, it's always only 2 beams. It's 3, and then it's 2. So I think that the tank can rotate and take 1 to help with Pug healing. Because you can't really coordinate outside of Pugs, but... So I'll get another Feral Frenzy after this next beam. Cool. So I can take this one here, because there's not going to be no more beams. There you go. Perfect. Yep. Let me get it. And then I just can't take another Fiery Smash. So this one, there's going to be 2 beams, and then I can rotate and take 1. So I put this one away for a second. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Why didn't he turn to face me? I wasn't actually facing that way at all. This is going to be a problem. That's my bad. I don't know why he didn't turn to face me, to be honest with you. Okay, zooming out. Making sure I'm facing him, not toward a beam. My healer is doing an absolute pumper job right now. Healer's doing fantastic. As is to be expected, to be fair. Here, this way, bam. And we go current segment. So 40k single target here. Not bad. Not the best. Could have done slightly more. Here we go. So aggro is a small problem and this pull claps you. So I need to walk in with SI. Here we go. We go Moonfire, Moonfire. This pull fucking sucks. Right on pull, they all sync on you for a second. So you have to be hyper aware of this pull. This is actually not a pull to mess around with. Are we letting it go off? Let us time a 19 Skyreach. The 20 actually felt pretty doable too. If I knew how to rotate on first boss, I feel like we would have had it. No one invites you on your lock? On your lock, Lois? Are you playing Demonology? Are you playing Demo Lock and you're still not getting invited? There's like no way. Demo Lock is so good right now. I feel like you have to get invited if you're playing Demo Lock now. So what I can do is save Feral Frenzy here for a second. Yep, we all stack. Right when this comes out, I can go here. Well, not anymore. DK just got buffed. Or DK got nerfed. And I think that that DK nerf is actually going to be quite substantial, to be honest with you. Yep, and then you stack here, and then you just stun the first one, and then you actually kill the second one. Correct. Little out of melee range here. A little scary. What if you play Feral? Okay, to be fair, Zax, is Feral even bad right now? Like, Feral is good. It's just meta perception is the problem with Feral. The problem is the perception of Feral, not actually that Feral is bad. Okay, so why does this just bug sometimes? I am in melee. He is casting on me, and he just did the bug. The question is why? Because this has happened once before. Bug. I don't know why it happens. I'm very much in melee. Just to clarify. Could not be more in melee. Could not be more in melee. Why does he do that sometimes? I actually have no idea why that happens on occasion. Is my fat ass not in melee? Look at stream. The thing is, he is literally casting on me, and I don't understand why. Here's the bug. Let's look at it together. Could not be more in melee. This has happened once before on my bear, and I don't know why it happens. Let's look together. Window capture. Okay. So this is it here. This is the moment. This is the clip that we're looking at. Here we go. I am in melee. Very in melee. He is casting his Tank Buster on me. Right here. Couldn't be more in melee. Then he casts a Screech. Why? I don't actually know why that happens. I don't know. I don't actually know. I am here. I got here on time. Is it that small movement I just did to move left? Was it that motion right there? I'm literally in melee. That's what I'm confused about. Enough aggro? There's no way a DPS has aggro here. Your melees were closer than me? I'm not sure what it is, but this has happened once before, and I would love to figure it out. I actually don't know why this happens, to be fair. Because it looks like I've been in melee for a while. Like, I got here in time, and then this happens. And I don't know why it happens sometimes. So I am confused about this. I genuinely don't know why that happens sometimes. Something to do with charging in during the cast? Maybe. I really don't know where or why that happens. It just happens sometimes, though. Thank you. Where can I find the note? Oh, Toroki, sorry. You can find it here. I'm not sure. I'm gonna get back to him just in case. I will just get there faster. I mean, I can take the last few. I'm not worried about the time. Was our timer good, by the way? Do you want me to play Apex? Like, was our timer okay, or you want me to play Apex? Kind of crazy the tankiest classes do the most damage too. It is kind of wild. I don't know if they're quite the tankiest. I mean, the thing with Devours, they are still... You have to actually press your buttons to be tanky. All right, let's go. Should be fine. Here, I'll play Apex for this. I'll be slightly less tanky, but it'll do more damage. The no Apex build, by the way, is in Discord if you so desire. It is just listed right here in Discord. No need to think about it. What are your thoughts on the Guardian Druid changes? I just made a video about it. You can find it on YouTube going into the actual thoughts about all the tuning. Basically, I'm happy about it. It overall, although it is sad to see any sort of nerfs, it is actually a net positive. Like, I think that it will be good. Yeah, it's okay. I felt like that too. I actually think that overall it is a net positive buff to Guardian. Do I play Vengeance? Vengeance is not one of my very played tanks. I played them a bit when they were actually broken in meta, but otherwise. Your cat stream took me 5 minutes to figure out. Oh, yeah. He has made an appearance today for sure. The cat has indeed made an appearance. Tank has to be the first one back in melee. I thought I was, but here we go. Not Maud, but you can pin. Okay, hold up. I'll get it momentarily. We just go first gather like this. First gather like this. Boom. Thrash as I walk past. Taunt this thing. Back over here. Thrash as I walk past. The actual Apex build, remember, has, technically speaking, more threat problems if I'm not careful. Oh, no. Oh. Apex build strikes again. Apex build strikes again. I spent on Raise instead of Frenzied Regen. But I was doing big damn. So, yay. I should have spent on Frenzied Regen. Oh, it was the shear that actually got me. Should have Frenzied Regen. Every time. Every time I try to play this. My bad. One wrong global. My apologies. I'm just doing crafting orders instead. What's up, Eric? Vengeance only squishy if you don't have meta. So the problem with Vengeance is that you have to plan out your defensives. And if you are in a pug, it's a Screech that kills wipes, you know, third boss. Yes, but do you know why it happens back, Nick? If I'm the first one back in melee range, and I'm definitely in melee, do you know why it would happen? Out of curiosity? That's the question that I have right now. I don't know exactly what makes it happen or not. Don't change targets until it finishes casting. It's a bug. Don't change targets until it finishes casting the Screech? Interesting. Any tank that requires the thing to go perfectly, keep on him. That's very interesting. Okay. All right. I did not know that. Nope, did not know that. I think it's time-based if you don't get back. So I was there, but I was definitely there. I was there for like 5 seconds. So I'm assuming that there was something that I didn't understand about it. No, I'm kidding. He's my friend. Oh, this DK. Oh, I see. That's my bad. Okay, we got 40 seconds on pull. Massive donger DK, I see. Are we... Ooh. Well, we lived it on 20, so we know we can live it here. Ooh. We're approaching 12 hours. I feel young. This is a Oh, no! You can't start the key like that. I don't have pre-Apex. Reset. I need to pre-Apex. I need Incarn. I need Incard for first bowl. I mean, just reset real fast. Oh, okay. I was getting the lusty buff. Oof. I was like, oh my god, we're just going. Okay, they were actually resetting their cooldowns. I was like, oh my god. 12 hours? I know, Papa. I'm trying to relive my youth, you know? I'm trying to remember what it's like to be young again. I'm trying to remember what it's like to be young. No, sorry, cleaning your house, mostly lurking. No problem, Eric. You're saying about VDH. So, you can play any tank right now, technically, as long as you play perfectly and everything goes according to plan. The problem is, and I don't know if you guys know this, but when you pug, things very rarely go according to plan. Right? Like, that's the problem, right? I won't know. I cannot die. That's okay, I'll do better. I just missed the frenzied region. I just missed the button there. I know the feeling. Since I still pretend to be 20. All good, all good. That wasn't normal damage. That was just me missing a button. I was doing big numbers, and I was excited to do big numbers. But even with however much HPS I had, it was not enough. This build, and one of the reasons I don't like it, is as a tank player in World of Warcraft, do you know the thing that actually matters? The biggest thing that matters is being consistent. Wait a second, I have cheese. Wait a second, no, I have cheese. I just forgot. I have cheese now with me. Ooh, you've just reminded me, Teresi. I should eat some cheese. Because my kitty just came back home, and she said that her friends gifted her cheese, and she has cheese. And that means that I have cheese. Because I can steal the cheese from her. This is very exciting. I just realized. You're right. I have cheese. Okay, settle. Settle. Don't greed the damage too much. Just a little bit. Little bit of a greeting damage is okay. But not too much. Not too much. There you go. Big. Oh, look at the Guardian Druid damage. Oh, it is a big dopamine hit, I will say. Because now it's not a 20. And I'm feeling a lot more confident. I don't like this key. I try to actively avoid this key, to be honest with you. I don't like Skyreach. But look at this. Nice. Big Guardian Druid damage. That's the one. That's the one right there. Giga Immortal. Giga Awesome Guardian Druid damage. That's the one. That's what we're looking for, folks. Now we're confident. Now we're doing good if I don't get one tapped on this gather. Which is my bad. Because I got to go pull these Chakra Masters down here. Here we go. This right here is the 19 Skyreach. After being online for 12 hours, we will get this 19 Skyreach. Guardian Druid Apex build. Big damn, but we are going to win. Cannot die from here, probably. Except for the fact that in this key, because I'm not a brewmaster, not only could I die, but it's likely that I will if I am actually concerned whatsoever, which I am, because I'm not a brewmaster, and I am playing the Guardian Druid damage build instead of my no Apex build. So if I miss a global, or I hit the wrong button, I'm gonna die immediately. Probably. Most likely. Did you find the cause of the bug? Because it is actually, I don't understand why sometimes that third bug acts as if I'm not in melee. Yeah, if you could identify why. Here for the Immaculate, a dork named Steph. First of all, I like dorks. Second of all right, I'm glad that you like cats. He made an appearance earlier today on stream, and he is so cute. I think that my cat is just one of the most unique cats I have ever met, ever. I've never met another cat like him before. I don't even know how he exists this way. Because every other cat, if I wrestled with them in any similar way, my face would be clawed off, right? But he just, not only does he put up with it, but he likes it. He basically is a dog trapped in a cat body. And I'm all for this, because actually I've been a dog person my whole life. It's very new that I'm learning how to be a cat dad. It's interesting. I don't know if you know this. I have been just a giga dog person forever, for as long as I can remember. I've never lived with cats. I've always been allergic to them. My health wasn't always great for most of my life, and so I had to learn. I just could never chance the allergies. So I grew up with dogs. But about 6 months ago, I moved in here. And for the first time ever, I was learning how to be a cat dad. It's really been a unique experience. It's been interesting. I've never lived with cats before. And I'm kind of curious about it. Let me go clear these so we don't even have to worry about the phase. Whee! At least Guardian Druid doesn't take any damage from that. I don't know if Brewmaster would do that too, though. In that time, notice your account. Oh, thank you. Well, you actually came from the social media. For what it is worth, it's so crazy to me that any of those reels go viral whatsoever. It's actually crazy, by the way. It's really, really interesting to me because I basically log into social media once a day, and then I decide to post a reel, and then people like the reel, and that's it. That's all I do. Don't do anything else. I don't really use social media. They are so cute, though. But the more important thing, and I wish I could give a little bit more effort. Sometimes I actually wish I could be more long-winded in the things. And like in a lot of ways, actually, I wish that I could talk more, or like mention more, just how interesting it is that I'm learning how to be a cat dad. But I don't feel like I've just kind of learned that you just don't really put many captions and stuff. You still use Mango? Yeah. In no Apex, no. No Apex build, you don't. Steph, do you play World of Warcraft? Have you ever attempted to play World of Warcraft, or are you a gamer as well? Sometimes you just need a cat. This cat changes it all. There's 2 cats in this house. You'll see the orange cat often featured in the background of the videos. She is a cat. She is the type of cat where you respect her space, you don't challenge her, you respect her, she respects you. And if you don't respect her, she will mess you up. And she's just like more, I would call it normal cat. I hesitate to use the word normal in any context, but she is just a very traditional cat. She lurks in the background. She wants to be close to you, but not actually touching you. And if you attempt to touch her, you are going to regret it. This is the type of cat that she is. But the other cat, that's Cookie. He's the one that I cuddle with all the time. He just wants to wrestle and everything, though, you know? Why do you go Primal Fury? Make sure you're on the right one, Todoroki. There's a previous one where I was originally mangling that build, and just to get any amount of DPS increase, you can absolutely drop Primal Fury. The no Apex build, the more recent one, does not take it. Good catch, though. If you're using the one previous to that, I think I was playing it because I was originally mangling until I realized that it was a DPS loss to do so. I only mangle in that build if I'm in a high enough key where I actually need the extra rage gen for Iron Fur. So certain pulls like Mysara Caverns or first boss seat of the Triumvirate Tank Buster, which is physical, then in those situations I will mangle. But basically, no. Not much. Not too much mangles. Okay, good job. Hard part done. Hard part number 1 done, at least. All right, here we go. Hard part number 2 incoming. Okay, let's just reset my bleeds number 1. Okay, nice. I need to do damage, so I will be here because I have my Apex window. So we're going to go Big Boom 1, Big Boom 2. Whoops. Okay, reset bleed there. Not bad, not bad. This one I will Typhoon close to the Vortex. Good. Yeah, the double bolt. There's a reason that people go left, and it is, I understand why, but as a Guardian Druid, I feel very scared to go left, to be honest with you. Like, this is such a scary pack for me. It actually is terrifying. I cannot explain. With Waking Nightmare, it has Primal Fury. So look up, make sure if you go to Guardian Druid builds, that you'll find it, though. I have not played a lot of retro NES games and Xbox sometimes. I have an Xbox, and you know, Xbox got me. Xbox is one of the first times where I was like, wait a second. I signed up for Game Pass like 4 months ago on Xbox because I wanted to play Halo over the weekend. And I was like, oh, well, it's actually better if I don't actually buy the game, right? Like, it's expensive to buy the game, but if I just get Game Pass, then it has Halo, and I can just play Halo for a little bit. So I bought Game Pass for a month. I paid the money. And then what happened, Steph, is I forgot to cancel it. And then 4 months went by, and I was like, oh, should have just bought the game. So they got me. That's how it works, you know. It is what it is. I got got. It was I forgot to cancel the subscription.
Okay, let's make sure we get past this one. Then we're going to go over here. Then we're going to go like bam, and then like bam, and then here. How is a Woo still awake? Bro, I don't know. That's a great question. To be honest with you, this should be studied. Because I feel as though I have progressed to an age, Draxel, where I shouldn't be functional right now. And yet somehow, I am not only here, but I am tanking in 19 Skyreach. This is very interesting. I too wonder how I am awake. Not only am I awake, but I am also playing this key pretty well right now. Not perfectly, but pretty good. Like, global for global, not quite exact, but pretty solid, actually. Like, I'm not upset with this key this far. I unsub as soon as the sub goes through. That's the play. That's the real answer right there, but I forgot to do so, so they did get me. I will also take some, by the way. Don't worry. So we can do 3 beams. You go 3 soaks here. Number 1, 3. And then I will take somebody's after this. So after this, I can take this one. Because it's only ever 3. It's 3 and then it's 2. So the tank can actually alternate and soak some of these. What's your thoughts about the nerfs? I actually think they're buffs. In general, I would describe this as a buff, actually, not a nerf. And then I will take the Rat Pallies back. And he can blast. Because it's only ever 2. So this one's 2, and then I'll have time, you see? Makes a big difference, in my opinion. And then taunt the boss as you walk back in, and here we go. So, although the Guardian Druid seems like a big nerf, in my opinion, it was actually a buff. Because you will have less